When I woke up, I found myself inexplicably traveling to an ancient time in a parallel dimension. Without a golden finger or wealthy parents to rely on, you have to rely on yourself for everything. To make matters worse, there was a severe drought in the Great Dragon Empire, and the people were suffering from famine. People in various villages in the Tang Dynasty adopted the practice of exchanging their own children for food. "Zhou Wu, you dare to eat this stoneworm? Are you crazy because of hunger?" the villagers asked in confusion. "Stoneworm? Isn't this just an oyster?" I asked in confusion. "Zhou Wu, this sea spider is poisonous. Last time I saw someone with my own eyes get bumps all over his body after eating it. Who dares to eat it casually?" the village chief warned. "It's such a big crab, and you told me I can't eat it? It has bumps on it. I guess I'm allergic to seafood." I rolled my eyes helplessly. As the saying goes, "Live by the mountain, eat from the mountain. Live by the sea, eat from the sea." How dare you go hungry in a place with such rich marine resources? What a joke! At this time, an old brick house. Brother Wu, what's wrong with you?" the honest young man called out anxiously. "Nyoer, I'm fine. I was just distracted." I recalled some basic information from my original memory. I was reborn in the Great Dragon Empire. The original owner of this body was also called me. The man next to me was Nyoer, a neighbor in the village. We were of similar age and had played together since childhood, and we had always had a good relationship. "Are you really okay?" Nyoer was still a little skeptical. After all, I had just fallen from such a high tree. "Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. You have something to do at home, so go and take care of it first." "Thank you very much." In order to reassure Nyoer, I deliberately moved my limbs. "Brother Wu, don't be so polite. I'll go to the fields to help. Call me if you need anything." Nyoer was about to leave when he saw that I was fine. He had to take care of the fields at home by himself, and was too busy to handle it. "Yeah." After Nyoer left, I stretched my body, stood up and walked around this strange yet familiar house. Looking at this 3-in-3 outlet blue brick and tile house, if it were placed in modern times, it would really be no less than a mansion in Shanghai, right? From the original owner's memory, I learned that our family had been an official since our great-grandfather, but like most families, our fortunes gradually declined. By the time my father's generation came around, he was just an ordinary civil servant, and the family fortune had long since been squandered. Now, this house is our family's only asset, and I don't even have a decent piece of furniture except this empty big house. My father passed away a few years ago, leaving me alone to look after this old house. Today I was lying in bed because I had been hungry for several days. When I passed by the village, I saw a bird's nest on a big locust tree. I subconsciously climbed up to find some bird eggs to fill my stomach. Although it was not enough to satisfy my hunger, it was enough to fill my stomach. As a result, no bird eggs were found, but a triangular-headed spotted venomous snake was encountered. It was coiled in the bird's nest and spitting out its tongue, obviously knowing that someone was coming. I missed a step and fell directly from a tree about 7 or 8 meters high. I passed out, and when I woke up I was lying on the bed. I guess it was Nyoer who saved me. This is such a difficult start. I sat at the door of my house and looked around. The whole village can be described in one word: poor. It's already noon, and there are almost no houses with smoke rising from the chimneys. The houses in the village all have mud walls and thatched roofs. There is a simple fence in front of each house, but no one has chickens or ducks. Looking at all this, I couldn't help but sigh, but the feeling of hunger told me that the most important thing now was to fill my stomach first. There is no food at home. It seems that I can only rely on the gifts of nature, I said to myself, and began to look for something useful at home. After searching for a while, I finally found some thin ropes that looked like fishing lines. They looked strong and should be useful. I took them and walked to the back of the mountain. Behind the village is an unnamed mountain with many wild animals. However, due to the lack of effective hunting methods, there are very few hunters and many people are still struggling to make ends meet. However, if you are lucky and catch some extra prey, you can sell it in the city for a good price. After all, there were always rich people in that era who had a great demand for meat. Soon, I came to the back mountain. When my family was poor, I often went into the mountains to hunt. It was common for rural children to catch wild game, and I could make all kinds of ingenious traps. Due to limited materials, I only made a few lasso traps this time, mainly to catch small animals such as hares and pheasants. When setting the trap, I carefully observed the routes that these small animals must take. Animals are very wary of unfamiliar environments, but they usually follow fixed paths. I found animal hair and footprints along several common routes, which should be the tracks of hares and pheasants. So I set 5 lasso traps and left the rest to time. I'm just sitting around doing nothing, maybe I can get something else, I thought to myself, and decided to walk around in the mountains and wait for some prey. According to the original owner's memory, it is now the season between summer and autumn, but there is not a single wild fruit in the mountains. The original plan to pick some wild fruits to satisfy hunger has fallen through. However, as I walked along, I saw many women digging wild vegetables, and I immediately understood. There must be wild fruits, but I came too late, I said self-deprecatingly. In today's society, 90% of people are hungry, and wild fruits, a gift from nature, have long been coveted by people. Just when I was a little disappointed, a bright red spot caught my attention. This. I couldn't believe it and rushed over excitedly. Oh my God, it's really ginseng! I quickly covered my mouth, looked around, and saw that there was no one around. I breathed a sigh of relief, quickly squatted down, and started digging carefully. When I picked up the ginseng, I was shocked again. This one is at least 100 years old. I really can't understand why no ginseng was found when this mountain had been dug by the women for several rounds. I guess the villagers have never seen ginseng, so they didn't notice it. This is all I can guess. Then I carefully hid the ginseng in my arms, sneaked home, locked the door, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. After locking the door, I leaned against it, took out the ginseng in my arms and looked at it again and again, as if to make sure that I was not dreaming. Is this ginseng valuable? If it's not, that would be embarrassing, I said to myself. It was getting late, so I could only wait until tomorrow to go to the city to find a pharmacy to ask. Suddenly, a gurgling sound broke my thoughts. I forgot my trap. I quickly hid the ginseng and hurried to the back mountain. There was no movement in the first trap, and the second one was also empty, but the animal hair left on the ground made me excited, indicating that there were indeed signs of animal activity here. Then I came to the third trap. Before I got close, I heard some noise, obviously something was struggling. I carefully picked up a branch and fiddled with the trap from a distance, scaring the thing inside to flutter even more violently, and its figure finally appeared. Ha, pheasants! What luck! I smiled. When I returned home, I had harvested 3 of the 5 traps, a rabbit and 2 pheasants. When I passed by the lotus pond, I remembered that I lacked cooking utensils at home, so I picked a few lotus leaves and took them home. After returning home, I felt hungry, so I quickened my pace. I simply slaughtered the pheasant, took out the internal organs, cleaned it, wrapped it in lotus leaves, covered it with a layer of yellow mud, threw it into the fire, and left the rest to time. I squatted quietly beside the fire, patiently waiting for the delicious beggar's chicken to come out of the oven. Without a mobile phone or a watch, the only thing I could do was wait for the firewood to burn out. When the soil was dry and hard, I gently picked it up with a wooden stick. Oh, it's so hot! I didn't care about the burn and quickly cleaned off the dirt and uncovered the lotus leaves. The strong meaty aroma filled my nose. As night fell, the villagers went to sleep early, but the aroma of my beggar's chicken kept most of the village awake. The next morning, I felt refreshed. I had a delicious meal and slept very well last night. Today I am going to the city to sell ginseng, so I got up very early. I remember that old Zhang from the village drove a mule cart to the city to deliver goods every day. I would wait at the entrance of the village early, hoping to get a ride. Uncle Zhang, I greeted old Zhang. Hey, Mr. Zhou, good morning. Grandpa Zhang responded with a smile while pulling the mule cart. My ancestors used to eat public food, and although our family has fallen on hard times now, I have received an education since childhood and can be considered to have some culture. Uncle Zhang, can I get a ride? I asked. Come on up, Grandpa Zhang responded cheerfully. I know that in this poor village, Grandpa Zhang's mule cart can be considered a luxury car. Gee, the mule cart started slowly. Although the county town was not far away, it would take half a day to walk there, but it would only take half an hour at most to get there by mule cart. Mr. Zhou, it's rare to see you go out. Are you going to the city for something? Mr. Zhang asked while driving. I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm going out for a walk, I replied with a smile. Although my family has fallen into poverty, we still have a certain status in the village. Everyone knows that we are from an official family. Although we have fallen into poverty, we are still respected. It's good to go out and have a look. Young people need to broaden their horizons and can't stay at home all the time, said Grandpa Zhang. Master Zhang is right, I responded with a smile. Master Zhang, it seems that there are not many goods today. I glanced at the cargo on the mule cart and found that there was much less than before. Alas, the court has been at war in recent years, taxation has increased, and life has been difficult. We have no choice but to rely on game and mountain products provided by nearby villagers. Grandpa Zhang sighed helplessly. Although he seemed to be doing well, his family was not wealthy, especially since they had a mule. The daily expenses were not small, and most of their income had to be used to raise it. After a night of memory integration, I had a preliminary understanding of this era. The Dragon Empire did not appear in my original history, and it was obviously a parallel space. If we have to compare it with a certain dynasty in history, it is probably between the Han and Tang dynasties. This great Dragon Empire was established not long ago, its monarch was only in his 20th year, and there were frequent small-scale frictions on its borders with neighboring countries. The village where I live is located on the border, and although relations with neighboring countries have not deteriorated, overall, it is still relatively stable. We're here. The sound of the mule cart's wheels gradually stopped, and the scene of the county town appeared before us. Wow! This was the first time I saw this ancient city in person, and I couldn't help but exclaim. The entire county town was surrounded by thick walls, and it was much safer here than our village. The city wall is about 3 or 4 meters high, and is made entirely of solid stones. For the era of cold weapons, one can imagine its defensive power. When passing by the city gate, I looked at it carefully. As shown on TV, the city gate was a solid wooden door wrapped in thick iron, and it took more than a dozen people to push it together. Oh, we're here. Mr. Zhou was still here at 3 p.m. Old Zhang dropped me off in a busy area in the city. After agreeing on a time to return in the afternoon, he hurried to meet a few old customers to deliver goods. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I thanked him. Although it was just a county town, the quaint buildings made me feel immersed in it. The hawking sounds in the streets and alleys and the bustling crowds made me suddenly realize that I had really traveled through time. However, after a brief sigh, I quickly recalled the purpose of this trip and began to inquire about the situation of the clinic. Soon, neighbors started talking about Xingren Hall, and I already had a goal in mind. Xingren Tang is the largest local medical clinic. It is rumored that its headquarters is in the capital, and it is very powerful and has excellent medical skills. It is incomparable to ordinary self-taught doctors. However, in order to avoid being cheated, I decided to find out the market price of ginseng first, so I randomly entered a medical clinic. Sir, are you here to see a doctor or get some medicine? As soon as I entered the room, the pharmacist greeted me warmly. I looked around and saw that he was the only one in the hall. Apparently the doctor was still seeing patients in the back room. Get some medicine. Oh, does the guest have a prescription? No, I want to ask if you have any 100-year-old ginseng here? Sir, you are joking. In a small shop like ours, we don't have century-old ginseng. We only have ordinary ginseng. Oh, how do you sell it? The ginseng here is 50 won per piece. 50 cents? I was stunned for a moment, and quickly calculated the value of these ginsengs in my mind. One piece of ginseng costs 50 won, and that's for ginseng of an ordinary year. One ginseng root can be cut into about 100 pieces, which is equivalent to 5,000 won, or 5 guan. And one dough of rice costs only 20 won, so 5,000 won is enough to buy 250 dough of rice, or even a bull or an ordinary mare. The result I calculated made me laugh. Seeing that I didn't respond for a long time, the medicine boy was about to laugh at me, but he was frightened by my laughter and froze in his place. So you have hysteria. Fortunately, I haven't said anything yet, otherwise I would have gotten a beating for nothing. I left the pharmacy with a swagger, already knowing what was going on. Then, Without asking about the market conditions in other places, I went straight to Xingren Hall. As expected of a national chain, the scale is indeed different. Standing at the door of Xingren Hall, I couldn't help but sigh. This style is totally incomparable to ordinary private clinics. The hall was already crowded with people who came to seek medical treatment. "Sir, are you here to see a doctor or get medicine?" As soon as I walked into the hall, the pharmacist came up to me politely. "Do you sell medicine here?" I tried to be low-key, afraid of showing even a little bit of my wealth. "Sir, it stands to reason that our Xingren Hall does not accept scattered medicinal herbs, but if it is precious medicinal herbs, that is another matter." The medicine boy was obviously used to this kind of scene, and he told me the rules of Tang directly. In short, they would not accept medicinal materials of unknown origin, but they were still very interested in the top-quality precious medicinal materials. "Ginseng, 100-year-old ginseng." I directly stated my goal, but was afraid that the other party would look down on it, so I added, "100-year-old ginseng." "Oh, sir, please come in." After hearing the 100-year-old ginseng, the medicine boy immediately led me into the inner hall in a low voice. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll ask the shopkeeper to take a look." Not long after, a white-haired old man came in. He was probably the owner of Xingren Hall. "I am Hu Dong, the owner of Xingren Hall. Nice to meet you, sir." "Hello, Manager Hu." I quickly stood up and saluted. Seeing that the other party had a kind face, I let down my guard a little. "I heard that you have 100-year-old ginseng. Would you let me take a look at it?" Shopkeeper Hu said with a smile. I gently opened the package in my arms, revealing the ginseng. Shopkeeper Hu picked it up carefully, peeled off the wrapping cloth layer by layer, and when he saw the contents inside, he was immediately surprised. Shopkeeper Hu held the 100-year-old ginseng in his hands with an obsessive look on his face, his eyes revealing undisguised enthusiasm. "This is really the best 100-year-old ginseng. It's so good, so good." I couldn't help but cough a few times, trying to pull him back from his obsessed state, but failed, so I had to raise my voice and shout, "Manager Hu!" "Oh, sorry, I lost my composure." Shopkeeper Hu finally came to his senses and quickly put down the ginseng in his hand and returned to his normal state. "Let's talk business." "It's okay. I understand Shopkeeper Hu's feelings. Let's talk about the price first." Okay, let's not beat around the bush. This is indeed the best 100-year-old ginseng." Shopkeeper Hu's tone was somewhat proud, and it was obvious that he was full of confidence in this ginseng. "Then let's talk about the price." I nodded. "Since Mr. Zhou chose Tang, I believe he is impressed by our reputation and strength." Shopkeeper Hu said as he quoted the price. "I will pay 50 strings of cash for this ginseng." When I heard the price, I calculated in my mind that the price of ordinary ginseng is about 5 strings of cash, and this price is already 10 times more. I felt that it was about right, and just as I was about to agree, Shopkeeper Hu spoke again. "Mr. Zhou, 60 strings of cash is really my bottom line." It turned out that because I hadn't said anything for a long time, Manager Hu thought I thought the price was low, so he took the initiative to increase the price. My heart was immediately filled with joy, and I nodded hastily. "Okay, 60 strings of cash is 60 strings of cash. Just consider it as making friends with Manager Hu." Hearing my agreement, Shopkeeper Hu heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that this 100-year-old ginseng was very important to him. "Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go get the money." He hurried into the inner room. "Do you sell other medicinal herbs here?" I couldn't help but ask casually. The waiter replied, "Under normal circumstances, we at Tang do not collect medicinal herbs, because all medicinal herbs are provided by the head office and purchased in large quantities. However, our store will purchase some rare and precious medicinal herbs at a high price." "Oh, which medicinal herbs are considered precious ones?" I continued to ask. "In addition to common precious herbs such as ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, bear gallbladder, and Polygonum multiflorum, we will also collect some other common herbs, as long as they meet the requirements for age, which are also precious herbs." I nodded, thinking that this information was quite useful. At this time, Shopkeeper Hu came out with a small bag. "Mr. Zhou, this is 60 silver coins, please count them." I suppressed my excitement and opened the small package. Inside were 6 official silver ingots. I took them in my hand and looked carefully. The words, "The Long Empire," were printed on the base. "That's right, shopkeeper Hu. The money and goods have been settled. I won't bother you any more. Mr. Zhou, remember to come to me again if you have good stuff," Shopkeeper Hu said with a smile. Sure, I replied, secretly happy in my heart. When I left Xingren Hall, I felt excited, thinking to myself that the 6 silver ingots were indeed not big and would not be conspicuous if hidden on my body. Shopkeeper Hu excitedly held the 100-year-old ginseng in his arms, muttering to himself, "I was just wondering what gift to give, now it's settled." The medicine boy also interrupted and said, "Boss, the boss's birthday banquet is coming soon. This time, our branch will definitely be able to show up." Yes, the owner of Xingren Hall will have his birthday next month, and all the branch managers have to give gifts. Manager whose shop is far away from the boss, so he can't show you anything worthwhile. I didn't expect that at this critical moment I would bring this century-old ginseng, which is a rare treasure and is the most appropriate gift to the old man of the boss. It was still early, so I decided to go to the market to buy some daily necessities. Although I had money now, I still needed to buy some necessities. Thinking back to my empty house before, I secretly vowed to do a good job of shopping this time. People were coming and going in the market. I looked carefully at the prices. Rice and flour were about 20 won a dough, linen cloth was 400 won apiece, an iron knife was 75 won, and the prices of livestock also varied. In other words, the 60 strings of silver in my hand are equivalent to 60 silver coins. The first thing I did was to buy 3 dough of rice. Although I could rely on hunting to supplement meat, rice and flour were staple foods that were necessary for daily life. Next, I bought a few daily necessities and some simple seasonings. Seeing that it was getting late, I quickened my pace and walked towards the blacksmith's shop, intending to buy some tools for self-defense and hunting. Ding ding dang dang. The blacksmith's shop is located in the corner of the market. As soon as you get close, you can feel the heat of the fire. No wonder the blacksmiths on TV like to work shirtless. No one can stand this temperature. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" There were only 2 people in the blacksmith's shop, a middle-aged man and a young man, who looked like father and son. "Hello, I want to buy a knife." I had made up my mind before I came here. Although the heroes on TV like to use swords and look very handsome, I have never been interested in swords. A knife is a man's weapon. "Excuse me, do you want a long or short sword, a wide or narrow one?" The choice of knife was so complicated. I hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, I decided to buy a ready-made one. It was just a knife, and I was too lazy to make a second trip. "Do you have ready-made knives?" "Yes, but ready-made knives are not cheap." The blacksmith seemed to see from my ordinary attire that I just wanted to buy a simple iron knife. "Oh, let me see." When I heard the price was not cheap, I became even more interested. "Sir, please wait a moment." After saying that, the blacksmith turned around and went into the house to get a knife. After a while, he came out holding a package. "Please look, sir. This is a horizontal sword made of wrought iron. Although we don't need such fine materials here, a customer insisted on having wrought iron, and we spent a lot of time thinking about the materials alone." The blacksmith's eyes flashed with pride, as if the sword was a symbol of his skill. I looked at the knife and couldn't let it go. It was indeed very different from the ordinary ones next to it. Suddenly, I realized that there was something wrong with what the blacksmith said. "You said that this knife was ordered by someone else, so why can you sell it now?" "Oh, you may not know this. 3 months ago, a customer ordered this knife and paid the full amount. However, the materials were not available at the time, so he said he would pick it up in 10 days. 3 months later, there was no news at all, so—" "I see." I lowered my head and thought about whether I should buy the knife. "But don't worry, sir. If that customer comes back, I will make him a new one or refund the full amount." The blacksmith thought I had concerns and quickly added, "How much is this?" 2,000 won. "What? 2,000 won? An ordinary iron knife costs only a little over 100 won, but this one actually costs 2,000 won. I couldn't help but exclaim. "Sir, this is made of iron. It can cut iron like mud. You won't find another one like it in the whole county." I thought about it and decided to buy it. I don't know if it's worth that much. But I was tempted by the boss's bragging, and I suddenly had an unexpected fortune. Just like playing games, when the big spenders have money, they just buy things directly, and the cost-effectiveness is not even considered. Boss, do you have a bow? The knife has been bought, and the next step is to buy a bow and arrow for hunting. The bow and arrow depends on how many stones you need. Seeing that I didn't understand, the blacksmith didn't say much and just took out a bow and asked me to try to pull it. I didn't know how to use a bow at all, so I tried to imitate what I saw on TV, but I couldn't pull the bow open even though I tried my best. What's going on? I see everyone else is very relaxed. Sir, you have never used a bow. Drawing a bow seems simple, but it actually requires skill. The blacksmith pulled the bow easily without changing his expression or heartbeat. That's amazing. You are too polite, sir. Practice makes perfect. Since you have never used a bow, why don't you try a stone bow? A one-stone bow is equivalent to 70 kilograms, which is indeed a bit challenging for my current physical strength, but I didn't rush to save face. I followed the boss's advice and bought a one-stone bow. I also bought some arrows and planned to go back and practice. I arrived at the agreed location on time in the afternoon, and old Zhang was already waiting there. Master Zhang, it's early. Hey, there wasn't much to begin with. But have you made a fortune? The backpack on my back was extremely conspicuous, and the knife and bow were also carried together. It was completely different from before. After all, these things were not cheap. I spent all the remaining money in the family to buy all this. I certainly wouldn't say that I had dug up ginseng and made a fortune. Just talking about the little inheritance left in my family, this reason is quite reasonable. After all, my family was originally a family of officials who fell into poverty, so it is normal to have some inheritance. You don't plan to continue taking the imperial examination? Are you planning to become a hunter? Yes, how can you take the imperial examination if you can't even fill your stomach? Well, being pragmatic is good. Although everyone dreams of passing the imperial examinations, if they can't survive, they have to solve the problem of livelihood first. Old Zhang is very open-minded and supportive. In fact, what old Zhang doesn't know is that I am no longer the same person I used to be. Let alone fame and fortune, I now feel a headache when I see those classical Chinese and eight-legged essays. Oh, Mr. Zhou is here. I fell asleep without realizing it, and when I opened my eyes again, I was back in the familiar village. Oh, okay, thank you, Uncle Zhang, you keep it. I handed a small bag of rice in the backpack to old Zhang, which weighed a full 3 pounds. Old Zhang didn't understand at first, but when he opened it, he saw that it was actually rice, and he immediately refused. No, it's too expensive. You're just giving me a ride. If I accept it, how can I survive in the village in the future? Master Zhang, just accept it. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to ride in your car next time. I can't take it. I can't take it. The two of them refused for a long time, but I was quick to throw the rice bag onto Grandpa Eng's mule cart and ran home. Hey, this kid! Helplessly, old Zhang had to accept it, humming a little tune, and happily hurried home. Brother Wu, you are finally back. Neo-heir, is there anything wrong? As soon as I walked to the door of my house, I met Neo-heir, who had just come back from working in the fields. Hee hee, good news, you'll know when you get home. Neo-heir had a mysterious look on his face and made faces as he spoke. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Have you seen a doctor? I couldn't help but feel nervous. Just imagine, a bearded and rough man suddenly made such exaggerated movements next to me. Isn't it disgusting? When I said goodbye to Neo-heir, my mind was full of questions, and I couldn't help but wonder what the good thing he was talking about was. Could it be that my house was spotted by the relocation office and they are giving me relocation fees? I couldn't help but think self-deprecatingly. After all, in this era, relocation seems to be related only to those bully landlords. However, joking aside, I still quickened my pace to go home. When I stood at the door of my house, I finally understood what Neo-heir meant by good thing. There was a girl sitting on the steps of the gate, taking a nap. Although she was disheveled, her beauty could not be concealed. Ah, who are you? She was awakened by my voice in a daze, looked at me, and shrank back instantly. Haha, you're at my door, who do you say I am? I looked at her and noticed that she seemed to be a little thin due to malnutrition. Are you Zhou Jialong? It's me, who are you? I am your unmarried daughter-in-law, Li Baiwei. She stammered for a long time and finally mustered up the courage to say that sentence, and then her whole body was like a deflated ball. What? I was stunned and completely shocked. There was really nothing good to offer at home, so they could only pour a bowl of water for Li Baiwei. She took it, drank it in a few gulps, and licked her lips, as if she was still not satisfied. You mean, we got engaged when we were young, and now your family can't make ends meet, so you came to live with us? Yes, Zhou Lang, your father knows. You can ask him about it. She seemed afraid that I would not believe her, and asked me to ask the elders in my family to verify it. Sorry, I'm alone at home, I responded helplessly. Li Baiwei looked around and saw the empty house, her face full of disappointment. Perhaps she realized that the Zhou family was not going to have a good time. Are you hungry? I asked her. Yeah, she answered habitually, then suddenly realized that she was speaking too directly, and her face turned red. I didn't say much, but just walked into the kitchen, heated up some leftover meat from last night, and gave it to her, the daughter-in-law who has not yet married into the family. Is this meat? She looked at the bowl in surprise. Eat it, I said after exhaling. Li Baiwei looked at the bowl of meat and couldn't believe it. In her eyes, it was good enough to have something to eat in this poor and remote place, but she didn't expect me to bring out a bowl of meat. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and was starving. She didn't care about her image and just picked up the bowl and started eating. Seeing that she was eating so fast, I quickly brought her a bowl of water, fearing that she would choke. Are you full? No, she answered without thinking, then realized that it was not appropriate, and her face turned red. Seeing that she was still not full, I realized that the bowl was too small, so I quickly took out some osmanthus cake that I bought in the county town from my backpack and handed it to her. You still have osmanthus cake? She asked in surprise. Of course, I saw it when I was walking around the county town, and I bought some thinking that it would be good for my stomach when I didn't have time to cook. Li Baiwei had never eaten osmanthus cake before because its dry taste was really bad, but she was so hungry at the moment that she didn't have the mind to be picky and just picked it up and stuffed it into her mouth. I haven't eaten for several days. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I blurted out in surprise, and immediately regretted it as soon as I said it. Sorry, I'm indeed hungry. When Li Baiwei heard what I said, she blushed instantly and seemed a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else, I just slipped up. Although her situation was a bit exaggerated, I could understand it. In this era, every family was poor and everyone's life was not easy. Eating a meal could make the family brag for several months. Obviously, Li Baiwei's family had a very difficult life. Then why did you come to me suddenly? I was a little curious. I remember that I merged the memories of the original owner, and I had some vague impression of the child marriage, but I couldn't remember the specific circumstances. My family couldn't make ends meet anymore, so I came to find you secretly, Li Baiwei said in a low voice. Did your father ask you to come? I asked. No, I came here on my own, and he doesn't know. In fact, I thought that it would be best if you could take me in. If not, I can die outside and not burden my family. Who else is there at home besides your parents? There are other people in the family, she replied. Hearing this, I guessed that Li Baiwei's family was large, and life had become increasingly difficult in recent years due to the war in the Dalong Empire, so she chose to come to me in the hope of reducing the burden on her family. Since you're here, just stay here. I looked at her and decided in my heart to take her in. Li Baiwei nodded, her gratitude overflowing with words. Thank you, Zhou Lang. You live in this room first. I took her to the next room. Just use this quilt for now. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. I handed her my quilt and prepared to go to rest. The next morning, when I woke up, Li Baiwei was already sweeping the yard. You're up really early. It's getting late. I saw you had rice and flour in your basket, so I made some porridge, she said with a smile. Rice was a luxury for Li Baiwei's family, but she used the only food she had to cook porridge, and she was secretly moved. It's okay, I bought these myself. Come, let's eat together, I said. Li Baiwei seemed a little embarrassed. Zhou Lang, you can eat this. I picked some wild vegetables outside this morning. The porridge was very thin, with only a pile of wild vegetables on the side. Although there was no seasoning, it tasted natural and fragrant. After breakfast, I told Li Baiwei that I would stay at home and went out with my equipment. Hey Brother Wu, are we going hunting? I met Neo Air on the way. Seeing me carrying a bow and arrow and hanging a sword on my waist, envy flashed in his eyes and he almost drooled. Well, are you going to work in the fields? Okay, Brother Wu, you go ahead and do your work, Neo Air said as he was afraid that if he continued watching, the other party would not be able to resist and snatch my equipment away, so he said goodbye in a hurry, but he could not hide the disappointment in his eyes as he left. I was in a good mood and didn't notice these things. I just quickened my pace and headed straight for the valley. I bought some new rope yesterday when I went to the county, and this time I set more noose traps, which I didn't have time to set until noon. He took out the osmanthus cake he had brought with him and ate some with the cold water from the kettle. Then he found an open mountain area and started practicing archery. This is a good place. Let me practice first. I picked a crooked tree, stood 50 meters away, imitated the archers on TV, and started trying. Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Relax, relax. Man and arrow become one. Relax your arms. Release. Well, I admit it, I'm not good at archery. Not only did I miss the target at a distance of 50 meters, but I almost got hit by the bowstring. Shit, this is too dangerous. The more I kept doing this, the more I refused to give up. I continued to practice again and again. After half an hour, my hands felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead and I couldn't move. Damn, I finally understand what it means to have hands that are not my own. I feel like I'm almost ruined by training. But even though I've only been practicing for half an hour, I've made some progress. At least I'm no longer worried about getting hurt by the bowstring. There was still a big gap from my expectation. After resting for half an hour, I continued to pick up the bow and started practicing. Everything has its own rules, practice makes perfect. After an afternoon of practice, although I am still far from being able to shoot an arrow through a willow tree from 100 paces away, at least I can now shoot arrows normally, which is a good start. I dragged my tired body to check more than a dozen lasso traps and harvested 3 rabbits, 2 pheasants, a squirrel and 2 quails. Except for the squirrels and quails, most of them died because they were probably too timid. Fortunately, the rabbit and pheasant were still alive. Although their legs and feet were trapped by the noose, they were still able to survive. Seeing the live rabbits and pheasants, I suddenly had the idea of raising them. Anyway, there is no shortage of food at home now, and raising them can also be sustainable. Besides, I was alone before, but now there are more people at home, so it is easier to raise them. After deciding on this idea, I continued walking back with full confidence. When I passed by Neo Air's house, I found that there should have been smoke rising from the house, but there was no movement at all. Looking at the prey in my hand, I couldn't help but shout loudly. Neo Air! Brother Wu, what's the matter? Neo Air said as he opened the door. We were lucky today. We hunted some prey. We can't finish it all, so I'll give you some. No, Brother Wu, this is not possible. Our family is not doing well either. Hey, we have bows and arrows, so are we afraid that we can't catch prey? I joked seriously. That won't work either. Neo Air still insisted and shook his head. Here, don't waste time. If it weren't for your family's frequent help, would I be alive today? I stuffed it into his hands and turned away. Zhou Lang is back. Li Baiwei waited for the whole day and finally saw me come back. She hurriedly took the backpack. There are 2 live rabbits and chickens in there. Find a cage and lock them up first. I told her, so that they wouldn't be let out accidentally and run around the yard and be difficult to catch. Hey! Li Baiwei smiled from ear to ear when she saw the prey in the basket. She secretly admired him in her heart. Zhou Lang is really not simple. I originally only heard that he was a scholar, but I didn't expect that he was so good at hunting. With this skill, he will definitely have a prosperous life in the future. In the evening, I asked Li Baiwei to cook some white rice, roast 2 quails and a squirrel, and add the wild vegetables I picked during the day. Although it was simple, it was also a rich dinner. Zhou Lang. At the dinner table, Li Baiwei seemed to be hesitant to speak. What is it? I responded. I've been sitting at home doing nothing all day. If there's anything I can do, I want to work too. She tidied the house today and had nothing else to do, so she asked to help. Hey, it's just a small matter. You just need to take care of the rabbits and pheasants after you catch them. But, Li Baiwei hesitated to speak. Are you dissatisfied with the lack of work? Don't worry, although there is not much work now, there will be more and more in the future. I guarantee you will be too busy to handle it. Just do it now. Okay. Li Baiwei felt relieved and at ease after hearing this. The next morning, I went out with my equipment. After some climbing, when I was about to reach the first trap, I heard some noise in the distance. What's that sound? Damn, is that a deer? I saw that the noose had trapped a deer, and as it struggled, the rope became tighter and tighter. I quickly ran over. When the deer saw me approaching, it struggled desperately. I immediately raised my bow and arrow, aiming at its head. Fuck, it missed. The deer struggled so hard that I couldn't hit it accurately even though it was right in front of me. I was so angry that I shot several arrows at it. Finally, it fell down because of my random arrows. I quickly packed up the deer and carried it on my back towards home. Knock, knock. I knocked on the door. Who is it? Li Baiwei asked cautiously. It's me, open the door, I responded. When Li Baiwei heard it was me, she quickly opened the door. Zhou Lang, you just went out, how come you're back so soon? After she asked, she saw me carrying the deer and understood instantly. Wow, such a big deer! The deer weighed about 100 kilograms, and after removing the bones and internal organs, the meat weighed about 100 kilograms. I asked Li Baiwei to bring a table and a knife and deal with it quickly. The meat won't taste good if it has blood in it. It needs to be processed as quickly as possible. Although I'm not a professional butcher, I still cut up the deer quickly, leaving only the 2 thighs unprocessed. There is salt in the kitchen. You can marinate the meat, otherwise it won't last long. After saying that, I put the 2 deer legs into the backpack, covered it, and prepared to go out. Li Baiwei didn't say much after seeing it. Knock, knock, knock. After arriving at Niu Er's house, I knocked on the door. Who is it? A question came from the yard. It's me, Zhou Wu. I spoke quickly. Niu Er should have gone to work in the fields by now, leaving only his mother Niu Zhang and his sister at home. It's no wonder that the mother and daughter were a little wary of the visitor. It's Zhou Wu, come in and sit down. When she heard that it was me, Niu Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately opened the door and invited me in enthusiastically. Aunt, has Niu Er gone to the fields? Yes, I get up before dawn. It's too hot during the day and it's cool in the morning. Then I won't go in. I hunted a deer in the mountains this morning and brought some for you. As I said that, I took out a deer leg from behind. When Niu Zhang saw the big deer leg, she quickly declined. No, your family is not doing well either, I can't accept it. And please accept it. If it weren't for you and Niu Er, I really don't know if I would be alive today. If you don't accept it, won't I make a fool of myself? Indeed, since my father passed away, my family has been living in poverty, and I have almost no life skills. If it weren't for the help of Niu Er's family, I would probably have followed my father long ago. Brother Wu, you are here! Wow, a deer leg! Niu Er's younger sister Niu Xiaonio's eyes lit up when she saw the deer leg. She hadn't seen meat for several months, and she almost drooled at the sight of the big deer leg. You damn child! Niu Xiaonio stared at the deer leg. Niu Zhang's face turned red and she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. That's it, Auntie. I'm leaving. Taking the opportunity, I quickly stuffed the deer leg into Niu Zhang's hand and left in a hurry. Next, I went to Muramesa's house again. Although it was almost noon, there was still no smoke rising from the village, and Muramesa was no exception. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked on the door. Hey, Mr. Zhou, why are you here? Muramesa's surname is Niu, and he is an old man in his 50s. According to modern standards, he is only middle-aged, but in this era, 50 years old is considered a long life. Muramesa-sama, I greeted. What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? My family is an outsider, but there is no such thing as locals bullying outsiders in the village. On the contrary, Muramesa and the elders in the village often took care of us after my father passed away. We hunted a deer this morning, all thanks to Lord Muramesa for taking care of it. After saying that, I took out the deer leg. Your family is having a hard time, so I won't accept the deer leg. Just treat me to a meal when you've cooked it. It is my duty to invite Lord Muramasa to dinner, but you must accept this deer leg. Muramasa's wife couldn't bear to watch this and quickly interrupted, fearing that the old man would reject the good idea. You old man, Mr. Zhou is well-intentioned, why are you pretending like that? After saying that, she turned around, put on a smile on her face, and took the deer leg. Muramasa's wife was well known in the village for her love of taking advantage, and her sharp words. The couple quarreled all their lives. Scholar, please come in and sit down. Muramasa's wife welcomed me in. I had something to ask her for help, so I went into the house too. Scholar, have some water. She greeted him with a smile. For some reason, everything about her seemed extremely annoying, yet it also made people feel helpless. Thank you, Auntie. I thanked her. Scholars are polite. Please feel free to do as you please. Muramasa's wife quickly walked into the house and hid the deer leg. Muramasa-sama, please excuse me for disturbing you. I have something to ask of you. Haha, I was wondering why you suddenly thought of coming to see me. Haha, tell me. Muramasa's straightforwardness made me feel a little embarrassed. I want to open up some new land. I hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Reclaiming wasteland? Muramasa looked at me with a questioning look on his face. In the Tang Dynasty, although there was little land, villagers could legally open up wasteland as long as they registered with the village official. For refugees without an identity card, opening up wasteland meant being treated as a tenant, or even facing exile or banishment. Yes, there are too many people at home, and they have nothing to do all day. The villagers already knew about my wife coming to their house, but everyone was busy making ends meet, so they only gossiped a little. I heard about your wife. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. This is a good thing. I will come to measure you tomorrow and make sure it's done. Thank you, Lord Muramasa. Thank you for your trouble. After finishing the work, I prepared to leave. Oh, you're leaving just like that? Don't you want to eat something before you leave? When she heard that I was leaving, Muramasa's wife quickly called me back. However, if I really stayed for dinner, I would probably have to witness her changing expression again. Don't bother, Auntie. There are people waiting for you at home. Oh yes, Shiotsuai is now married, haha. I didn't respond to her teasing. Country people love to joke, and the more I explain, the more jokes there are. I saw that it was still early, so I went to the mountain to check the rest of the traps, and by the way, I harvested a rabbit, a pheasant, and a monkey. Seeing the monkey made me feel uncomfortable, so I released it from the trap. Now Bai Wei won't think I have nothing to do. After packing up the prey, I hurried down the mountain and happened to meet a person that everyone was avoiding at the entrance of the village. Chapter 9: Which village can withstand such a test? Hey scholar, I heard that you are doing well recently and have made a lot of progress. Brother, let me take a look. Niobai, a second-rate guy in the village, has done a lot of sneaky things and never thinks of working. His father died early, and he was spoiled by his mother. It seems that his family made some money from business in the early years, and coupled with his mother's doting, he has become so idle now. However, like Zhou Wu, the family has been getting worse and worse since the death of the pillar of the family. Now he relies on his mother to raise silkworms every day in exchange for a meager income. Get out of the way. Zhou Wu didn't want to have too much contact with Niobai, this ruffian, but things often go against one's wishes. Oh, scholar, you are getting too cocky to dare to talk to me like that. Seeing that he was no longer able to be weak, Niobai immediately put away his smile and put on a ferocious look. Who the hell are you? How am I supposed to talk to you? You'd better get out of here before I lose my temper. Zhou Wu didn't tolerate him and directly clenched the sword at his waist. The more cowardly this kind of person was, the more arrogant he would become. Haha, okay. Seeing that Zhou Wu had changed from his previous timidity and seemed like a different person, Niobai looked at the other party who was fully armed, forced a few laughs, said a few good words, and left. Zhou Wu thought it was just a small episode and didn't take it to heart. When he returned home, Zhou Wu told Li Baiwei about the land. The next morning, Muramasa brought 2 people to measure the land for Zhou Wu. Mr. Muramasa, please come in quickly. Zhou Wu greeted them with a smile. Since others came for their own business, it was natural for him to entertain them warmly. Don't be polite, scholar. Let's get to work first. Muramasa was also thinking about finishing the work as soon as possible. After all, he had called 2 villagers to help today, and they would have to go back later to take care of their own affairs in the fields. He didn't want to delay them for too long. Muramasa-sama, what are you talking about? It's so early in the morning. Have you eaten yet? Come and sit down, brother. By way. Zhou Wu forced Muramasa and 2 villagers to sit down while calling By Wei, who was busy in the kitchen, heard Zhou Wu's voice and immediately took out a few bowls of meat porridge from the pot. Gurgle. The aroma of the 3 large bowls of meat porridge made people swallow their saliva. Zhou Wu guessed correctly that Muramasa and the other 2 did not have breakfast in the morning, mainly because their strength did not allow it. I'm sorry, there's nothing good to eat at home, so I'll have to trouble Muramasa and the 2 brothers. Don't be polite, hurry up and eat. White rice and meat porridge, this is what we eat during the Chinese New Year. Many families in the village may not be able to eat it. Muramasa didn't say anything, and the 2 villagers who followed him didn't dare to move. They could only secretly glance at Muramasa. Since the scholar is so enthusiastic, let's eat. After eating, help him do his work well. Hey! The village chief gave the order, and several people immediately brought their bowls and chopsticks, sat at the table and started eating. The only sound in the room was the rustling sound of people drinking porridge. Scholar, your porridge is too thick. It's a waste of money. Although Muramasa was educating Zhou Wu verbally, his hands were no slower than the young man next to him. Farmers usually don't have much oil in their stomachs, and usually eat watery food. Today's porridge was particularly thick, but this was exactly what Zhou Wu had specially arranged for Li Baiwei. Since he had been treated, he naturally had to do his best. After eating a big bowl of thick meat porridge, the 3 of them felt stronger to work. When measuring the land, Muramasa tried his best to choose high-quality fields, and the 2 villagers who helped also pulled the measuring tape high. It turned out that people are soft-hearted when they eat someone's food. Scholar, it's been measured. According to our Dalong law, every registered villager can get 5 mu of land. There are only you and your wife in your family, so we count them as 2 people, so there are 10 mu in total. It's all measured here, and it's all top-quality land. If you think it's okay, just sign and seal it. The fields in the Dalong Empire are divided into top-grade fields, medium-grade fields and low-grade fields, also known as high-quality fields, good fields and ordinary fields. Generally speaking, the fields are divided mainly by matching 1 acre of top-grade fields with 2 acres of medium-grade fields and low-grade fields. However, Muramasa directly gave Zhou Wu 10 acres of top-grade fields. It seems that the deer leg was not given for free. Muramasa took out the contract document. As long as Zhou Wu signed and sealed it, the land issue would be officially recognized. Moreover, Muramasa not only gave high-quality land, but also included Li Baiwei. Muramasa-sama, are we 2? Logically speaking, although Li Baiwei moved into Zhou Wu's house, her household registration was not in Niujia village. Zhou Wu even never asked where Li Baiwei's household registration was, so Li Baiwei was actually not eligible to share the land in Niujia village. Look at what you said, why doesn't your wife count? I'll report it to the higher authorities in a few days and get her household registration done, and then she'll be officially settled in our Niujia village. Muramasa waved his hand, signaling Zhou Wu not to worry. Although Muramasa was not a very lucrative position these days, the power he held was actually quite great. Not to mention settling down, even if the refugees without household registration wanted to settle down, Muramasa could make it happen. Thank you, Lord Muramasa. Thank you. Li Baiwei's household registration and the extra land were really a pleasant surprise, which made Zhou Wu thank him repeatedly. When leaving, Zhou Wu secretly stuffed 100 coins, into the village chief's pocket. The village chief wanted to refuse it at first, but because there were 2 villagers present, he had to accept it forcefully. After seeing off the 3 people, Li Baiwei came out from the inner room. Do we really have our own land? Yes, a full 10 acres of high-quality farmland. Muramasa said that your household registration problem has also been solved. Wow, that's great. In fact, household registration has always been a concern for Li Baiwei. Due to some special circumstances, her original household registration cannot be made public, so she never told Zhou Wu. Fortunately, Zhou Wu never asked her about household registration. You complained about having nothing to do the past 2 days, but you will be busy from now on. Hee, it's better to be busy. I like to be busy. If I have nothing to do all day, I'll be like a freeloader. Li Baiwei is not afraid of hard work, but she is afraid that she will be like a canary and do nothing at home all day. So at this moment, she is already planning what to plant in her own land, although she has never planted land before. Zhou Lang, do you think we should grow grain or some vegetables? It's too late to grow crops now. If we hurry up, we should still have time to grow vegetables. When Zhou Wu was a child, he often helped his family with farming, so farm work was no problem for him at all. Vegetables are good too. I haven't eaten cabbage for a long time. And radishes. Li Baiwei was talking excitedly, but Zhou Wu felt uncomfortable listening to her. It seemed that Li Baiwei's life at home was even worse than he thought. But in fact, it might just be that Zhou Wu was being too extreme. I'll go buy some seeds from Master Zhang tomorrow, and we'll plant them later. In Zhou Wu's impression, there were not many varieties of vegetables in the Dalong Empire, probably similar to the Tang Dynasty in his own time. Chapter 10. The land is not planted that way. Is Master Zhang home? This was Zhou Wu's first time visiting Grandpa Zhang's house, and he didn't know whether Grandpa Zhang had gone to the county town today. Who is it? Fortunately, Master Zhang's voice came from the room, but the voice sounded a little strange. Master Zhang, I am Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's voice was heard from inside, but there was no response for a long time. However, the door was opened, and it was an old woman. Mr. Zhou, please come in quickly. The old man is feeling unwell and is in the inner room. I think this woman should be Mr. Zhang's wife. Master Zhang, what happened? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Have you seen a doctor? Originally Zhou Wu thought that the other party just had a minor illness, but after entering, he saw Master Zhang lying on the bed, looking very weak. Hey, nothing much, just some diarrhea. What do you mean by some? I'm almost fainting. Grandpa Zhang was still trying to be strong, but his wife was unhappy and complained. Has Auntie seen a doctor? It really looks like it's not just diarrhea, it's probably dysentery. Hey, scholar, where can we find a doctor in our village? The nearest barefoot doctor is in the next village, 10 miles away. Hey, old woman, shut up. What do you want to talk to me about? If you want to go to the county town, I'm afraid you can't do it today. Grandpa Zhang got angry when he saw his crying wife, but he was still very nice to Zhou Wu. After all, he was a scholar and was respected by everyone wherever he went. Oh, Master Zhang, I'm not going to the county town. I just want to buy some vegetable seeds. Zhou Wu quickly explained his purpose, as Master Zhang was ill and he didn't want to disturb him too much. Oh, okay, no big deal, go get some seeds for the scholar. His wife quickly took out a small bag from the inner room and handed it to Zhou Wu. Thank you, Auntie. Why are you being so polite, scholar? Zhou Wu left the seed money and said goodbye without bothering them anymore. Today Zhou Wu plans to go to the mountains to check out the traps and then go home. He doesn't want to stay in the mountains for too long. After all, he has just divided the land, so he has to take time to turn the land over and then plant the seeds quickly. When he came out of the mountains, there was another great harvest in his backpack. Zhou Wu sighed over and over again, saying that the ancient times were great, with a good ecological environment and many wild animals, unlike his original world, where the only wild animals he could see were mice. I returned home and dropped off the prey, but didn't see Li Baiwei. I walked around the whole house but didn't see anyone. I thought she might have gone to the underground. Sure enough, when Zhou Wu dared to go to the field, he saw Li Baiwei struggling to swing the hoe and plow the soil. However, with Li Baiwei's small arms and legs, she only turned the surface of the soil superficially, which was not very effective. Moreover, it was already afternoon, and she hadn't even finished turning the soil yet, but she was almost exhausted. Ha ha! Zhou Wu looked at Li Baiwei's appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. Why are you laughing? That's not how you turn the ground. Look at me. Zhou Wu dodged the hoe, gathered his strength, and swung the hoe quickly. Sure enough, the hoe went deeper into the soil and brought up more dirt. Go rest for a while, then go home and cook. Men should do this kind of physical work. Snort. Feeling hit, Li Baiwei could only express her dissatisfaction under the shade of a tree. But when she thought about it, she was really not cut out for farming. Just swinging the hoe a few times would make her exhausted. Niuer, why are you here? No one knew when Li Baiwei left, but Niuer appeared in front of Zhou Wu carrying a hoe. I heard from the villagers that the village chief has allocated land to your family. I thought you would be too busy to open up the wasteland, so I quickly finished my own work and came to help you. Zhou Wu was deeply moved by Niuer's honesty and brotherhood. After Niuer joined the team, the efficiency was indeed greatly improved. In Zhou Wu's words, he was at least as good as 2 old oxen. Okay, Niuer, let's leave it at that for today, let's go home and eat. It was impossible for 2 people to turn over 10 acres of land in one day. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Wu invited Niuer to go home for dinner. This kind of thing was very common in the countryside. When people helped the host would like to invite them for a meal to express their gratitude. Besides, Niuer and Zhou Wu were good brothers, so it was normal to have a meal together even if there was no such thing. However, Zhou Wu's family was not well off before. What's the matter? Is this your first time here? Come and sit down. I'm exhausted today. Eat more later. Niuer has been to Zhou Wu's house countless times, but this time he always feels something is different. It feels different than before. What's the difference? Well, it's clean and alive. When Niuer saw Li Baiwei, he finally reacted. Yes, he was angry. When he came here before, he always felt that such a big house was dull. Although there was only Li Baiwei here now, the whole house was much more lively. Stop chatting, both of you. Let's eat. Because of Niuer today, Zhou Wu specifically asked Li Baiwei to steam some white rice and then stew a pheasant. Of course, wild vegetables are still indispensable. Here, just cook some brown rice. We can't make ends meet. It's such a waste. This is the second person who said that he was a spendthrift. Zhou Wu was speechless. This is called a spendthrift. Then if you were to look at my previous life, wouldn't you think it was a life like a god? Hey, eat quickly, we have some at home. Niuer was just like Mesa before. He said a lot but it did not affect his hands' actions at all. Li Baiwei even specially gave Niuer a large bowl. Niuer was not polite either. He picked up the clay pot for stewing chicken, poured chicken soup into his own bowl to soak the rice, and then shoveled the rice into his mouth. Hey, it smells really good. Niuer's honest praise made Li Baiwei feel a little embarrassed. Eat more if you like. Zhou Wu was afraid that Niuer would feel embarrassed, so he tore off a chicken leg and put it in Niuer's bowl. In the end, Niuer ate 3 big bowls of food in a row, and only when the clay pot of stewed chicken was empty did he feel satisfied. Brother Wu, I'm leaving now. I'll come back tomorrow to help you turn the soil. Okay, thank you. After Zhou Wu sent Niuer away, he came back and saw Li Baiwei still cleaning the table, so he took the initiative to take the dishes into the kitchen to wash them. Let me do this. How can I let a grown man like you do this kind of thing? Although Li Baiwei and Zhou Wu had not performed the ceremony of marriage not long after they entered the house, she had already become a qualified wife in her actions. She tried her best not to let Zhou Wu do anything at home, no matter how big or small the matter was. Although Li Baiwei did not know how to do many things and still needed Zhou Wu to teach her, after Li Baiwei learned it, she would basically do it herself and not let Zhou Wu do it. Zhou Wu sometimes feels that this kind of life is pretty good. Although it lacks the convenience and atmosphere of modern life, it is a bit like returning to his hometown when he was a child, without so much social pressure and troubles in interpersonal relationships. Chapter 11 No Doctor? At dawn in the morning, Zhou Wu got dressed and prepared to go up the mountain to see what he had caught in his trap. This had basically become a daily routine. However, it seemed that there was someone more diligent than Zhou Wu, and when he got closer, he found something amazing. Is that you? Oh, it's a scholar. Niu Bai seemed to be in a better mood and didn't have any trouble with Zhou Wu because of the conflict a few days ago. You! But when Zhou Wu saw the prey in Niu Bai's hand, he realized that this kid usually steals chickens and dogs. When did he become so diligent and come back from hunting before dawn? And it seems that he has never heard of Niu Bai hunting. Scholar, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Niu Bai's eyes suddenly showed some panic, and before Zhou Wu could react, he ran away. Zhou Wu didn't notice anything wrong at first, but when he saw his own traps, he immediately understood. None of the traps had prey on them, but the animal hair remaining on the lasso proved that prey had fallen into the trap. So the answer was obvious. The bastard nearby had got there first. Grass. No matter how good Zhou Wu's temper was, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. Moreover, all the traps were destroyed by humans and could no longer be used. It must be this kid nearby who wanted to take revenge on Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu couldn't swallow this humiliation, but he didn't have any good solution for the time being. However, he had already put nearby on his blacklist. Zhou Wu could only walk back in a depressed mood, but something that suddenly appeared in front of him brightened his eyes. This is daughter. Cuscuta is a common herb that wraps around tree trunks. It is a good medicine for nourishing the kidney, liver, and spleen. It is mainly used clinically to treat kidney yin and yang deficiency syndromes such as kidney deficiency and low back pain, impotence and spermatorrhea, frequent urination, uterine coldness and infertility, dark eyes and loose stools. It nourishes the liver and kidneys, consolidates the essence and reduces urine, stabilizes the fetus, improves eyesight, and stops diarrhea. The reason why Zhou Wu was so happy was because Cuscuta australis also has the function of stopping diarrhea. Yesterday, he went to see Grandpa Zhang, who was almost fainting from diarrhea. Thinking of this, Zhou Wu quickly put down his backpack and started collecting. What made Zhou Wu even more excited was that when he was collecting daughter seeds, he also found a small piece of Xanthium sibiricum. Zhou Wu was very familiar with this thing called Xanthium sibiricum, which is a small ball of thorns. When he was a child in the countryside, there was not much to play with, so children liked to pick a bunch of Xanthium sibiricum and throw them to each other. This little thing likes to stick to sweaters the most. In addition to being fun, Xanthium sibiricum is actually a medicinal herb. Xanthium sibiricum root, used for furuncle, carbuncle, sore throat, erysipelas, hypertension, and dysentery. Xanthium sibiricum stems and leaves dispel wind and heat, detoxify and kill insects. Used for headache, dizziness, dampness, stiffness, red eyes, eye opacity, furuncle, toxic swelling, metrorrhagia, and leprosy. Xanthium sibiricum flower, used for white scabies, stubborn tinea and white diarrhea. Xanthium sibiricum fruit, dispels rheumatism, clears the nasal passages, relieves pain and kills insects. Used for wind-cold headache, nasal congestion and runny nose, toothache, wind-cold and dampness arthralgia, cramps and pains in the limbs, scabies, and itching. The anti-diarrhea effect of Cuscuta seeds, combined with the effect of Xanthium sibiricum root on dysentery, will probably help Grandpa Zhang get some relief. The basket is empty anyway, so why not pick more and keep them at home as a backup? After Zhou Wu finished picking the fruits, he went down the mountain and went to Grandpa Zhang's house as soon as possible. Knock knock, Master Zhang, I'm Zhou Wu. Scholar, come in and sit down. The person who opened the door was Grandpa Zhang's wife. Zhou Wu immediately noticed that the other person looked like she had just cried, but she soon put on a forced smile after opening the door. And how is my Master Zhang doing? Is he feeling better? Hey, the old man is weaker today than yesterday. He was still quite energetic yesterday morning, but he had diarrhea several times in the afternoon. I quickly asked someone to go to the neighboring village to invite a doctor at noon, but it turned out that the doctor seemed to have moved away with his family. When he woke up this morning, he was so weak that he couldn't even speak. What do you think we should do? Speaking of Aunt, she could no longer hold back her tears. Grandpa Zhang was the backbone of this family. If something unexpected really happened to him, this family would be finished. Don't cry, Auntie. I went up the mountain to pick some herbs today. I'll make some for Master Zhang right away. Scholar, do you know medicine? Although Aunt Zhang is now very worried about her old man's life, she dare not give him any random medicine. I just happened to see it in a medical book before. Zhou Wu knew what the other party was worried about, so he said that he saw it in medical science. Sure enough, when Aunt Zhang heard that he learned it in medical science, she was relieved immediately. Zhou Wu personally prepared the first bowl of medicine for Grandpa Zhang, and also told Aunt Zhang some precautions. After all, Aunt Zhang would have to do it herself from now on. That's probably what Auntie is like, got it? Yes, Scholar, thank you. It's okay. We're from the same village, so it's only natural for us to help each other. I'll be leaving now. Scholar, please eat before you leave, eh? Ignoring Aunt Zhang's calls from behind, Zhou Wu just ran back. By this time, Neo-er was probably already home. Sure enough, when Zhou Wu returned home, Neo-er was already working in the fields. Zhou Wu has been busy with work in the fields these days. He hasn't dealt with the trap on the mountain since it was destroyed by Neo-bai, because in the end it would be a waste of money for Neo-bai. So Zhou Wu thought he might as well take advantage of this time to finish the work in the fields. Finally, with the help of Neo-er, all the vegetable seeds were planted. In the future, the time spent in the fields will be relatively less, so that we can have time to do other things. Neo-er, thank you for your hard work these days. Brother Wu, what are you talking about? I have gained weight in your house these few days. Ha ha. After having dinner at home again, Zhou Wu sent Neo-er to the door. Just as Neo-er was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly turned back. Brother Wu, are you going to pick up fish tomorrow? Picking up fish? Where? Zhou Wu looked confused. He knew fishing, but this was the first time he heard of picking up fish. Of course it's the beach. Tomorrow is the once-a-month low tide, and everyone will go to the beach to pick up the fish that are trapped in the puddles after the tide goes out. Beachside, we are by the sea. The sea? Zhou Wu didn't even know that he lived by the sea. Brother Wu, you see, you must have hurt your head last time you fell down. You didn't even know it when you lived by the sea. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow morning. After Neo-er left, Zhou Wu still stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. The sea. It's great that this place is next to the sea. The sea is an endless treasure. It has endless resources of all kinds, especially fishery resources. However, what Zhou Wu couldn't understand was why the people in Niujia village, who lived by the sea, couldn't even get enough to eat. Zhou Lang, no prey today. Li Baiwei looked at Zhou Wu coming back empty-handed and asked with concern. Chapter 12, Going to the Sea? What? You only eat fish and don't know other seafood. The next morning, Neo-er came to find Zhou Wu with a backpack on his back. Zhou Wu was so excited that he did not fall asleep until late at night. In his previous life, Zhou Wu often watched the anchors going to the sea in short videos, so he was very interested in it. He even made a clamp himself overnight to catch some blue crabs. Brother Wu, we have to hurry up. If we are slow, they will probably be picked up by others. Neo-er kept urging Zhou Wu at the door. Oh, all right. Zhou Wu had no experience with this either, so he could only listen to Neo-er's arrangements. Zhou Lang, I want to go too. Okay. Just as the two were about to leave, Li Baiwei followed them out. She had heard Zhou Wu talk about this last night. She had been almost alone at home during the day these days and was really bored, so she wanted to go with him today. She originally thought that Zhou Wu would not let her go, but unexpectedly he agreed so readily. Neither Zhou Wu nor Li Baiwei were very familiar with the route here, so they could only follow Neo-er. After walking for a while, Zhou Wu realized that the direction he had entered the mountain was on the other side. No wonder he hadn't noticed that there was a coastline nearby. Before arriving at the beach, Zhou Wu had many scenes of sea hunting in his mind. But after arriving at the scene, Zhou Wu was dumbfounded. He had never seen so many people since he came here. Here, there are at least 100 people here, right? Are our entire village here? Zhou Wu stared blankly at the coast full of people. Brother Wu, didn't I tell you that today is the low tide that comes once a month? The whole village is counting on this day to have a good meal. Fuck, what else are you talking about? Go ahead. 3 people immediately joined the army of picking up fish. However, it didn't take long for Zhou Wu to discover the problem. There were oysters all over the ground, but it seemed that no one was picking them up. At first, he thought that there were too many oysters and everyone was tired of eating them. But Zhou Wu found that among the hundreds of people going to the beach, no one was picking up oysters. That was not right. It was impossible that everyone was tired of eating them. You know, oysters are a rare delicacy. Hey, Brother Wu, look, I picked up a fish. This fish is good, at least 2 kilograms. Neo-er caught a sea fish weighing about 2 kilograms in a small puddle in front, and was very happy. Wow, Brother Neo, you're awesome. Li Baiwei was also happy to see Neo-er catch the fish, but Zhou Wu did raise his own questions with a puzzled look on his face. Neo-er, let me ask you something. don't people in this village eat oysters? Oysters? What are oysters? Nyo didn't even know what oysters were. That's it. Zhou Wu pointed at the oysters attached to the stone and motioned to Nyo. Brother Wu, are you talking about this stone worm? Can this thing be eaten? Facing Zhou Wu's doubts, Nyo was even more confused. Could this stone-like thing be eaten? Could it be that Brother Wu had not recovered from falling from the tree last time? Oh my God! It turned out that they were not tired of eating it, but they simply didn't know that oysters were edible. It was really a sin to be starving in front of such delicious food. So, amid everyone's surprised and puzzled looks, Zhou Wu began to collect the huge oysters. Brother Wu, calm down. This stone worm can't be eaten. Why are you picking it up? Nyo, I'll let you taste what delicious food is tonight. Li Baiwei on the side was also curious. It was her first time to come to the beach, and it was also the first time she heard of stone worms. However, for her, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, there was no delicacy in the world that she had not eaten. For example, this stone worm, she had never heard of it before, let alone eaten it. This only proved that this thing was indeed inedible. However, after spending these few days with Zhou Wu, she knew that Zhou Wu was not a boastful person. Zhou Wu quickly picked up a basket of oysters, all of which were selected to be bigger than the palm of your hand, as big as shoe insoles. He had only seen them in videos before. They were not the kind of oysters sold for 10 yuan each at roadside stalls. Next time, bring a knife to open oysters. It's heavy and not cost-effective to carry them back in the shells. Zhou Wu's boat is already full and he is now waiting for Nyo and Li Baiwei. However, Nyo and Li Baiwei seem to be only interested in fish and don't even look at other marine life. For most of the day, except for a tujin fish that Nyo caught at the beginning, he didn't have any other gains. At this time, Nyo was looking at a man not far away. The sea fish hanging around his waist weighed at least 10 jin. The man deliberately showed off in front of Nyo, which made Nyo very angry. Humph, what's there to be proud of? That's right. We can definitely catch a fish bigger than him. Li Baiwei is indeed still a little girl, and she couldn't help but complain. Nyo, who was already furious, was feeling around in a muddy puddle for fish when he was suddenly attacked by something. When he raised his hand out of the water, he found a large blue crab clamping his hand tightly. Damn, am I so lucky? The big blue crab was almost as big as Li Baiwei's face. Nyo was about to throw the blue crab to death, but was stopped in time by Zhou Wu. Nyo, don't, this is good stuff. Brother, don't you think this sea spider can be eaten? So we call this a sea spider. But it's quite descriptive. Nyo, let me tell you, this thing is also a rare delicacy. Zhou Wu took the big blue crab and threw it into the backpack. As there was no rope, he could only hold it down with oysters to prevent it from running away. Nyo and Li Baiwei were already somewhat used to it, so they let Zhou Wu start to attack the sea spiders again, and they just stayed still. The tide is coming in, let's go. Suddenly someone shouted, and the people who were picking fish on the shore stood up, looked at the sea, and walked towards the shore with unwilling expressions on their faces. As time passed, the tide rose quickly, and the mudflat where everyone was picking fish just now soon became sea surface. Brother Wu, let's go back too. Today's catch is pretty good. These fish weigh about 10 kilograms. After the tide rose, it was definitely impossible to catch any fish. Although Nyo was a little dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Brother Wu, divide this fish into 3 portions, one for you and Baiwei, and one for me. Well, take the 2 I have and take the rest back with you. Then go and ask your mother and sister to come over and have dinner at my house tonight. Zhou Wu said during the day that he would invite Nyo to taste the delicious oysters and crabs in the evening. Eat stoneworms and sea spiders? Nyo seemed a little worried about whether he could have enough to eat at night, but he didn't want to offend Zhou Wu, so he had to agree. After all, the other party meant well. There are still fish here. While Nyo went back to call his mother and sister, Zhou Wu began to make preparations. Zhou Lang, can we eat these sea spiders and oysters? Don't worry, I promise you'll like it. Although Zhou Wu had given her assurance, Li Baiwei looked at the ugly thing in the basket and couldn't imagine how delicious it could be. Chapter 13 Seafood Dinner. Looking at the existing ingredients, there were a lot of oysters and several blue crabs. Zhou Wu also caught some miscellaneous snails and 2 fish given by Nioer. Blue crabs are best when stir-fried, but I didn't have many of the spices needed, so I had to steam them. Oysters were naturally roasted with garlic. This world is really strange. Zhou Wu found a lot of garlic and ginger in the wild, and when he came back he asked Li Baiwei about it. It turns out that no one in this world eats garlic and ginger. Put the crabs into the ceramic pot, add a little water, and leave it on the stove. Then take some firewood from the kitchen and put it in the yard. Pick up some stones and build a makeshift barbecue stove. Baiwei, I'll open the oysters, you help me cut some garlic. Opening oysters is strenuous work, so Zhou Wu asked Li Baiwei to do something easier. Okay. Not long after, Nioer came with his mother and sister, and brought some steamed bread. I wonder if they were afraid that they would not have enough to eat. Auntie, please sit down. We will be able to eat soon. Zhou Wu invited the guests to sit down, and his hands were not idle. The oysters were already on the stove and were being roasted. Except for Zhou Wu, it was the first time for everyone else to see the oysters opened in their shells. The white, tender, and plump meat amazed everyone. It turns out that this thing has so much meat inside. Nioer has a big appetite, so he has never been a picky eater since he was a child. He has lived for nearly 20 years and has never eaten oysters. He instantly felt that he had missed out on 100 million yuan. Zhou Wu roasted one of the 2 fish and used the remaining one to make soup. Although there were not many spices available, under the limited conditions, the roasted fish soon gave off a strong aroma that made people's appetites grow. The fish soup is ready. Let's drink some first. Each person was given a bowl of milky white fish soup, which amazed everyone again. Brother Wu, why is your fish soup so milky white? That's right, it makes me hungry just by looking at it. It smells delicious, too. Several women were talking at once, but it was true that in that era, when people cooked fish soup, they would just throw the fish into the water and then add some salt. The taste was indescribable. Brother Wu, how did you make this fish soup? It's so fragrant and beautiful. Nioer couldn't help but be curious and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. It's nothing, actually. If you want the fish soup to be white and fragrant, you have to fry the fish first. That's it. Yeah, that's it, it's that simple. Several people silently memorized this secret recipe and tried it this way when cooking fish soup in the future. The crabs and oysters are ready too. How about everyone try some? The crowd, who had just been conquered by the fish soup, lost interest as soon as they heard about sea spiders and stoneworms. Well, let me try. It was Li Baiwei who gave face and took the initiative to support Zhou Wu out of fear that he would lose face. Hee, Xiao Weiwei should give us some face and eat some oysters first. Is it really delicious? It's really delicious. Zhou Wu was afraid that the other party would not believe him, so he picked up an oyster and drank it in one gulp. Cool. Seeing that Zhou Wu's expression did not seem fake, Li Baiwei also picked up one and imitated Zhou Wu, drinking it in one gulp. Just die. If it doesn't taste good, it's just a matter of one bite. When the oysters enter the mouth, they are not as unpalatable as imagined. Instead, a whole new feeling and taste spreads in the mouth. This taste. Fresh, right? Yes, it's just too fresh. Li Baiwei's performance surprised Nioer and others. Is this thing really delicious? Nioer also picked one up directly, imitating Zhou Wu and Li Baiwei, and drank it in one gulp. Sure enough, there was a really delicious series. Next came Nioer's mother, and then the girl. Everyone was conquered by the oysters at the first bite. Haha, what do you think? I'll just say it's delicious. Sure enough, I have lived in vain all these years. This stoneworm is so delicious. Looking at the oyster shells all over the ground, Nioer still felt a little unsatisfied. Come, try the crab again. I'll teach you how to eat it. This time, because the backpack was full of oysters, Zhou Wu did not catch crabs specifically, but everyone happened to have one. Zhou Wu couldn't wait to open the crab's crown. Oh, it's actually quite yellow, hee. Because of the scene of eating oysters just now, no one doubted Zhou Wu's words now. They all imitated Zhou Wu's actions of eating crabs and fiddled with the crabs in their hands. Oh my god, it's delicious. So satisfying. Li Baiwei lay in the chair and moaned with satisfaction. Oysters, crabs, grilled fish, and fish soup. Later, Nyoer was not full, so Zhou Wu grilled some of the venison. It can be said that tonight was the most satisfying and greasy meal for both families. Brother Wu, it's getting late. Let's go back first. Seeing that it was getting late, Nyoer got up and said goodbye. Brother Wu, please catch more crabs next time. Crabs are delicious. Nyo Shionyo thought crabs were the most delicious, but she only ate one this time and still felt a little unsatisfied. Haha, okay, little girl likes to eat crabs. Brother Wu will catch more for you this afternoon. Zhou Wu knew that after tonight, oysters and crabs would soon be on the villagers' tables, which would help alleviate the food shortage. With oysters all over the beach, at least no one in the village would starve to death. At night, Zhou Wu lay in bed, tossing and turning and unable to sleep, probably because he was too full. This poor life, even after eating, I still can't sleep. Speaking of food, Zhou Wu suddenly remembered that he had not gone to the mountain to set traps in the past few days, so there was not much meat left at home, and there was not much rice and flour left after being consumed these days. Should we go up the mountain to set traps tomorrow, or go to the county town to buy some? If we set a trap, it's very likely that Nyo Bai, that bastard, will get the upper hand again. We should go to the county town to buy some daily necessities. Or we can buy a carriage, which will be convenient for us to go to the mountains and the sea or to the county town in the future. After all, Mr. Zhang is old, and we can't trouble others. The more Zhou Wu thought about it, the more he felt that buying a carriage was something he had to do immediately, so he decided to go to the county town tomorrow and buy the carriage. He had more money from selling ginseng last time, so he could just buy an ordinary carriage for carrying goods. There was no need to learn from time travel novels that were full of stories about jade-faced lion, red hair, and Ilu. Not to mention whether he could encounter such horses. Even if he did, these horses were not something that ordinary people could afford. The next morning, Zhou Wu told Li Baiwei that they were going directly to the county town. Li Baiwei immediately acted coquettishly, and said that she also wanted to go. Zhou Wu thought about it, and realized that his nominal wife really stayed at home every day. Zhou Wu was not an old feudal person, so he agreed. However, he regretted it as soon as he agreed. The only means of transportation to the county town is Grandpa Zhang's mule cart. Now Grandpa Zhang is sick. If Zhou Wu goes alone, it will take some time to walk, but it is no problem. However, if Li Baiwei goes with him, it might be dark when they reach the county town. Chapter 14, Pass It On. Zhou Xiu is a miracle doctor. Just when Zhou Wu was at a loss, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Scholar, I am your Master Zhang. Master Zhang? Isn't Master Zhang resting at home because of diarrhea? Although his face was full of doubts, Zhou Wu immediately opened the door. It was indeed Master Zhang standing at the door. However, compared with his lifeless state yesterday, Master Zhang was now full of energy. Master Zhang, are you feeling better? I took your medicine yesterday, and when I woke up today, I felt more energetic and didn't care about it anymore. I came here specially to thank you, scholar. I didn't expect you to know the art of medicine. You are really a very capable person. After getting up today, Grandpa Zhang felt that he was well again. He had been delayed in delivering goods due to illness in the past few days, so he ignored his wife's objections and insisted on going to the county town to deliver goods. Before leaving, he passed by Zhou Wu's house and wanted to come to thank him. If it weren't for the herbs Zhou Wu picked, he would probably have lost half his life. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. We are from the same village. It's fine as long as it's done. What's wrong with you? Zhou Wu did not expect that Grandpa Zhang would recover so quickly. It seemed that he could only sigh that the ancients had good health and had taken in less medicine since childhood, so the effect of the medicine was more significant. I was delayed for several days. Today I feel better, so I will go to the county to deliver the goods. In fact, Mr. Zhang had no choice. Who doesn't want to take a rest? But if he doesn't run for the job in the county, it probably won't be his turn in 2 days. Master Zhang, can I get a ride? Look at what you said. Scholar, you are my savior now. If you want to go to the county town, just give me a call. I will be there at your service. The appearance of Master Zhang just solved Zhou Wu's concerns. Now he didn't have to walk to the county town on foot. Zhou Lang, do you also know medical skills? Sitting on the mule cart, Li Baiwei stared at Zhou Wu with his big curious eyes. I just read it in the book before. I don't know any medical skills. Of course Zhou Wu didn't know any medical skills, it was just because he lived in the countryside in his previous life and learned some common herbs through circumstance. You are so modest, scholar. Even the doctors in the neighboring villages can't compare to you in terms of your skills. Grandpa Zhang was not lying. When his wife was sick before, he went to ask a doctor from the neighboring village for help. Not only was the medicine he prescribed expensive, but there was no improvement after 10 days or half a month. But Mr. Zhou's medicine got better the next day. He was simply a miracle doctor. When the three of us were heading to the county town, Grandpa Zhang's wife was gossiping with a group of women under the big locust tree in the village. It was said that your old man had diarrhea these days and was almost fainting, the horse-faced woman said. Of course not. I'm almost dead. The damn doctor from the next village has moved away. I'm really worried. Grandpa Zhang's wife narrated in a moving voice the difficulties she had faced in the past few days. And then, tell me quickly. It is unclear whether the woman who said this was concerned about Mr. Zhang or was just too curious and wanted to gossip. But thanks to Mr. Zhou, I went up the mountain yesterday to pick some herbs for my old man. Guess what happened? How about it? Hey, the old man doesn't feel any pain in his waist or legs today. He can run back and forth in the yard several times in one breath. Is this true? Is Mr. Zhou really that amazing? Forget it if you don't believe me. No, he doesn't believe it, but I do. I really saw your old man driving a naked bike towards the county town early this morning. The words of the other woman instantly proved everything, and Zhou Wu's image was instantly sublimated in the mouths of these women. Pass it on, Zhou Wu knows medical skills. Pass it on, Zhou Wu is the descendant of a miracle doctor. What, Zhou Wu is the descendant of a god? County seat. Oh, I'm here, Xiaocai. Are you still waiting here at the usual time in the afternoon? Master Zhang will go back today, so I won't bother you anymore. I'm here to buy carriage today. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, Master Zhang's eyes widened like copper bells. He had been hustling for most of his life, and he could only afford a mule cart. This scholar had only been a scholar for a few days, and he already bought a horse carriage? Although he thought so in his heart, Master Zhang was still happy for Zhou Wu from the bottom of his heart. You are really young and capable. Okay, then be careful when you return to the village. Thank you, Master Zhang. After they separated, Zhou Wu did not go to the livestock trading market immediately, but instead accompanied Li Baiwei to stroll around the county town. Li Baiwei was curious about everything like a curious baby. Of course, Zhou Wu also bought a lot of gadgets for Li Baiwei. Baiwei, let's eat first. Yeah, okay. Zhou Wu had money in his pocket, and he brought his wife with him, so he did not choose a roadside stall this time, but went straight into a restaurant. Although it was a restaurant in the county town, the specifications looked good. The restaurant had 2 floors. The first floor was the lobby and counter, and the second floor was probably the private rooms. The two of them found a seat in the lobby on the first floor. After all, there were only 2 of them and they couldn't eat much. If they wanted to go to a private room, the shopkeeper might not agree. Baiwei, what do you want to eat? You order, I can do it. Hey, go ahead and order. This is our first time out here, so just order whatever you want. We have plenty of money, hee. Seeing that she couldn't win over Zhou Wu, Li Baiwei ordered 2 dishes at random and went straight to the livestock exchange after the meal. It stinks. Before entering the door, the smell of cow and horse manure wafted from a distance, making Li Baiwei frown. Baiwei, why don't you find a tea house outside and wait for me? No, let's go. After hearing Zhou Wu's words, Li Baiwei put down her hands that were covering her nose and strode forward. Zhou Wu just smiled when he saw this. Zhou Wu originally thought that the livestock exchange would be very lively, but after entering, he found that it was very different from what he had imagined. Before I came here, I thought there were herds of cattle and sheep here, but after I arrived, there was only an area the size of a basketball court, with a few cattle, horses, sheep and other livestock scattered sparsely. Because he came with a purpose, Zhou Wu just took a quick look. There were only 3 horses in total and there was no place to choose. Zhou Lang knows about horses? I don't know, but we can shop around. Yes. The two men walked straight towards a horse, which was being sold by a young man with a pointed chin and monkey face. A guest buying a horse? Have a look. Zhou Wu also knew that he had to stay calm at this time, and instantly brought out the momentum he had when he went to the 4S store to buy a car in his previous life. The more anxious he was at this time, the more likely he would lose. My dear, this is a fine horse. Look at its general pattern. Zhou Wu looked at this so-called large physique horse. It was about the same height as himself. Is this also called a large physique? Look at these teeth. These teeth wouldn't be this yellow even if he hadn't smoked for 30 years, and there's a fucking missing tooth. Look at this muscular body, my dear. He has great stamina. He can ride a bike and pull a cart. As soon as the man finished speaking, the horse seemed to have telepathy. It lifted its tail and a bubble of thin water gushed out. The people around them immediately covered their mouths and noses and scattered. Chapter 15 by a BBA car. Ha ha ha! Zhou Wu pulled Li Baiwei away from the old horse that had diarrhea as if they were escaping. Li Baiwei laughed so hard that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Is it that funny? It's really hilarious. That person can lie without blushing or getting nervous. The two men came to the next horse seller, but compared to the previous one who recommended his horses unconsciously, this middle-aged man did not give too much introduction. He just stood there stiffly and answered every question asked. However, although the owner is a man of few words, this horse is really a good horse, with a tall stature, a strong physique, and sturdy limbs. This horse is good, with strong limbs and a tall stature. It is obviously a famous horse at first glance. Zhou Wu couldn't help but sigh that this horse was indeed very different from the one just now. Sir, this is just an ordinary yellow horse, not a famous horse. It is unclear whether the middle-aged man selling the horse wanted to embarrass Zhou Wu on purpose or was just too honest. Haha, that's not important. How are you going to sell this horse? Zhou Wu smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. 5 strings of cash, no bargaining. What? Ordinary Maras only cost 4 strings of cash. Why does your horse cost 5 strings of cash? On the way to the county town, Zhou Wu had already had a general understanding of the price of horses when chatting with Master Zhang. A top-quality war horse was only 10 strings of coins, but this yellow horse dared to ask for 5 strings of coins. Although he was rich, he could not afford to be slaughtered like this. Although this is a yellow horse, judging from its size, it is definitely the best among the yellow horses. Moreover, this horse has been trained by me since it was young and can understand the owner's simple commands. You will definitely not find another one like it in this market. The man explained very calmly, but Zhou Wu directly pulled Li Baiwei to the last place where horses were sold. But compared with the top-quality yellow horse just now, this horse seems too ordinary, a typical rural horse. How much do you sell horses for? If the customer really wants it, just give him 3 ken. The owner of the horse was a farmer who looked quite honest. It was probably a horse he raised at home. However, the yellow horse just now had already raised Zhou Wu's taste, and now he felt uncomfortable with the string horse. Oh, forget it. Zhou Wu sighed and went back to the place where he sold the yellow horse. 5 strings of cash is 5 strings of cash, but you have to give me the saddle and everything else. Well, the horses are gone, so there's no point in keeping the saddle. The middle-aged man was quite straightforward and directly gave the horse set to Zhou Wu. Brother, this horse is yours. Horses are spiritual, so I hope you will take good care of it. Of course. I bought it for 5 strings of cash, so I won't treat it badly. If this thing were placed in modern times, it would be the existence of BBA, and Zhou Wu would certainly take good care of it. What the strong man said was right about one thing: the horse was indeed very docile and obedient. Zhou Wu led it to the entrance of the stock exchange and found a man selling horse carriages. He directly chose one with a shed so that it could withstand the wind and sun. Zhou Wu also quickly learned how to drive a horse-drawn carriage. He drove the carriage to the county town to buy some food and daily necessities. This time was different from the last time. Because he had a horse-drawn carriage, he bought a lot, basically everything except meat. On the way back, Zhou Wu and Li Baiwei were in a good mood. They drove the carriage back to the village, which even aroused the envy of the villagers. However, it also attracted the jealousy of some people, such as Neobai. That's right. The trap set by Zhou Wu on the mountain was indeed set by Neobai, who harvested the prey first, and then destroyed it. He thought that no one would know about it. However, he was caught by Zhou Wu when he came down the mountain on the first day he did it. Although he was not caught red-handed, Neobai estimated that Zhou Wu had guessed that he was the one who did it. Sure enough, in the next few days, Neobai went up the mountain again before dawn, hoping to intercept the results again. He never expected that Zhou Wu did not set any traps. This made Neobai depressed. He returned empty-handed for several days in a row and did not get any meat. However, he blamed all this on Zhou Wu and did not think that he was the culprit at all. Today, he was furious when he saw Zhou Wu driving a horse-drawn carriage back to the village. That was a proper horse-drawn carriage, not old man Zhang's mule-drawn carriage. Why can you drive a horse-drawn carriage while I, with all my talent, can only live in the countryside and can't even afford a full meal, huh? Jealous of the world's unrecognizable appearance, Neobai attributed all his laziness to Zhou Wu. That night, because they had been running all day, they went to bed early. Late at night, a dark shadow appeared at the corner of Zhou Wu's house. The man seemed to be very familiar with this place. He climbed up the wall and made sure that all the lights inside were off. Knowing that the owner of the house was asleep, he tiptoed in. For fear of waking up his owner, the black shadow did not dare to light a fire, and could only grope forward carefully in the moonlight. However, the black shadow seemed unaware that there were many animals raised in Zhou Wu's yard. Small animals like rabbits and pheasants, which had only been kept in captivity for a few days, were still wild and untamed, and were very alert. The slightest sound would immediately cause the animals to become agitated. Hee hee! Hiss! For a moment, the whole yard was filled with the crowing of chickens and quacking of ducks. Even the newly bought yellow horse was awakened, as if venting its dissatisfaction at being woken up. Who? Zhou Wu was immediately awakened when he heard the animal sound, lit a candle, picked up his sword and rushed out. He ran to Li Baiwei's room next door, and was relieved when he saw that the door was still locked. Is Baiwei okay? I'm fine, what happened outside? Lock the door in your room. Don't come out unless I call you. After giving a few simple instructions, Zhou Wu ran towards the place where the sound came from, and sure enough, he saw a black shadow hiding everywhere in a panic. How dare you come to my house and steal things, you thief! There was only one person on the other side. Zhou Wu clenched the sword in his hand to give himself courage. I thought I would fight with the opponent for several rounds, but unexpectedly, when the opponent saw the sword in Zhou Wu's hand, he just ran away. Don't run, bastard! In the dark yard, two figures were seen, one running in front and the other chasing behind. However, it was obvious that Zhou Wu was more familiar with the terrain and was very familiar with every step and every bump in the yard, so gradually the person in front fell behind. Suddenly, the black shadow saw that he was about to be caught up, and he got anxious, twisted his foot, and immediately fell to the ground, covering his foot and screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The sound immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. The surrounding neighbors lit up the lamps and picked up the carrying poles or hose to come to support. This is the unity of the people on the border. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. When Li Baiwei heard the scream, she couldn't tell whether it was Zhou Lang or the thief, so she immediately opened the door of her bedroom. She saw Zhou Wu standing there with a knife on the thief's neck, then she felt relieved and immediately went to open the door for the villagers who came to help. Chapter 16 Artifact, Fishing Net. The villagers rushed in and saw Zhou Wu subduing a thief in black. How dare you! There haven't been any thieves in Yojia village for many years. Come on, tie him up for me. Muramasa was the first to take action and ordered two villagers to tie up the thief and prepare to interrogate this daring thief. Although the thief was masked, Zhou Wu looked at him carefully and felt that he looked familiar. After being tied up, the thief was still struggling hard, as if he was afraid of something. Tear off his mask. I want to see what kind of thief is so bold. At Muramasa's command, a villager nearby pulled off his mask, and the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Yes, it's you. Why is it him? It's him, but it's not surprising. Awesome pen. Muramasa couldn't believe that the thief was actually a villager from his own village. For a moment he didn't know what to do. This guy has been idle and thieving since he was young. That's right. Now you actually dare to sneak into Mr. Zhou's house in the middle of the night. Muramasa-sama, please decide what to do. That's right, sink the pig cage according to village rules. Nyobai had a bad reputation in the village to begin with, and being caught in the act aroused even more excitement among the people, who clamored to follow the village rules. Just when Muramasa was having trouble making a decision, an old woman rushed out from the crowd, threw herself on Nyobai and cried, Muramasa, fellow villagers, please be kind and forgive my son. He has no bad intentions. This old woman was none other than Nyobai's mother. When everyone saw this situation, they immediately lost their previous momentum. After all, although Nyobai was a piece of shit, his mother had not done anything wrong. At most, she was just a kind mother with a bad son. Sister-in-law, it's not that we don't want to let go. For Nyobai's crime of breaking into the house, it would be reasonable and legal for Mr. Zhou to kill him on the spot. Muramasa's words instantly brought the topic to Zhou Wu. The old woman immediately ran to Zhou Wu crying and crawling, begging for mercy with snot and tears. Zhou Wu was not a hard-hearted person, but this time it really had a serious impact on the safety of himself and his family, so he forced himself not to give in. Scholar, Nyobai broke into a private house. Even if you chop him, no one will say anything, and the government won't cause any trouble for you. But after all, we are from the same village, and his mother is so old she depends on this one son to take care of her until the end of her life. How about this? You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Drive them out of Nyojia village and never set foot in again. Muramasa saw that Zhou Wu didn't say anything for a long time, and knew that if he didn't make a decision, Nyobai would definitely not end well. Okay. Zhou Wu thought for a moment and finally agreed. He actually wanted to do the Nyobai, because based on his experience in TV dramas in his previous life, this kind of person would most likely take revenge on him later, or even become the biggest boss. However, Muramasa had already spoken, and in order to leave a better impression on everyone, he had no choice but to agree. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Nyobai's mother seemed to be pardoned and kept kowtowing to Zhou Wu. Then she untied Nyobai and left Nyojia village overnight under the gaze of the villagers. The next day, Zhou Wu took his things and went up the mountain. Since Nyobai had left, he had to start setting traps on the mountain again. Zhou Wu also wanted to invite everyone in the village to a good meal. After all, everyone came to help last night. After putting the cage in place, Zhou Wu went home to weave a fishing net. It would be impossible to gather enough food to treat the whole village to a meal in a short period of time relying solely on the traps on the mountain, so Zhou Wu thought of going to the beach to fish. Zhou Lang, what are you doing again? Weaving fishing nets. It's strange to say, there is no such thing as a fishing net in this world. There are basically two ways to catch fish, one is fishing, and the other is using a harpoon. Both can catch fish, but the efficiency is very low, so Zhou Wu decided to make a fishing net by himself. What is a fishing net? Like a spider web, it catches a lot of fish. Really, that's amazing. After spending some time together, Li Baiwei has only 2 words to describe Zhou Wu: admiration, because Zhou Wu often comes up with things that are not available in this era, which really opens Li Baiwei's eyes. It took Zhou Wu a whole day to weave the fishing net. He went up the mountain to collect the traps before dark. Maybe because he hadn't set traps for several days, almost all the fish were caught today. It was a great harvest. Wow, I've gained so much today. Li Baiwei sorted the living animals and put them into cages. Zhou Wu took the remaining dead prey to the kitchen, gutted them and stored them. He would take them out in 2 days to entertain the villagers. The next day, Zhou Wu called Nyo-er, drove the carriage and headed towards the beach. Brother Wu, this carriage is really nice. Nyo-er's face was full of envy. Zhou Wu was the only person in the village who bought a horse-drawn carriage, and it was a top-quality yellow horse, which was incomparable to the mutton horses raised by the old farmers themselves. Do you like it? Follow me and work hard, and you will have it too. No, I still prefer the ox cart. It can be used for pulling and plowing. It's practical. Sure enough, in Nyo-er's eyes, the few acres of land at home are the most important. On the way, Zhou Wu told him about the fishing nets, and today he asked Nioer to help. Nioer had no objection to helping, but he still had great doubts about the fishing nets. Looking at the pile of so-called fishing nets on the carriage, he would never believe that this thing could catch fish, let alone as many fish as Brother Wu said one net could catch. However, Zhou Wu did not explain too much. Although in the eyes of a modern person like him, the principles of many things are very simple, it is different in the eyes of ancient people. Because of the education they received and the environment they live in, they do not have more knowledge and understanding. Therefore, Zhou Wu never argued too much, but proved it with facts. With the help of the carriage, the two quickly reached the seaside and found a rocky beach. The water here was relatively calm and deep, so there was bound to be plenty of fish. Nioer, watch me do it. When you learn how to do it, come here yourself. Nioer was not interested at all when listening to Zhou Wu's words. It would be better to catch some crabs and oysters instead of wasting time. Go ahead. The first time the net was cast, it was quite considerate. The net spread out widely and fell heavily into the water. The fish here might not have encountered such a situation for thousands of years. They were so dazed that when King Wu of Zhou raised the net, he couldn't even lift it. Nioer, come and help me. Nioer was already stunned. Could this thing really catch fish, and could it catch so many at once? Hearing Zhou Wu's shout, Nioer finally reacted and hurried forward to help drag the fishing net up. Ha ha, Brother Wu, this is amazing. I never thought that catching fish could make me so tired. The two men took great pains to drag the fishing net up. It was filled with huge fish weighing several kilograms, so full that the net was about to break. Chapter 17. Treat the whole village to a feast. Until he returned to the village, Nioer still couldn't believe that all this was true, as if he had lost his soul. However, the carriage full of fish made him believe it. A whole carriage of fish was caught by just casting the fishing nets a few times, and he even caught 2 of them himself. Nioer, thank you for your help. Please come early tomorrow. Good. Nioer went home in a daze. He no longer knew whether he didn't understand or the world was changing too fast. After pulling the fish back home and seeing Nioer off, Zhou Wu went to Muramesa's house. Muramesa. Scholar, do you mean to invite the whole village to dinner tomorrow? Muramesa felt that his ears were becoming less and less useful as he got older. Just now he actually heard Mr. Zhou inviting the whole village to dinner. Isn't this just because his ears are not working well? Yes, Lord Muramesa, my house was attacked by thieves a few days ago. Thanks to your help, we didn't suffer any irreparable damage. Naturally, I want to thank you all. Mr. Zhou did want to thank everyone, but mainly because Zhou Wu had no shortage of food, and inviting everyone to dinner could also enhance the relationship between them. You're rich? You found the treasure your ancestors left for you? What treasure? How can Muramesa be joking? Just a simple meal. That's fine. The village hasn't been lively for a long time. Then please help inform everyone, Lord Muramesa. Okay, I'll ask a few women to come early to help tomorrow. Thank you very much, Master Muramesa. After leaving Muramesa's house, Zhou Wu went to the mountain to collect the cages. However, when collecting the cages, Zhou Wu found something wrong again. The cages were originally in good condition, but not only was the prey missing, the trap was also destroyed again. Who on earth did this? Originally, the first person Zhou Wu suspected was Niubai, but Niubai had already been driven out of Niujia village. However, apart from him, Zhou Wu really couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Apart from this matter, Zhou Wu could only stop setting traps, and the uneasy feeling in his heart came up again. The next morning, several women arranged by the village chief came knocking on the door. Mr. Zhou, your family is hosting a dinner party today, and we, the old sisters, are here to help. Several old women in the village, who were idle anyway, were arranged by the village chief to come and help. Oh, I'm really sorry to bother you all. Please come in, by way, pour some water for the ants. Zhou Wu invited these women into the house. When they saw the yard full of fish, they were so surprised that they were speechless for a long time. This did fish fall from the sky last night? The old woman couldn't figure out where all the fish in the yard came from. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Hard work? Hard work at all. At noon, Each of us can eat a fish weighing several kilograms. All the hard work is worth it. The sight of so many fish actually aroused the women's fighting spirit, and they all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to get to work. While the women outside were busy killing fish, Zhou Wu's kitchen was also busy. In addition to fish, other prey in the house were also taken out and turned into delicious dishes in Zhou Wu's hands. Oh, Lord Muramasa is here. Muramasa-sama, come and take a look. I have never seen so many fish in my life. Zhou Wu heard the sounds from the yard outside while he was in the kitchen. The women pulled Muramasa to show off today's catch. Muramasa was so shocked by the catch in front of him that he was speechless. So many fish. Haha, Lord Muramasa, you have never seen so many fish before. The old woman said with some pride that it was because she arrived earlier than Muramasa and saw these fish first. After receiving the notice, the villagers came one after another with their own bowls and chopsticks. Bringing bowls and chopsticks is actually an unwritten rule in the village. Because it is difficult to have a big banquet in the village, it is impossible for any host to prepare so many bowls and chopsticks. Therefore, there is a custom of everyone bringing their own bowls and chopsticks to the banquet. After all, it is because of poverty. Not surprisingly, all the villagers were shocked by the yard full of fish and started talking about it. Did Mr. Zhou get all this fish? Or is it really from heaven? Yesterday I seemed to see him and Neo-air driving a carriage to the beach. Just ask Neo-air and you'll know. Yes, ask Neo-air. Where is Neo-air? Neo-air. Everyone started looking for Neo-air. In fact, Neo-air had already arrived, but he deliberately hid in the corner, afraid that everyone would ask about the fish. In his eyes, Zhou Wu's fishing net was a magical weapon. With just one cast of the net he could catch countless fish. Such a huge secret must not be exposed. What are you doing hiding here? That's right, what are you talking about? Tell everyone quickly what's going on with these fish of yours. Faced with everyone's questions, Neo-air felt very uncomfortable, but just when Neo-air was at a loss, Muramasa spoke. What are you doing? What are you doing? You didn't do anything for me, and you don't know how to help me. You just know how to brag. Get lost. Xiyuanjing is not only highly respected in the village, but also a shrewd man. He certainly knows what Neo-air is worried about, but he also knows Neo-air's difficulties. This method of fishing is a treasure to anyone who gets it, so how can it be easily spread to others? That's why he stepped forward to stop those villagers. The feast was soon ready. It was a simple meal, a large pot of stewed fish with some seasonal wild vegetables, and some soup and water. Although it was not exquisite, this kind of solid dish was what the villagers liked. Add 1 or 2 plates of rabbit meat and pheasant meat, and the villagers had already started drooling. However, everyone was waiting for Muramasa to speak. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I will say a few words. It has been many years since Neojia village has been so lively. We have to thank Mr. Zhou for being able to gather together today. At this point, everyone was very sensible and gave Zhou Wu a warm round of applause. The scholar invited everyone to dinner today, saying that he wanted to repay everyone's kindness 2 days ago, but to be honest, it's not easy for us people living on the border. If any family encounters trouble, won't everyone join in the fight? The scholar invited everyone to dinner today. Everyone knows that it is because of the difficulties faced by everyone. The harvest has been getting worse year by year since the past 2 years. So I know what everyone is thinking. I'm going to make it clear. From now on, if anyone asks about the scholar's fishing method, don't blame me, the village chief, for being shameless. I stole someone's life-saving method and I deserve the death penalty. Muramasa's words shocked everyone, and they remembered that this was indeed the truth. Every family has some secrets. The method of fishing is like hunting. It is someone else's skill. If someone is willing to teach you, you should kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times to show your apprenticeship. If they are unwilling to teach you, you must not take it by force. This is the rule. Chapter 18. You take the Muramasa seat. Everyone, Lord Muramasa's words are too serious. Although my Zhou family is an outsider, we are also part of the village. Since my father passed away, I have been helped by the villagers. Otherwise, I would not be where I am today. That's why I dare to invite you all to come. I won't say anything else. Today, there will be plenty of fish. Muramasa had already played the villain, so it was Zhou Wu's turn to play the good guy. As soon as Zhou Wu finished speaking, he saw women in groups of 2 carrying out pots of stewed fish. The villagers, who had already starved to death, now stared at the fish in the pots with eager eyes. Each table also had a large bowl of steamed white and brown rice. Although it was just brown rice mixed with some white rice, it was already precious, as many people couldn't even afford porridge. The only sounds left at each table were the sound of eating and drinking. As the host, Zhou Wu was cooperating with Muramasa in eating and drinking at the main table, and he even secretly poured a bowl of wine for Muramasa, which made Muramasa's excited soul tremble. "It's been a while since I had a drink. Just smelling this makes me feel refreshed." In this era, there are very few men who don't like drinking. They just drink less when they have less money and more when they have more money. In the early years when the village was doing well, the men would drink a little. After all, they all did heavy physical work, and drinking some wine was quite refreshing. Muramasa was a representative example. But the harvest from the fields in recent years was barely enough to feed people, let alone provide them with alcohol, so Muramasa was so excited that his whole body was shaking over a bowl of wine. A big bowl of brown rice mixed with white rice, and a spoonful of fish stew soup, the taste is simply amazing. His dad, what's wrong with you?" Just when everything was peaceful, a shrill sound suddenly rang out. At a table, a middle-aged man was seen covering his neck, as if he couldn't breathe, with his face flushed red. A woman next to him was crying and shouting, but she was helpless. "Get out of the way!" Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Zhou Wu pushed away the crowd and started to rescue the man. Seeing that the object was stuck, Zhou Wu immediately performed the Heimlich maneuver on the man. He hugged the man from behind and kept squeezing the man's chest. Soon the man spat out the foreign object stuck in his throat. "Ha!" The man breathed in the air greedily, and the people around him were relieved to see that he had returned to normal. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. No wonder everyone says you are a miracle doctor." The man's wife came to Zhou Wu and cried with joy to thank him. Her words and what happened today further proved that the rumors in the village during this period, that Zhou Xiaotsai was a miracle doctor, were true. "Humph, I've already said that Mr. Zhou is an excellent doctor, but you guys just don't believe it." At this time, Grandpa Zhang stood up. Ever since Zhou Wu cured his diarrhea, Grandpa Zhang has always supported Zhou Wu no matter what the occasion. At this point, Zhou Wu's reputation as a miracle doctor spread throughout the village. "Village chief, what do you want to talk to me about today?" Zhou Wu was a little curious. Normally, he would ask the village chief for help, but this was the first time that the village chief took the initiative to invite him. "Old woman, go get a glass of water." There was no such thing as tea in this era, but I heard that in big cities, nobles seemed to like to prepare some spicy drinks. However, in rural areas, there were not so many requirements. A simple glass of water could quench thirst better than anything else. "Hey! Xiaotsai, I came to you today because I want to discuss something with you." Muramasa seemed hesitant as he spoke. "Just tell me what you want, I've done my best." Zhou Wu, who had lived 2 lives, saw Muramasa's expression and knew very well that Muramasa had something to ask for. However, to Zhou Wu, whether it was Muramasa or the villagers, the way they got along with each other was very simple and pure, without any intrigue or complicated human relationships. Therefore, he would definitely help if he could. "I decided to let you take Muramasa's seat." It took the village a long time to muster up the courage to speak out. "What did Muramasa say? Let me be Muramasa?" "Yes." No, Lord Muramasa, are you kidding me?" No, I am so young and a newcomer, I am not good enough to convince the people. And it is because of Lord Muramasa's high moral character that the villagers can live in harmony. Please stop making such jokes." Zhou Wu thought there was something wrong with his ears. How could he be asked to be the village chief out of the blue? Zhou Wu could not accept it. "Xiaotsai, listen to me. As the village chief, I should lead everyone to live a good life. However, Nyojia village has been getting worse and worse in recent years. I really can't do anything about it. Besides, I am old. Although you are young, I can see that it is the youth who are energetic and can lead everyone to have enough food." After saying this, Muramasa seemed to be a lot more relaxed and just stared at Zhou Wu. "Lord Muramasa, There is no need to say more. You are still the village chief. As for leading the villagers to become rich, since I am a member of the village, it is my duty. In that case, don't call me Muramasa anymore. Muramasa is so polite, just call me Nyoyi. Nyotsun Masaki was unable to defeat Zhou Wu, so he could only settle for the next best option. Okay, Master Nyo. Scholar, do you have any good ideas for the development of our village? Uncle Nyo, I do have some ideas for the development of our village. In fact, the natural conditions of the village are quite good. The villagers are poor despite having a mountain of gold because they lack the corresponding knowledge, do not understand, and do not know. But this is a completely different matter for Zhou Wu. Oh, come on! Uncle Nyo, we are close to the sea, and the sea has inexhaustible fishery resources. Why don't we use them? Scholar, to be honest with you, before your fishing net appeared, the villagers could only rely on picking up fish at low tide every month. On weekdays, they could only go fishing, but the harvest was very small. By the way, I forced Neo-Air to tell you about the fishing net, so don't blame him. But don't worry, I will keep it a secret without your consent and will not let you hand it over. What are you talking about, Master Neo? It's just a fishing net. I don't care about it at all. As long as it can make everyone live a good life, I am willing to contribute the fishing net. Zhou Wu was right. To outsiders, the fishing net was indeed like a magical weapon, but to Zhou Wu, it was really just a fishing net. Scholar, are you willing to share your fishing net? Happiness came too suddenly. When Uncle Neo heard Zhou Wu's words, he was so excited that he almost fainted. Master Neo, it's just a fishing net. I have more ways to make everyone live a rich and good life. I can't say we can become extremely rich, but it should be no problem for every family to have surplus food and everyone to have some spare money. Really? Chapter 19 Collective Economy. Uncle Neo, I suggest that our village should start with collective economy. What is collective economy? The so-called collective economy is that our village develops some projects and lets the villagers participate. Let me give you a simple example. I give the village fishing nets and the villagers can use them to catch fish, but the fish belong to the village and we pay the villagers for their work. Oh? After hearing Zhou Wu's words, Niu Tsunjing felt as if there was something extra in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Moreover, the projects developed in the village can not only provide more job opportunities for the villagers, but also give us more income to pay taxes to the court. Taxation was one of the most important means for the imperial court to assess local areas. Although Nyojia village had a poor harvest in the past few years, it would have been better if the money had been used to feed the people so that no one would starve to death. However, the imperial court's tax collection did not care whether people would starve to death or not. At that time, they collected more than half of the grain, and this was just enough to meet the passing line. Otherwise, as the village chief, Nyoyi would have probably been convicted by the imperial court. Okay, scholar, you are educated. Everything will be done according to your will. Since you don't like the position of village chief, then I, the old cow, will take the position first. With my old face, I can still clear the obstacles in the village for you. Just go ahead and do it. Finally, the two reached an agreement, and Zhou Wu also figured it out. Since he had traveled here, he might as well live here well and use his knowledge to change the people around him. Although Zhou Wu had many ideas, after discussing with Niu Yi, he decided to start with the fishery. The next day, he called a collective meeting of all the villagers. Okay, everyone, be quiet. The collective meeting was held under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. The village chief Niu Yi and Zhou Wu sat in the middle, and the other villagers sat around them. The originally noisy scene became quiet in an instant at Niu Yi's command. I asked everyone to come here today because I have something important to announce to you. As soon as Uncle Neo finished speaking, the villagers started discussing again. Big event? What big event happened in our Nyojia village? Could it be that the tax collectors are here? What are you talking about? It's only been a few months. It's still early. What else could it be? Could it be another conscription? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers instantly showed expressions of horror. Okay, everyone, stop guessing. This is not about collecting taxes or conscription. Our village needs to reform. Now let the scholar explain it to everyone. Hearing the villagers' talk getting more and more outrageous, Muramasa quickly interrupted the discussion. Everyone, what is reform? To put it simply, it means change. We in Yojia village have lived on this land for generations, but have you noticed that we are getting poorer and poorer now? Zhou Wu's words spoke directly to everyone's heart. War, taxation, natural disasters, the biggest victims of these things are always the lower class people. So we can't go back to the old days. Do you remember eating fish at my house a few days ago? I want to ask you, is the fish delicious? What do you mean by that? Meat, how can it not taste good? That's right, the scholar is very capable, he can catch so many fish. When will the scholar treat us to fish again? The villagers talked a lot, but they all expressed their longing for meat and a better life. Haha, inviting everyone to eat fish is a small matter, but the next arrangement of the village is to hope that everyone can eat fish. These words instantly caused an uproar in the crowd. Even old man Muramasa didn't dare to say such big words. Why should Shiotsai, a young man, make such a big statement? However, there were also people who supported Zhou Wu. After all, he was the only educated person in the village, and he had passed the imperial examination to become a scholar. His family used to be officials, so he must be more knowledgeable than ordinary people. Let me first briefly tell you about the village's plan. First, the village will set up a fishing team. Each household can provide a laborer, male or female. The village will arrange different divisions of labor according to each person's ability, and wages will be paid every 10 days. What? There's still wages? At first I thought it was another corvée. Muramasa-sama is very generous today. It should be the scholar's generosity, haha. You know, when the village did collective work in the past, everyone was required to contribute together, but that was corvée labor, and not only was it free, but they also did not provide food or drink. Let me be frank with you. The fishing net is not only the scholar's secret, but also the secret of the whole village. If anyone dares to reveal a word of it, don't blame me, old cow, for turning my back on you. Don't worry, Lord Muramasa. We are not the kind of people who betray our own people. That's right, one cattle pen in the village is enough. In the end, each household reported one person to Muramasa, who then assigned them jobs. The next morning, Zhou Wu brought a few selected strong men, drove his own carriage, and Master Sheng's mule cart to the beach. Because today is the first time, Zhou Wu also came along in person. Later, when everyone becomes proficient, Zhou Wu will not come along every day. Nyo-er, show us how to do it. Okay. Nyo-er excitedly picked up the fishing net and cast it. The others looked carefully and saw that there was no movement in the water. No? It seems that this is not 100% certain. Just when the villagers were feeling extremely disappointed, Nyo-er began to slowly pull the rope in his hand. As the fishing net slowly tightened, waves began to appear on the water surface. As the fishing net rose, the waves became more and more rapid, and big fish could be seen rolling in the net with the naked eye. I got it right. I really got it right. Wow, so many fish. This is simply too simple. When we don't know many things, they seem complicated and unbelievable, but once you get a glimpse of the way, they will seem very simple. In less than a day, everyone learned how to use the fishing net. It seemed that Zhou Wu would not need to come tomorrow because he had more important things to do. On the first day, because I was unfamiliar with the skills and only had one fishing net, I only pulled back 4 cartloads of fish. All the fish caught in the morning are taken directly to the county town for sale. The fish caught in the afternoon are sent to the village because of time constraints, and cannot be taken to the county town. They are slaughtered by women, cleaned, and dried into fish, which is not only convenient for storage but also for sale. County seat. Fuck, it smells so fishy, what is that? Fish, so many. A horse-drawn carriage was moving slowly on the street. The fishy smell coming from the carriage filled the entire street. The people, who did not know the truth, began to complain. Why don't we just sell it here? Because there were several hundred kilograms of fish to sell, which was considered a considerable fortune, Niu Tsunjing specially arranged for several strong men to come and sell them. However, the strong men seemed to have no sales experience. They stood there stupidly for a long time without knowing how to shout. Chapter 20 Unlock New Building, Warehouse. Do you sell this fish? Because there were several strong men there, most people didn't dare to step forward. It was not until someone finally mustered up the courage to step forward and ask. For sale, of course. Customers can take whatever they want. These are fresh fish caught a few days ago. They are very fresh. When the man heard the word, sea fish, he immediately became excited. He took a closer look and saw that the carriage was indeed full of sea fish, each one bigger than the last. Give me one. Sea fish? I want one too. I have a wife at home who is breastfeeding a baby. In this era, there is a huge difference between sea fish and river fish. Because sea fish are more difficult to catch, they are very rare and their meat is fresher, so their price is several times more expensive than river fish. In addition to the problem of transportation, it is also difficult to see sea fish for sale in the market. Every time they appear, they are absolutely sold out. I'll take all your fish, young man. Just as everyone was scrambling to grab things, a voice came like thunder out of the blue. Who is so domineering? Sure, keep your voice down. I don't even recognize Manager Tong from Lai Fu Restaurant. When the latter heard the name of the owner Tong from Lai Fu Restaurant, he quickly shut up. Lai Fu Restaurant is the largest restaurant in the local area. Manager Tong has been running the restaurant in the county for decades and has a wide network of contacts. It is said that he also has a personal relationship with the county magistrate. The county magistrate has arranged to host the inspection team from above at Lai Fu Restaurant tomorrow. He specifically mentioned that sea fish should be served. Sea fish is a good local specialty, but you can't eat it whenever you want, as it is difficult to catch. So eating this fish depends entirely on luck. Shopkeeper Tong was walking down the street today and was feeling annoyed when he saw a group of people gathered there for some unknown purpose. He had no intention of just watching the fun, but when he saw someone in the crowd carrying sea fish out, he instantly lost his composure. He went forward to take a look and saw that they were indeed selling sea fish. He was afraid that the fish would be snatched away by others, so he bought them all up directly. Anyway, his restaurant also had an ice cellar which could store these sea fish. Nyojia Village. Although they had worked all day, neither the men who fished nor the women who killed the fish showed any sign of fatigue. This was because they had caught so much today. Although it was not just theirs, Muramasa had said that the better the catch, the more money everyone would get. At this time, Zhou Wu and Yo Yu were counting money in the inner room. We sold 6 strings of fish this morning. In the afternoon, several hundred kilograms of fish were cleaned and dried. According to the current market conditions, we can probably sell at least 7 strings of fish. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Uncle Neo has been blinded by the money in front of him. As the village chief, he is an official in the eyes of ordinary people, but no one knows the hardships of others. The title of village chief sounds nice, but the monthly allowance is just enough to feed himself, and he often has to deal with trivial matters in the family. In short, he has little power, but he has a lot of things to do. Haha, Master Nyo, this is just the beginning. When we make more money in the future, we will not only let everyone live a good life, but also build our Nyo village better. There will be an official road outside the door, and every family will live in a large courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Okay. Although Zhou Wu spoke passionately and Nyo Yi responded with a smile, he did not take it seriously in his heart. Being able to eat and dress warmly and not starve to death was already Nyo Yi's dream. As for letting every villager live in a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits, that was something Nyo Yi dared not even think about. Now Nyojia village is full of joy. Today is only the first day, and the harvest of fish is obvious to all. Everyone has begun to fantasize about the better life in the future. In the following time, the men continued to catch fish and sell them every day, while Zhou Wu began to teach the women in the village to weave fishing nets. Scholar, there is a question that I think I should remind you of. It was a good thing that Zhou Wu taught everyone how to weave nets so that they could catch more fish, but the smile disappeared from Nyo Ye's face. Master Nyo, just say whatever you want to say. Why are you hiding it? We are already saturated with fish. After all, our county is not a big city. So no matter how many fish you catch, it will be wasted if you can't transport them out. In fact, Nyo Ye has been thinking about this issue these days. Seeing Zhou Wu working very hard, he was afraid that telling the truth would dampen his enthusiasm. Oh, of course I know about this. Then why do you weave so many webs? Haha, Master Nyo, do you think I'm short-sighted? So you already had an idea? You scared me to death, you little brat. Tell me, what is your plan? Nyoer felt relieved when he heard that Zhou Wu had already noticed this, but he still wanted to know what Zhou Wu was thinking about. Uncle Myo, this is what I think. We should still sell the fresh fish in the county town according to the previous quantity. We will dry the excess fish into fish jerky. Think about it, sea fish does not need to be dried with salt, and it can be stored for a longer time after being dried. We can use it as food reserves and also transport it to farther places for sale. Haha, the scholar is really thoughtful. A few days ago, the higher-ups issued a document saying that this year will be difficult. Many places have poor harvests and refugees have appeared in many places, so it's better for us to make plans early. Refugees? Master Nyo, we should speed up our work. I think we should build a warehouse to dry and store these salted fish. That's right. After all, at our current fishing rate, the amount of salted fish will soon increase. We should build a centralized storage point. Moreover, food storage alone is not enough. If a famine really occurs, our village must have the power to protect itself. What does Master Nyo mean? Select some young and strong people from the village to form a guard team. They can guard the warehouse on weekdays and protect the village during the year. Master Nyo is still very thoughtful. As expected of an old hand, Nyo Yi indeed thinks more than Zhou Wu. The main reason is that Zhou Wu has never experienced famine, but Nyo Yi has actually seen the evil of human nature. So the two of them discussed it again and decided that Nyo Yi would be responsible for the construction of the warehouse, and Zhou Wu would be responsible for the formation of the guard team. When it came to forming a guard team, Zhou Wu thought of Nyoer first. Nyoer was definitely the ceiling of Nyojiao village's combat power. It was said that he learned all these skills from his father who had fought on the battlefield. In addition, Nyoer was big and strong, which gave him an innate advantage. Well, whether you are willing or not, just give me a word. Seeing that Nyoer didn't speak for a long time, Zhou Wu asked anxiously. Are you really going to let me be the head of the guard team? Nyoer also didn't believe that such a good thing would happen to him. If you don't want to, forget it. After Zhou Wu finished speaking, he turned around and left, but Nyoer hugged him tightly from behind. Brother Wu, I do. Originally Zhou Wu just wanted to tease Nyoer, but Nyoer hugged him like this and said he was willing. The scene suddenly became a little awkward. Chapter 21 Security, keep the area safe. Early in the morning, all the men in the village who were willing to join the guard team gathered at the entrance of the village, waiting to be selected by Zhou Wu and Nyoer. I see why all the men in the village are here. Hey, Mr. Nyo-si, you are already 60 years old, so let's not join in the fun. While Zhou Wu was speaking, he called two young men to help Master Nyo-si, who had a head full of white hair and was trembling as he walked down. However, he could still hear Master Nyo cursing. It's because the treatment in the guard team is so good that everyone wants to join. Nyoer told the truth. After Zhou Wu announced the recruitment of a guard team yesterday, the whole village went crazy. The first batch of guards would recruit 10 people, with food and accommodation provided, and a monthly salary of 500 coins. Such a great thing naturally caused a sensation among the villagers. These men didn't even need their wives to encourage them, and they were waiting in the village early the next day. Now that everyone is here, let's start the first round of selection tests. We'll run around the village 5 times and eliminate the last 10. We agreed to recruit 10 people, but now there are at least 30 people, which are all the young and strong people in the village. At Zhou Wu's command, everyone rushed out, even Nyoer rushed out like a wild buffalo out of a pen. Although he was already the designated captain, Nyoer wanted to use this method to tell everyone that he was the best, and that he deserved to be the captain. Sure enough, within the time of an incense stick, Nyoer completed 5 laps around the village with an absolute lead, and the second place is now running the 4th lap. Okay, next the second test. After 2 rounds of assessment, the 10 people who remained were the first batch of members of the Nyojiao Village Guard. Congratulations everyone, you have successfully passed the assessment. From now on, your mission is to protect everything in Nyojiao Village. I have also given you a resounding name. Those who passed the test no longer cared about their fatigue and felt that everything was worth it. They were still thinking about whether the name of their organization would be Fai Long or Diva. Security team, how is it? Isn't it loud? Security, to keep the area safe. Although no one understood what it meant, after hearing Zhou Wu's words, it seemed quite impressive, so they gladly accepted it. Okay, Neo, these people are now handed over to you. In addition to training them, you also have to lead them to complete the construction of your training camp. Although the village's economy is now improving, there is a shortage of manpower. In addition to fishing, transportation, and selling, Neo also brought some people to repair the warehouse, so Neo's guard camp can only be repaired by themselves. This is the first time that Zhou Wu realized the population problem. There is not a single young and strong man left in the village now, but there are still many old and weak people who are idle. Because they cannot do heavy physical work, no arrangements have been made for them before. Since they have nothing to do anyway, why not ask them to pick some herbs? Herbs can be dried and stored for a long time anyway. In ancient times, the thing people feared most was not having enough to eat, followed by getting sick, so Zhou Wu decided to take these old and weak people to the foot of the mountain to collect herbs. Look, this is called ginger. In addition to being a medicinal herb, it is also a rare spice. Its main functions are to dispel cold, warm the middle and stop vomiting, and resolve phlegm and stop coughing. This is called Angelica dihirica. It has a good effect on dispersing wind and dampness, opening the orifices and relieving pain, and reducing swelling and draining pus. I will draw all these herbs and you can identify them carefully. Good. Zhou Wu took the herbs and explained them to everyone one by one. The old and the weak listened carefully, because Zhou Wu would buy back the herbs at a certain price according to their preciousness. As for the warehouse construction, Uncle Neo simply waved his hand and marked out a large piece of land in the village to build the warehouse. Master Neo, you really have confidence in our fishing industry. Of course, scholar, you haven't encountered the kind of situation where people exchange their own children for cannibalism. Hunger is the last thing a person wants to encounter in his life. Uncle Neo seemed to be thinking of some sad past events, and couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, Master Neo. This won't happen again, at least not in Neo Village. After hearing Zhou Wu's assurance, Neo seemed to gain confidence, and there was light in his eyes. Neo, call 2 brothers and go to the county town with me. Oh, okay. Neo never asked any questions about Zhou Wu's words. He just called someone and took the reins of the carriage from Zhou Wu. After arriving at the county town, Zhou Wu led his men straight to the blacksmith's shop and shouted loudly as soon as he entered the door. Boss, is everything ready? The guests are here, and the food has been prepared long ago. When the blacksmith's shop owner led everyone into the inner room and saw the thing, Neo and the remaining 2 guard members instantly lost their composure, because the thing in front of them was none other than a brand new lit sword. Please inspect it, sir. The owner of the blacksmith shop is very confident in his craftsmanship, and this customer is not the first time to come to his shop to consume. Neo, check it yourself. After all, it's your guard team stuff. Zhou Wu gave Neo a wink. Brother Wu, this is it for the guard team? Neo still couldn't believe it. He was just a village guard, but he was equipped with a broadsword. Of course. Otherwise, what would you do if a thief came with the firewood stick you usually use? Zhou Wu's concept has always been that one must first sharpen his tools before he can do his job well. As the only armed force in his hands, how could he not equip it with weapons and equipment? Okay, that's great. Neo danced with the sword twice, then held it tightly in his hand, looking like he couldn't let it go. The other 2 members also treated it as a treasure. Don't worry, there are more. Boss, take them out. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, the owner of the blacksmith shop directly lifted the cloth covering the table next to him, revealing a brand new bow and arrow underneath. This is also... Well, how about each of us have a set of swords and bows and arrows? What else can Neo say? This equipment is better than that of the local garrisons of the imperial court. On the way back, Zhou Wu also bought some supplies to bring back. After all, he had caught a lot of fish recently, but he couldn't eat fish every meal. On the way back, when we were almost at the village, we found a woman fainted at the entrance of the village. Go and have a look. Following Dr. Zhou Wu's instructions, Neo jumped off the carriage and went to check. Brother Wu is still breathing. It looks like he is escaping. Reaching out and probing the tip of his nose, Neo analyzed. Hey, get it up here. These days, many people suffer, but if you don't see it, it's fine. But if you see Zhou Wu, you can't just ignore it. Chapter 22. Prepare for a rainy day. I remember that I fainted on the side of the road. It was already dark when Yang Chun woke up. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed, muttering to himself. You did faint on the side of the road. My husband passed by and found you and rescued you. Li Baiwei had already appeared with meat porridge. She had also escaped a disaster, so she naturally knew that at this time, what the other party needed most was food. However, her husband said that people who had been hungry for a long time should not overeat, so she cooked some meat porridge. Yang Chun didn't say anything but just stared at the meat porridge in Li Baiwei's hand. Let's eat something first. Li Baiwei handed the meat porridge in her hand to the other party. Yang Chun had been hungry for a long time and started to eat without caring about his image. In just 3 or 2 mouthfuls, he finished the whole bowl of meat porridge and felt nothing at all. Li Baiwei took the empty bowl and filled another one. After you finish this bowl, you can't eat anymore. You've been hungry for too long. My husband said that people who have been hungry for a long time should not overeat. Rustling. Although he was still unsatisfied, Yang Chun also understood that the other party was doing it for his own good. After eating, Yang Chun calmed down and spoke slowly. My name is Yang Chun. My family suffered a disaster this year. All the people in the village fled. I also fled with my family, but I got separated from them on the way. Thank you for rescuing me, girl. As a woman, Yang Chun's experience instantly aroused Li Baiwei's sympathy. Just stay here with peace of mind. Your husband will take good care of you. Thank you, girl. When some refugees arrived in Niujia village, Zhou Wu immediately found Niu Yi. It seems that what is said above is true. This is just the beginning. Uncle Niu sighed slightly. It seems we have to hurry up and stockpile food. When I went to the county town, I saw a lot of refugees there. Maybe this famine is more serious than the higher-ups estimated. You are right. Let the villagers start fishing for sea fish with all their strength starting tomorrow. Master Neo has something else to ask. What else do you want, scholar? What if more refugees come to our Niujia village later? How will we deal with it? Uncle Neo didn't understand what Zhou Wu meant, so he didn't answer immediately. He just looked at Zhou Wu, wanting to hear his thoughts. Master Neo, I think we can accept these refugees within our capabilities. Of course, we must also carefully examine them. Those who commit crimes must not be allowed to stay. This will not only help the court, but also be a good deed. It can also solve the problem of labor shortage in our village. Okay, that's actually what I meant. I thought you had a problem with refugees. Seeing that Zhou Wu had the same idea as himself, Niu Yi showed a hint of approval on his face. In Niu Yi's mind, everyone should help others while they can. He now feels more and more that Zhou Wu can inherit his mantle. After Zhou Wu returned home, he cooked 2 more dishes because there was 1 more mouth to feed. Eat it. You're welcome. It was the first time that Yang Chun met Zhou Wu, but Li Baiwei told him that it was this man who saved her. However, it was the first time that Yang Chun met him, so he was a little shy. Eat meat. Knowing that Yang Chun might be embarrassed, Li Baiwei took the initiative to pick up a piece of meat for him. Only then did Yang Chun turn his attention to the table. There was fish, other meat, and vegetables, and white rice. This life was exactly what he had dreamed of. It turned out that this family lived such a good life. Although they were a little reserved at the beginning of the dinner, after chatting for a few minutes, Yang Chun relaxed and even offered to take on the housework. He was probably afraid of being regarded as a freeloader, but Zhou Wu didn't care. The next morning, someone drove a horse-drawn carriage to the village entrance. Excuse me, is this Niujia village? The old man driving the car asked the villagers on the roadside. Yes, who are you looking for, sir? Excuse me, is this a scholar named Zhou Wu? Oh yes, I'm looking for Brother Wu. I'll ask someone to take you there. Tai Zhu, you take me to find your Grandpa Wu. This is how it is in the countryside. The age difference is not that big, but the seniority is always there. A 10-year-old child calls a man under 20, Grandpa. Zhou Wu's current status in the village can be said to be almost the same as that of the village chief Niu Yi, and he is highly respected by everyone. So when he heard that the visitor was looking for him, he immediately and enthusiastically arranged for someone to lead the way. Wow, sir, your carriage is full of chicks? Haha, kid, these are not just chicks, there are also ducklings, geese, and even piglets this afternoon. Are these all for my Master Wu? Yes, your Master Wu bought a lot of little ones. The old man and the young chatted all the way and soon arrived at Zhou Wu's house. When the old man saw the big house with 3 entrances and 3 exits in front of him, his heart was finally at ease. He recalled that 2 days ago, this customer named Zhou Wu came to him and said that he wanted to buy hundreds of puppies. Although he gave some deposit, the old man had never encountered such a large business. He was afraid that if he went to buy the puppies, the other party would not accept them and the deal would be a waste of money. Now that he saw that the owner actually lived in this big house, he felt relieved instantly. Uncle, wait a minute, I'll go knock on the door. Sorry for the trouble, little brother. Dong Dong, Grandpa Wu, I am Tai Zhu. The door opened, and it was Zhou Wu. What happened to Tai Zhu? Master Wu, an old man has brought you a kid. Zhou Wu grabbed a handful of beans and gave them to Tai Zhu, who happily ran away with the beans. Seeing Tieju's happy look, Zhou Wu wondered whether he should take the time to make the candy. Uncle, please help me move into the yard. Oh, okay. The old man is waiting for this sentence now. Soon, the yard of Zhou Wu's house was filled with the cries of chickens and ducklings. My dear, I will help Piggy bring it to you this afternoon. The old man no longer had any worries, because this customer was so straightforward that he even paid the morning's payment to reassure him. By the way, old man, do you have a calf? Yes, I do. How much do you want? Let's start with 12 or 20. Sir, there may not be that many. Cows in this area cannot give birth to calves at the same time. Then give as much as you have. Okay. The old man was delighted, as this calf was much more valuable than chickens and ducklings. When he went back to get the piglets in the afternoon, he asked his family to go around the area to collect calves, and he was sure to catch all the calves in the county. Wow, so many chicks! As soon as the old man left, Li Baiwei and Yang Chun came back from picking wild vegetables outside. They were very happy to see the yard full of chickens and ducklings. You can keep some, and I will give the rest to the villagers to raise. Chapter 23: A Greater Test. Under the organization of Muramasa Nyoyi, everyone gathered in front of Zhou Wu's house. Why did you call Mr. Muramasa here for us? Could it be that Mr. Zhou is inviting us to dinner again? I've been feeling a bit sick of fish lately. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who spoke was slapped in the face. Fuck, who hit me Yuri? The young man was furious and was about to fight back, but when he turned around and saw that the person hitting him was an elder from the village, he was immediately stunned. You little bastard, you've only had a few days of full meals, and you're already talking nonsense. Beating you is the least I can do. The young man's words just now made the second master so angry that he stomped the cane in his hand fiercely. Looking at the younger generation who was so disappointed in him, he wished he could reward him with 2 more canes. Second master, I was just joking. I know I was wrong. Seeing that the second master was about to attack again, the young man quickly admitted his mistake. Okay, everyone has been tired all day, so we won't delay your rest any longer. We've gathered you all together today mainly because we have something to discuss with you. Master Nyo, just give your orders. What's there to discuss? That's right. Master Nyo and Shiotsai have something to say. Who dares not to listen? My mother Hua will not let him off with her fists. Although Huan Yang looks big and strong, she has always been a righteous person in the village. She always stands on the side of justice rather than her relatives. Especially recently, under the leadership of Nyo Yi and Shiotsai, everyone can have enough food to eat and save so many fish, so Huan Yang immediately became a die-hard fan of Nyo Yi and Zhou Wu. The scholar and I have discussed buying some chicks and ducklings, and each household will get some. This will be considered as the village's dividend for the first time. Take good care of them, and their eggs can be used to supplement my mother and children in the future. Each household will send someone to pick them up later. Each family will get 5 chicks and 5 ducklings. Pa. Hello, Master Nyo. Scholarly talent and great virtue. Everyone understood that this was a welfare distribution in the village, and they all applauded. Okay, there's one more thing. The village bought some pigs, cows, and other things and is going to set up a farm. We're looking for workers now. Who of you? Master Nyo, I can do it. Brother Shiotsai, my wife is willing to go. After another hour of hard work, the chickens and ducks were finally distributed, and the candidates for the farm were also selected. The reason why large livestock such as pigs and cows were raised on a farm was mainly due to the current situation in the village. It is simply unrealistic for a family to raise such large livestock, so the farm recruitment system was adopted. The things are still from the village, but the wages are paid. In this way, life went on as usual, fishing work went on as usual, and now the newly built warehouse was almost full of salted fish. Uncle Neo was leading people to expand the warehouse. The chickens and ducklings in each household were slowly growing up. Just when everything was developing in a prosperous direction, something bad happened. Master Neo, why are you looking for me so urgently? Is there something urgent? Zhou Wu finally got a chance to relax today, but someone found his home and said that Uncle Neo had just returned from the county town and had something urgent to discuss with him. Scholar, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? The county called a meeting early this morning. As expected, our previous guess was correct. A large number of disaster victims have begun to appear in the surrounding counties. I heard that the poor harvest in the north has caused a large number of people to flee. There are already a large number of refugees in the surrounding counties and villages. Although we are far away, it is estimated that they will reach us soon. I had originally thought that I had already discussed with Zhou Wu that if there were refugees coming to Nyojia village, they would be accepted as long as they had good character. However, the number of refugees now may have far exceeded their expectations, so many plans had to be redeployed. The purpose of Uncle Neo asking Zhou Wu to come today was to find a way as soon as possible to adjust the village's deployment, and be fully prepared for the response. Unfortunately, as if it weren't raining, the next day the fishing team found Niu Yi and Zhou Wu and told them that the team's catch in recent days was far lower than in the previous period. Have we caught all the fish in the sea? It's not known whether what Uncle Neo said was a joke or not, but Zhou Wu would not believe it anyway. The ocean is so big. How could a small village like Nyojia village catch all the fish in the ocean? Uncle Neo, it's impossible for Neo village to catch all the fish in the sea. I guess it's because we have been fishing on the same coast recently, so there are fewer fish in this area. What should I do then? Uncle Neo was still full of confidence before today. He was not so panicked even when he heard that the number of refugees would exceed expectations. After all, the fish is the foundation of Nyojia village's food. Master Nyo, let's go out to sea. Go out to sea! In fact, Zhou Wu had considered buying a seagoing boat before, but one reason was that the villagers could only fish on the coast, and another was that they simply did not have the money to buy a seagoing boat at the time, so he temporarily suppressed the idea. However, the catch on the coast is becoming increasingly scarce and can no longer satisfy the village. The village's money during this period is estimated to be able to afford the expense of buying a seagoing boat, so he brought up the matter of going out to sea again. Okay, I'll listen to you. After thinking for a moment, Uncle Nyo agreed with Zhou Wu's idea. Nyojia village belongs to Qingyang County, which is the westernmost coastal county of the Dalong Empire. Its shipbuilding industry is the most developed in the empire. However, in the eyes of Zhou Wu, who is used to seeing modern warships, it is still very backward. For example, the ships in front of him are mostly sampans, not even proper ships. Boss, don't you have a bigger boat? After walking around for a long time, Zhou Wu was getting a little impatient. The weather was already hot enough to make people uncomfortable, and the shipyard owner kept leading everyone around to introduce a few broken sampans. We do have large ships, but the price. After Zhou Wu traveled to this world, he finally found the first person who looked down on others. He was very happy, as this was in line with the plot development of the novel. Humph, I'm not short of money. The domineering reply made Zhou Wu feel refreshed. Okay, this way please. I thought the boss would respond toughly, but I didn't expect to be greeted with a servile smile. It seems that the boss has become accustomed to all kinds of faces from customers. Anyway, as long as you have money, you are God. This service is really good, comparable to the river bottom fishing in the previous life. With this kind of service, what else do you want from a bicycle? Zhou Wu directly gave it a 5-star rating, sweeping away his previous unhappiness. The boss took Zhou Wu to the dry dock in a mysterious manner, still talking confidently. The timing of the guest's arrival is really fortuitous. There just happens to be one of our shipyard's flagship ships here. It will be completed in a few days at most. Flagship? In this era when people still use leaves and bamboo to poop, what kind of flagship can there be? Chapter 24. Buy a big ship. This is really eye-opening. The flagship in the dry dock really stunned Zhou Wu. If this ship was in his previous life, it would be nothing. But this is ancient times, an era similar to the Tang Dynasty. The crystallization of technology that is completely inconsistent with this era is actually right in front of him. Fuck, at least 50 tons. Zhou Wu couldn't help but swear. A 50-ton ship was definitely top-notch. How is the guest? Are you satisfied? The boss has become accustomed to Zhou Wu's obsessed expression, because he is not the first person to see this boat, nor is he the first person to show a pig-like expression. No one dislikes this boat, but this boat has not been sold for several months, mainly because of the price-performance ratio. Yes, the price-performance ratio. This ship was also built by the boss on a whim. He wanted to gain the title of the largest ship in the Dalong Empire, so he arranged for his shipwrights to build this ship. During this period, many merchants and wealthy people came to visit, but although they were all amazed, no one bought it. In the final analysis, it was useless. Yes, there are only two types of people who buy ships now. One is merchants who travel between countries to trade. However, when these people buy ships, they usually buy the same model, because the risks at sea are very high now, and ships are often damaged by shipwrecks. The same model of ship can only ensure logistical convenience, and this ship is too large and expensive, which is not in line with the interests of merchants. The second group of people is the military, but now the military navy is mainly composed of river vessels. The biggest difference between river ships and sea ships lies in the bottom of the ship. River ships are used inland, and there are no big waves in rivers, lakes and ponds, so flat-bottomed boats are more stable. However, sea ships are different because of the uncertainty of waves, so sea ships all have pointed bottoms, which can effectively maintain balance and reduce resistance. In fact, it is also a matter of the needs of the times. The large ships that were pursued in previous lives have no status in this era. How much? Accompanied by the boss, Zhou Wu took a tour inside and out. To be honest, the interior of the ship was made by the boss into a weird place, neither a business nor a war ship. No wonder it has not been sold yet. 500 strings of cash. After hearing the boss's offer, Zhou Wu turned around and left without hesitation. To be honest, the ship was worth 500 strings of cash, but business is all about bargaining. Hey, we can discuss it. Why don't you bargain for a price? The boss was anxious. This ship had gone from being a source of pride to being a joke now. There were many shipyards in this village and everyone knew about his big ship. Everyone was envious, jealous and hated it in the beginning, but in the end, he could not sell it, and it has now become a joke to everyone. The boss couldn't stand it anymore, and the funds tied up in this ship were making it difficult for him to make ends meet, so he had to sell it. This was an important decision the boss made after seeing Zhou Wu, the sucker. 50 strings of cash. Go ahead. Oh, you're really going to leave? I was just kidding. Please add some. This is really too little. How much do you say? 400 strings of cash, how about that? Just reduce it by 100 strings of cash. I am. Hey, why did you leave again? Don't worry, let's talk about it. 60 strings of cash. What? I give 100 strings of coins, 100 strings of coins less than what I paid. You add 10 strings of coins, 100 strings of coins. That's really insincere. After haggling with the boss for a long time, the ship was finally sold for 200 strings of coins. The boss breathed a sigh of relief as he finally sold the item that had been kept at the bottom of the box. Zhou Wu also tried hard to hold back his smile as he actually only spent 200 strings of cash to buy the first ship of Dalong. However, Zhou Wu immediately proposed some modification suggestions to the boss. However, the amount of modification was not large, so the boss readily accepted it. However, the boss was more depressed because this modified plan looked like a fishing boat no matter how you looked at it. My first boat of Dalong is used for fishing? The ship will be delivered to Nyojia village in person in 10 days, and tests can be carried out on the way. Stop! Chase me, drive! A group of people dressed as bandits were robbing a caravan, but everyone in this caravan had blonde hair and blue eyes, and they were not dragon people. The bandits on horseback soon caught up with the merchant caravan driving the carriages, and a massacre ensued. After beheading several people who led the resistance, all the merchants knelt down and begged for mercy. Tie him up and return to the village. Oh! When the bandits were leaving with their spoils, a man staggered out from the bushes in the distance. This man looked and was dressed just like the merchant from the caravan. He must be a survivor. The surviving man looked around, not knowing what to do for a moment. Zhou Wu has been very busy recently. In order to cope with the upcoming wave of refugees, he travels back and forth between the county town and Niujiao village almost every day. Recently, all the money he earned from selling fish in the county town was required to be used to buy grain and bring it back to Niujiao village. However, the price of grain is rising every day, which makes Zhou Wu very worried. I came back from the county town today after finishing my business, and my mind was still thinking about the scenes I saw in the county town today. The streets were full of refugees, and in order to prevent riots, the county town's yamen runners were all patrolling the streets and maintaining order. There is not much time left for Niujiao village. Just as he finished sighing, Zhou Wu saw another person fainted on the side of the road. Refugees? Let's go and take a look. Zhou Wu thought it was normal to see refugees fainted on the roadside during this special period, so he asked the villagers who were traveling with him to go and check it out. Okay, oh my god, there's a ghost. The villagers were just about to help the fainted refugee up when they were suddenly frightened and stepped back. Brother Wu, there's a ghost. What's going on? It's broad daylight. I think you've seen a ghost. If it was at night, Zhou Wu might still be frightened, but he was taught since childhood that he could not accept encountering ghosts in broad daylight. That person is definitely a ghost, with golden hair, white skin, and a strange smell. The villager spoke and gestured, fearing that people would not believe him. Could it be a foreigner? After listening for a long time, Zhou Wu roughly guessed what was going on. He stepped forward and turned the fainted person over. Sure enough, it was a foreigner. This is not a ghost, it's a Hu person, take him back. It's not that there are no Hu people in the Dalong Empire, but the Hu people usually come to Dalong to do business, and when doing business, they naturally go to the place with the most rich people. The place where the powerful and wealthy in the entire Dalong Empire are concentrated must be the imperial capital. Therefore, the probability of foreigners appearing in Niujiao village is almost impossible. This is why when people see foreigners, they think they are seeing ghosts, because no one has ever seen a Hu person. However, although he was rescued, the treatment was not so good. Several villagers each took a part of him, and they just lifted him up and threw him at random behind the carriage. No one knew that this Hu man would later bring unexpected changes to Niujiao village. Chapter 25 Corn Seeds. Master Wu, that barbarian has woken up, but he doesn't seem to be able to speak our language. He's just mumbling something and no one knows what he's saying. Zhou Wu was discussing something with Niu Yi when a villager came in saying that the Hu man had woken up. Let's go and take a look. Uncle Niu had never seen a Hu person in his entire life, so driven by curiosity, he followed along to take a look. The Hu man's house was already surrounded by villagers. Needless to say, they were all here to see the Hu man. Where is this? Who are you? Nonsense. Zhou Wu heard the voice of the Hu people from a distance. The Hu people's words were like a spell in the ears of the villagers, but Zhou Wu was very familiar with them. Isn't this English? He was a highly educated talent in his previous life, so English could not stump Zhou Wu at all. This is the Dalong Empire, this is Niujiao village, you fainted on the side of the road, and it was us villagers who saved you. Oh my god, finally someone can understand me. My friend, you know what I am saying, I feel like a monkey being watched. It's very uncomfortable. Haha, everyone just hasn't seen the Hu people before, so they are a little curious. They are all good people, don't worry. My friend, my name is Hu Sai. I am a businessman. I came to the Great Dragon Empire to do business, but I was robbed by bandits. Hello Hu Sai, my name is Zhou Wu, and I'm from Niujiao village. I believe you must be hungry now. Would you like to eat something? Oh my god, you are my angel! The two of them talked nonsense, which shocked the villagers nearby. They thought that Mr. Zhou could actually talk nonsense. As expected of a scholar, you are really cultured. Of course not. If there were no scholars in our village, would we have such a good life now? A villager soon brought a grilled fish and some water. Hussein, who was starving, didn't care about anything else and started eating. Okay, we've met the Hu people, let's go. By the time the crowd dispersed, Husai had almost finished eating. So what are you going to do next? If the other party was from the Dalong Empire, Zhou Wu would not mind taking him in, but the other party happened to be a Hu person. Zhou Wu did not know much about the Hu people at that time, and even if he could accept him, the villagers of Niujia village would definitely have objections, so Zhou Wu decided to ask the other party what their next plan was. Wu, my friend, I hope to get your help. If you can rescue my people, I will definitely repay you. I can pay you a lot of money. Zhou Wu looked him up and down. Husai looked almost like a beggar. He couldn't imagine how much money the other party could give. I have money, don't you believe it? Seeing the other person looking him up and down, Husai understood what the other person was thinking and reached out to feel something on his body. This is our country's high-yield crop seed. I can give it to you as a deposit. Now it was Zhou Wu's turn to be shocked, because what Husai took out was actually corn kernels. The land of the Dalong Empire had been suffering from a food crisis because there were no high-yield crops locally. Zhou Wu had never expected that the corn that he could not even dream of would appear before his eyes. This is really a high-yield grain. In our country, the yield per mu of this food can reach 12 stones, and it is also a staple food. Seeing Zhou Wu's surprised expression, Husai thought that the other party didn't believe him, so he hurriedly tried to explain. The most important thing was that he only had a small bag of corn seeds left. If he couldn't convince the only person who could communicate with him, he was afraid that his men would be buried in this land. Okay, you're so sincere, but after you succeed. After successfully rescuing the person, I am willing to pay you 500 taels of silver. When Husai heard that the other party was willing to save people, he struck while the iron was hot. Every time you come to Dalong to trade in the future, I hope Niujia village can become your transit trading point. Faced with this special suggestion raised by Zhou Wu, Husai thought about it and realized that every time he went to the Dalong Empire, he would pass through Qingyang County, so it was just a matter of convenience, so he agreed. Okay, then tell me some specific information about the bandits. Zhou Wu was not a reckless man. Although he agreed that Husai was willing to help him save people, he did not act rashly. After all, there were only 12 people in his security team, including the captain Yo Air and himself. There were at least 20 bandits who robbed us at the time, and there were about 5 on horseback, with a lot of weapons. No more? No, that's all I know. Well, these situations are better than nothing. Okay, then you take a rest. I'll go back and get some information in the next 2 days. Although I agree to help you, I have to ensure the safety of my people first. The next day, Zhou Wu asked Niu Yi to go to the county government office to inquire about the information about the bandits near Qingyang County, and then asked Niu Er to take the two of them to the place where Husai had the accident to find out more. In fact, the reason why Zhou Wu agreed to help Husai rescue people was not entirely for money. Of course, the weight of corn was also very heavy, but Zhou Wu also took into account that this group of bandits was not far from his Niujia village, and was also a hidden danger to Niujia village. As the saying goes, you cannot allow others to snore beside your bed. If they are not eliminated early, they may pose a threat to Niujia village in the future. At noon, Uncle Nio was the first to return from the county town. Thank you for your hard work, Master Nio. Is there any news? Uncle Nio was old and not as capable as young people, but because of Zhou Wu's arrangement, he rushed to the county government office to inquire about the bandits without any complaints, and fortunately he fulfilled his mission. I went to the county government office and found my good advisor, and learned about the general situation of Qingyang County. It turns out that there are dozens of bandits in Qingyang County that the government has recorded, and there are countless more that are not recorded. After hearing this, Zhou Wu was so shocked that he was speechless. When Niu Yi saw Zhou Wu's expression, it was exactly the same as when he heard the news in the county government office that morning. He thought this was a peaceful and prosperous time, but he didn't expect that there were so many unstable factors hidden. Then the government doesn't care? Hey, I asked this question too. The county government is short of money and even the staff is full. How can we suppress the bandits? What about the garrison? Gang troops? Forget about it. If anyone dares to move without the order of the Ministry of War, it will be a capital crime. Uncle Nyo was right. In feudal society, the actions of the army were the most suspicious of the king, so the actions of the army were the most strictly managed. Without the order of the king or the highest military department, no one could move the army. Zhou Wu still feels a little scared when he thinks about it now. There are countless bandits in Qingyang County alone, and he often goes out casually. He is really lucky. It seems that the matter of suppressing bandits is indeed urgent. Zhou Wu believes that safety always comes first in the development of a place. For example, after a year of hard work, farmers finally have a good harvest, but bandits come. When a girl finally grows up and is about to get married, bandits come again. Zhou Wu cannot control other places, but he must eliminate the bandits in Qingyang County. Chapter 26 Bandits. Hutu Mountain is about 30 miles away from Nyojia village. The lair of the bandits who robbed Husai was here. At this time, Nyo had already found the traces of the bandits in the forest. It might be that the bandits thought this was their lair, so they had no vigilance at all. It might also be that these small groups of bandits were all like this, without organization and discipline, and were just a bunch of scoundrels. At this time, the bandits in the mountain stronghold were singing and partying. The gains from the robbery a few days ago were a huge harvest. The saying, 3 years of quiet business, 3 years of eating out after reopening, is typical of them. There are at least dozens of bandits of all sizes in Qingyang County. However, because Qingyang County itself is a border area, the local economy is not well developed. A caravan as lucrative as this one is hard to come by. Brother, this time we were able to take down this caravan thanks to Nyobai. Last time, you said that if it works, Nyobai will be the third in command. If there were people from Nyojia village here at this moment, they would definitely recognize this Nyopen at a glance. The second in command, One-Eyed Dragon, looked slightly tipsy. He came to the chief with a wine bowl in hand, wanting to ask for justice for Nyobai. You thought he was doing it for justice, but in fact, Nyobai had come to him for refuge and was considered his man. He was the second in command. If Nyobai became the third in command, and the two of them made some plans, the Flying Tiger village would be theirs sooner or later. Don't worry, Lao Air. I, Fei Hu, will keep my word. My fellow brothers, from today on, Nyobai will be the third in command of our Fei Hu village. Taking advantage of the alcohol, the boss Fei Hu readily promoted Nyobai. Although Nyobai had not been in Fei Hu village for a long time, he was indeed very smart. The minions below raised their wine cups and cheered. In fact, for them, no matter who is in charge, they will just enjoy themselves while they can. Nyo and his companions heard the laughter coming from the village, but they could not get close, so they could only lurk outside and observe. However, after a day of surveillance, they roughly figured out the number of bandits in this group, so they returned to Nyojia village before dark. Brother, look carefully, there are about 30 bandits in this group. They don't have bows and arrows or other long-range weapons. They are basically a mob. Zhou Wu understood what Nyo wanted to express, which was that his security team was not without a chance of winning against this group of bandits, especially since the other side had no long-range attacks. However, every member of his security team was equipped with a bow and arrow, and after this period of practice, they could at least achieve the required level, even if they could not hit the target from 100 paces away. Okay, let's rest early, brothers. We'll set off tomorrow morning after we've had enough food and drink. Yes. Although he is just the leader of a small security team, Nyo is becoming more and more like a military general. In the evening, Li Baiwei knew that Zhou Wu was going to suppress the bandits, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Do you really have to go there yourself? Baiwei, this is my idea. If I don't go, how can everyone focus on suppressing the bandits? And as long as the bandits are not eliminated, my Nyojia village will not have peace. In fact, Li Baiwei was just concerned about Zhou Wu. Although they had not slept together yet, he was her nominal husband after all. Moreover, after spending these days together, Li Baiwei felt that Zhou Wu was someone she could entrust her life to. Li Baiwei hid in the kitchen, crying silently while preparing dinner with Yang Chun. Is the meal so rich today? Seeing that the atmosphere at home was a bit heavy, Zhou Wu deliberately tried to change the subject. Eat quickly, you've worked hard these days. Yes, Zhou Wu has been busy running around in the village recently, helping everyone increase their income. He is indeed very busy. Now he has to go to suppress bandits, so Li Baiwei specially prepared something more sumptuous. The next day, before dawn, the security team gathered at the entrance of the village. In addition to Zhou Wu, Hu Sai was also there. Brother Wu, why is this Hu person here too? Niu seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Hussein's appearance because he was a foreigner. His people are in the hands of the bandits. It's okay. More people will help. As a modern man, Zhou Wu's resentment towards foreigners is relatively not as deep as Niu-er's. When the security team members heard what Zhou Wu said, they didn't know what to say. Let's go. After saying that, a group of 13 people took advantage of the night and headed towards Feihu village. Originally Zhou Wu was considering traveling overnight, arriving at the village early in the morning, and launching a surprise attack before the bandits woke up. However, despite all his calculations, he missed one thing: most of the security team members had night blindness. It's all because of being poor. Night blindness is actually a manifestation of vitamin deficiency. It can be improved by eating more fruits and meat in the later stage, but now we can only temporarily reformulate the raid plan. Because of night blindness, it was already bright when everyone arrived at Feihu village. It seems that we can only wait and see. Let's take a rest first. Arrange people to take turns to keep an eye on the village and report any unusual movements. Yes. The group found a secluded valley near Feihu village, and then the security guards took turns to watch the village while the others took turns to rest. But maybe God was helping Zhou Wu. At noon, more than 20 people from Feihu village left the village, probably to go out and rob again. Have you counted and confirmed that 22 people have gone out? Zhou Wu asked again worriedly. Brother Wu, I'm sure. If you don't believe me, ask Go Hua. He counted with me. Yes, Brother Wu, it is indeed 22 people. The two sentries both counted 22 people, which means there are only about 10 people left in the village, and the security team's success rate has increased a lot. Wait a quarter of an hour. When they are far away, we will start. Time is running out, so Zhou Wu made decisive arrangements. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Zhou Wu led the security team to quietly sneak to the outskirts of the village. When they got closer to observe, Zhou Wu found that this so-called village was really simple. It didn't even have a watchtower. The outside was just surrounded by some wooden logs as tall as a person. It basically had no defense and could only keep out small animals at most. It was noon, when people and horses were exhausted. Perhaps because the leader was not around, the remaining bandits found a place to hide and sleep. Zhou Wu and his group entered the village smoothly, and then acted separately in groups of 3. For this operation, Zhou Wu had only one request, that he didn't care whether the bandits lived or died, but his own safety must be guaranteed. So soon all the thieves in the entire village died in their sleep. There were occasional sporadic resistances, but they were quickly defeated in the 3-on-1 confrontation. Tell me, where were the hostages from the caravan you robbed some time ago held? The only survivor was now tied up and kneeling on the ground. Chief, please spare me, please spare me. Stop talking nonsense and speak. Those barbarians were locked up in the house at the back of the village. Chapter 27, The Fall of Flying Tiger Village. Damn it, we are done. These bandits will definitely hang us. The innermost house in Feihu village held the captured people. The person who spoke was a middle-aged Hu man. This was his first time in Dalong Kingdom. He didn't expect to be so unlucky to be captured by bandits. Shut up, George. You keep chattering away. Be careful not to anger the bandits. Then I'll have no choice but to hang you. Ever since George was caught a few days ago, he has been in a trance and kept talking to himself. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. We're all going to die, we're all going to die, ha ha. Crazy, George is really crazy. Everyone has been locked up here for the past few days, and their mental state has been on high alert. Now with George's behavior, everyone is even more panicked. Bang! The tightly closed door was kicked open, and just when everyone thought that bandits were coming to hang them, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. John, George, are you all right? It's Hussein? Hussein, is it really you? Father, God bless you, you are still alive, and you brought people to rescue us. The sudden change of life and death made this group of people overjoyed. What about the others? They kept the women next door. Husai saw that the room was full of men, and suddenly he felt a little nervous. After all, women were like lambs wherever they went. Hearing that the women were in the next room, he rushed over and kicked them open. He found that the women were fully dressed, but a little tired. His heart finally settled down. Brother, you are finally here. A little blonde girl walked out from among the women. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, and a face that was rarely freckled. My sister, are you okay? It's okay, it's just that everyone is very tired. Brother, where did you find the troops? It turns out that this little girl is Husai's sister. However, Zhou Wu standing by is very curious. Husai looks very ordinary, but his sister is so cute. In the past, I often saw on the internet that aristocrats in Western countries were very confused, such as getting married soon and having a lot of lovers. Could it be that? Sosler. Zhou Wu didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, it was someone else's family affair. Haha, sister, this is my friend, Wu. He is a lord, and these are his private soldiers. He actually replied to us. Although Husai's introduction invisibly raised Zhou Wu to a higher level, it made sense if you think about it carefully. Now he was managing a village, which was equivalent to a territory, haha. Hello beautiful lady, my name is Zhou Wu. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Zhou Wu took the other person's hand, then gently lifted it up and gave it a light kiss. Both little Lolita and Hussein were shocked. They didn't expect that in this far eastern country, there would be people who knew the aristocratic etiquette of their own country. Thank you very much for your help, sir. The little loli also responded with a slight salute. Just when the two were about to have a deeper discussion, the security team that was cleaning the battlefield outside came to report. Brother Wu, it's bad. The bandits who just left have returned again. When the soldiers from the security team heard this, they were shocked. Husai saw that everyone's expressions suddenly became serious and asked quickly. Wu, what's wrong? The bandits are back. Because Zhou Wu said this in English, all the Hu people present heard it clearly and immediately became agitated. Alright, calm down, everyone. We have more people than the bandits now, and we have the mountain stronghold as our support, so it won't be easy for the bandits to get in. Zhou Wu's words made everyone regain some sanity. Husai reacted and joined in. Wu is right. Men, take the prisoners' weapons and let's fight the bandits. Husai still had some prestige among the Hu people. As soon as he said this, the men picked up the captured weapons and prepared to fight this group of bandits. Husai, lead your men to provide support on the side. The women hide in the house. The members of the security team go up to the platform and prepare to shoot with bows and arrows. Yes. Everyone began to take their positions according to Zhou Wu's arrangements. At this time, the bandits who had just returned from outside did not know that the stronghold had been occupied, so they were still talking and laughing. Damn, I haven't played with a woman in a long time. The team was led by the eldest brother Feihu. The second in command Dinlong, and the newly promoted third in command Niu Bai were all together at the moment. There had been a rumor that there was a big job there, but when they rushed there they found out that it was indeed a big job. There were more than 100 people escorting the convoy, and their manpower was basically just a delivery, so the eldest in command Feihu led his men to retreat. Brother, aren't there a few women in the village? Fuck you, that foreign woman has blonde hair and blue eyes like a ghost, can you lift her up? Ha ha. The teasing sounds of the bandits resounded throughout the forest, but it also explained why the little loli was still able to remain intact after being captured by the bandits, for several days. It turned out that the big dragon people simply could not appreciate these foreign women. Open the door, I'm back. The group arrived at the gate of the mountain stronghold, but unexpectedly the gate was not opened in advance. This made Feihu a little annoyed. He was already unhappy because the robbery had failed. He thought that he must teach the gatekeeper a lesson later. Asshole, are you deaf? I'm back, open the door quickly. The roar did not lead to the door opening as expected. Instead, more than a dozen figures suddenly emerged from the simple fence. When the bandits outside saw the faces of these people clearly, they cried out that they had fallen into a trap. Officers, run! Shoot! The bows and arrows of the security team had long been aimed at the bandits outside. Zhou Wu also specifically instructed everyone to aim at the bandits on horseback first. He had been thinking about those horses for a long time, so the first round of shooting killed or injured 7 bandits on horseback. The seemingly fierce boss Fei Hu died on the spot. The second in command Duyanlong and the third in command Niu Bai were lucky and escaped. Although they were hit by arrows, they were not injured in vital parts. Before the bandits could react, a second round of arrows attacked them. Without the protection of cover, these bandits were like sitting ducks. The government is here. You can surrender your weapons without being killed. The bandits' words just now reminded Zhou Wu that since he was mistaken for an officer, why not take advantage of the situation and pretend to be an officer? This way, he might be able to trick the bandits into surrendering. As expected, as soon as Zhou Wu's words came out, Niu Bai also reacted and shouted, "The government is here, surrender your weapons and you will not be killed." The team members also followed suit, and some of the bandits really dropped their weapons immediately. The situation is over, let's go. The second in command, One-Eyed Dragon Eye, saw that the situation was hopeless, so he took Niu Bai and started to escape in the chaos. Seeing that the bandits had thrown their weapons on the ground, Zhou Wu opened the gate of the village. The security team members came forward to disarm the bandits and tied them up. They looked in the direction where One-Eyed Dragon and Niu Bai fled, as if thinking about something. "Brother Wu, what are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing, I'm just dazzled." Chapter 28, Bandit Suppression Spoils. When the Hu people saw that the bandits who had been showing off their might before were now tied up, they rushed forward to teach them a lesson and vent the fear they had felt in their hearts for the past few days. Zhou Wu just asked everyone not to kill them. After all, these people had to be handed over to the county government to receive the reward. "Niu Bai, send the brothers to search thoroughly." "Yes, Brother Wu." The Flying Tiger village has been entrenched here for so many years, and Zhou Wu didn't believe that it had no assets at all. The few horses that had just run away have all been chased back. Together with the ones left in the village, there are actually 32 strong horses in total, and there are also several horse-drawn carriages. It is really a great harvest. While everyone was looting the entire village, Zhou Wu had already arrived at the room of the big leader Fei Hu. Based on the experience in TV dramas, the previous things would usually be placed in his own room. Closing the door gently, Zhou Wu looked carefully at the bedroom in front of him. Maybe because it was a cottage, the bedroom was very simple. However, the simpler it was, the easier it was to find hidden things, Zhou Wu felt. "I searched the mattress and cupboards, but found nothing. The only thing left could be the secret compartments in the corners, or the floor." Zhou Wu knocked on the front wall, but there was no hollow sound, which meant that there was no secret compartment in the wall. So he turned his attention to the floor behind him. Zhou Wu originally thought that he had it all figured out, but he never expected that the floor was solid and had no secret compartments. "Fuck, is this bandit really so honest?" Zhou Wu seemed a little discouraged. He slumped in his chair and looked up with lifeless eyes. "Haha, he's actually here. This bandit is quite smart." That's right, there was a small box placed at the intersection of the beam. Fortunately, the beam was not particularly high. Zhou Wu put a chair on the table and stepped on it to take the box down. The box was not big, but when Zhou Wu opened it, he found that it was full of hard goods, gold bars, jewels, and accessories. Zhou Wu could not estimate the value of it for the time being. When Zhou Wu came out, several captured carriages were already filled with goods looted by the bandits. "Brother Wu, everything has been packed. Except for this cottage, everything else has been loaded into the car." "Okay, let's go back." "Okay, let's go." This bandit suppression campaign can be said to be very successful, and the victory was achieved despite the enemy having 3 times the number of troops as its own, without any casualties, which made everyone admire Zhou Wu even more. The crowd marched towards Niujiao village in a mighty manner, and it was almost dark when they arrived at Niujiao village. "Niu Bai, the horses and carriages will be temporarily sent to your training camp. The bandits will also be detained in your training camp. Keep a good eye on them and then send them to the county government tomorrow." "Yes." The security team's training camp should be the safest place in the entire Niujiao village at present, so Zhou Wu arranged to temporarily bring the supplies and bandits to the training camp. As for Hu Sai and his group, Except for Husai himself and the little loli and other female relatives, the rest of the people were arranged to the training camp, because there were too many people and only the training camp could accommodate them. My husband, you are back. When Li Baiwei heard the knock on the door, she opened it and saw Zhou Wu standing there intact. She burst into tears of joy. Be good, stop crying. Li Baiwei hugged Zhou Wu tightly without caring about other people. Yang Chun was also very happy to see Zhou Wu return safely. The two women finally put their minds at ease. Baiwei. Seeing that Li Baiwei was holding on tightly and refused to let go, Yang Chun quietly reminded her. Only then he realized that there was an outsider present. This is Husai, you know him, these are his family members, come on, let's go in first. In order to ease Li Baiwei's embarrassment, Zhou Wu took the initiative to introduce herself. The little Lolita and the female relatives were really nervous these days. After listening to Zhou Wu's introduction, Li Baiwei and Yang Chun immediately felt sorry for the little girl. They then went to the kitchen and brought out the prepared meals in a short while. It smells so good. It smells much better than our potatoes. It was the first time for both Husai and the little Lolita to eat Dalong cuisine. The colorful, fragrant and delicious dishes made those people who could only eat potatoes and barbecue every day instantly see what delicious food is. When Zhou Wu heard the little girl talking about potatoes just now, his eyebrows twitched involuntarily, but seeing that she was sweeping away the dishes on the table like a whirlwind, he didn't have the heart to interrupt. I didn't know fish could be cooked this way. The cook at home can't do anything but grill fish. What an idiot! After the little girl had eaten, she began to complain about the cook at home. From this, Zhou Wu guessed that Husai and the little girl's family should be living a very good life. Are you full? Well, I haven't eaten so much in a long time. The little Loli's personality is completely different from her appearance. Her cute looks and carefree personality make Zhou Wu like her a little more, of course, just as a younger sister. By the way, you mentioned potatoes? Are they the yellow, fist-sized ones? Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Zhou Wu changed the topic and asked about the potatoes they had just mentioned. Yes, we mostly eat potatoes over there. Do you have any extra potatoes? No, Wu, do you need it? I need it so much, Hussein. I will return your goods, horses and vehicles to you, but you must bring more potatoes next time. Oh, Father God, please forgive me, Wu, you are so kind. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you more potatoes. Husai never expected that Zhou Wu would be willing to return his belongings to him. You have to know that his belongings had been robbed by bandits, and it was already good enough that Zhou Wu was willing to help him rescue people. Moreover, all the supplies were seized by Zhou Wu. According to the rules of Husai's country, these things should belong to Zhou Wu. But now Zhou Wu is willing to return these things to Husai. How could Husai not be moved? Brother, you are so stingy. If it weren't for Brother Wu's help, we probably wouldn't have met. But you only agreed to bring those worthless potatoes. Zhou Wu was only thinking about potatoes, but to the little Loli, this made Zhou Wu seem very gentlemanly, but her brother was very stingy. Hey Yuli, how could that be? I have already made an agreement with Wu that Wu will be the sole agent for our caravan's trade in Dalong from now on. That's more like it. As an older brother, Husai dotes on his younger sister Yuli very much. If it weren't for Zhou Wu, Yuli would not have been rescued so smoothly this time. Therefore, Zhou Wu can be said to be Husai's benefactor. But now Zhou Wu is only thinking about the potatoes, and he didn't think about what benefit Husai's so-called agent would bring to him. But I believe that soon he will know the horror of this agent. Chapter 29 Qingyang County Magistrate. Because the matter of the bandits took up a lot of time, Husai had originally planned to leave with the goods and people the next day so that he could sell the goods quickly. However, after Zhou Wu learned that the goods they were trading this time were various spices, he decided to buy all the goods. What? You said you bought all our goods? Yes, I'll buy them all. Just name your price. Husai was shocked and a little unbelieving. Although he told Yuli that Zhou Wu was a lord, given the current situation in Yojia village, he didn't believe that Zhou Wu could consume all these goods. However, due to his savior, Husai still quoted his lowest price. Our goods this time are top-quality spices. If you buy them all, I can give you a 20% discount. However, even after giving up 20%, Husai still didn't believe that Zhou Wu had so much money. But when Zhou Wu took out a gold ingot, Hu Sai closed his mouth tightly. Husi, leave me your horse and carriage as well. Okay, I'll leave 3 or 2 carriages behind. After all, I have to go back. Make a deal. Zhou Wu had seen these spices in the shops when he went to the county town. Not only was their quality not as good as Hu Sai's, but their prices were even much higher. Once these spices were resold, Zhou Wu would definitely make a fortune. Brother Wu, Yuli will miss you. Welcome to play again. They said goodbye reluctantly, but only Hu Sai knew that after this incident, it would be difficult for Yuli to sneak out again next time. The bandits were escorted to the county town a few days ago. This incident caused quite a stir in the small border county town. Even the county government failed to suppress the bandits, but it was handled by a small village. People thought someone wanted to get the credit, but when the bandits lined up and stood outside the county government, both the county magistrate and the onlookers were shocked. At that moment, the reputation of Niujia village spread throughout Qingyang County. The county magistrate wrote a petition for merit and sent it out overnight, and the reward came down a few days later. Ha ha! Scholar, scholar! I could hear Uncle Nio's voice from a distance, and it was not difficult to tell from his shouting that something good must be going on. What's up, Master Nio? Why are you so happy? Haha, the reward for the bandit matter has come down from above. Oh, what do you mean? Qingyang County Magistrate Chen asked you to go to the county government office tomorrow. This time, Niu Yi pushed all the credit to Zhou Wu. Because there were not many people involved in the bandit suppression, the credit would not be too high. Instead of dispersing the credit, it would be better to have one person take it, which would be more valuable. This was also the result of Niu Yi's thinking, but he did not tell anyone else, including Zhou Wu. The next day, Zhou Wu dressed up early and set off for the county town at the urging of Niu Yi. Niu Yi was a little worried and followed him all the way. Scholar, be careful when you see County Magistrate Chen, and don't bump into him. I understand, Master Niu. You have reminded me 800 times along the way. Uncle Niu was afraid that Zhou Wu didn't know the rules of officialdom, so he kept nagging him. But in fact, Uncle Niu had been the village chief for decades and had never been received by the county magistrate. At most, he could see him from afar during meetings. So this time, County Magistrate Chen personally summoned Zhou Wu. In Uncle Niu's view, this was a great honor. In fact, Uncle Niu's thoughts also represent the thoughts of all ordinary people in this era. Officials are like parents to their parents. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of the Qingyang County Government office, and Zhou Wu temporarily escaped from Niu Yi's nagging. You're not going in? The county magistrate summoned you, not me. Zhou Wu thought that Niu Yi would join him, but he underestimated the hierarchy of feudal society. Led by the Yamen runners, Zhou Wu entered the county government office. Although Qingyang County was only a small border county, the county government office was still luxurious. Zhou Wu's own house was one of the larger houses in the area, but compared with the county government office, it was nothing. After many twists and turns, Zhou Wu finally met County Magistrate Chen. He thought that he was a skinny old man like in the TV, but he didn't expect that he was a young man not much older than himself. He was reading a book in the yard at this time. He seemed to have read something interesting, and there was a hint of joy on his brows and eyes. Sir, Zhou Wu is here. After the bailiff finished speaking, he turned and left. Greetings, sir. Because Zhou Wu had the status of a scholar, he could meet officials without kneeling according to the Daoang law. You are really young and promising. Please sit down. The other party looked Zhou Wu up and down and couldn't help but praise him. Maybe it was mutual appreciation among young people. Thank you for the compliment, sir. You really surprised me. Oh, what a surprise! In my imagination, I thought the Lord was also the old man with the white beard. You mean the skinny old man? Ha! A skinny old man? Could this guy also be a time traveler? Seeing Zhou Wu's eyes wide open, County Magistrate Chen thought he had scared the other party with a joke, so he returned to the main topic. I called you here this time because I wanted to see the young talents in Qingyang County and also because of the reward for suppressing bandits. Everything is subject to the arrangements of the county magistrate. When Zhou Wu heard this, his first reaction was that the other party wanted to embezzle his credit. This kind of thing was very common in feudal society. Haha, don't worry, I won't take away your credit. County Magistrate Chen, who had been in officialdom for a long time, knew Zhou Wu's thoughts and immediately gave him a reassurance. Your Excellency has misunderstood. I don't think so. Even Zhou Wu, who was thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed when his secret thoughts were exposed to his face. This time, the bandit suppression in Yojia village really made Qingyang County shine. You, Zhou Wu, deserve the most credit. Your Excellency is too kind. I have two options for you now. Please speak, sir. I have investigated and found that you were born a scholar, and your family used to be officials. If you are willing, I can transfer you to the county government, and you can choose the 3rd shift and 6th room. The reward from County Magistrate Chen can be said to be absolutely generous. To put it simply, the 3 shifts and 6 rooms are in charge of various affairs of the county under the county magistrate. They are the absolute authority under the county magistrate. However, faced with such temptation, Zhou Wu still wants to know what the second reward is. My lord, what is the second option? County Magistrate Chen didn't expect Zhou Wu to be able to think so calmly in the face of such temptation, so he spoke slowly again. The second is that you will still stay in your Nyojia village, but I can appoint you as the Diensher of Qingyang County. The Diensher was mainly in charge of arresting thieves, interrogating, supervising, and imprisoning prisoners. Although the Diensher had no rank and was an assistant official at the county level, he actually had enormous power. However, there was something wrong with what County Magistrate Chen said. Chapter 30. Entering the house, Zhou Diensher. The Diensher of Nyojia village, that's right. Generally speaking, the Diensher, the chief clerk, and the tax ambassador are assistants to the county magistrate and need to work in the county town. But County Magistrate Chen just said very clearly that he wanted him to stay in Nyojia village as the Diensher, which is a bit inconsistent with the normal situation. Please enlighten me, sir. We already have a Diensher in our county, but because of the current outbreak of refugees in various places, the higher-ups have given each county some rights, such as this Diensher. To maintain local public security, each county will add a Diensher, but this additional Diensher will mainly be responsible for the periphery of the county. Zhou Wu understood what this meant. If he chose this reward, he would become one of the 2 Diensher of Qingyang County, but the previous person was in charge of the county town, while he was in charge of the area outside the county town. Sir, I am willing to be the historian and clear the obstacles for you. Think carefully. The second option is not as good as the first one. Don't regret it. Your Excellency, I have made up my mind. Okay, you go back now. I will send someone to deliver the appointment tomorrow. Yes, sir. After Zhou Wu left, County Magistrate Chen stared blankly at his back. He thought that the other party would definitely seize the opportunity to choose the county town, but he did not expect that the other party's choice was completely beyond his expectations. This child is not an ordinary person. The next morning, Zhou Wu finally managed to sleep in, but as soon as he got up, he heard the sound of gongs and drums outside the house. Grandpa Wu, Grandpa Wu. Brother Wu, Brother Wu. There was a lot of noise outside the door, and many people were calling Zhou Wu. Yang Chun hurried to open the door, only to see a crowd of people outside, surrounded by several officials. Yang Chun had never seen such a scene before, and she was immediately frightened. Congratulations, Brother Wu. Congratulations, Grandpa Wu. Our Nyojia village has produced some talented people, haha. The villagers congratulated him for no apparent reason. Even Uncle Neo was among them, grinning from ear to ear with joy. Excuse me, is it Zhou Wu in person? An official saw Zhou Wu being congratulated by everyone and realized that this was the person he was looking for today, so he hurried forward to confirm. That's me. Congratulations, Lord Zhou. Congratulations, Lord Zhou. We are here on the orders of County Magistrate Chen to present you with the official token and saber. Lord Zhou is now the Diensher of Qingyang County. As he was speaking, several officials nearby hurriedly presented their clothing tokens and swords. Congratulations to you all. It must have been hard work for you all after such a long journey. Please come in and take a rest. Master Zhou, we have to hurry back to report, so we won't bother you anymore. Zhou Wu invited the officer again and again, but the officer refused, so he had to give up in the end. However, during the argument, Zhou Wu secretly stuffed a piece of silver into the officer's hand. The officer had never seen such a generous reward, and his brows were instantly filled with joy. Since you don't have time, as a small token of my appreciation, I will treat you brothers to a drink. This is not just a few drinks. This money can be used to go to the best restaurant in the county, and probably last for 10 days or half a month. The messenger thought that today was just a routine matter, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. His impression of Zhou Wu also improved a bit. Sir, before we left, the county magistrate specifically told me that the stability of the surrounding areas of Qingyang County would be in the hands of you, sir. The county magistrate also specially applied for 30 quotas of militiamen, but the cost will need to be paid by you, sir. I see. You are given 30 vacancies for the armed forces, but you have no money and no people. You have to solve the problem on your own. If it were someone else, this might be a waste of time, but for Zhou Wu, it is simply a timely help. He has plenty of money now, but what he lacks is the officially recognized armed forces. Why did Zhou Wu only dare to recruit 10 security guards before? It was because he was afraid that too many would arouse suspicion from the higher-ups. Just think about it, you have a broken village, but you have dozens of armed personnel. It is unacceptable no matter how you say it. Brother, please help me report to the county magistrate. Zhou Wu will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Don't worry, Master Zhou. I will report my loyalty to you truthfully. After sending away the official, Niu Yi walked up to Zhou Wu and looked at him fiercely. Uncle Niu, the look in your eyes makes me a little scared. Haha, I just want to take a good look at the men of my Niujia village. In the past 100 years, my Niujia village has produced people who have become officials, haha. However, Zhou Wu discovered at this time that other villagers seemed to treat him differently. Although they were also happy, they all stopped and seemed to be worried about something. But Zhou Wu figured it out after a while. It was nothing more than that he was now an official, even if he had no rank, but in the eyes of ordinary people, he was still an official. They were just ordinary people, and the deep-rooted ideas of the feudal system made them feel alienated from him. My fellow villagers, I, Zhou Wu, am where I am today thanks to your help. No matter who I am still a villager of New Jiakai village. Today, while everyone is here, don't leave. By way Yang Chun, prepare to eat. Our village hasn't had a feast for a long time. Oh. Brother Wu is mighty. Grandpa Wu is awesome. Zhou Wu's words instantly broke down the barriers between everyone. The women consciously went to the kitchen and the yard to help, while the men gathered in twos and threes to brag and chat. Zhou Wu's family has always had sufficient food supplies, so the banquet was prepared quickly. There was no need for a few meat and vegetable dishes, just 8 dishes and 8 bowls, just a simple stew and a large pot of steamed seafood, and a large pot of white rice, which was enough to make everyone salivate. Everyone, please be quiet. Before the meal, Zhou Wu still forced Niu Yi to say a few words to him. After all, he was a respected village cadre, and there were rules for eating. Niu Yi wanted to refuse, but he couldn't prevail. Everyone, please be quiet. I want to say a few words. Originally, an old man like me shouldn't show up at this occasion today, but like the scholar, no, we should call Mr. Zhou Diancher now. As Mr. Zhou Diancher said, no matter what our identity or status is, we should not forget that we are always part of Niujia village. To be honest, originally this scholar had the opportunity to work in the county, but he couldn't bear to leave Niujia village and everyone, so he chose to stay. After Uncle Niu said this, the villagers below suddenly felt that Zhou Wu's image became taller and visibly. So I don't care what others say, but from now on, if anyone says something bad about him behind his back, don't let me, an old man, give you face. Uncle Niu stomped heavily on the ground with his walking stick. Okay. Obviously, everyone has witnessed Zhou Wu's contribution to the village in recent days, so what Niu Yi said was also recognized by everyone. At this moment, Zhou Wu's reputation reached the peak of Niujia village. Everyone, Master Niu and everyone else have been so kind to me. I won't say more. Anyway, this is all for the people of Niu village to live a good life, eat meat every meal, live in big houses, and enjoy the food. Chapter 31, Refugees Attack. Brother Wu, are these horses really all given to our security team? Zhou Wu arrived at the training camp and took inventory. In addition to his own yellow horse, there were 36 strong horses. Some of them were seized from Feihu village and some were bought from Husai. Zhou Wu planned to equip the security team with 31 horses, and the remaining 5 would be used to pull carts. Now that the labor in Nyojiao village and the exchanges with the county town were increasing day by day, the need to add more horse-drawn carriages to solve the transportation problem was imminent. But I'm not giving them all to you. There are only 31 of you, so of course you can only have 31 horses. The rest should be given to Master Nyo to use as a carriage. Oh, okay. Having a horse for each person was something Nyo Air had never dared to dream of. This configuration directly exceeded that of the border garrison. By the way, Nyo Air, please take some time to go to the county town again. Why are you going to the county town? Why, you don't plan to fill the remaining 30 places given by the county magistrate. Of course we have to make up for it. I've already spread the news. The selection will be held in the next 2 days. Then why don't you give people equipment? Okay. Thank you, Brother Wu. Nyo Air then realized that Brother Wu wanted him to go to the county town to buy equipment. Just follow the previous standards and order 30 sets, and store the extra ones in the warehouse as backup. Okay. After saying this, Nyo Air immediately went to get the horse and prepared to go to the county town to find the blacksmith to order the equipment. When Zhou Wu left the training camp, he found that many refugees had appeared on the roadside of the village. They were sitting or lying on the roadside or in the fields. This scene made Zhou Wu quicken his pace. Master Nyo. Zhou Dianshi, you are here. Hey, Mr. Nyo, please stop joking with me. Just call me Scholar. Haha, I also think it's weird to call him Dianshi. Scholar, are you looking for me? Uncle Nyo also felt that the title of Dianshi was not as friendly and easy to pronounce as Xiucai. Yes, Master Nyo, I just saw a lot of refugees in the village. Should we open the porridge stall as planned? Zhou Wu and Nyo Yi had made a series of detailed plans for the arrival of the refugees some time ago. This porridge shed is the first step. However, Nyojiao village will not always provide free food and accommodation to the refugees. They can eat for free for 3 days when they first arrive, but after that they have to participate in the work arranged by Nyojiao village. They cannot let everyone develop the habit of being lazy and gluttonous. But this also proves the saying that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. You are here for this matter. I was just about to talk to you about this matter. Let's proceed as planned. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. As for the security team, we'll have to have them reinforce the village recently. With so many people, it's inevitable that something might happen. Okay, Scholar, I'll listen to you. Mom, I'm so hungry. A little girl was leaning on her mother's arms. Her mother was too weak to speak, and she just looked at her daughter with some heartache. The mother was holding a younger boy in her other hand, who was now motionless and seemed to have fainted from hunger. No, son, please go. I really can't walk anymore, but I dare not delay you. On the other side, a white-haired mother was trying to persuade her son, who was carrying her on his back, to put her down. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I have plenty of strength. I will definitely find something to eat behind your back. The man had obviously been hungry for several days. His face was pale and weak, and beads of sweat the size of beans began to drip from his forehead. Amid the wailing sounds on the roadside, a hint of fragrance suddenly filled the air. What's that smell? The man who had fallen unconscious on the roadside suddenly sniffed hard. The fragrance in the air seemed to give him a little strength. Mom, it smells like porridge. The little girl tried hard to pull her mother's hand, wanting to take her mother to find the source of the fragrance. That's where it came from. Is that the soup kitchen? Everyone was awakened by these words and became alert. They all looked in the direction that the man was pointing. Sure enough, a simple shed had been built on an open space not far away. There were several large pots inside, and no one knew what was living in them. The shed was constantly rolling. There is food. Go and have a look. Zhou Wu stood under the porridge shed. In order to prevent the refugees from looting, he specially asked the security team to guard it fully armed. But one must not underestimate these refugees. They may seem to be so hungry that they can barely walk, but many times, hungry people will burst out with unimaginable energy. This is the disaster relief tent of Nyojiao village. I am the prefect of Qingyang County. Everyone line up. Everyone has a share. If you disobey or cause trouble, I will arrest you on the spot. Zhou Wu's words, coupled with the intimidation of the fully armed security team nearby, immediately quieted down the noisy refugees, who lined up in an orderly manner in front of the porridge stall. Just as everyone was lining up to get the porridge, Zhou Wu continued. Everyone, since we are in Yojia village, they will certainly not watch you go hungry. However, let us be frank. Our porridge will be provided free of charge for the first 3 days. If you want to avoid going hungry, you will have to work. Sir, it's not that we don't want to work, it's just that there is no work to do. Some refugees immediately raised their concerns. They all fled because they suffered disasters in their hometowns and could not survive. If there was work, who would not be willing to do it? But now they are penniless and everyone can hardly take care of themselves, so how can there be any work? Don't worry about that. Yojia village will provide different jobs. As long as you are diligent, you will not go hungry. We are also arranging accommodation here. It's just that the conditions are not very good at the beginning, but we can ensure that everyone has a place to hide from the rain. My lord, is this true? What are you talking about? Brother Wu should keep his word. A member of the security team immediately responded unhappily when he saw that a refugee dared to question his idol. Everyone, whether you believe it or not, you will know when the time comes. But let me make it clear first, the accommodation here tonight may be a bit tight. Let's focus on the elderly, children and women first, and the young and strong can make do with it for now. Thank you, sir. The refugees fled all the way, and wherever they passed, there was no place with such good policies. Not to mention being assigned work and shelter, they couldn't even have a sip of porridge. The lucky ones could get some food, while the unlucky ones could only eat wild fruits, tree barks or something like that. That's why people questioned the refugee policy of Yojia village that Zhou Wu mentioned just now. This porridge contains meat and fish. Haha, it smells really good. Eat quickly, Mom. I see there's still some in the pot. I'll go get some later. This porridge is really thick. This Lord Zhou is such a good man. Everything was basically going smoothly at the porridge shed, and Zhou Wu immediately rushed to the temporary residence that had been built. Early in the morning, Zhou Wu arranged for Nyoer to go to the blacksmith shop in the county town to buy another 30 sets of swords and bows and arrows. The extra sets were placed in the warehouse as spares. Chapter 32, Short of Supplies? Find Bandits. The temporary resettlement site is an abandoned Taoist temple in the village. Even Uncle Nyo doesn't know exactly when it was built and why it was abandoned, but it seems to be very old. Although this Taoist temple is abandoned, the overall structure is still very solid. We only need to arrange some women to clean the place inside and outside and they can live there temporarily. It is definitely not as comfortable as home, but it is better than being in the open air and exposed to wind and sun. That night, the refugees in Yojia village felt that what Zhou Wu said was true. Then Lord Zhou really did what he said. I don't know how long I have been wandering. Today I finally had a full meal. After we arrived at the Taoist temple, we took a quick look and fell asleep. Zhou Wu also provided a bowl of fish porridge in the morning. The refugee couldn't believe it. He only had 2 meals a day at home before. Now that he is a refugee, he has to have 3 meals a day? At first Zhou Wu was a little worried, fearing that the refugees would fall into depravity, but just after he had breakfast, someone came to his door. Master Zhou, I wonder if you can assign us a job now? A strong man saw Zhou Wu patrolling on the side and bravely approached him. Oh, I told you, the first 3 days are free. Zhou Wu had thought that someone would find him in advance, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. If you eat a full meal every day but don't work, you won't feel happy. You are honest. What do you want to do? What can you do? Sir, I used to go hunting at home. I wonder if you might be able to use me. After hearing the man's words, Zhou Wu began to look him up and down. He looks quite strong. Would you like to join the security team? My lord, is that the way it is? The man excitedly pointed at the security team patrolling nearby. Zhou Wu smiled and nodded. The man became even happier and expressed his willingness again and again. My lord, I do. I do. After receiving Zhou Wu's order, the man went to find Nyoer. Zhou Wu also thought of finding someone to find out what special skills these refugees have, or what they did before. Zhou Wu hoped to find some skilled people among these refugees, such as blacksmiths or carpenters. Then, Nyojia village would be self-sufficient in many things and would not have to go to the county town all the time. Brother Wu, we have counted the total number of refugees in our village. Most of them were farmers, but one of them worked as a carpenter. As expected, in feudal society, craftsmen were a very scarce resource. There was only one carpenter for every 80 people, so there was no hope for Zhou Wu to get the blacksmith he wanted most for the time being. Okay, everyone else will follow the previous arrangements. Those who can farm will farm, and those who can join the fishing team will join the fishing team. As for the carpenter, find a place for him to continue his carpentry work. Yes. In the following days, new refugees came to Nyojia village every day, but after experiencing the treatment of fish porridge for 3 meals a day, they were all willing to stay. Brother Wu, in just a few days, the number of refugees has almost exceeded 200. Nyo was a little worried at this time. With so many people pouring into the village in a short period of time, he didn't know whether the village could cope with it. How is your recruitment going? There are still some gaps, but I believe they will be filled soon. Well, yours is the most important. It is better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. I know, Brother Wu. Now in the village, the earliest batch of refugees who arrived have already appeared at their respective posts. In their free time every day, they watch the refugees who wake up like masters. Scholar, I want to discuss something with you. Uncle Neo interrupted the two with a somewhat unfriendly look on his face. Then I'll go on patrol first, you guys talk. Neo found an excuse and left first, leaving only Neo Yi and Zhou Wu. What trouble is Mr. Neo in? In Zhou Wu's impression, Uncle Neo never seemed to have a sad face, so this time he must have encountered a headache. We are running low on food. Impossible. I went to the warehouse yesterday and saw that we still have a lot of salted fish. It's not salted fish. We don't have much staple food left. At the current rate, we can only last for 20 days at most. But in reality, there are dozens of new refugees coming in every day. I think we'll be lucky if we can hold out for 10 days. It turned out that the staple food was gone. This was indeed something Zhou Wu had not expected. Although he could use sea fish to make up for it, he couldn't eat fish all the time. No one knew how long this natural disaster would last. Can you still buy food in the county now? Of course you can, but if you want to go to the county town to buy food to help the disaster victims, I'm afraid it's a waste of time. The price of food in the county town is now higher than gold. Nyo Ye's words were another blow to the head. It seems that we can only suppress the bandits. Nyo Yi and Zhou Wu discussed for a long time without any result. Finally, Zhou Wu made up his mind and set his sights on the bandits in Qingyang County. Xiaotsai, you should think clearly, we are not always so lucky. Don't worry, Master Nyo. I won't act rashly unless I'm completely sure. Zhou Wu knew that Uncle Nyo was worried about him. Zhou Wu then found Nyo again and told him the plan to suppress the bandits. He also asked him to train intensively in the next 2 days so that the new recruits could quickly build up combat effectiveness. Brother Wu, don't worry. In 3 days, the security team will be ready to attack. Nyo was naturally extremely excited. He didn't have a great time last time in Feihu village, so this time he put in his best effort. 3 days later, Zhou Wu and Nyo set out with the security team before dawn. Not only was the number of people in the security team twice as large as last time, but everyone was equipped with horses, which greatly improved their mobility. Qilong Mountain is located about 40 miles west of Nyojia village. It is very close to the border of the Dalong Empire, and can be said to be a no-man's land. According to intelligence from the county government, there is a group of bandits entrenched on Qilong Mountain, with about 50 people. They have been operating here for many years and are much stronger than the bandits on Feihu Mountain. The reason why Zhou Wu chose Qilong Mountain was mainly because Qilong Mountain was a relatively weak mountain among the bandits around Nyojia village. It was easier to deal with than bandits like the Big Sword Society and Zhuishandiao. Brother Wu, I have already found out. The main advantage of Qilong Mountain is its dangerous terrain. The village is built on Qilong Mountain. The other 3 sides are all cliffs. There is only a road leading to the village in the front. It can be said that it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Nyo-er's meaning was very clear. The other side had more people than him and occupied a natural barrier, making them a tough nut to crack. A head-on fight is definitely not going to work, so let's lure the snake out of its hole. Zhou Wu had done his homework before coming. Although the other side had more people than him, a frontal attack would definitely not work, so he could only lure them out, so that he could disperse the number of the other side and defeat them one by one. Luring the snake out of its hole? Chapter 33 Food Crisis Temporarily Resolved. King Longshan Village. Report, boss. The spies came to report that a caravan was spotted passing by the foot of Qinglong Mountain. Oh, can you see clearly? Master, there are 5 carriages. It's really impressive. Qinglong Mountain would send out a lot of spies around every day to find out every valuable target for robbery, just like the caravan today. It has been a long time since they encountered such a big fat sheep. Come on, little ones, follow me. Zhou Wu, the chief of Qinglong Mountain, was originally an ordinary soldier of the Dalong Empire. After experiencing the horror of war, he became a deserter. Later, because he was afraid of being discovered, he came to the border area of Qinglong Mountain and became a bandit. Unexpectedly, he gradually became a famous figure and spent his days eating and drinking delicious food in Qinglong Mountain, living a happy life. However, recently most of the southwestern region of the Dalong Empire has been hit by a locust plague, which has caused the bandit business to be closed for a long time. Now that a caravan has finally arrived, how can Zhou Wu not be excited? Hey, leave your stuff behind and get out. Zhou Wu brought about 20 people to block the caravan, shouted loudly, and suppressed the opposite side. I have to say that Zhou Wu looks pretty good. He looks very similar to Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, and he is a person who was born to be a bandit. Hey, do you have any education at all? Zhou Wu was sitting in the carriage and saw more than 20 people coming from the opposite side. Although there were only 10 people on his side, there were another 10 people lying in ambush in secret. He felt confident of winning, so he thought of playing some tricks. Culture? What culture? Zhou Wu simply couldn't understand what the other party meant by this culture. Look at you, you're here to rob people. Can we make the robbery more elegant? Elegant? Now it was not just Zhou Wu, the entire gang of bandits was confused by the man in front of them. Robbery was just a polite way of doing it. Was he hallucinating, or was the other person mentally ill? Although you are bandits, don't you know that banditry is a very promising profession? You should love what you do. You have been bandits for so many years, can't you be innovative? So how do we innovate? Seeing that the other party was so optimistic about the business of banditry, Zhou Wu actually wanted to ask for advice humbly. For example, before we get into the main topic, can we prepare an opening statement, a more elegant opening statement, like this mountain is mine, this tree is mine, if you want to pass through here, you have to leave some money to buy your way through. Okay, well said. The bandits had never heard such an elegant opening to a robbery, and they all applauded and cheered. Even Zhou Wu couldn't help but look up to the young man in front of him. For a while, he was busy robbing and chatting with the people being robbed, all laughing. Wait, damn, you're kidding me. Zhou Wu suddenly realized that he seemed to be here to rob, but was taught a lesson by the other party for a long time. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled by the other party. Yeah, I'm just teasing you, what can you do about it? Wow, I'm so angry. Guys, go ahead. Zhou Wu was shaking with anger, and rushed towards Zhou Wu and others, waving his axe. However, just when the bandits rushed halfway, the security team that had been lying in ambush nearby immediately showed up and shot all the arrows in their hands. In an instant, more than half of the bandits were killed or wounded. Zhou Wu relied on his bravery to dodge several arrow attacks. Hello? Nioer took the lead and rushed out, slashing with the sword in his hand. Zhou Wu blocked it head-on, but his knuckles were numb from the shock. This guy has great strength. Zhou Wu felt that he could no longer hold the axe in his hand, so he shook the reins and urged the horse to turn around and run. When the remaining bandits saw that their leader had run away, they also scattered like birds and beasts. Don't run, thief! Where are you escaping to? Nioer spurred his horse and chased after him. The thief was right before his eyes, so how could he let him escape under his nose? However, it must be said that although Zhou Wu's fighting ability is not good, he is indeed a first-class runner. Every time Nioer is about to catch up, Zhou Wu will pull away from him. The two of them chased each other, and were about to reach Qinglong village. I'm Zhou Wu, open the door quickly! Looking at the tightly closed gate of the village, Zhou Wu was sweating anxiously. It's the big chief, open the door quickly. Fortunately, the bandit guarding the gate heard the voice of his leader and immediately opened the gate. Close the door, close the door, close the door quickly. Zhou Wu was panting heavily, and before he had time to rest, he asked his men to quickly close the door. At the critical moment, another figure rushed in. Where can the thief escape? Zhou Wu, whose chest was still heaving, raised his sword and swung it, but his head flew off the horse and he watched his body fall off the horse. Surrender, and you won't be killed. At this time, Nyoer was stained by the blood spurted by Zhou Wu, and he looked like a messenger from hell. Coupled with his earth-shaking roar, all the minions in the village were frightened and fell to the ground. Nyoer, why don't you go wash it? It's fishy and smelly. Who knows if that thing has any infectious disease? Don't play so tricks next time. He was like a messenger from hell just now, a man among men, but now he was pushed away by Zhou Wu with a look of disgust. The remaining bandits had surrendered one after another when Zhou Wu was killed. Now, their hands and feet were all tied and they were kneeling in a row. The members of the security team were still plundering the savings accumulated by the bandits over the years. Zhou Wu also followed the old rules and went straight to Zhou Wu's house. Just looking at the scale of Qinglong village, it is much larger than Feihu village. Zhou Wu's house is a standalone bamboo building. After searching several places where treasures might be hidden, they found another treasure chest. Did all these bandits come from the same technical school? Their treasure hiding places are all in the same place. Zhou Wu cursed inwardly. Brother Wu, I guess we can't leave today. What's wrong? The village warehouse is full of grain. With just the few trucks we have, it will probably take us several trips to move all of it. Nyoer found Zhou Wu panting. He had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing the warehouse full of grain. Haha, there really is food. That's good. Arrange for people to send these bandits to the county town, and then notify the village to send some people to transport the food. We can't just sit at home and wait for food. Anyway, there are many people now, so it's just a good opportunity to give everyone some confidence. The main reason why Zhou Wu chose Qinglong Mountain to attack was that, according to the information provided by the county, many grain-carrying caravans had been robbed near Qinglong village, so the grain was likely to have gone into the pockets of Qinglong village. As expected, Zhou Wu went to take a look and found that there were at least 1,000 stones of grain in the mountain village, which could at least alleviate the food shortage problem in Yojia village. Yes. Nyoer immediately divided his men into 3 groups. One group escorted the thieves to the county town to report and receive the reward, while the other 2 rode back to the village at full speed to bring more people and carriages for food. As for the rest of the people, of course they stayed in Qinglong village. You must know that in addition to Qinglong village, there were several small gangs of bandits nearby. Chapter 34, Visit by the County Magistrate. Qingyang County. County Magistrate Chen was having a headache over the sudden increase in the number of refugees when suddenly a runner came to report that Nyojia village had gone to suppress bandits again, and this time they were bandits from Qinglong Mountain. You said that the leader of the Qinglong Mountain bandits was chopped down by people from Nyojia village? County Magistrate Chen was a little bit unconvinced. According to the county government's archives, the leader of Qinglong Mountain was also born in the military and was very skilled in martial arts, yet he was killed by the tiny village of Nyojia village. Yes, sir. The head of the bandit leader has been brought here, and there are more than 20 survivors. Wow. Last time they sent a few bandits, this time they sent more than 20. When County Magistrate Chen arrived at the gate of the county government office, the gate was already surrounded by people who were standing by to watch. The bandits, who were tied up, knelt in front of the county government office. They no longer had their previous arrogance, and now only hoped to save their lives. The villagers of Nyojia village are truly our great dragon warriors. County Magistrate Chen had been an official for many years and he couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. All of them will be thrown into prison and await the court's decision. Yes. County Magistrate Chen was really troubled these days because of the refugees, but the bandits sent by Nyojia village were like a summer mountain spring, which made him feel clear-headed. Come here, bring me the latest news about Nyojia village today. Nyojia village performed so well that County Magistrate Chen was prepared to take good care of it. However, when he saw the recent situation of Nyojia village, he was a little confused. Nyojia village has never asked the county government for food or other support? Originally, County Magistrate Chun was going to allocate some supplies to Nyojia village to relieve the pressure of the refugees, but his subordinates said that Nyojia village had no supplies. Yes, sir. Up to now, Nyojia village is the only village in the whole county that has not asked us for help. Since the disaster struck the southwestern region of the Dalong Empire last month, although Qingyang County was not the worst hit area, it received the largest number of refugees. All the villages in the county reached out to the county town for food and supplies. However, it was not until now, when County Magistrate Chen conducted an inventory, that he discovered that Nyojia village had never asked the county government for supplies, and had even been clearing out banditry one after another. This made County Magistrate Chen look at Nyojia village with new eyes again, and he made up his mind to go to Nyojia village to see for himself. Wow, this is all food? Horse-drawn carriages pulled into the village one after another, and went directly to the warehouse. Then, under the organization of Master Nyo, the men in the village moved the grain into the warehouse in an orderly manner. With food, the villagers now feel at ease, especially now that the total population of Nyojia village has exceeded 500. Master Nyo, Brother Wu, the county magistrate is here and is waiting at the entrance of the village. What? The county magistrate has come to Nyojia village in person. Hurry up. When Uncle Nyo heard that the county magistrate was coming to this remote Nyojia village, he immediately panicked. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, so he pulled Zhou Wu and ran towards the village entrance. Master Nyo, slow down. I've never seen you in such good physical condition before. Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Unlike Master Nyo, Zhou Wu guessed that since the bandits had just been escorted there a few days ago, and the county magistrate came right after, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Greetings, His Excellency the county magistrate. You're welcome. I'm not doing anything serious today. I'm just strolling around. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Although both of them knew that it was impossible for the county magistrate to come to Nyojia village to hang out, since the magistrate didn't say anything, it was not easy for the subordinates to ask, so they could only take the county magistrate to stroll around the village. There seem to be only 100 or so people registered in your Nyojia village. After strolling along the way, County Magistrate Chen looked at the large number of people around him and couldn't help but ask curiously. Your Excellency, these are the refugees who have come here for refuge in recent days. Refugees? You are dressed so neatly and tidy, and your face is ruddy and shiny? As a county magistrate, he must have seen many more refugees than the village chief. Take the refugees in the county town recently, for example. There are at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, and every one of them has disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and a pale face and thin body. You're telling me now that these people in Nyojia village are refugees? You must be kidding. Your Excellency doesn't believe it? It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I just can't believe it. Zhou Wu saw the suspicion in County Magistrate Chen's eyes and immediately took him to the warehouse. Someone open it. Nyojia village built 2 warehouses. One is for storing salted fish and is much larger in scale. The other is the one in front of us, which currently stores 1,000 share of grain moved back from Qinglong Mountain. Is this food? Fine white rice. County Magistrate Chen seemed unconvinced, so he personally stepped forward and took out a handful of rice. It was indeed white rice. He changed another bag and took another one. He couldn't help but believe it. Sir, there are a total of 1,000 stones here. What, 1,000 sure? Where did you get so much food from Nyojia village? My lord, have you forgotten Qinglong village? Now everything is explained. It turns out that Nyojia village was plundering the bandits' assets in the name of suppressing bandits. So, in this case, Nyojia village is the bandit. That's not right. You wiped out Qinglong village a few days ago, but as far as I know, the refugees from Nyojia village did not just come a few days ago. County Magistrate Chen was just about to give a compliment, but suddenly he remembered something seemed wrong. Sir, don't worry, please follow me. Zhou Wu took County Magistrate Chen to another warehouse, but before they got close, County Magistrate Chen quickly covered his nose. What stinks? Someone open the warehouse. When the door opened, County Magistrate Chen was completely shocked. He could not even smell the foul smell that was just now. I saw that the warehouse was filled with countless salted fish. As the governor of a county, he had seen all kinds of scenes, even boxes of silver. However, the shock he felt was not as strong as the salted fish in the warehouse. "Sir, we have several thousand dan of salted fish here, and fresh live fish are delivered every day." "What?" County Magistrate Chin could barely accept 1,000 dan of rice, but who could accept these several thousand dan of salted fish? Not to mention who would be so bored as to turn fresh fish into salted fish. First of all, where did these several thousand dan of fresh fish come from? "Where did you get these fish from? Chilong village?" "You are joking, sir. Where did the salted fish come from in the bandit den? This is the sea fish we caught in Nyojia village." "Haha, Mr. Zhou, are you kidding me that I don't know the common people's business? These sea fish are extremely difficult to catch. It's good enough for ordinary people to catch a few a day. With your several thousand, sure, even if all the people in Nyojia village go fishing for sea fish, I'm afraid you can't catch this many even if you fish for a whole year." "Your Excellency is right, but we don't catch these fish by fishing." "You didn't fish it? Did it just come to your door?" Nyojia village had made great contributions in suppressing the bandits, and this time they also did an excellent job in dealing with the refugees. County Magistrate Chin had originally planned to reward Muramasa and Zhou Wu, but he did not expect that the other party would be so unreliable. Chapter 35 Bull Demon King's Ship. Seeing that the county magistrate still didn't believe it, Zhou Wu didn't explain much. He just took the county magistrate on the carriage and went to the beach. The men from Nyojia village on the coast were working hard to throw fishing nets into the sea. Although the number of fish on the shore has decreased significantly compared to before, there are still many fish struggling in each cast of the net. This scene made County Magistrate Chin, who had never seen a fishing net, feel incredible again. "Tell me quickly, what is this object?" "Answer, Your Excellency, this is a fishing net, invented by Zhou Dianshi." Nyoyu was afraid that Zhou Wu would feel embarrassed to take credit for himself, so he quickly answered first. Okay. County Magistrate Chin said nothing, but just looked at Zhou Wu carefully again, and then said 3 good words to him. "Before you leave, prepare a fishing net. I want to ask for merit for Zhou Dianshi." As expected, County Magistrate Chen's reaction was just as Niu Yi had expected. Among the 3 people, only Zhou Wu, the person involved, did not realize the importance of the fishing net. However, like Niu Yi and County Magistrate Chin, the fishing net was like a sacred artifact. County Magistrate Chin left, taking a fishing net with him. The moment he got the fishing net, he felt like he had found a treasure. He repeatedly said that he would recommend Zhou Wu for credit. However, Zhou Wu did not take it seriously. From ancient times to now, there had never been any news of anyone being rewarded for a fishing net. County Magistrate Chin has left, but Nyojia village has to continue. I don't know if the news that Nyojia village provides food and drink has spread, but more and more victims enter Nyojia village every day. Scholar, we have to think of a solution. If this continues, even if we have 1,000 dan of grain, we won't be able to hold out for long. In Nyoya's heart, he definitely wants to help more suffering people, but his own strength is there. If he is not careful, not only will it cause trouble, but it will also implicate the villagers of Nyojia village. I see. Now, there are at least 100 disaster victims entering Nyojia village every day. This growth rate has far exceeded the expectations of Zhou Wu and Niu Yi. In addition, the plan to wipe out the bandits can no longer directly help Nyojia village, because according to intelligence from the county, the surrounding bandits no longer have large food reserves. In this situation, Zhou Wu has no good ideas for the time being. However, just when Zhou Wu and Niu Yi were both in despair, good news came from the seaside. The ordered fishing boat arrived. Zhou Dianshi, this is the Bull Demon King number you ordered, please check it. The visitor was none other than the shipyard owner. He had heard that the customer who had ordered the ship was actually the magistrate of Qingyang County, so he came in person to try to build a relationship with the owner. Great, you came just in time. The moment Zhou Wu saw the boat, he had an idea in his mind. Master Dianshi, we have also sent you a shipload of supplies as a token of our appreciation. Please take good care of us in the future. When the shipyard owner set out, he deliberately filled the ship's supply warehouse to the brim. As there was a famine during that period, the supplies in this warehouse were of great value. Okay, not bad. The supplies on this ship were indeed delivered in a timely manner, and basically they could set off right away with the crew. Zhou Wu also expressed his gratitude. As for the crew, they had already been selected when the ship was ordered. There is basically no one in the coastal area who can't sail, and they also know a little about the control of the ship. Although they had all driven small boats before, it only takes time to get familiar with the big ships. Master Niu, I have an idea. When everyone was watching the big ship, Zhou Wu pulled Niu Yi to a corner and said something. What, going to sea? Trade? No. All I heard was Niu Yi's stern refusal, and there was no room for negotiation. Uncle Niu, this is our only way out. Look at how many people there are in the village now. I estimate there are more than 1,000 people now. The population of Niu village has increased tenfold. That won't work either. We can think of other ways. Uncle Niu thought that Zhou Wu's idea of going out to sea to neighboring countries to buy food was too crazy. He had never heard of the dragon people taking a ship to other countries. People who lived by the sea naturally knew the horror of the sea. Normally, people did not dare to go too far from the coast when fishing. Now Zhou Wu actually wanted to sail to neighboring countries to buy food. Master Niu, do you think there is any other way? If there is, I will not risk my life. Faced with Niu Yi's strong dissuasion, Zhou Wu just responded indifferently. But, Master Niu, there is no need to say more. Trust me. The other side of the sea was unknown to the ancients. When people face the unknown, they always feel fear, so Niu Yi would resist Zhou Wu's decision so much. However, Zhou Wu is a time traveler, and he knows much more about the world than the ancients. According to Zhou Wu's analysis, the terrain distribution of this world should be similar to that in his previous life. Niujia village is located on the border of the Daolong Empire, but there is also a coastline. In addition, the climate in Xingyang County is hot most of the time, so neighboring countries may be able to find rice that can be harvested 3 times a year. If this really exists, it means that neighboring countries have a large amount of food, and maintaining trade with each other can solve a lot of problems. So after seeing the big ship, Zhou Wu came up with the idea of going to the neighboring country to buy food. Although Niu Yi tried to stop him in every way, he was ultimately defeated by Zhou Wu. Okay, everyone go back and say goodbye to your families. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes. The crew members who had been selected long ago were all full of enthusiasm under Zhou Wu's encouragement. Niu Air, I'll trouble you to take care of the safety of the village while I'm away. Brother Wu, what are you talking about? Niujia village is also my village. Niu Air patted his chest and assured Zhou Wu that with him around, Niujia village would be safe and sound. That night Zhou Wu returned home and told Li Baiwei that they would go out to sea the next day. Such a dangerous action naturally made Li Baiwei feel resentful. Although they were not yet husband and wife, and had not experienced any major emotional setbacks, their plain, stable happiness had also allowed them to develop a deep relationship. If there is something wrong at home, go find Niu Yi and Niu Air for help. I know. Don't worry. I cherish my life and will never do anything risky. Be careful. Li Baiwei urged Zhou Wu to go to bed early, using the excuse that they had to get up early to go out to sea the next day. She and Yang Chun were busy in the kitchen, preparing as much dry food as possible for him. That night, the sound of women crying could be heard from many homes in Niujia village. The next morning, when Zhou Wu and the crew gathered and prepared to set off, the dock was already full of people, including villagers from Niujia village and disaster victims. They all found out last night, or this morning, that Zhou Wu and his men were going out to sea to find food for everyone. Because Zhou Wu and his men were risking their lives to find food for everyone came to the dock early in the morning to see these warriors off. Chapter 36 Deserted Island, Mysterious Palace Treasure? The villagers' farewell also greatly boosted the morale of the crew, but this morale did not last long. The first sea ship of the Great Dragon was named Bull Demon King by Zhou Wu, mainly in the hope that the ship would be invincible and move forward courageously. However, the deck was already full of seasick sailors, and at least half of them became seasick when they entered the deep sea. The 50-ton ship seemed huge up close, but it was so small in the vast ocean. The storm continued to rage, and the Bull Demon King was like a leaf, drifting on the sea and almost capsizing several times. Hurry up and find a place to land. Half of the sailors were already lying down after only a few days of setting out, which made Zhou Wu feel very disappointed. He still underestimated the power of the sea. Now he just hoped to find land as soon as possible so that everyone could rest. "Captain, a continent has been discovered ahead." The sailor on the watchtower vaguely saw the shadow of land on the coastline and quickly reported to the captain. "Helmsman, come over." Zhou Wu was no longer in the mood to analyze what the situation was on land. No matter what the situation was, it was better than drifting on the ocean. The distance was not very long, but everyone felt as if it took a long time to reach the shore. When the anchor dropped, everyone seemed to be saved. "Leave a few people to guard the boat, and the others go ashore." Almost half of the people were helped into the boats, and then several small boats began to row towards the shore. The heavy rain was still falling, and Zhou Wu and others had no way to set up a tent, so they could only find a place to shelter from the rain nearby. "Captain, there is a cliff here." A sailor who was exploring the way soon found a cliff nearby. The area below the cliff was very large, and if they squeezed together, it could easily accommodate Zhou Wu and his 20 or so men. "Go in quickly." At Zhou Wu's command, everyone hid inside. There was no time to find another place. The sea rainstorm came violently and went away quickly. The next morning, the sky was cloudless and the seasick sailors recovered quickly after a night's rest. At this time, Zhou Wu had the mind to look at the land. It was obvious that this was an isolated island, and its area was not large. Zhou Wu sent people to climb to the top of the tree, and they could even see the whole picture of the island. "Everyone group in groups of 3. Be careful." "Yes." Although the island is not large, Zhou Wu plans to stay on the island for 2 days. Naturally, he still needs to search the island to confirm its safety. Near noon, the sailors who had gone out to explore began to return one after another. The information they brought back was similar. There was no danger on the island, not even any large animals. There were only some birds and small herbivores such as hares. "Everyone is back, let's eat first." "Captain, there is still a team that hasn't returned." Everyone, who were already starving, were just waiting for the captain to say this, but at this moment, someone discovered that there was still a group of people who had not returned. "Sure?" "Captain, I'm sure Niu Jian and his team haven't returned yet. But I still remember the direction they explored. They should be heading in the direction of that forest." The man pointed in a direction and determined the location of Niu Jian and the others. "Leave half of you here, and the rest will follow me." There is no doubt that something must have happened to Niu Jian. The island is not big and there is no dangerous terrain. If there were no accidents, he should have returned long ago. "Niu Jian! Niu Jian!" The voices of more than a dozen people echoed in the woods, but no response was received. At this time, Zhou Wu and others had unknowingly walked to the center of the island. There was nothing special here, no mountains or cliffs, but when Zhou Wu and others approached, they discovered that there was actually a cave here. "It looks like someone fell down." The dark cave entrance was bottomless, but judging from the marks on the entrance, someone might have fallen in. "Niu Jian, Niu Jian!" After shouting a few times and hearing no response, Zhou Wu asked someone to bring a rope and prepared to go down to find out what was going on. The entrance to the cave is very large, so it is no problem for 2 people to go down at the same time. As the torches in their hands slowly descend, they can vaguely see the situation below the cave while standing at the entrance. "Captain, Niu Jian and they are below." Sure enough, Zhou Wu guessed correctly. The person did fall down. The reason why there was no response when he called out was that he must have fainted. Zhou Wu also tied himself tightly with a rope and slowly went down into the cave. He first looked at the person. Because there was a lot of sand under the cave, the person was not injured. He just fainted because of the great impact when he fell. After confirming that there was no problem, Zhou Wu held up the torch and looked at the cave. It was obvious that the cave was not formed naturally, because there were obvious traces of artificial excavation on it. The traces of artificial excavation on the surrounding walls are obviously not of the Central Plains style, and they look very old, because most of them appear to be hieroglyphs and murals. If it were in the previous life, Zhou Wu's discovery would definitely cause a sensation, but in this era, there was no such profession or concept as archaeology. Zhou Wu gently stroked the portrait on the stone wall, and suddenly felt that he touched something, and a door appeared in the stone wall. This made everyone at the scene feel like they were facing a great enemy. After a long time, there was no movement at the gate. At this time, Zhou Wu held up a torch and called a few people to accompany him. Then he plucked up his courage and prepared to find out what was going on. Entering the stone gate, there is a narrow and dim passage. With the light of the torch, you can barely see the area about 5 meters ahead. It's a bit dark. Yes, but we are many, so we are not afraid. Zhou Wu suddenly felt that his men were actually quite sincere. They were all hiding behind him without hiding anything. Fuck. As the captain, Zhou Wu couldn't bring himself to force anyone to go in front, so he had to bite the bullet and go ahead. Damn it, who pushed me? These bastards, just go to the back and keep pushing yourself. Don't you see it's pitch black in front, and you can't see anything? After walking about 100 meters, they finally saw a ray of light. After going out, they found themselves in another hollowed-out underground space. And the moment they stepped out of the passage, the candles around them that had been extinguished for who knows how many years suddenly lit up automatically, which scared the group of people. Although Zhou Wu, an atheist, was also shocked, he quickly calmed down and tried to explain the phenomenon in a scientific way. However, the Marxist education he received did not seem to help him find a reasonable explanation. Wow, look, gold! A cry of surprise resounded throughout the cave, leading everyone to look in the direction of the man, and they were also stunned in an instant. Chapter 37 Moon Man Country. The entire cave was filled with treasures. In addition to countless gold coins, there were also many gold items and jewelry. This scene could only make Zhou Wu think of the dragon's treasure. Haha, I'm rich. A lot of treasure. It took most of the day just to empty the treasures here. The Bull Demon King had a total of 10 warehouses, 2 of which were packed full of treasures. Zhou Wu spent 3 days on the island and then set off again. Fortunately, after experiencing the last storm, the sailors had completely gotten rid of the problem of seasickness, and they were also more adept at controlling the Bull Demon King. And on the 4th day after leaving the island, Zhou Wu and his crew discovered human habitation. The Yuan Kingdom is a neighbor of the Dalong Empire. Although the two countries are only adjacent to each other, they rarely appear in each other's country. So when the giant Bull Demon King slowly approached the port, the man looked at the giant in front of him and couldn't calm down for a long time. When he saw that the person coming down was a dragon man, he became even more uneasy. Which of you is the captain? The sailors leaning on the deck listened to the questions of the dock officers and soldiers with a look of confusion on their faces. I am the captain. Dear Captain, this is the Yuan Country Pier. Welcome to Yuan Country. I am Li Bing, the manager of the pier. We need to conduct a routine inspection of your ship. Hearing that their captain could communicate with the Moon Man without any hindrance, everyone was full of admiration. Hello, Mr. Administrator. We are merchants from the Great Dragon Empire. We are here to conduct friendly trade in your country. As they were talking, Zhou Wu had already gotten off the boat and came in front of Li Bing. When shaking hands with him, he secretly slipped a piece of silver to the other party. Zhou Wu was very familiar with this kind of thing. The Great Dragon Empire is our friendly neighbor. Since it is an ally's ship, there is naturally no problem. This is a port pass, which can guarantee the safe passage of your ship in this port. Thank you very much, Mr. Administrator. We plan to stay in the port for 3 to 5 days. Don't worry, as long as the ship is in port, I can ensure the safety of your ship. Zhou Wu felt that the main reason why it went so smoothly was probably because the other party did not know what role he played in the Dalong Empire. In addition, the existence of the behemoth Bull Demon King made the other party mistakenly believe that he was from the Dalong official family. However, Zhou Wu guessed correctly. When Li Bing saw the Bull Demon King for the first time, he never thought that such a giant ship would be used by ordinary people. After all, for a small country like Yunnan, even the official did not have such a huge ship. That's why after Zhou Wu took the initiative to show goodwill, he backed down and expressed his attitude. By the way, is there an interpreter at the dock? Captain, you can speak the Moon Man language, right? Haha, it's like this. I might be out discussing business with someone these days, but my sailors need to relax at the dock. Oh, I understand, but I'm sorry, because there are basically no dragon people coming here, so no one knows the dragon language. In fact, Zhou Wu had guessed it was almost right without the administrator telling him, but he still wanted to try his luck. Sir, doesn't that poor scholar know the dragon language? Just when Zhou Wu was about to leave in disappointment, a subordinate behind the administrator suddenly spoke. Yes, I almost forgot. Captain, please wait a moment. There is someone here who can serve as your translator. After saying that, the administrator ordered his men to bring the person over. Soon a young man in tattered clothes was brought in. Zhou Wu looked him up and down. Although the man was dressed in tattered clothes, he still dressed himself cleanly. He was just a little weak, probably due to long-term malnutrition. You are a dragon man. When the other party heard Zhou Wu's voice, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhou Wu, as if he couldn't believe that there was a big dragon man here. Yes, I am a dragon man. Sir, you are also a dragon man? Yes. After the administrator called the person over, he left on his own. Sorry, I got a little excited. It's been many years since I last saw a big dragon man. The other party seemed to be a little too excited and quickly apologized. Are you the only dragon man here? Yes, I have lived here for 3 years. How did you get here? Well, it's a long story. Seeing that the other party spoke weakly, Zhou Wu thought that he was probably hungry, so he took him to a restaurant at the pier, ordered some food, and chatted while eating. My name is Deng Yuanyang, and I am a scholar. A few years ago, I was planning to take the imperial examination, but the imperial court suspended the examination due to the war, which resulted in my lifelong knowledge being useless. So I decided to start a sea business with my uncle. I didn't expect that the first time I went out to sea, I encountered a storm, the ship was destroyed and everyone died. I was the only one who survived by chance. When I woke up, I was already at the dock of Yunnan country. Deng Yuanliang probably let it go completely over the years, so he showed no emotion when he was dealing with his personal affairs. This is no wonder. If a person is stranded in a foreign country, and does not cheer himself up as soon as possible, it will be difficult for him to survive. Would you like to meet Dalong? Hee, I don't have any relatives in Dalong anymore, so it doesn't make any difference whether I know how to do it or not. Deng Yuanliang gave a bitter smile. He had no relatives in the world now, and it was the same wherever he was. So do you have any family here? I can't even fill my stomach. Well, my ship may often travel between Yunnan and Dalong in the future. Since you can speak Yunnan's language, why don't you follow me? Deng Yuanliang thought for a moment, and felt that since he was alone, he might as well give it a try. After all, he had gone out to sea with his relatives because he was optimistic about the overseas trade. Okay, haha. Zhou Wu was overjoyed by Deng Yuanliang's joining. If he could find that Deng Yuanliang was competent for the job after observing for a period of time, then Zhou Wu would have an easier time in the future, and could even completely get away from ocean shipping. Yuanliang, this time we came to Yunnan to purchase food. Do you know the situation here? Since it was already agreed upon, Zhou Wu no longer concealed it, and directly stated his purpose of this trip. Brother Wu, because of the climate in Yunnan, they can harvest a lot of food 3 times a year, so the price of food here is very cheap. But I personally think that if Brother Wu is doing trade, the food is not suitable to be shipped back to Dalong for sale, because the profit is not high. Deng Yuanliang has not been working in Yunnan for nothing in the past few years, especially at the dock, which is itself a trading center. Thanks to Deng Yuanliang's sensitivity to prices, he has his own unique views on Yunnan's trade. Originally Zhou Wu was going to explain that he was not engaging in speculative trading this time, but that his village was indeed short of food. However, after hearing the other party's clear and logical explanation, he became interested instead. Then Yuanliang, what do you think? Chapter 38 Jade. Brother Wu, if we want to maximize our profits, I suggest that we purchase Yunnan's jade. Jade? Yes, although Yunnan has a small land area, it is rich in jade, even more than our Dalong's output, and the quality is still very high. However, due to the small population of Yunnan, there are even fewer people who can afford jade, so the price of Yunnan's jade is much lower than Dalong's. It seems that Deng Yuanliang is indeed a capable person. Originally, Zhou Wu was planning to buy all the food to relieve the pressure, but after hearing what Deng Yuanliang said, he decided to set aside a separate warehouse to purchase jade. Yuanliang, I might as well tell you that this time we bought the food not to ship it back to Dalong for sale. What is that? I am the Dianshur of Qingyang County in the Great Dragon Empire. This time I came to Yuanan to buy food because there was a disaster in the area around Qingyang County, causing many people to be displaced. I see. It turns out that the other party is a Dianshur. As a high-ranking official, he is willing to risk his life for the people. I will definitely help such a good official. What Zhou Wu didn't know was that what he had just said had elevated his image in Deng Yuanliang's mind even further. Yuanliang, but I decided to listen to your advice. We still have 8 cargo holds on this ship. I will free up 1 hold to purchase jade. After all, purchasing food is a long-term activity. We can purchase some and then sell them back, so that we will have more money to buy food. That's what Your Excellency said. Yuanliang, why is this happening? Don't be so polite, sir. Just call me Zhou Wu or Brother Wu. How can I do that? Yuanliang didn't know at first, but now that he knows you are the Dianshur of Dalong, how can he pretend to be crazy? Etiquette cannot be abolished. No matter how Zhou Wu tried to persuade him, Deng Yuanliang refused to listen. Zhou Wu thought that this might have a lot to do with Deng Yuanliang's original intention of passing the imperial examination. In the end, he had to give up. The next step is purchasing. Before coming, Zhou Wu was confused about purchasing, but now with the help of Deng Yuanliang, everything has become much simpler. Under the leadership of Deng Yuanliang, they directly found local grain merchants. The high-quality white rice that cost 20 cents a dough in the Dalong Empire was only 5 cents in the Yuan Kingdom, which saved 3/4 of the price. Needless to say, they filled up the warehouse directly. When the grain merchants heard that Zhou Wu and his companions were merchants from the Dalong Empire, and that they would be purchasing large quantities in the future, they directly lowered the price to 4 cents, hoping that they could continue to cooperate when Zhou Wu and his companions came to Yunnan to purchase grain in the future. Of course, Zhou Wu readily agreed. Yuanliang, where should we go to buy jade? Although Yunnan country is rich in jade, Zhou Wu didn't see any jade shops on the street these 2 days, so he asked curiously. Haha, I wonder if you have noticed that the people on the streets of Yunnan country are very wealthy? I walked around the streets these days and found that ordinary people's clothes were all patched up. They were not very rich. There were also few people wearing silk and satin on the streets. Your Excellency is indeed a very observant person. The Yuan Kingdom is quite different from our great dragon empire. The wealth of their country is basically monopolized by the royal family. If you look at the shops on the street, they are basically run by royal relatives or dignitaries. Ordinary people can only barely survive. So what you mean is that only royal relatives or high-ranking officials can afford this jade in Yunnan? Yes, sir, but think about it, how many people are there in this category? So although jade is also valuable in Yunnan, there are not many people who buy it, so there are naturally few shops. And for jade tycoons like us, of course we go directly to the mines to purchase. Deng Yuanliang took Zhou Wu and drove directly to a suburb outside the dock. There was not a single tree to be seen around, and there were traces of excavation everywhere. It was obvious that this was a jade mining area. Moreover, after entering here, you can see patrolling armed personnel everywhere, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. You want to buy jade? Several people drove a horse-drawn carriage to a simple bamboo shed, and a dark-skinned man came out, baring his yellow teeth and with a fierce look on his face. Yes, we are merchants from the Great Dragon Empire, and we are planning to purchase some jade stones to bring back. Unlike the other party, when he heard the word Dalong Empire, he immediately put on a fawning smile. So you are friends from the Great Dragon Empire. Please sit down. Please sit down. Someone, come and pour some water. Chief, we will not be polite. This Dianshur of the Great Dragon Empire is the person in charge of this purchase. In fact, as a Yuan man, he had no idea what kind of official the Dianshur of the Dalong Empire was. However, the other party instinctively thought that since he could sail across the ocean to the Yuan Kingdom and take such a big ship, he must be a high-ranking official, so he dared not act presumptuously. This was also the effect Deng Yuanliang wanted. Okay, I wonder how much jade you want to buy this time. This time, the Dianshur is purchasing jade for the Dalong royal family. He will come out to purchase jade frequently in the future. You'd better not use scraps to make up the number. Otherwise, we will have to find another company to cooperate with. Your Excellency, what are you talking about? I promise that all the goods you get are top quality. Come on, bring all the good stuff out of the warehouse for you. At the leader's command, a group of people went into a bamboo shed nearby and carried out many large stones. They were different from what Zhou Wu had seen on TV in his previous life, as all of them were cut in half. Sir, please take a look. These are all good products. They are all top-grade glass. Zhou Wu actually didn't know much about jadeite, but Deng Yuanliang did. After all these years in Yuan country, he had been exposed to it and knew that the goods in front of him were indeed top quality. He secretly winked at Zhou Wu, indicating that there was no problem with the goods and the only thing left was the price. The item is not bad, Chief, please name a price. Zhou Wu knew it was his turn to express his opinion. Since Deng Yuanliang had just raised his own worth, he could only cooperate. He said calmly with an indifferent expression. Since you like it, how about giving you 20% off the market price? Before Zhou Wu could say anything, Deng Yuanliang was already in an uproar. What? 20% off the market price. If the leader is not sincere, then we will leave. After saying that, Zhou Wu also cooperated with Deng Yuanliang and pretended to turn around and leave. Sir, everything can be negotiated. It's a business deal. I ask for a price, and you can bargain. Actually, in Yuan country, the jadeite business is not easy to do. It is still in the state of not opening for 3 years and making a profit for 3 years after opening. The price given by the leader just now is indeed a little high. Originally, I thought that the other party is a Dalong person and may not be familiar with the market here. Unexpectedly, Deng Yuanliang looked so confident that he immediately scared the leader. The leader was also afraid of losing this important customer, so he panicked and tried to keep him. Chapter 39 Return Home. Make me a price, just in case it works out. Seeing that Zhou Wu and others were really preparing to leave, the leader became anxious. Forget it. I think everyone is considering it. Deng Yuanliang performed this reluctance to accept perfectly. Don't forget it, the adults are here. How about this, 20% off? You must be kidding me. Look, I said everyone was thinking about it. How about this, let's not say anything, 30% off. Twofold discount. 40% off. Twofold discount. 50% off. Twofold discount. I said you are not sincere. I have given in again and again, but you won't give in at all. Because I am firm in my stance and I have nothing to hide. Deng Yuanliang's words made the leader lose his temper, which meant that he seemed to have something to hide. Sir, there's no point in us being so entangled. Why don't you give me a fair price? If it works, it's fine. If not, we can't make the deal. The friendship is there. It was obvious that the leader no longer wanted to waste time with Deng Yuanliang, and he said this directly to Zhou Wu. How about this, 70% off, if you're okay, pay right away. Oh my lord, why did you give in? It will be difficult for you to report back if you go back like this. When the leader heard the price, he was about to object, but unexpectedly Deng Yuanliang started shouting first, as if his parents had died. Even an outsider could feel the sadness and grief from the bottom of his heart. Forget it, Yuanliang, the leader is also an honest man, let's be honest. If it doesn't work, we won't force it. We can only find another one. As soon as Zhou Wu said this, the leader's intention to try again disappeared without a trace. 30% off, that's it, sir, I'll listen to you. The leader is indeed a man of character, so let's pick the goods and pay for them. The leader personally escorted everyone out of the mining area. Zhou Wu and others had already walked a long way away, but the leader was still behind them, waving goodbye reluctantly. Yuanliang, your acting is pretty good. No, your acting skills are superb. In fact, either of them had expected that the impromptu cooperation just now could be performed so perfectly. This time, when the jade is transported back to the Dalong Kingdom, they will definitely make a lot of money. After the last batch of jade was loaded onto the ship, the cargo hold of the Bull Demon King was completely full. Raise the sails and set sail. Overall, the purchase went smoothly. Zhou Wu was eager to return home at this moment. He had been out for more than 10 days and didn't know what the situation in Yojia village was now. Fortunately, everything went smoothly on the return journey, and we did not encounter any storms. Also, because we already had a fixed route, the return time was greatly shortened. Yojia village. Nyoer, Has there been any unusual movement in the village during this period? Zhou Wu left, and now the village is entirely under the watch of Niu Yi and Niu Er. Niu Yi dares not relax for a moment. At the beginning, Niu Yi wanted to give the position of the village chief of Niujia village to Zhou Wu, and he did it sincerely. At that time, he had already regarded Niujia village as Zhou Wu's territory, because he believed that only Zhou Wu could bring a better life to Niujia village. However, as Zhou Wu was later promoted by the county magistrate to the position of Qingyang County Dianshi, Niu Yi knew that a small Niujia village would not be Zhou Wu's end, and his future achievements would surely be far more than what they are now. So when Zhou Wu left, he asked him to take good care of Niujia village, and Niu Yi carried out his instructions meticulously. Master Niu, there has been no unusual movement in the village recently. Everyone has followed the plan we made earlier. We will have free food and rest for 3 days, and then we will get back to work. Everyone is very motivated. However, although there are still a lot of dried fish in the warehouse, the food has run out. I see. In fact, although the food was gone, there was still plenty of dried fish, so no one would starve. It was just that everyone had rice porridge to eat before, but suddenly it was gone. Everyone must have wondered if there was a shortage of food, which would have affected morale to some extent. I don't know how Brother Wu and the others are doing, whether everything is going well or not. There are many dangers at sea, and storms are beyond human control. Shut up, you are cursing your Brother Wu. Niu Er was about to retort, but when he saw Niu Yi's angry expression, he instantly lost his temper. Master Niu, second brother, boat. The quarrel between the two was interrupted. What ship? What ship? Please tell me clearly. Mr. Niu, who was already angry, saw someone coming to his door to curse him, which was a good opportunity to vent his anger. Master Niu, Brother Wu's boat is back. The person who came to report the news originally wanted to take credit for this incident, but ended up being scolded for no reason. The aggrieved expression on his face made Niu Er feel a little uncomfortable. What? You said the scholar is back. Before the man could answer, Niu Yi rushed out the door and ran towards the dock. Niu Yi rushed out and ran only a few steps before he was exhausted and out of breath. Then he realized that he was at least 3 miles away from the pier. If he ran there at his age, it would simply cost him his life. Niu Er, that bastard, must be laughing at me right now, huh? Everyone ran back, and Niu Yi was too embarrassed to go back. When he was in a dilemma, he heard someone calling him. Uncle Niu, get in the car. It will take you a long time to walk like this. The man who came was Niu Er, who followed in a horse-drawn carriage. Niu Yi glared at him and got into the carriage directly. When the two arrived at the dock, it was already surrounded by villagers who were helping to unload grain. Where is the scholar? Niu Yi grabbed a villager and asked. Master Niu, I'm here. Before the villagers could reply, Zhou Wu came out by himself. Good boy. At this time, Niu Yi did not ask Zhou Wu whether the task was completed. He was just very pleased to see the other party standing in front of him alive. Master Niu Er, the whole ship is full of food, top-quality white rice. Zhou Wu had been holding back at sea for so many days and finally had the chance to share the good news. So many? Niu Er and Niu Yi both turned their heads to look at the Bull Demon King. The ship was right beside them. Standing next to it, they were like ants. Was it really such a huge ship full of food? How much food would it be? Niu Er excitedly rushed onto the boat, wanting to verify it with his own eyes. Niu Yi also prepared to go and take a look, but was stopped by Zhou Wu because he had something more important to say to Niu Yi. Master Niu, let me introduce you to a friend. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid things wouldn't have gone so smoothly this time. Oh. This immediately made Niu Yi take it seriously. Yuan, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Niu, the village chief of Niujia village. Uncle Niu, this is Deng Yuanliang. Since Zhou Wu had already accepted Deng Yuanliang, he naturally had to report it to the village chief Niu Yi. Then Zhou Wu told Niu Yi about Deng Yuanliang in detail. Niu Yi immediately realized that the other party was a talented person. Chapter 40, Shocks Again and Again. Welcome Yuanliang back to Dalong country. Do you have any plans for where to go after you come back? Zhou Wu in Yuanan country heard what Master Niu said, but he also thought so, and he took the initiative. He had already agreed with Deng Yuanliang that he would stay in Niujiao village and be responsible for trade with Yuan country in the future, because Zhou Wu felt that the purchase of grain should continue and should not be interrupted because of a temporary relief. Moreover, while purchasing grain, he could also conduct normal trade and earn money. Only with money could he talk about development. Hello, Master Niu. I have already made an agreement with Master Zhou that I will stay in Niu village from now on and will mainly be responsible for trade with Yuan country. Deng Yuanliang was not stupid. He knew that Niu Yi was asking these questions to keep him, but he really liked the feeling of being valued. Haha, okay, I'll stay. Knowing that the other party had decided to stay, Niu Ye's face, which was already full of wrinkles, was even more wrinkled when he smiled. In the evening, Uncle Niu personally invited Zhou Wu, Deng Yuanliang and Niu Er to his home for a simple meal. The food was indeed home-cooked, but it made Deng Yuanliang cry bitterly. I'm sorry, everyone. Yuanliang lost his composure. It's been too long since I've had my Dalong's food. Hey, Yuanliang has suffered a lot outside these years. If you like to eat more. We will never let you go hungry as we have food in Niujiao village. Uncle Niu couldn't stand this anymore as he was old, so he immediately comforted him. Oh, by the way, Master Niu has something else to tell you. We bought a warehouse of jadeite this time. Is there anyone who knows about it so we can find a buyer and sell it to him at a good price? Halfway through the meal, Zhou Wu saw that everyone was quite moved, so he told them about the jade. What do you mean a warehouse full of jade? Why didn't you tell us about it when we were at the dock during the day? As Deng Yuanliang knew about this, he didn't react and just focused on eating the food on the table. However, it was different for Niu Yi and Niu Er. They both had shocked expressions. What did a whole warehouse of jade mean? Where is the jade now? Unexpectedly, Niu Yi gave a relevant answer. Zhou Wu didn't know why Niu Yi asked this, but he answered truthfully. You bastard, you actually left such a valuable thing on the boat. Niu Er, quickly get the security team to guard the boat. Yes. Niu Er also felt that the situation was urgent, and immediately got up and left. Wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Niu Er, who was just about to go out, had already taken a step forward when he abruptly pulled his foot back. Is there anything more important than this jade? Now Uncle Niu's whole attention was on the jade in that warehouse, and he could no longer hear anything Zhou Wu said. There are 2 warehouses of treasure on the ship. Oh, treasure is treasure, jade is important. Wait, what did you say? Treasure? Niu Yi and Niu Er were shocked again, but the difference was that Deng Yuanliang also looked surprised this time. He had been on the ship for so many days, but he didn't know that there were 2 warehouses full of treasures on the ship. This treasure is... So Zhou Wu told the story of the treasure again. After listening to it, Deng Yuanliang couldn't help but sigh that Zhou Wu was so lucky. He also encountered a storm and his entire family almost went to see his grandmother together. Wow, she also encountered a storm and directly encountered a mysterious treasure. Niu Er, you go and lead the people to guard it yourself. Make sure it's safe. Yes. Niu Er also felt that the situation was urgent, and he had to guard it himself to feel at ease, so he turned around and quickly went to the security team. As soon as Niu Er left, Niu Yi was still pacing back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. No, I'm still worried, old lady, get me a quilt. Master Niu, what are you going to do? Zhou Wu and Deng Yuanliang were both stunned. They were eating their meals well, so why did he need a quilt? Was he going to sleep? He was still eating. I'm going to sleep on the boat, otherwise I can't sleep. Oh, Master Niu, you are in poor health. The humidity on the boat is high, so don't get rheumatism. Niu Er is enough to take care of you. No, I just don't feel at ease. Uncle Niu still insisted on sleeping on the boat. Deng Yuanliang's eyes turned and he had an idea. Master Niu, you are the village chief of Niu village. If you suddenly live on a boat, what do you think will happen to the outside world? What do you think? Uncle Niu didn't understand what was wrong with him sleeping on the boat. Isn't this a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt? Oh yes, Yuanliang is right, it almost ruined everything. Uncle Niu slapped his forehead hard and said, Yuanliang was right, I can't go, I absolutely can't go. After Uncle Niu made such a fuss, No one had any appetite for food, so Zhou Wu took Deng Yuanliang to his home to stay for a night and make plans later. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, someone knocked on the door. "Master Niu, it's so early. It's getting late." "Master Niu, who hit you?" Niu Yi stared at the two dark circles under his eyes. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and he looked like he was going to see his grandmother at any time. Zhou Wu was a little surprised. Anyone in Niujia village who dared to touch Niu Yi would almost die. "Whoever dares to hit me didn't sleep the whole night last night." "Master Niu, this is not necessary." "You bastard, what are you talking about? If everyone is as heartless as you, how can I trust you to take care of Niujia village in the future?" Having said that, Uncle Niu still dragged Zhou Wu and Deng Yuanliang to the dock. As Zhou Wu had guessed, Niu Er also stayed up all night and kept guarding. "I've already thought about this. Qingyang County is just a small border town, and there has been a famine recently. These things can't be sold at a good price, and even buyers can't be found. So I mean to go to Jinshan Prefecture." Now that everyone was present, Uncle Niu didn't waste any words. He had been thinking about it all night, and finally expressed his thoughts. "Jinshan Mansion?" Zhou Wu had no impression of Jinshan Mansion. "Yes, Jinshan Prefecture is the largest city in the southwest of the Great Dragon Empire. Although it is not as prosperous as the capital, it should have no problem eating our goods." "Then listen to Master Niu." The main reason was that Zhou Wu didn't have any better ideas. Niu Er had never left the village in his life, so he didn't have any ideas, and Deng Yuanliang had just returned to Dalong, so he had no objections. "Then Yuanliang, you and Niu Er go." "Master Zhou, do you trust me?" Deng Yuanliang was a little surprised. This was not a small amount of money. According to Deng Yuanliang's estimate yesterday, the money these jades and treasures could fetch was definitely an astronomical figure. Yet the other party was so confident in handing it over to someone he just met. "What's there to worry about? Since you are all a member of Niujia village, we are all one. We let you go because you have a talent for business and can sell for a good price. As for safety, Niu Er is here, so you can rest assured. I will not let you down." Deng Yuanliang was so moved that he burst into tears, but as a man, he still held back his tears. He knew that gratitude could not be expressed with words, he wanted to tell the world with actions. Chapter 41: Recruiting Disaster Victims with Evil Intentions. "Xiucai, how many days have Niu Er and the others been gone?" Uncle Niu had just finished the work in his hands and started asking again without getting tired of it. "Uncle Niu, you ask this question 800 times a day, aren't you tired? They have only been gone for 3 days. Scholar, with so much money, I must be worried." Uncle Niu has never seen so much wealth in his life. According to what the scholar said, all this money will be used to build Niujia village. By then, Niujia village will be built like a palace. "Don't worry, Master Niu. This time I specifically told them to take the water route. There are fewer bandits on the water route. And with our big guy, no blind pirate would dare to take it. Be careful." Even though Zhou Wu had made all the arrangements, Uncle Niu was still a little worried. After returning from Wenan Kingdom, Zhou Wu quickly invested in the construction of the village. Up to now, Niujia village has a total of more than 1,200 villagers, and it has the potential to become the largest village in Qingyang County. Because Niujia village had accepted a large number of disaster victims, County Magistrate Chen specially approved the expansion of Niujia village by 5 miles. Don't underestimate 5 miles. To give a simple example, although Niujia village could go to the beach to catch seafood, people from other villages could also go there, because at that time, the beach belonged to Qingyang County, not to any particular village. But now it is different. After Niujia village expanded by 5 miles, the beach directly belongs to Niujia village, and other villages can no longer go to the coast to catch seafood or fish. Every day Zhou Wu was busy organizing people, using local materials, and building houses with thatch and yellow mud. Although it was a bit simple, it was the most effective way at present. It could quickly resettle these disaster victims. Fortunately, the disaster victims were all ordinary people and there was nothing to complain about. All they needed was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. "Xiucai, there are more and more disaster victims coming to Niujia village recently. I asked someone to investigate, and it seems that someone is deliberately spreading the news that Niujia village is accepting villagers. Master Niu, what are you worried about? Niu Er and Deng Yuanliang have already gone to look for buyers with their enormous wealth. When the goods are sold, the money they get will be enough to support not only Niujia village but also the entire Qingyang county. Zhou Wu doesn't quite understand what Niu Yi is worried about. Scholar, you are still too young. Some things are not just about what you think is right. You have to look at it from the perspective of the government. Officials? Master Niu, what do you mean? How can a small Niujia village like ours feed so many people and take in so many disaster victims? If we are not careful, it will probably arouse suspicion from the higher-ups, and then disaster will befall us. Niu Ye's words undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Wu. At the beginning, both of them just wanted to help the victims, but they did not expect that the number of victims had far exceeded their original expectations. Does Master Niu have any solution? What can I do? It's already great that I can think of this. Zhou Wu also smiled self-deprecatingly. He felt that he was asking unnecessary questions. It seemed that he had to rely on himself to find a way to break the deadlock. Ever since Uncle Niu expressed his concerns, Zhou Wu has been feeling a little dazed. He then remembered that he was in ancient times, a feudal society. Although there were laws here, they were in name only. Whether it was good or bad depended entirely on the words of those in power, especially when it came to the matter of him taking in disaster victims. For ordinary people, it was definitely a good thing, but it was very likely to arouse suspicion from the government, who would then accuse him of gathering a crowd to rebel. For Zhou Wu, it would be over before he even left the novice village. Forget it, let's go find the county magistrate and explain the matter clearly, otherwise we can't do this job. In the end, Zhou Wu couldn't think of a good solution, so he could only go to find County Magistrate Chen, whom he had met once, hoping that he could give some good advice. Qingyang County, County Government Office. As the local official, County Magistrate Chen has been having a headache recently. It can be said that the entire Qingyang County has been completely occupied, and all the people below are asking for support. Who can understand that County Magistrate Chen also wants support from above? However, when the memorial was submitted, the higher-ups only replied with 6 words, authorizing the problem to be resolved on the spot. The word authorization is easy to understand. It means that the superior authorizes the subordinate to have full authority over any rights except those in the military, even including personnel appointments below the level of the authorized person. If it were a normal time, County Magistrate Chen would be overjoyed if he could be authorized by his superiors, but now the authorization is useless. People are almost starving to death, and anyone who has the conditions has run away. Just when County Magistrate Chen was at a loss, someone came to report that Dianshi Zhou wanted to see him. Zhou Dianshi? Which Zhou Dianshi? There is only one Dianshi in the entire Qingyang County, and his surname is not Zhou. Sir, it's Zhou Wu from Niujia village. The Yamen runner was also speechless. It was you who personally approved the title of Dianshi, and it has only been a few days and you have already disregarded him. Oh, it's him, come in. When he heard the name Niujia village, County Magistrate Chen immediately thought of the only village in the county that had not sought support from the county government, and had managed to take in more than 1,000 disaster victims on its own. Hello, Mr. Chen. This was Zhou Wu's second time meeting County Magistrate Chen. Compared to the first time in Niujia village, County Magistrate Chen seemed much older this time. Zhou Wu, haha, come and sit down. Thank you, sir. As soon as I sat down, a maid brought me hot tea. It turns out that there are still good things about feudal society. Zhou Wu, your Niujia village is great. You have taken in more than 1,000 disaster victims and never asked the county for a penny. You have relieved me of a lot of worries. After the disaster is over, I will definitely recommend you for merit. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. After hearing this, Zhou Wu felt even more anxious. He couldn't tell for a moment whether this was the truth or a hint at him. By the way, Zhou Wu, what do you want to talk to me about today? Your Excellency, I came here for the disaster victims. I have some concerns in my heart, so I came to ask you for help. Oh. Magistrate Chen couldn't understand what Zhou Wu was so confused about. In public, he was relieving the court's worries and would be rewarded afterwards. In private, he was helping the poor and the needy and accumulating good deeds, which would surely benefit future generations. Sir, do you think it's a good thing for Nyojia village to take in more than 1,000 disaster victims? Zhou Wu's face revealed his inner thoughts. Sheltering the victims and saving their lives is of course a good thing. I heard that your Nyojia village not only gave them food to eat, but also arranged jobs for them. This is teaching people how to fish, which solves the worries of the court. Then tell me, sir, will anyone say that Nyojia village is taking in disaster victims with ill intentions? This? County Magistrate Chen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that not all people's hearts are good. Chapter 42. Find a backer and reach a consensus. Zhou Wu's problem pulled County Magistrate Chen back from the comfortable small border county to the treacherous officialdom. Yes, people are kind-hearted, so they see the good in everything they do. But not everyone in this world is kind. You have a point. It seems that I have stayed in this small county for too long and have even forgotten the most basic ways of survival in the officialdom. The recent performance of Nyojia village and Zhou Wu left a deep impression on County Magistrate Chen. Moreover, Nyojia village's move to shelter a large number of disaster victims helped him a lot invisibly. In addition, the merits of Nyojia village's fishing nets had not been fulfilled, so County Magistrate Chen still helped Zhou Wu. Yes. The two of them sat there in silence for a long time. Suddenly, County Magistrate Chen seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Does Your Excellency have a solution?" Seeing the other party smiling happily, Zhou Wu knew that he must have found a solution. Yes, a few days ago, I applied to the court for disaster relief supplies, but did not receive permission. However, they gave me authorization except for military affairs. Authorization? What's the use of that? In Zhou Wu's opinion, if some supplies could be allocated from above, some of the victims could be diverted away, so that the pressure on Nyojia village would be much less. But now there are no supplies at all, only an incomprehensible authorization. Zhou Wu didn't know what County Magistrate Chen was so happy about for a moment. You may not know what this authorization means. Zhou Wu nodded, indicating that he really didn't know what the use of this was. Do you know that in addition to the army, each county in Dalong can also form a militia under certain special circumstances? Village militia, what does it have to do with the current situation of Nyojia village? The court has authorized me now, so forming a militia is also within my rights. I can authorize you to form a militia, and the base will be in Nyojia village. This way, when the higher-ups ask about Nyojia village taking in disaster victims, they can say that it was for the purpose of forming a militia, which is equivalent to having an official background. Your Excellency is wise, but is there any problem with this militia? Jingyang County is located on the border, and now there is a famine, which has caused the displaced people. It is reasonable to form a militia to prevent foreign enemies and suppress the victims. That's great, sir. What are the rules for forming a militia? Don't worry about this. Although I have the right, I still have to report it and go through the process. So you go back and wait for my news. Yes, thank you for your concern. Coming out of the county government office, Zhou Wu wandered alone on the streets of the county. Compared with a month ago, the county had changed drastically. The cleanliness and prosperity of the past were no longer there, replaced by crowds of people. The streets were full of beggars, and there were many people selling themselves to bury their entire family. Brother, I'm hungry! Suddenly Zhou Wu felt someone pulling his clothes. He turned around and saw a dirty little girl who was looking up at him timidly. Zhou Wu subconsciously touched his body, but unfortunately, there were no packaged foods like shikama and egg yolk pie in this era, so Zhou Wu touched nothing. The little girl was also very sensible, and when she saw that she didn't touch anything, she didn't cry, but just let go of his hand with some disappointment. Looking at the little girl with her empty eyes, Zhou Wu suddenly felt a piercing pain. He suddenly turned around and ran towards the county government office. Zhou Wu! Why are you back again? County Magistrate Chen was a little confused as to why Zhou Wu, who had just left, came back again. May I ask, sir, is there any emergency assistance from the county government for the disaster victims in the county? Faced with Zhou Wu's questioning, County Magistrate Chen was a little annoyed, but soon felt helpless. Emergency relief? How? With what? The county doesn't have that much food to help the victims. The county government's granary has been put into the national treasury. Whoever dares to touch it will die. County Magistrate Chen became more and more excited as he spoke. As a parent official, the disaster victims were wandering around under his nose all day long. He was not blind, so didn't he want to save them? But he was just a county magistrate. He had no money or food. He could only watch the disaster victims being displaced in front of him all day long, and even starving to death on the roadside. He also wanted to find someone to talk to about his grievances, but who could he find? "I'm sorry, I lost my composure a bit." After County Magistrate Chen vented his anger, he realized that he had lost his composure. "My lord, I was rude and misunderstood you." Zhou Wu was just acting hot-headed just now. Now that he has calmed down, he still feels a little regretful and scared. Fortunately, County Magistrate Chen is a good man and did not pursue the matter. "My lord, I have an idea. But it's okay to talk." Zhou Wu and County Magistrate Chen conspired in the house for a long time and finally reached an agreement. Zhou Wu is rich now and is willing to help Qingyang County overcome this difficulty, and all the credit will go to County Magistrate Chen. I believe that County Magistrate Chen will be rewarded by the court later. All he needs to do is to give the greatest protection and support to Niujia village and Zhou Wu. This matter did not involve the Dalong law and was a win-win situation, so County Magistrate Chen readily agreed. He just felt that Zhou Wu had suffered a great loss in this matter, but he thought about compensating the other party as much as possible later. "My lord, it is settled then." "Okay, I hope you can keep your word. I will not treat you unfairly then." "Don't worry, sir." After leaving the county government office, Zhou Wu did not return to Niujia village immediately but came to the shipyard. Shipyard. It is a great honor for our humble home to have the presence of Mr. Zhou Dianshi. It is a great honor for our humble home to have the presence of Mr. Zhou Dianshi. In stark contrast to the last time, after learning about Zhou Wu's identity as the Dianshi, this time the shipyard owner was fawning from beginning to end. "How big is your largest ship?" Zhou Wu didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. He came here today to buy boats, and more than one. He now has a preliminary plan, which is to build an ocean trading caravan, which can not only make money, but also purchase cheap food from the Yuan Kingdom. The only problem now is the lack of ships. "Your Excellency, our largest sea vessel now is the Endeavor. Take me to see it." "Yes." When the shipyard owner brought Zhou Wu to the Endeavor, Zhou Wu was extremely disappointed. It was at most 20 tons, no more. This kind of ship was definitely a giant in rivers, lakes, and ponds, but in the ocean, it probably couldn't survive a wave. "Is there no bigger one? Like the Bull Demon King, or even bigger?" "Sir, please don't make fun of me. Who would want such a big ship? I want it to start now. How long will it take to finish it at your fastest speed?" Ships like the Fenyong did not meet Zhou Wu's minimum requirements, so they were directly excluded. "Sir, since we already have the blueprints and experience to build the Bull Demon King, and the materials and workers are also readily available, I estimate that it will be completed in about 2 months. Chapter 43 Qingyang County is saved. Too slow. The boss felt that being able to complete the construction of a ship of the level of the Bull Demon King in 2 months was something to be proud of, but Zhou Wu still felt it was too slow. "Boss, let me give you a suggestion. You don't have any other business right now. Why don't you just divide the workers into 3 groups and take turns to rush the work?" Zhou Wu proposed a 3-shift system, which was the most common model in vampire factories in his era. When the boss heard it, his eyes lit up instantly. After a brief thought, I thought it was feasible. "It will be completed in 1 month, at most 1 month. I want 5, the money is good, 2 will be delivered in the first month, and the remaining 3 in the second month." The boss wanted to bargain for time, but was intimidated by Zhou Wu's irrefutable look. "Okay, just follow what Zhou Dianshi said." The work at the shipyard was completed smoothly, and then a letter was written and sent to Deng Yuanlian, who was in Jishan Prefecture. The main purpose was to inform the other party to buy a shipload of grain after completing the jade and treasure transactions. This time, no high-quality white rice was needed, the cheapest corn would be enough. Niujia Village. "Scholar, do you want to transport all this grain to the county government?" There was some reluctance in Uncle Nio's eyes. These white rices were the life of Niujia Village. "Don't worry, Master Nio, this is only temporary. I have asked Yuan Liang and the others to buy corn in Jishan Prefecture. When Zhou Wu returned to the village, he informed County Magistrate Chen of the agreement they had reached. When Niu Yi heard that the problem had been solved, he was of course very happy. But when he thought about it, the price he had to pay was that Niujia village had to support it. No, to be more precise, Zhou Wu had to support the entire Qingyang County on his own. Niu Yi felt uncomfortable. Originally, all this money belonged to Zhou Wu alone, but Zhou Wu was willing to give it out to help the countless people of the Daolong Empire. It's your money anyway, so you have the final say. In the past, the number of people receiving assistance was small, and Niu Yi didn't feel that much, but now the number of people receiving assistance can be said to be in the tens of thousands, and Niu Yi feels a little sorry for Zhou Wu. Qingyang County. My lord, food, lots of food. The gatekeeper crawled up to Magistrate Chen. The more excited he was, the more nervous he became, and the harder it was to speak clearly. Has the food from Niujia village arrived? Yes. Because of the prior agreement with Zhou Wu, County Magistrate Chen knew that a large quantity of grain would be delivered to the county town in the next 2 days. At the gate of the county town, countless disaster victims witnessed with their own eyes a large amount of grain being transported to the county town. Although it was a bit bold, the victims were all speculating whether the county government was going to provide disaster relief, so everyone followed all the way until the grain team stopped at the gate of the county government. When County Magistrate Chen came out to collect grain, he was shocked by the huge crowds of disaster victims in front of him. He knew that he had to say or do something at this time, otherwise it might cause a civil unrest. My fellow citizens, I have already collected enough food for disaster relief. More food will be shipped to Qingyang County in the future. Please rest assured. I will not let any citizen of Qingyang County starve to death as long as I am here. Oh, Your Excellency is mighty. Long live the Lord. The crowd immediately cheered. The long-suppressed negative emotions were released at this moment, and the entire Qingyang County seemed to have regained its former vitality. Someone, set up the pot and cook the porridge. Yes, sir. For a moment, the entire Qingyang County was in an uproar. Niujiao Village. Brother Wu. Niu Er returned to his hometown after a long absence, and his mood unconsciously improved. Thank you for fulfilling your mission, sir. Ding Yuanliang was awarded because he successfully completed the task assigned by Zhou Wu. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zhou Wu now wanted to ask Ding Yuanliang about the result of this transaction immediately, but it was obvious that there were too many people at the dock to ask about these confidential matters. Go back. The security team was left behind to guard the Bull Demon King, while Niu Er and Ding Yuanliang were pulled back by Zhou Wu. Wine and food had already been prepared at home, and the comfort of returning home made the two people's tense nerves relax. Thinking back to the time in Jishan Mansion, they ate and lived on the boat every day and did not dare to relax at all. After all, this was the future of Niujia Village and Zhou Wu's entire fortune. Fortunately, they fulfilled their mission. How is Yuanliang? Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Uncle Niu could no longer hold back and asked how much money he had made in the end from this transaction. Yuanliang dares to let Master Niu and the adults guess. Yuanliang rolled his eyes and came up with a little idea. Can you give me 1,000 strings of cash? Niu Ye's voice was full of anticipation. Master Niu might as well be bolder. Niu Er was the first one who couldn't hide his laughter. Although he did not participate in the transaction this time, he was guarding by the side throughout the whole process. 1,000 strings of cash was really a big difference. Ding Yuanliang also nodded slightly on the side. 2,000 strings of cash? Uncle Niu widened his eyes, he couldn't bear any more. Guess again. 3,000? Oh, Master Niu, if you keep adding 1,000 at a time, we won't be able to sleep tonight. As soon as Niu Er said this, the air seemed to freeze, and Niu Yi didn't even dare to breathe. What did he mean by this? Niu Er, please stop teasing Master Niu. My lord, Master Niu, this time we traded a portion of the treasure, and after the transaction, the total amount of money we got is more than 120,000 strings of cash. 10,000? Lord Niu could no longer speak normally at this moment. Although Zhou Wu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked speechless when he heard the 120,000 strings of cash. Wait, what do you mean by part of the treasure? Just now, Zhou Wu did hear Deng Yuanliang say that he had sold part of all the jade and treasures. My lord, it is like this. Because our transaction has caused a stir in Jishan Prefecture, I took the initiative to keep all the gold items in the treasure and did not sell them. The main reason is that I am afraid that the transaction amount will be too large and cause some unnecessary trouble. In addition, we can reserve the gold for emergency use. If it really doesn't work, we can melt it down and spend it normally. I have to say that Deng Yuanliang has considered everything very carefully. Zhou Wu is now more satisfied with Deng Yuanliang. Yuanliang did a great job, and your idea is very good. You and Nyo have worked hard this time. I toast to you too. Zhou Wu usually doesn't drink alcohol, so he feels that this fermented glutinous rice water is more like a drink. The whole night was spent eating and drinking to one's heart's content. Only Zhou Wu, Nyo and Deng Yuanliang were enjoying themselves. When Nyo Yi heard about the 120,000 strings of cash, his brain froze, as if someone had pressed acupuncture points on his body, and he was lost in thought. Master Nyo, I hope that the gains from Yuanliang's transaction will not be spread to the ears of a fifth person. After eating and drinking, Zhou Wu suddenly said with a stern face that he must explain the matter clearly. After all, 120,000 strings of cash was enough to make many people have bad intentions. Don't worry, Brother Wu. Don't worry, sir. I understand, scholar. Chapter 44, 9th Rank Deputy Commandant. After having money, Zhou Wu felt more confident. Most of the disaster victims who came to Niujia village every day now went to the county town because of Qingyang County's disaster relief efforts. The pressure on Niujia village was suddenly reduced a lot. Yuanliang, I plan to build a marine trade fleet. I have already ordered the ships, and they will be in place in a month. Sir, this is a good thing. I was planning to persuade you, but I didn't expect that you had already made arrangements. Maritime trade allowed Zhou Wu and Deng Yuanliang to see huge profits, so they both decided to vigorously develop maritime trade. Niujia village originally had the best time and location for maritime trade, and this famine directly contributed to the harmony among people. Then I'll have to work hard for you this month. Recruit a large number of sailors and train them well. We'll be able to start working right away when the ship arrives in a month. Don't worry, sir. I will live up to your expectations. Zhou Wu now likes Deng Yuanliang more and more. He follows the rules, has ideas, and knows when to advance and retreat. It can be said that Niujia village has now developed from a small mountain village into a township scale. Most people rely on coastal fisheries for development. Although they cannot make a fortune, at least food and clothing are not a problem. Other industries have gradually emerged in Niujia village. The arrival of the disaster victims has also brought many people with special skills. So far, Niujia village has opened an iron and steel shop and has carpenters, bricklayers, chefs, winemakers, and so on. Generally speaking, although there are many disaster victims in Niujia village, it is precisely because of these disaster victims that more opportunities have been brought about, especially in terms of population issues. Master Zhou, here is your appointment document. The envoy from Jinshan Prefecture, led by the county government servants, finally found Zhou Wu in a corner of Niujia village. Hearing about the letter and appointment, Zhou Wu felt that it should be the militia mentioned earlier. Because of his status as a scholar, he did not need to perform the kneeling ceremony, and immediately bowed and listened. I heard that Zhou Wu, the county magistrate of Qingyang County, took in the victims and fought against the bandits, setting an example for the majority of officials. He was specially promoted from the 9th rank to the deputy lieutenant of the escort army and appointed as the head of the Qingyang County Militia Corps. I thank you for your kindness. Although Zhou Wu remained calm on the surface, he was actually extremely ecstatic in his heart. Thank you, Lord. After saying this, Zhou Wu stood up, took out the appointment document, and quietly handed a small piece of silver to the other party, who also tacitly kept silent. Zhou Wu looked at the appointment document carefully and found that it did not seem to be an imperial edict, because the seal on it was the seal of the Ministry of War. The seal of the Ministry of War? Isn't the evaluation of officials the responsibility of the Ministry of Personnel? Zhou Wu muttered to himself. This appointment document made him confused. However, now was not the time to discuss this issue. The important thing to do first was to entertain the envoy. "Congratulations, Captain Zhou. Congratulations, Captain Zhou. Congratulations, congratulations. The envoy has been traveling a long way. I will host you today. Please do me the honor." Since the other party was polite, Zhou Wu was naturally polite as well. The envoy who came to announce the appointment was a seasoned man. He himself was just a lowly clerk, and the other party was at least a formal official below the 9th rank. He was not stupid enough to think of himself as an important person and stay for dinner. "I have official business to attend to, so I won't bother you any more." In addition to the appointment documents, the envoy also handed over all the official uniforms, swords, seals, and other items to Zhou Wu. After a few simple greetings, the envoy left in a hurry. When he came, he complained that the journey was too long and difficult. When he left, he looked at the silver in his hand and thought that his trip was not in vain. "Is this another promotion?" It was not until the messenger left that Niu Yi realized that Zhou Wu had been promoted again. Niu Er and Deng Yuanliang on the side were even more delighted. Now these people were on the same warship with Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu was doing better and better, and his future would definitely not be bad either. "Haha, Brother Wu, you are now a true imperial official, 9th rank." Niu Er was the happiest because Zhou Wu was his brother, his elder brother. He didn't know what the deputy captain of the regiment was, but he could guess from the name of the militia that it should be an armed force. Zhou Wu looked at his appointment document carefully, which detailed the duties of a military officer from the 9th rank to the deputy lieutenant, as well as the duties of the leader of the militia. He could choose a base anywhere in Xinjiang County and establish a militia of 300 people. However, the militia did not belong to the regular army because its duties were not to defend against external enemies, but to quell internal riots or suppress bandits. This should belong to the JC system. Zhou Wu immediately thought of the police bureau in his previous life. It seemed that he had become the director of the county police bureau, which was not bad. Zhou Wu hosted a banquet at home that day, but this time it was not fish porridge. Recently, fish porridge has been served every day for disaster relief. Just smelling the smell makes him want to vomit, so Zhou Wu specifically instructed that no fish was allowed on the table today. "I haven't eaten venison for a long time. If the people in Youjiao village want to eat meat, they can only go up the mountain to hunt, except for fish." Although Zhou Wu does not have to go up the mountain to hunt himself now, fortunately there are a few hunters among the refugees. After settling down in Youjiao village, they go up the mountain to hunt every day to supplement their family income. Zhou Wu can solve the problem of eating meat by spending a little money. "If you like it, eat more, Master Niu. When you leave, take the deer leg with you. The hunter just shot it this morning." When Zhou Wu heard that Uncle Niu liked this, he quickly asked him to bring some with him when he left. If it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't want it, but now, I'm just going to take advantage of the rich. Now that Uncle Niu has been with Zhou Wu for a long time, he is not as polite as before, and has even learned how to play around with young people. "Brother Wu, what exactly is that militia group?" Niu Er can be said to be the person who cares most about the militia group now. The current security group has only 30 people, which has long been unable to satisfy him. His current target is the bandits in the entire Xinjiang County. "To put it simply, I can form an armed force of 300 people, but this armed force does not belong to the army." "What's that for?" Niu Er was a little confused as this armed force did not belong to the army. "It's responsible for suppressing bandits and riots in Xinjiang County." "Great, that's perfect. I just want to wipe out all the bandits in Xinjiang County. Brother Wu, you must hand over the militia to me." Niu Er's expression of being cute and seeking attention made Zhou Wu think that he was drunk. He shook his head fiercely and opened his eyes. The black man still had that disgusting expression on his face. He kicked him far away immediately. "Brother Wu, why did you kick me? So disgusting." What Zhou Wu didn't know was that although he was now a real official appointed by the imperial court, the real trouble had just begun. Chapter 45: The Complex Officialdom. According to convention, as a newly appointed official of Xinjiang County, Zhou Wu needed to go to the Xinjiang County government office to pay a visit to the county magistrate as soon as possible. Zhou Wu was no exception. He rushed to the county government office early the next morning, and County Magistrate Chen had been waiting there for a long time. "Please sit down, Captain Zhou. The county magistrate is embarrassing me. For a moment, Zhou Wu didn't know whether County Magistrate Chen was joking with him, or what he meant. How does it feel to be the leader? It's all up to Master Chen to take care of it. Zhou Wu did have some foresight. He knew that without County Magistrate Chen's mediation, he would not have been promoted to Deputy Captain of the Imperial Guard. And this incident also showed that although County Magistrate Chen was only the magistrate of a small border county, he might not be as simple as he seemed. His tentacles could even reach the military. So when Zhou Wu saw the seal of the military on the appointment letter yesterday, he changed his opinion of County Magistrate Chen. There is something I have to pour a bucket of cold water on you. Please speak, sir. It seems that it is no small matter to hear the word, Lianshui, from County Magistrate Chen's mouth, but Zhou Wu is also curious about what it is. You have been approved to have 300 people, but you have to raise your own money for salary and equipment. What? Self-raised? Zhou Wu's brain started to work. Was it the people above who ate it, or was it the County Magistrate Chen in front of him who ate it? How could such a person be so bold? What do you mean by looking at me? I didn't embezzle money from your militia. Is that up there? Don't make wild guesses. You should know that it is impossible for you to be promoted to deputy lieutenant based on your achievements. Yes, that's right. There must be an adult behind this. Hey, don't try to cheat me. I can tell you the truth. It was indeed me who did the work. But the condition is that you have to raise the wages and equipment for these 300 people yourself. This is already the best condition. Don't be ungrateful. All right. In fact, with Zhou Wu's current wealth, he really doesn't care about that little bit of money. On the contrary, the status given by the government is the most important. Otherwise, even if you have money, it will be in vain. You are now an official of Qingyang County. Since you are an official, today I will introduce you to my colleagues in Qingyang County. Oh. Zhou Wu knew that County Magistrate Chen was actually standing up for him, otherwise why would a county magistrate be asked to do such a thing as recommendation? After a while, people came to the county government hall one after another. When Zhou Wu looked at others curiously, others were also looking at him with curiosity. Everyone, today is the county government's work summary meeting, and I would like to introduce someone to you. Zhou Wu Lai. Hello, my lords. At this time Zhou Wu naturally knew that the people present were the heads of various departments of the county government, so he stood up politely and greeted them. Some of those present responded politely, some watched coldly, and some even had a look of disgust on their faces. Zhou Wu even wondered if he had misunderstood. This is the newly appointed head of the Qingyang County Militia, Zhou Wu. We will all be colleagues from now on, so we must visit each other more often. Zhou Wu, let me introduce you to the gentleman. County Magistrate Chen personally took Zhou Wu around to greet them, but he also let Zhou Wu know that the person with the disgusted expression just now was actually Qingyang County Magistrate Pei Jinghua, a fair and strong middle-aged man. Zhou Wu thought about it again and was sure that he had never seen this person before, and he didn't know why the other party was so malicious towards him. Sir, the number of disaster victims in Qingyang County has far exceeded our ability to bear. Although I don't know where you found the food a few days ago, according to the current consumption, we can only hold out for a few days at most. If the county government runs out of food by then, it will be dangerous. As the second in command of Qingyang County, County Magistrate Peng Jinghua directly threw the blame to the county magistrate and looked at him with a smug look on his face. I will find a way to deal with the food issue. You just need to have your men maintain the law and order in Qingyang County and prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Yes, sir. Zhou Wu stayed here to accompany the county government's work meeting until everyone left. Zhou Wu then went to find County Magistrate Chen to ask about his doubts. Sir, does the county magistrate have any misunderstandings about me? Oh, what happened to him? I feel like he doesn't like me. He doesn't like you? That's right. Ah. Zhou Wu had never heard of it, so it was normal for people to dislike him. Peng Jinghua, the county magistrate, has been in Qingyang County longer than I have. After so many years of operation, he has many unspeakable secrets with the local tyrants and evil gentry. Although he seems to obey orders, I know that he is actually very dissatisfied with me as the county magistrate. When County Magistrate Chen said this, There was no expression of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on his face, as if he was already used to it. Does Your Excellency have a grudge against him? Before I took office in Qingyang County, I didn't even know Peng Xinghua. Then, ever since the last county magistrate stepped down, Peng Xinghua had always thought he would be promoted, but he never expected to meet me. Oh, I see. This makes sense. Peng Xinghua was dissatisfied with County Magistrate Qin, and Zhou Wu was automatically classified as part of the magistrates group, so naturally he was not in a good mood. Not only that, Peng Xinghua has always controlled the 3 classes and 6 rooms in Qingyang County. He has been fighting with me overtly and covertly over the years. Now I only control the Zhao class, Li room, and Li room. After County Magistrate Qin finished speaking, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. The Dalong Empire County Yamen is equipped with 3 squads and 6 rooms. The 3 squads are Zhao, Zhuang, and Kuai. Zhao's squad is responsible for internal affairs, Zhuang's squad and Kuai squad are jointly responsible for arrest and guard. The 6 departments are Li, Hu, Li, Bing, Xing, Gong, and Shu. Li is responsible for the appointment and removal, performance evaluation, promotion and demotion of officials. Hu is responsible for land, population, taxes, finance, etc. Li is responsible for ceremonies, imperial examinations, schools, etc. Bing is responsible for military affairs. Xing is responsible for criminal law, prisons, etc. Gong is responsible for engineering, construction, military farming, water conservancy, etc. The entire county government has a staff of about 100 people, among which the power over Yamen runners, soldiers, jailers, etc. is still in the hands of the county magistrate Peng Xinghua. The Zayabin, Li Fang and Li Fang in the hands of county magistrate Qin are of no substantive use at all. This can also explain why Zhou Wu was given the right to raise the militia. 300 soldiers directly exceeded the power in Peng Xinghua's hands. Zhou Wu, you are a smart person. I like dealing with smart people. You must quickly organize these 300 soldiers into a regiment. If you have any questions, just come to me. I will definitely support you with all my strength. Yes, sir. Zhou Wu could already guess from the few words that County Magistrate Qin said that the struggle between him and Peng Xinghua had reached a white-hot stage, so Zhou Wu was urgently needed to join the game. Chapter 46 Novice Village Boss. Sir, can Magistrate Qin really find some food? Several Qingyang County officials who were in a meeting at the county government office just now were now sitting together in an elegant room. Although there were hungry victims outside, it did not affect the table full of fish and meat in the elegant room at all. Absolutely impossible. The food he had last time was probably his last capital. Now, let alone Qingyang County, even the entire Jishan prefecture has no extra food, unless he can pay a high price. But isn't the money of the county government in your hands? While Peng Xinghua was speaking, he looked at another person at the table. This person was the person in charge of the household department of the county government. All the money of Qingyang County was under his control. All those who could sit here were his people, so he was not worried at all that our county magistrate could embezzle the county government's treasury silver to buy expensive grain. Your Excellency is right. No matter what happens outside, that is the county magistrate's business. Let's just drink and have fun. That's right, Mr. County Magistrate. The sudden arrival of disaster victims is really God helping us. Now we just have to wait and see how he handles it. Ha ha ha, well said, drink, drink. With a little flattery from the group of people below, Peng Xinghua seemed to have seen himself taking the position of Qingyang County Magistrate, and he raised his glass happily again and again. A few days later, a batch of grain appeared in the county town. After receiving the news, Peng Xinghua smashed the cup in his hand to pieces. Check immediately, where these grains come from. This batch of grain undoubtedly gave Peng Xinghua a slap in the face. Thinking back to when they were still chatting and laughing just 2 days ago, Peng Xinghua felt like a clown. Master Qin, I still underestimated you. Niujia Village. Nioer, how is the recruitment of militiamen going? Because Zhou Wu has now been labeled as a member of the county magistrate's gang, then in this officialdom where everyone is either a friend or an enemy, Zhou Wu can only go down one path to the end. Zhou Wu doesn't care so much about whether someone is a county magistrate or not. It's just that compared to Peng Xinghua, County Magistrate Qin is indeed much better than him. At least when it comes to treating the people, he is doing things sincerely. Brother Wu, the members of the militia have been selected. Please give your instructions. Okay, you should intensify your training, and arrange for the blacksmiths to make weapons and equipment as soon as possible. You must form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Qingyang County is overrun with bandits. We must get rid of them as soon as possible and restore peace to Qingyang County. Yes, Brother Wu. Niuer had spread the news a few days ago that the Qingyang County Militia Corps was recruiting soldiers with generous remuneration. He posted a notice and received a positive response. Then, candidates were selected according to the military training programs customized by Zhou Wu, such as the 5-kilometer race and obstacle race. 300 people are now standing in front of Zhou Wu. It must be said that although the people of this period are generally malnourished, they are all hard-working people and all of them are strong. Everyone, welcome to join the Qingyang County Militia. I am your commander Zhou Wu, and this is your deputy commander Niuer. I won't say much else. I will take care of the logistics and ensure that you have enough to eat and receive your pay on time. Just focus on training well. Only in this way can you shed less blood on the battlefield. The first thing I will do after our militia group is formed is to allocate a sum of money for everyone to use to improve the training camp. I know that more than a dozen of you are now crowded in a dormitory, but please be patient, this environment will change soon. Zhou Wu's words immediately won everyone's applause. As the leader of the local militia, Zhou Wu did not make a big move right after taking office, nor did he talk endlessly about big principles. He was very down-to-earth and simple, providing food and accommodation. Okay, let's start the queue training. Zhou Wu strongly requested the standing at attention training in the queue. Niuer didn't understand at first. He thought, what's the point of training just standing there? It was not until his original team of 30 people finished the training and saw that their temperament and spirit were much improved than before that he began to take it seriously. The training was left to Niuer, and Zhou Wu turned around and left the training camp. The matter of going to Yuan country for trade was also put on the agenda, but Deng Yuanliang was stumped about what goods to purchase and ship to Yuan country. Sir, although gold, silver and jewelry are valuable, the profit is actually very low. After all, the price of those things is there, and they are not the characteristics of Dalong. Yes, this kind of high-value, low-profit thing is definitely not okay. Zhou Wu also agreed with Deng Yuanliang's point of view. When the two were in trouble, Zhou Wu suddenly saw the porcelain cup that Niu Yi was drinking water from. Yes, we can buy porcelain. Zhou Wu's words awakened the dreamer. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Our Dalong is the birthplace of porcelain. Although Yuan now has locally produced porcelain, in terms of workmanship and appearance, it is definitely incomparable to our Dalong porcelain. The two hit it off and decided on porcelain. Soon Deng Yuanliang contacted a porcelain workshop in Qingyang County. However, unlike what Zhou Wu expected, Deng Yuanliang directly took over the workshop and turned it into Zhou Wu's industry. This not only reduced costs but also prevented him from being strangled by others. Then he arranged for the workshop to work overtime to fire various types of porcelain. Because they were going to be sold to the Yuan Kingdom, Deng Yuanliang did not have as high requirements for quality as he did for the Dalong Kingdom. 3 days later, the first batch of 2 Bull Demon King's sister ships and the Bull Demon King, a total of 3 giant ships, delivered by the shipyard, set off from Yojiao village. The 3 giant ships were loaded with all kinds of porcelain produced in Yojiao village and headed all the way to Yuan Kingdom. Zhou Wu was still waving goodbye at the dock when someone came to say that the county magistrate had arrived. What is he doing here? Zhou Wu never thought that Peng Xingguo would come to Yojiao village, but he was sure that his visit would definitely not be a good thing. Zhou Wu's guess was correct. When the grain was delivered to the county town, it would be easy to find out that it came from Yojiao village. That must be Zhou Wu without a doubt. Peng Xingguo would naturally have to have a good meeting with this accomplice of County Magistrate Qin. Meet the County Magistrate. Peng Xingguo, the County Magistrate, and Zhou Wu, the leader of the militia, are actually both at the lower 9th rank. However, considering that the other party is a veteran in the system, Zhou Wu took the initiative to lower his posture. Captain Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. I came here today mainly to see what's so special about Yojiao village under Captain Zhou's rule that it could actually provide so much food to the county government to ease the pressure of the disaster. Sure enough, what was supposed to come finally came. Although Peng Jingwe had a smile on his face, Zhou Wu could clearly feel that there was something else behind his words. Please forgive me, County Magistrate. It's not that I have any ability. It's just that the villagers of Niujia village are hardworking and live off the land and the water. Oh, how do you live off the land and the water? Chapter 47. I can catch myself with a fishing net. Are you scared? Master Peng, our Niujia village is close to the coastline, so most villagers make a living by fishing. Fishing? I've heard of fishing at sea, fishing with a fishing rod, but what is fishing? Zhou Wu looked at Peng Jingwe with a puzzled expression, and then he remembered that fishing nets had not yet appeared in this world. His expression now was exactly the same as that of County Magistrate Chen at that time. Sir, fishing is to catch fish with a net. This fishing net was invented by me by accident. It is more efficient than fishing. Oh, then I'd like to see it. In Peng Jingwe's opinion, Zhou Wu's words were pure lies. What was the point of using a fishing net to catch fish? He just wanted to expose Zhou Wu's words in person. Good. Watching Zhou Wu pretending to lead the way in front, Peng Jingwe had already thought about how to humiliate Zhou Wu after exposing him later. However, when Zhou Wu brought Peng Jingwe to the beach, he saw rows of men holding so-called fishing nets, and they could catch a lot of fish just by throwing them. His eyes almost fell to the ground. This is the fishing net? Yes, Master Peng, would you like to give it a try? Zhou Wu was just joking, but he didn't expect Peng Jingwe to really try it. You know, catching fish with a fishing net seems simple, but there are actually certain tricks. He didn't think that the other party could catch the fish, but seeing Peng Jingwe's eagerness to try, he didn't want to disappoint him. Bring me a fishing net. Zhou Wu winked at the person next to him, and that person handed the fishing net over to him. Peng Jingwe first watched how others used fishing nets. After watching it twice, he found it simple and started to operate it in a professional manner. Hey, let's go. Peng Jingwe gathered strength while swinging the fishing net back and forth, and finally threw it out. His movements could be said to be perfect, but he never expected that as the fishing net was thrown out, his feet slipped and he fell down. Fortunately, he was standing on a stone, which was not high. However, when everyone looked down, they all laughed uncontrollably. Someone, come, Lord Peng is caught in the fishing net, please rescue him. Yes, Peng Jingwe had trapped himself in the net, and was struggling to get out. However, the fishing net became tighter the more he struggled. Several villagers jumped in and worked together to pull Peng Jingwe out. What? Peng Jingwe threw away the fishing net, and ran away in shame with his lackeys. Ha! The people from Niujia village were left looking at each other in confusion, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, only Zhou Wu knew that Peng Jingwe had made a fool of himself this time, and he was afraid that he would go even further to cause trouble for him next time. The only trump card he had in his hand now was the militia, so Zhou Wu decided to take some time out this time to check out the training results of the militia. After Zhou Wu had breakfast with Li Baiwei and Yang Chun at home, he went to the militia training camp. Before he entered, he heard deafening shouts of killing coming from inside. Ha! Kill! There were 2 militiamen standing guard at the entrance, just like in a regular military camp. When they saw that the visitor was Zhou Wu, they saluted and let him pass. The weather was getting warmer, and the 300 militiamen went into battle shirtless, led by Nio, practicing the boxing techniques taught by Nio on the playground. How many women must be greedy to death by these strong men? The 300 men were all strong and muscular, and the entire training camp was filled with male hormones. You guys practice. When Nio saw Zhou Wu coming, he ordered his subordinates to practice on their own first. Brother Wu, why are you here? I just came to see the results of the training. That's great, Brother Wu, wait a minute, I'll arrange a drill right away. When Nio heard that Zhou Wu was here to see the results, he became even more excited, like a child presenting a treasure. Gather. Following Nio's order, the militiamen quickly lined up and waited for new instructions. Comrade, I am here to test your training results today. Everyone, please be alert and perform well. Do you have confidence? Have. The deafening roar made Zhou Wu feel satisfied. At least the momentum was there. Okay, let's start the training. After Nio finished speaking, the people below quickly dispersed, similar to the military boxing in his previous life, neat and powerful. Regardless of whether it had lethality or not, the imposing appearance was good. After the barehanded fight, it was time to fight with weapons. Now Zhou Wu had plenty of money, so in addition to the basic bow and arrow and sword, he was also equipped with a spear. Naturally, the sword was used in the infantry battle. The strong man wielded the sword in his hand with great force. Sparks flew as they chopped at each other, which made Zhou Wu quite satisfied. Archery drills were relatively less exciting, but when a militiaman shot a 10-ring shot, not only his comrades around him, but also Zhou Wu was infected and cheered. "Brother Wu, now comes the main event." Oh. Zhou Wu was very curious about what the highlight Neo mentioned was, and he believed that he would not be disappointed. Sure enough, he heard the sound of horse hooves. "Neo, how many horses do we have now?" "Brother Wu, there are more than 50 horses in the militia now. Some of the old and weak ones are used to pull carts and load supplies. The others are awarded to the best ones as cavalry." Neo was full of pride when he talked about it. Cavalry was the highest level military force in this feudal society. There was not a single cavalryman in the entire Qingyang County, but we had some in Yojia village, and there were more than 40 of them. "Yeah, not bad." Because the court only gave 300 places, but did not limit or require its configuration, Zhou Wu had been thinking about how to maximize the combat effectiveness of these 300 people. Of course, cavalry is the best choice, but good war horses are not available whenever you want. If they are scattered horses in the countryside, they will not only fail to play the role of cavalry, but may even cost the lives of soldiers on the battlefield, so they are not considered at all. While the two were talking, the cavalrymen in the playground had already come into close combat. The excitement of the cavalry battle made Zhou Wu's adrenaline surge. It is said that every man does not like swords and spears. However, just when everyone was cheering loudly, suddenly a warhorse lost its front hoof, and the militiaman on the horse fell directly off. Something happened. Everyone rushed forward. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Zhou Wu followed Neo and finally squeezed in. Fortunately, the militiaman who fell down was not seriously injured, but the horse's front hoof was injured and it was likely that it would not be able to be ridden for a while. Zheyun, hold on, The militiamen who fell down hugged their horses and cried before they had time to check their injuries. Although this horse is not a top-level Turkic war horse, it is also a rare horse. In order to have a tacit understanding with the horse, the militiamen even train day and night, so everyone can understand the person in front of them. The horse was fine, how could it lose its front hoof? Chapter 48, Newbie Outfit, Horseshoes and Stirrups. It's the horse's hoof that's cracked. Alas, war horses often run long distances on rough roads, so this kind of situation is inevitable. Neo carefully checked the horses and quickly made a decision, but Zhou Wu noticed the problem. Why isn't this horse shod? Horseshoes? What horseshoes? Not only Neo raised questions, the other militiamen around him also looked at Zhou Wu in confusion. Zhou Wu immediately reacted and wondered, could it be that horseshoes have not yet appeared in this world? Thinking of horseshoes, Zhou Wu thought of stirrups and immediately looked at the horse's back. Sure enough, there are no stirrups either. Zhou Wu left in a hurry amid everyone's puzzled looks. Zhou Wu left the training camp and went directly to the blacksmith's shop in the village. Lao Jiang. My lord, I am here. Lao Jiang was not a native of Niujia village. He had fled to Niujia village earlier, just like all the refugees. During Zhou Wu's inventory of technical talents, he was found to have worked as a blacksmith. This made Zhou Wu very happy, so he personally arranged to build a blacksmith shop for him, and then let Lao Jiang select 2 apprentices and start working. Old Jiang, do you have a pen and paper? I'll get it for the adults. Lao Jiang turned around and went in to get paper and pen. Zhou Wu picked up the paper and pen and began to draw the stirrup and horseshoe. Although it was a bit ugly, one could still give a rough idea of it. Can you type it out? I can, but sir, what is this thing for? I need to hammer it. In Chang's eyes, the 2 things Zhou Wu drew were really too simple. However, he had been a blacksmith for half his life and couldn't understand what these 2 things were for. This is called a stirrup, and this is a horseshoe. Even though it may not seem like a very technical thing, it is a very important thing. It's incredible? These two pieces of iron were quite serious. If Chiang Kai-shek didn't know Zhou Wu's character well, he would have spit on his face. This horseshoe is nailed to the horse's hoof. A horse with a horseshoe will never be injured by a cracked hoof again. This stirrup is installed on the saddle. When a person rides a horse, he steps on it to ride more steadily. Lao Jiang picked his ears to make sure he had not heard wrong, then turned his head to look at Zhou Wu. It was indeed him, and his account had not been stolen. The problem was, how could such nonsense come out? What's that look in your eyes? You don't believe me? No, sir, look at my clear eyes, do they look like a college student? Anyway, whatever the leader said was the truth. Lao Jiang didn't ask any more questions and just picked up the hammer and started working. However, this thing would not be completed until tomorrow at the earliest. Zhou Wu was not in a hurry and went home. Qingyang County, Yingguan Cave. You a traitor! Yingguan Cave was one of the top 3 thieves' dens in the entire Qingyang County, but at this moment the boss was killed by the one-eyed dragon who joined the gang a few days ago. Before his death, he still couldn't understand why he had kindly taken in the one-eyed dragon and several others, but he didn't expect that the other party would repay his kindness with hatred. Niu Bai, take your confidants and kill the confidant of the big boss. Yes. That's right, these two people are the second in command, One-Eyed Dragon and Niu Bai, who escaped from the Flying Tiger Village. It is said that when the two of them escaped from the Flying Tiger Village, they were like headless flies and unexpectedly came to the Silver Light Cave by accident. Niu Bai might not be familiar with the name of Yingguan Cave, but Dianlong was well known. So the two of them simply went to the dock of Yingguan Cave and joined the gang. The leader of Yingguan Cave saw that One-Eyed Dragon had some martial arts skills and had robbed a lot of good things in just over a month after joining the gang, so he made him second in command. However, One-Eyed Dragon was not satisfied. He was the second in command in Feihu Village, and he was still the second in command now in Yingguan Cave. The pleasure of several successful robberies made his desire begin to expand infinitely. He swore that he would become the big leader and not be the second in command forever. The entire Silver Light Cave was filled with screams. The One-Eyed Dragon knew that those were the die-hard fans of the original Silver Light Cave. From today on, the Silver Light Cave would be renamed. Master, the captain? The guard at the gate of the militia training camp looked at his commander, who was here again today, and straightened his back quickly. Yeah, okay. Zhou Wu is now very satisfied with the performance of the militia. The only problem is the horses. However, after today, the horse problem will be solved. Brother Wu, you are here. Neo Air was also curious. He just came yesterday and came again today. If you didn't come, you wouldn't have been seen for a month. Now that you come, you run away every day. Well, has Lao Jiang arrived? Blacksmith shop Lao Jiang? No. What is he doing here? Neo Air knew almost everyone in the village, and the only person Zhou Wu could call Lao Jiang was probably Lao Jiang from the blacksmith's shop. Then wait a little longer. It's probably coming soon. You'll know when it comes. Zhou Wu was not in a hurry either. He believed in Cheng's strength with just a few horseshoes and stirrups. Oh, sir, you're here early. Not long after we sat down, Lao Jiang came, with his 2 apprentices behind him. He carried a large sack on his shoulders, which I guessed was horseshoes and stirrups. Nyoer, go get a horse. Oh. The horses were brought in, and the militiamen gathered around, wanting to see what the leader was going to do. Old Jiang, let's do it. Okay. The horse was tied up firmly. Lao Jiang's 2 apprentices lifted one of the horse's legs and placed it on a wooden block. Lao Jiang first polished the horseshoe according to Zhou Wu's instructions yesterday, then aligned the horseshoe, and amid the horrified expressions of everyone, he hammered the finger-thick nails into the horseshoe one by one. However, the horse's fright, as everyone imagined, did not happen. The horse was still looking around leisurely and neighing. How come the horse doesn't feel any pain? There's no blood from such a long nail. A local soldier asked the question that everyone was wondering about. Everyone turned to look at the regiment leader Zhou Wu. Because this horse's hoof is like a human nail. Does it hurt when you cut your nails? Zhou Wu didn't mind sharing this common sense with his fellow militiamen. So that's how it is. The captain really knows a lot. It has to be the group leader. As expected of our leader. Soon Chang had horseshoes nailed on all 4 hooves and then added stirrups to the saddle. My lord, it's done. Who of you will try? I'll go. I'll do it. Don't fight with me. Shut up, I'll do it myself. Seeing the militiamen fighting for the goods, Neo spoke up. Hello? The horse ran 2 laps around the playground. Neo probably felt unhappy, so he rode the horse out of the training camp. About an incense stick of time later, the sound of horse hooves gradually got closer. Neo came back, and the joy on his face could be seen from a distance. Brother Wu, that's great. This stirrup is so stable. Come and take a look at the horse's hoof. Chapter 49 Potential Crisis. Everyone then lifted up the horse's hoof, but the shod hoof did not change at all. I went to the rotten stone beach specially, and there was no crack at all. Not only Neo, but everyone in the militia was shocked by the scene before them. Old Chang, please help me load all the horses. Yes, sir. After the task was completed, Zhou Wu left in the admiring and astonishing eyes of everyone, without taking away a single cloud. Qingyang County. Go, deliver this letter to the head of Yingguang Cave. Yes. After Peng Xinghua came back from Niujia village, he became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He was an official appointed by the imperial court, but he was insulted in such a way. After thinking it over, he realized that he couldn't do it openly, so he could only do it behind the scenes. The boss of Yingguang Cave and Peng Xinghua have been cooperating for many years. It can be said that the two are cooperating with each other, or they can be said to be using each other. However, Peng Xinghua did not know at this time that the head of Yingguang Cave had been replaced. Silver Light Cave. Brother, when are we going to take revenge? The Yingguang Cave is now the world of One-Eyed Dragon and Niubai. Niubai is currently hugging and molesting a village woman he had kidnapped, while One-Eyed Dragon is also flirting with a beautiful woman. Rest assured, second brother. After a few days, when we have completely taken control of the Silver Light Cave, that will be the end of the Niu family village. At that time, I will let you lead people to flatten the Niu family village. Okay, thank you, brother. When he thought of the villagers of Niujia village who had driven him away, and then thought of his own mother who had died of anger not long after being driven out, Niubai's eyes were filled with rage, and he wished he could kill all the people in Niujia village immediately. Boss, second boss, there's an envoy from the Qingyang County Magistrate. The two were playing around wantonly when suddenly someone came to report. The envoy of the Qingyang County Magistrate? When they heard that it was an envoy sent by the government, they both shuddered and broke out in cold sweats. How many people are there from the other side? Unlike the One-Eyed Dragon, Niubai quickly calmed down. The people sent by the government were messengers, not soldiers, which meant it was not what he thought. Return to the second master, there is one person from the other side. Brother. Niubai gave the One-Eyed Dragon a wink, and the other party understood. You are welcome. Yes. As soon as the minions left, the one-eyed man waved his hand and asked the two women to go down as well. Brother, what is going on? Brother, I think things may not be what we think. If the soldiers are coming to attack us, why only send a messenger? Why don't we wait and see what happens? Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. One-Eyed Dragon and Niubai have known each other since Feihu village. One-Eyed Dragon has good martial arts but a weak brain, whereas Niubai is smart. The two hit it off immediately and became sworn brothers. Therefore, when One-Eyed Dragon encounters difficulties, he usually asks Niubai for help. It was even Niubai's idea to seize the position of the leader of Yingguang Cave village first. Master, the messenger has brought him here. Greetings, your majesty. It was obvious that there was a hint of fear in the man's trembling voice. What's up? Because he didn't know the other party's intention, Niubai specifically reminded the One-Eyed Dragon not to say too much. I am delivering a letter for the county magistrate. Oh? The little minion then passed the letter from the messenger to you, the One-Eyed Dragon, but the One-Eyed Dragon couldn't read and gave it directly to the Neo pen. After Niubai opened the letter, he looked at it carefully, then his face lit up with joy and he gave instructions. Come on, set out the wine and entertain the envoy well. Yes. The minions surrounded the messenger to drink and have fun, but the one-eyed man looked at Niubai with a puzzled look on his face. Brother, this is a great event. My dear brother, where does happiness come from? Brother, it turns out that the Qingyang County Magistrate and the former village chief of Yingguan Cave have colluded secretly, but it is obvious that the other party does not know that we have replaced him. However, this is not important. Since the other party can collude with the former village chief, they can naturally cooperate with us. This letter is for us to find an opportunity to deal with Zhou Wu of Niujia village. Haha, great, we were looking for revenge anyway, and we just happened to run into him. So we'll use Zhou Wu's head as a token of our loyalty. I believe the county magistrate will be satisfied. Yes. What do thieves fear the most? Of course, it's the officials. What the common people fear the most is the collusion between officials and bandits. Being able to get in touch with the officials was something the two had never dared to think about before. Now this opportunity has come. Now think about it. The Yingguan Cave has been entrenched in Qingyang County for so many years and is ranked among the top 3 in terms of power. I think the official background is a big factor. Second, brother, how should we respond to the county magistrate? Brother, let's not reveal our identities for now. The messenger probably hasn't met the previous village chief either. Let's pretend to be the former village chief and agree to this matter. When the matter is done, we can bring some money and that will be it. That's right, brother. In order to climb up to the high position of county magistrate, Dianlong and Niu Bai immediately decided to speed up their plan of revenge against Niujia village. Niujia village. Niu Air has been out with the militia for several days. I hope nothing will happen. Uncle Niu was a little worried. After discussing with Zhou Wu a few days ago, Niu Air decided to take the militia group out to suppress bandits and conduct actual combat training at the same time. Master Niu, you can rest assured. With the current strength of the militia, there is no bandit den in Qingyang County that dares to confront them head-on. Besides, before we set out, I have already told Niu Air to proceed step by step and start with small groups of bandits. That's the truth, but I don't know why, I just feel a little nervous. Uncle Niu actually knew the strength of the militia, but his eyelids were twitching today, so he asked. Come on, I'll treat you to some fermented glutinous rice. Not in the mood. Hey, let's go. These days, a widow opened a Laozao stall at the entrance of the village. Since its opening, the business has been extremely booming. In that era, there were not many snacks or drinks, so Laozao became a rare drink in Zhou Wu's eyes, and he would go back from time to time to take care of the business. Madam, 2 bowls. Okay, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Muramasa, please take a seat. The proprietress is an outsider who came to Niujia village with the refugees. Because Niujia village is not xenophobic and the locals are very nice, basically all the refugees who came to Niujia village settled down here. In order to help these refugees rebuild their families as quickly as possible, Zhou Wu also provided interest-free loans to families in need. Therefore, in the entire Niujia village, almost everyone knew Zhou Wu, and no one dared to say anything bad about him. As soon as they sat down, the proprietress brought 2 bowls full of fermented glutinous rice. Thank you, Madam Boss. I say, boy, are you attracted to her? Uncle Niu, what are you talking about? I just think Laozao is good. It's no wonder that Niu Yi would misunderstand. Zhou Wu would come to drink a bowl of fermented glutinous rice wine almost every day. Anyone would think that his purpose was impure. Chapter 50. The Top 3 Thieves' Dens in Qingyang County. Zhou Wu is Yemo because he drank 2 extra bowls of Lao Zao at the widow's stall. Now the whole village has heard that Zhou Wu likes the widow who sells Lao Zao. It's bland. In his previous life, Zhou Wu didn't like drinking plain water, but at that time, there were countless types of tea and coffee to choose from. But now the only fermented glutinous rice wine can no longer be drunk because of the scandal, so he can only drink plain water at home. Husband, why don't you go and make some fermented glutinous rice? Li Baiwei stood timidly behind Zhou Wu. Baiwei, what are you talking about? Plain water is so good. Doctors always tell us to drink more hot water when we are sick. Zhou Wu didn't expect that Li Baiwei, who seldom went out, had heard about his scandal, and he immediately panicked. No, I have to go find some tea leaves. In order to break these rumors, Zhou Wu decided to find tea trees so that he could have tea to drink in addition to fermented glutinous rice. Niu Er led the militia to suppress the bandits. Deng Yuanliang also went to Yunnan country for trade, and Uncle Niu was old, so it was impossible for him to accompany Zhou Wu to run all over the mountains, so Zhou Wu had to go up the mountain alone. I haven't been to the mountains for a long time. The air in the mountains is really good. Zhou Wu was strolling alone in the mountains, and he actually didn't expect to find a tea tree. After all, it was hard to say whether tea trees existed in this world. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the quiet woods. Zhou Wu quickly lay down, hid himself in the grass, and slowed down his breathing. Niujia village is just ahead. Damn it, why did it fall to us two brothers to do such a tough job? Zhou Wu quietly leaned forward to observe, and saw two people dressed as bandits, walking quickly towards Niujia village while talking in whispers. It was obvious that these two people were going to Niujia village for no good reason. In order to find out the truth, Zhou Wu had to follow them from a distance. The two of them soon arrived at a high point outside Niujia village, from where they could overlook the entire Niujia village. Because Zhou Wu was relatively far away, he could only hear their conversation intermittently and not very clearly. Niujia village, Yingguan cave, big boss, no one can escape. The two bandits stayed here for most of the day, seemingly monitoring and observing Niujia village. During this time, Zhou Wu heard these keywords one after another. After the two bandits who were exploring the way finally left, Zhou Wu hurried down the mountain and returned to the village. What's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou Wu panting, Uncle Nio quickly poured him a glass of water. Hurry up, send someone to bring Nioer back. Take a breath first and speak slowly. Zhou Wu took a sip of water, then took a few deep breaths, and finally recovered. Our village is being targeted by bandits. Quickly send someone to find Nioer. Bandits? Where did these bandits come from? I went to the mountain today and saw two bandits wandering around outside our village. I also heard them say they were going to harm the village. How brave! Humph! Let Nioer take care of them first. Do you know which village they are from? Now that Nioer has the support of the militia, he doesn't take these petty thieves seriously. It seems to be called something like Silver Light Cave. What, Silver Light Cave? Hearing the tone of Nioer's voice, it seemed that he knew about the Yingguan cave, and from his expression it seemed that he was a little afraid and terrified of the Yingguan cave. Is it really the Silver Light Cave? Yeah, what happened to Yingguan cave? What's that expression on your face, Master Nio? After Nio Yi identified the Silver Light Cave, he remained silent for a long time, which made Zhou Wu feel very uneasy. Could it be that this Silver Light Cave had some great origin? Silver Light Cave, why is it Silver Light Cave? Uncle Nio sat there as if he had lost his soul, muttering to himself. Master Nio, what is the origin of this Silver Light Cave? Uncle Nio let out a long sigh and told the story slowly. We have many bandit problems in Xinjiang County, and the ones we should not offend the most are the Golden Light Cave, the Silver Light Cave, and the Medicine King Valley. There is actually a Golden Light Cave. Could it be that they are still related in some way? Zhou Wu originally just meant it as a joke, but unexpectedly, he actually got it right. Yes, the Jingguan Cave and the Yingguan Cave are indeed closely related. The previous generation of the two village chiefs were sworn brothers. Although the two old village chiefs are dead, the current generation of village chiefs are still very close. If anyone dares to take advantage of one of them, the other will certainly follow suit. So that means we are now at odds with two gangs of bandits at the same time? Good. What are the strengths of these two gangs of bandits? This is exactly why I'm worried. According to the intelligence from the county, the number of people in Yingguan Cave is about 200, and Yingguan Cave is even more amazing, with nearly 300 people. Their strength has already firmly ranked among the top 3 bandits in Xinjiang County. The two groups together have about 500 people. 500 people were already far more than the number of the militia. Even though the fighting power of these bandits was scattered, the militia had only been established not long ago, so the difference was not much. However, with the same fighting power, the enemy had nearly twice as many people as Zhou Wu. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Why did this group of bandits target Niujia village? Could it be that I have been too high-profile recently and attracted the bandits' intention to rob me? The only thing we can do now is to find Nioer and the militia first to prevent any accidents. Nioer, who was preparing to encircle and suppress a small group of bandits, suddenly received a letter from Zhou Wu. The village is in danger, return quickly. Just these 4 words made Neo lead the militia to the village without stopping, and he was relieved when he saw the smoke rising from the village. Brother Wu, what's going on? It was not until he saw Zhou Wu and Yo Yi together that Neo finally felt relieved. Do you know the Golden Light Cave and the Silver Light Cave? Of course I know. It's one of the top 3 dens of thieves in Qingyang County. How does it compare to the militia? Brother Wu means the trouble is the gold and silver caves? No matter how dumb Neo was, he knew it. Even a man like Neo who never showed any difficulty on his face had a serious expression at this moment. Brother Wu, what is going on? Faced with Neo's questioning, Zhou Wu could only tell what happened during the day again. That's probably it. I don't know why the other party targeted Neojia village. What should I do now? It can be said that Mr. Neo is now completely at a loss. By the way, Master Neo, didn't you say there is another group called Jiaowang Valley? Judging from the name, they don't sound like bandits. Zhou Wu couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a moment, and suddenly he remembered that there was a guy named Yawangu among the top 3, and he immediately became interested. Well, speaking of which, this Medicine King Valley is indeed different from ordinary bandits. They are very mysterious, and I don't know much about them. I only heard that there is a group of doctors in Medicine King Valley who live in seclusion. However, they are good at using poisons and behave strangely. Although there are not many people, each of them is a master of poison. They rarely come into contact with outsiders, so outsiders don't know much about them. Chapter 51 Medicine King Valley. Master Neo, do you know the location of Medicine King Valley? This is no secret in Qingyang County. What are you going to do? Uncle Neo even thought that Zhou Wu had set his sights on taking over Yaowang Valley. I'm going to visit Medicine King Valley. Scholar, what nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Neo reached out and touched Zhou Wu's forehead, thinking that he had a fever and was talking nonsense. Master Neo, don't worry, I'm not going to declare war on them, I'm just trying to see if we can talk. Zhou Wu mainly wanted to discuss the background of Yaowang Valley. According to Master Neo, this group of people were not evil people. If they could form an alliance, it would greatly reduce the pressure on Neojia village. No, it's too dangerous. Naturally, Uncle Neo didn't want Zhou Wu to take risks. After all, the entire Neo village was counting on him. Seeing that Neo Yi was tough, Zhou Wu did not insist. After separating from Neo Yi, he took Neo and rode a fast horse straight to Yaowang Valley. Zhou Wu was riding a top-grade yellow horse. Although Neo's yellow horse was not as good as Zhou Wu's, it was also the best horse in the militia. In less than half a day, the two arrived at the legendary Medicine King Valley. Is this Medicine King Valley? The Yaowang Valley in front of us is located in a valley between 2 steep mountains. Although it is almost noon, the valley is still shrouded in fog, like a fairyland. According to the information I got, this is it. Although he didn't get the location of Medicine King Valley from Uncle Neo, it didn't prevent Neo from finding out from other people. Let's go and meet these gods. Entering the valley, the road was not full of traps like in other bandit camps. The bluestone paved road led straight ahead, with tall pines and cypresses on both sides. The mysterious Medicine King Valley finally appeared, but the building in front of them made Zhou Wu and Neo feel confused. It really feels a bit like a sect of immortal cultivation. This scene was indeed similar to the immortal sects in some games in Zhou Wu's previous life, except that the scale was not as large. Dong dong dong. Zhou Wu went up to the door and knocked on it himself, but no one came for a long time. Dong dong dong. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one open the door, Zhou Wu had no choice but to continue. However, this time there was a response, and a child shouting and cursing was heard from inside. Who is it? In broad daylight, why are you knocking on the door when it's not open? Do you have any manners? After opening the door, a child stared at Zhou Wu and Neo angrily. Hello, little friend. We are the Deputy Lieutenant of Qingyang County, and we are here to visit you. Zhou Wu was still unclear about the other party's strength, so he tried his best to look harmless. Deputy Captain of the Escort Army? Don't you know him? The child slammed the door shut. Zhou Wu suddenly felt embarrassed and had to knock on it again. Are you done yet? What on earth do you two want to do? Little friend, Little boy, tell your parents quickly that the leader of the Qingyang County militia has arrived. Tell them to come out, go quickly. Zhou Wu originally planned to continue to win people over with virtue, but Niu Air on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he rushed up and yelled at the hairy boy in front of him. Looking at the child again, his previous arrogance was gone, and his face was now full of tears. He probably didn't cry out loud because he was afraid. Without saying anything, he turned and went in, leaving Zhou Wu and Niu Air waiting outside. Niu Air, you were too fierce just now. Brother Wu, this kind of brat won't listen even if you talk to him. He needs to be taught a lesson. Niu Air always believed that if he didn't obey, he would be spanked. Just as he was feeling secretly proud of himself, the gate of Yaowang Valley opened again, and a group of people in long robes came out. Seeing this, Niu Air directly protected Zhou Wu behind him. Just as Zhou Wu and Niu Air were looking at each other, the other party suddenly saluted respectfully. Greetings, Vice Captain. The tense situation just now disappeared without a trace. I really didn't know you were coming, and I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Please forgive me, sir. The leader was a white-haired old man. Zhou Wu looked him up and down for a long time, trying to find out something about him that suggested he had the physique of an immortal. He really could be considered a hermit, but he was disappointed. No matter how he looked at him, this old man was just an ordinary rich man. I came here uninvited. I am sorry for disturbing you. The other party's attitude was very humble, which made Zhou Wu feel a little embarrassed. Please come in, sir. Originally, Zhou Wu came to find out the details of Yaowang Valley, so he naturally agreed to the invitation. Please take a seat, sir. Come, serve the tea. Tea? Zhou Wu was very surprised. After he came to this world, he had never seen or even heard of tea. He was not sure whether the tea the old man was talking about was the same as what he knew. My lord, please have some tea. Zhou Wu picked up the tea on the table, opened the lid, and the long-lost tea aroma filled his face. Fragrant. Does your excellency know about tea? The old man seemed to be a tea lover as well. Seeing Zhou Wu's intoxicated face, he couldn't help but become interested. I can't say I love you, but I do miss you. Oh, has your excellency ever had tea before? Hey, black tea, green tea, oolong tea, iced black tea. There are so many varieties of tea? Are you lying to me, sir? Originally, the old man thought that Zhou Wu was a tea lover and that they could have something in common, but he did not expect that the other party was just a big talker. Is your tea lacking in taste? After Zhou Wu took a sip of tea, he suddenly felt as if something was wrong. After careful observation, he found that the tea seemed not to have been roasted, so it had less fragrance, and was more bitter. Ha ha ha, in this world, there are very few people who know tea, and even fewer who understand tea. I have been deeply involved in the tea ceremony for many years. Although my tea is not the best in the world, it is also well received. Since you said that my tea is not good enough today, please tell me something. Otherwise, my Medicine King Valley is not easy to bully. The old man suddenly changed his kind look, his eyes were cold, and he stared at Zhou Wu intently. Even the servant beside him straightened his body, as if waiting for an opportunity to move. In fact, it is not difficult to understand the old man. It is like the wife you married is obviously as beautiful as a fairy, but others say she is extremely ugly. Who can tolerate this? Simple. I wonder if there is any fresh tea leaves and a big iron pot. Today Zhou Wu is going to let these frogs in the well see what real tea is. Come on. Master. Do as your excellency wishes. Soon the servant set up a large iron pot in the yard and placed a basket of fresh tea leaves next to it. These are all tea leaves picked this morning. They are exactly the same as what we drank just now. The old man's meaning is very clear. If the tea is the same, don't blame the tea for being bad. Just wait and see. Zhou Wu asked his servant to light the fire, and then he kept putting his hands into the pot to test its temperature. Everyone looked at Zhou Wu's strange behavior in confusion. As a big tea lover, the old man kept wondering in his mind what Zhou Wu was trying to do. Was he going to cook the tea? Chapter 52, A World of Its Own. As everyone looked at him in surprise, Zhou Wu poured a basket of fresh tea leaves into the hot pot. Ah, you are such a waste, you. The old man stood up and pointed at Zhou Wu angrily, He was so angry that he couldn't speak. In his opinion, Zhou Wu was simply wasting his precious tea. You know, although there were many tea trees in his Yaoang Valley, but under his careful cultivation, there were only a few that could be called high-quality tea. And what Zhou Wu poured into the pot was the tea leaves from those few high-quality tea trees. Zhou Wu paid no attention to the exclamations and confusion of the people around him, and at this moment, he was fully devoted to the task of frying tea. Although the iron pan was already burning hot, Zhou Wu's palms were close to the tea leaves as he moved back and forth in the pan. Not only were his palms not burned at all, but the tea leaves did not become burnt black either. Amid the angry and anxious eyes of the crowd, an unprecedented strong tea fragrance slowly appeared in the air, and everyone was intoxicated by this tea fragrance. Why is there such a strong tea aroma? Is he really proficient in the art of tea? Although he still couldn't believe it, the fact was right in front of him, and the old man changed from his initial anger and contempt to solemnity and a hint of admiration. Okay, it's done. Zhou Wu quickly picked up the tea leaves, and even the old man came forward to help unconsciously. He took the roasted tea leaves, took a deep breath at the tip of his nose, and then showed a satisfied expression. How about it? It smells so good. How do I make it? The old man couldn't wait any longer, but the tea in his hand was different from his own fresh tea. His own fresh tea needed to be brewed. The old man didn't know whether the baked dried tea also required the same steps, so he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of destroying the aroma of the tea. He could only look to Zhou Wu for help. Just brew it with hot water. Quick, bring some hot water. Zhou Wu grabbed a handful of tea leaves and put them into the cup, then poured hot water on it and looked at the cup quietly. The others did the same, looking at the cup quietly. The tea leaves in the cup slowly began to change. The dry bodies seemed to be injected with new vitality when meeting the hot water. The dead leaves began to stretch out, and the aroma from the small cup of tea filled the entire yard. Okay, please taste it. The old man stretched out his hands tremblingly, took the teacup, put it to his lips and took a sip. Okay. The voice was as loud as a bell and no one could tell that it was an exclamation from a white-haired old man. How does it compare to the tea we had earlier? Shit, it's all shit. I didn't expect you to have such skills. I admire you. If it weren't for you, I would have lived my life in vain. The old man now thought about how he almost missed such wonderful tea and wanted to slap himself twice. I am Zai Hongfei, the current patriarch of Medicine King Valley. I have neglected you before, please forgive me. Zai Hongfei is now completely convinced by Zhou Wu, and revealing his identity is a way of being honest with him. Zhou Wu, Deputy Lieutenant of Peirong, head of the Qingyang County Militia, I am sorry to have the audacity to visit your precious place because I have something to ask of you. Seeing that time was almost up, Zhou Wu decided to get straight to the point. My lord, you have something to say, but you can talk about it. As long as Yaoang Valley can help, it will not be delayed. Zai Hongfei is such a person. Although he is old, his style of doing things still has a strong sense of brotherhood. His previous attitude towards Zhou Wu was entirely perfunctory because Zhou Wu was a man of the court. However, Zhou Wu showed his skills in frying tea, which directly conquered Zai Hongfei, a tea fanatic. I am also from Niujia village in Qingyang County. I got the news 2 days ago that the Ingguan Cave bandits have set their sights on Niujia village for some reason. Originally, my Niujia village didn't take Ingguan Cave seriously, but I heard that Ingguan Cave has a backer. You are talking about the Golden Light Cave, right? Zai Hongfei interrupted, and Zhou Wu thought that they were indeed among the top 3 wild forces in Qingyang County, and they knew each other well. Yes, this time we came here in the hope of reaching an alliance agreement with Yaoang Valley and helping Niujia village overcome its difficulties. Zhou Wu was very humble and gave Zai Hongfei enough face, but how could Zai Hongfei risk his entire fortune just because of Zhou Wu's almost nice words? To be honest with you, Master Zhou, I have been secluded in Medicine King Valley just to escape from worldly troubles. Now, Master Zhou wants me to bring Medicine King Valley back to the public for worldly matters. This is really difficult to handle. Besides, what benefits will forming an alliance with Niujia village bring to Yaoang Valley? Zhou Wu had already given up hope, but Zai Hongfei's next words of advice gave him hope again. It looks like there is still hope. Zhou Wu thought to himself. Chief Zai, if you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Haha, sir, why don't I show you around first? Zai Hongfei's answer was irrelevant, leaving Zhou Wu confused for a moment as to what the other party was up to. Sir Zhou, I heard that the Golden Light Cave, the Silver Light Cave, and my Medicine King Valley are the top 3 wild forces in Xinjiang County. That's right, so when facing the Gold and Silver Caves at the same time, I can only come to Chief Zai. Zai Hongfei was very pleased with Zhou Wu's words. Master Zhou, do you know the origin of Medicine King Valley? I'd like to hear more about it. Medicine King Valley has existed for more than 100 years. It can be said to be the oldest wild forest in Xinjiang County. However, Medicine King Valley has always been low-key, so the outside world doesn't know much about it. Most of it is rumors. I wonder which version of Medicine King Valley Lord Zhou heard of. It is said that Medicine King Valley is a place where a group of doctors gather. The people there are very mysterious, with strange personalities and weird behaviors. They feel like a group of pagans. I don't know if it is true. Haha, half true, half false. It is true that most people in Medicine King Valley know medical skills. After saying this, Zai Hongfei said no more and just took Zhou Wu to stroll around Yaowang Valley. This is the medicinal herb nursery of Medicine King Valley. It is filled with precious medicinal herbs grown in Medicine King Valley. I saw some medicine slaves carefully taking care of the planted medicinal herbs. This is the medicine room of my Medicine King Valley. It is mainly used by people in Medicine King Valley to research some formulas. Inside the room, medical practitioners were arguing in groups of 3 or 4. This is the pharmacopoeia building of Medicine King Valley. It contains all kinds of medical books collected by Medicine King Valley, as well as the formulas of Medicine King Valley. Seeing this reminded Zhou Wu of the library in his previous life, where countless classics were available for people to read at will. This is the pharmacology classroom, where children learn. Many children are learning the basic knowledge of pharmacology under the guidance of teachers. Zhou Wu finally understood that Yaowang Valley was indeed a place where a group of doctors lived in seclusion. They were self-sufficient in most things and had formed a small world here. Chapter 53: Solving the Problem of Bandits. Master Zhou, in fact, Medicine King Valley is indeed a place where doctors gather as people say, but we are not acting strangely. It's just that sometimes we have to use some extraordinary means to protect ourselves. Like poisoning? Your Excellency is very clever. This is not cleverness. It is human nature to use one's strengths. Chief Zai, you can make your request now. Now that we have finished touring Yaowang Valley, it's time to get down to business. Sir, you have seen the people of Medicine King Valley. Killing the enemy in battle is not our specialty. If it is to save the dying and the wounded, it is our natural responsibility. Of course, I welcome Medicine King Valley at any time, but this is a matter of life and death for Neo Village. I hope that the clan leader will not hide his shortcomings and let's have a frank chat. Haha, although the people of Medicine King Valley are not good at fighting in battle, we still have no problem dealing with a few hundred bandits, but it's okay to talk. I hope you can give Yawangu an identity and a promise. What identity? What promise? My lord, you may not know that Medicine King Valley has been secluded here for 100 years. But why is the population of Medicine King Valley increasing instead of increasing? Are you insulting me? If you get married and have children, won't the population naturally increase if you pass them down from generation to generation? Sir, we relocated our entire clan at that time. You damn thing, you should have told me earlier about your close relatives. Zhou Wu cursed in his heart. This old man didn't speak in a pleasant way at all. What about you guys? Later, people fled the secular world for various reasons and came to Medicine King Valley. Gradually, Medicine King Valley grew to its current size. But now the world is peaceful, and Medicine King Valley no longer needs to hide away from the world, so it needs an identity. Zai Hongfei briefly told Zhou Wu the development history of Yaowang Valley. Zhou Wu then understood that these people had abandoned their real identities when they were in seclusion, so now they were equivalent to having no household registration. If such people were caught by the court, they would only be exiled to the border areas to work as coolies. That's no problem. I can let you all move into Nyojia village. Zhou Wu agreed without thinking twice. Being able to get so many doctors at once was simply a great thing. Zhou Wu couldn't find any reason to refuse. Thank you, sir. Then tell me what promise you want. Sir, can I keep this promise for the time being? Okay, I won't shirk my responsibilities if it's something I can do. Of course, I won't do anything that involves committing crimes. Don't worry, sir. It's settled then. Zhou Wu didn't expect this to go so smoothly. He had only come here to form an alliance with them, but now he had directly annexed them. He also got a group of medical soldiers, which was great. Then Zhou Wu and Zai Hongfei had a series of detailed communications about the relocation, such as when to relocate to Niujia village, how to resettle them, and so on. However, it was not a trivial matter, and so many people suddenly went there without even a place to live, so it would take some time. The focus now was how to deal with the gold and silver caves. Zhou Wu meant to gather some intelligence first and then make a plan, but Zai Hongfei thought it was too much trouble, so he directly arranged for several poison experts to go to Jingguan Cave and Yingguan Cave and wait for an opportunity to poison. Anyway, these two groups of people were evil bandits, so neither Zhou Wu nor Zai Hongfei felt any burden at all. So the action began, with Zhou Wu leading 100 militiamen and the poison master from Yaowang Valley, and Niuer leading 100 militiamen and the poison master, to the Jingguan Cave and Yingguan Cave respectively. Zhou Wu brought his men to Jingguan Cave and sent people to quietly deal with the guards at the door. Sir, I will release the poison at the door, and then the poison gas will be blown into the cave by the wind. In half an hour at most, we can clean up the battlefield. Zai Hongfei said that these poison masters are definitely the best in the use of poison, so Zhou Wu chose to believe him completely. I saw several poison masters take out a few walnut-sized balls from their bodies, and then threw them into the hole with force, and then a puff of yellow smoke came out. There was nothing else unusual. I waited at the entrance of the cave for half an hour, scratching my head and waiting, and finally the poison master spoke. You are welcome, sir. But everyone should still wear a mask just in case. Everyone took out the masks they had prepared long ago, put them on and went straight in. They were still skeptical at first, but when they saw the real situation in the cave, they all felt fear for these poison masters. All the bandits lay down. I reached out to check their breath and found they were still breathing, just fainted. All tied up. Yes. Zhou Wu was very happy. This was another achievement, and as the top 3 thieves, they must have a lot of treasures. After Zhou Wu cleaned up the battlefield, he took the prisoners and rushed to the meeting point agreed upon with Niuer, but he didn't expect Niuer to arrive first. Brother Wu, look who this is. Zhou Wu was just curious when he saw Niuer pushing a man out. Zhou Wu immediately remembered this person. He would never forget him even if he turned into ashes. This person was Niu Bai, who was driven out of Niujia village for burglary. I didn't expect that he would become a bandit. Zhou Wu, don't be complacent. Things will change over time. Zhou Wu just thought he was just talking big. After all, if they handed these people over to the government this time, the only outcome would be exile, or beheading. In Zhou Wu's opinion, beheading might be more comfortable. If they were exiled, they would either be sent to the freezing northern frontier or to the miasma-ridden southern barbarians. However, no matter where they were, life would be worse than death. Pa! I told you to be tough. Niuer slapped Niu Bai on the face, and his face swelled up instantly. Zhou Wu, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will kill you if I get the chance. Niu Bai was screaming heart-wrenchingly, but Zhou Wu didn't say a word and directly drew out his sword. While no one was paying attention, he slashed Niu Bai's neck. Ha ha dot! Niu Bai opened his eyes wide and covered his neck with both hands, watching the blood gushing out like a fountain. Until his death, he never understood how Zhou Wu, a mere scholar, could become so cruel. Niuer was the same, as if he had never recognized Zhou Wu in front of him. The militia next to him were really shocked by this scene and all of them put away their contempt. What role does Niu Bai play in Yingguan Cave? Zhou Wu said coldly. Brother Wu, Niu Bai is the second in command of Yingguan Cave. Everyone else hadn't come to their senses yet, only Niuer responded. Who is the boss? Brother Wu, this is the leader, One-Eyed Dragon, who escaped the capture of Flying Tiger Village. As soon as Niuer finished speaking, Zhou Wu raised his sword and the One-Eyed Dragon's head flew high into the sky. From then on, no one present dared to look down on Zhou Wu, and everyone began to forget that he was just a scholar. Chapter 54 Good things happen one after another. Zhou Wu has a kind heart, but he is not a saint who gives out nice guys cards everywhere. He will do his best to help those who are truly pitiful and worthy of sympathy. However, for those who are extremely unstable and pose a safety hazard like Niu Bai and Du Yanlong, who dare to threaten him openly, I'm sorry. I hope they can find a good family in my next life. By the way, Brother Wu, I also found this in Yingguang Cave. Niu Er handed an envelope to Zhou Wu, who opened it curiously. After reading the contents, he felt a little scared, but it also strengthened his determination to kill the county magistrate Peng Jinghua. We can't keep this kind of person. Niu Er led the militia to escort more than 400 to 500 bandits to Qingyang County to report, while Zhou Wu took some people from Yaowang Valley and the treasures seized from the bandits back to Niujia village. The spoils of war from the Golden Light Cave and the Silver Light Cave were indeed much greater than those from the previous small Karami. The horses from the two caves alone were enough to upgrade all the militia groups to cavalry. As for the money, not to mention it, several horse-drawn carriages were used to carry the money, and all of them were secretly transported back to Niujia village. To be frank, the entire Dalong Empire is not clear, but in Qingyang County, Zhou Wu is definitely the richest man. That's what Master Niu is like. The crisis of Jingguang Cave and Yingguang Cave has been resolved, and Yaowang Valley will also be incorporated into Niujia village. You've been away for 2 days and it's resolved? Uncle Niu felt like he was still asleep. The top 3 wild forces that had been entrenched in Qingyang County for decades were all dealt with by Zhou Wu in just 2 days. Master Niu, don't worry. Niu Er is escorting these bandits to the county government office. These people are from Medicine King Valley. Zhou Wu brought Niu Yi and several people from Yaowang Valley to Niujia village to choose a place to live after relocation. Finally, after careful selection by the people of Yaowang Valley, they decided to choose a piece of land close to the mountains and forests. After all, they still needed to grow medicinal herbs, so this would be much more convenient. Okay, no problem, let's decide it this way. Go back and tell Chief Sai that I will fully cooperate with you. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Zhou. Now that everything has been confirmed, the representatives from Medicine King Valley plan to return to report to the clan leader with their results. Next, Niujia village began to enter a period of large-scale construction. With the influx of a large number of refugees, and the relocation of the entire Yaowang Valley's people, these were more than Niujia village could bear at the moment, so Niujia village directly recruited a large number of workers to build houses. Zhou Wu also planned to take this opportunity to plan Niujia village well, including streets, commercial areas, docks, etc. Sir, I don't quite understand your design. Qin Xing, the person in charge of the major reconstruction of Niujia village, was now holding a design drawing and looking for Zhou Wu for advice. Which one do you not understand? Let me take a look. Zhou Wu took the drawing and looked at it. It turned out to be a fire design drawing. My lord, I don't understand. Our beds are usually made of wood or bamboo, which makes them more comfortable to sleep on. I don't understand why you want to use this kind of Kong for all the houses. Qin Xing was introduced by Niu Er, and Zhou Wu also considered him. He does have some real skills, but Zhou Wu incorporated a lot of modern elements into the design of the entire Niujia village, so Qin Xing often came to Zhou Wu for advice and communication. At first, Qin Xing was not satisfied with Zhou Wu, an outsider, telling him things, but now he is full of admiration for him. Qin Xing, which season do the people of our great dragon empire fear the most? Of course it's winter. Why? Are you trying to cleanse me? How many people freeze to death every winter? For ordinary people, winter is like a disaster. What Qin Xing said is the current situation of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Many people freeze to death every winter. It is for this reason that Zhou Wu thought of the Kong in the north. Compared with this era, it should be regarded as a magical tool for wintering. This heated bed by Lao Qin is a magic weapon to help us survive the winter. So magical? The principle of a Kong is to use fuel such as straw and branches. The hot air generated by the combustion will dissipate the heat to the adobe when passing through the flue of the Kong. The adobe is a poor conductor of heat, so the temperature of the Kong will last long after it is heated. The Kong is composed of 3 parts, the stove, the Kong body and the chimney. The stove connected to the Kong can be used for cooking, and the Kong body can be used for heating and sitting. That's amazing, you are truly a god. This will make life easier for everyone in the winter. Although Chen Xing did not understand everything, he got the general meaning and felt that what Zhou Wu said made sense. Sir, Mr. Deng is back. On this day, Zhou Wu was inspecting the construction progress of the small village when someone came to report from the dock. Zhou Wu went straight to the dock. It was not for any other reason but because County Magistrate Chen had urged him several times about the issue of food. There were too many victims. Even the salted fish that had been stored in Yojiao village for a long time had to be transported to the county town, but it only delayed the supply. This time, Deng Yuanliang brought 3 large ships to the Yuan kingdom for trade. When he came back, he had already agreed to bring back all the purchased food. Of course, Zhou Wu was excited. My lord, I have accomplished your mission. Deng Yuanliang's words finally put Zhou Wu's heart at ease. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The next day, the grain transport team from Yojiao village once again entered the county town with countless grains in a grand manner. Standing on the dilapidated city wall of Qingyang County, County Magistrate Chen looked at the endless grain transport team, his face full of smiles. However, the County Magistrate Ping Xinghua, who was standing next to him, had a sinister look on his face. He went to Yojiao village last time but returned humiliated. Later he asked the bandits from Yingguan Cave to deal with Yojiao village. The result was unexpected that the small Yojiao village actually occupied both Jingguan Cave and Yingguan Cave without any soldiers. Peng Xinghua was frightened, so he dispatched dozens of soldiers from Qingyang County to guard his home tightly. However, after 3 days, when nothing unusual happened, Peng Xinghua withdrew his troops. However, there is an old saying that goes, one remembers the food but not the beating. When Peng Xinghua saw Zhou Wu sending so much disaster relief grain to the county magistrate, he didn't know what bad idea he had. With this batch of food, Qingyang County can survive for a while. The imperial court was slow in issuing relief grain, and other places had already been in turmoil. In a few places, there were even signs of small-scale rebellion by the people, but they were quickly suppressed by the government. County Magistrate Chen was very fortunate that Qingyang County had Zhou Wu's support, and there were no riots by the victims, and not even one person starved to death. After the famine was over, this would surely be a huge fortune and achievement, and when County Magistrate Chen saw the food, he was happier than when he entered his bridal chamber. Chapter 55, Divine Crossbow. Militia Training Camp. It has been quite some time since the bandits were escorted to the Gold and Silver Cave. Zhou Wu still remembers what County Magistrate Chen said at that time. He said that he had just been promoted to Deputy Lieutenant of the Escort Army, and it was not easy to be promoted now. The bandits' contribution this time was indeed not small, but the meaning of the above was that the contribution should be recorded first, and there would be a chance to talk about it later. Zhou Wu had no choice. He was only a minor official of the Deputy 9th rank, half a level lower than the lower-ranking officials. He could only accept it. How's training been lately? As the leader of the militia, Zhou Wu naturally has to care about his men from time to time. Brother Wu, now the soldiers of the militia can cooperate skillfully on horseback and on foot, and they are also proficient in using spears and swords. The only problem is the bow and arrow. What happened to the bow and arrow? Brother Wu, only about 1/3 of the militia can use the bow and arrows skillfully. The rest can only shoot with difficulty, and can't expect to be accurate. Hearing this, Zhou Wu also remembered that he seemed to have read a post on the internet in his previous life. At that time, a netizen asked why the ancient kings did not equip all soldiers with long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, so that before close combat during the war, they could fire 1 or 2 rounds of volleys, which would at least destroy a lot of manpower. A netizen responded below, saying that not everyone can master the bow and arrow. In ancient times, it took 3 years just to train a qualified archer, let alone become a superb archer. This is why those who can shoot an arrow through the target from 100 paces away are often generals. So it's not that not everyone can be an archer, but the investment is too huge, and there is not necessarily a return. Nyoer, how about replacing the crossbows for everyone? Brother Wu, the crossbow is complicated to operate and has a very slow firing rate. The archer has already shot 5 or 6 arrows, but the crossbowman has probably only finished shooting 1. Nyoer was right. The firing speed of a crossbow was indeed the biggest problem. Zhou Wu forgot about it for a moment, but ordinary crossbows would definitely not work. However, Zhou Wu thought of a magic weapon, the Zhuge crossbow. The story of the Zhuge crossbow came to Zhou Wu's mind when he was watching the TV program, Approaching History, in his previous life. The program was about a modern man who successfully copied the Zhuge crossbow and simplified it. The craftsmanship and structure of the simplified Zhuge crossbow were simplified, but the power was not weakened. The design drawings were also announced at the end of the program. However, the design drawings were only available during the first broadcast and were deleted later for some unknown reason. However, it happened that Zhou Wu watched the first premiere, and because he was interested, he remembered the simplified version of the Zhuge crossbow design drawing. After Zhou Wu returned home, he locked himself in the study and tried hard to recall the design drawing of Zhuge crossbow in his mind. After constant recollection and repeated revisions, he finally drew the design drawing. Yes, this is it. It should be correct. Let's make one first to see the effect. Zhou Wu took the design drawings and went directly to find Niu Mu, a carpenter from Niujia village. Niu Mu was a native of Niujia village. He was an honest man and was well known far and wide. My lord, this thing is not complicated. If you are in a hurry, take a break and I will start working immediately. As expected, professional things still need to be done by professionals. Zhou Wu thought that the earliest he could pick up the goods would be tomorrow, but he didn't expect that he would only need a short while. Niu Mu asked his wife to pour a bowl of water for Zhou Wu, and then he started looking for wood and began to work. Zhou Wu was so excited to see a piece of wood slowly turn into what he wanted. The adults have made it, but time is tight, so it looks a little ugly. It was indeed ugly, but what was important now was not whether it looked good or not, but whether it could achieve the effect Zhou Wu wanted. He asked Niu Mu to carve a few more small wooden sticks like arrows to test the strength and range first. My lord is well. A few small wooden sticks are no problem for Niu Mu. Zhou Wu took the things and went straight to the blacksmith's shop. Lao Jiang, Lao Jiang. Zhou Wu was shouting from a distance, fearing that the other party was not there today. Yes, sir. Lao Jiang poked his head out of the shop and watched Zhou Wu walking towards his shop holding a package. My lord, what is the matter with you today? Help me shoot a few arrows, big ones like this. Zhou Wu directly gave the small wooden stick made by Niu Mu to Lao Jiang. This kind of arrowhead is much smaller than a bow and arrow, so it is not difficult to make. Lao Jiang directly called on his apprentices to start working, and only the sound of clanging could be heard coming from the blacksmith's shop. My lord is well. Now everything is ready, all Zhou Wu has to do is experiment. There are not many houses around the blacksmith's shop, so Zhou Wu directly aims the Zhuge crossbow at a big tree opposite the blacksmith's shop. According to Zhou Wu's visual estimation, he is about 150 meters away from the tree. The range of ancient bows and arrows is normally about 200 meters. If Zhuge crossbow can have a range of 150 meters, then Zhou Wu will be satisfied. Although the range is not as far as the bow and arrow, the firepower is indeed 10 times that of the bow and arrow. You don't need to spend time and energy to cultivate it, you can use it right away. Let me try. The simplified version of Zhuge crossbow comes with a quiver that can hold 10 arrows at a time. The crossbow does not use long arrows like a bow, but arrows as long as chopsticks. Zhou Wu loaded 10 arrows into the repeating crossbow at once. The crossbow's firing mechanism was a pull-type mechanism, which fired 1 arrow each time it was pulled. Zhou Wu raised the crossbow and took aim, then pulled the firing mechanism continuously. The arrows flew out quickly, and soon all 10 arrows were shot. The accuracy is a little off, but it doesn't have much impact. It's a group attack anyway. There were a total of 6 arrows stuck in the tree trunk. This result had far exceeded Zhou Wu's expectations. Moreover, after pulling the launching device 10 times, Zhou Wu did not feel any pain in his arm at all. You know, even the best archers would have sore arms and would not be able to draw the bow after shooting 10 arrows in a row. The experiment was very successful, and Zhou Wu immediately made modifications to the original design, mainly by adding a small device. Anyone who disassembled the Zhuge crossbow would have it directly scrapped. To be honest, there is no eternal secret in the world, but in Zhou Wu's view, delaying for a while is better than delaying for a while. Then he asked the carpenter Niu Mu and the blacksmith Lao Jiang to work together to create the Zhuge crossbow, and classified this news as the top secret of Niujia village. Every day, newly produced repeating crossbows were delivered to the militia camp so that the soldiers could take turns learning how to use them. However, the simple operation of the repeating crossbow was enough that basically everyone would learn it after shooting one round, so everyone took turns shooting, both during the day and at night. Brother Wu, are you a god? You can even make something like this. There are no gods. Zhou Wu responded with a smile. He had seen too many expressions of admiration in the past 2 days and he was a little numb to it. What's this called? It doesn't have a name yet. Brother Wu, how about just calling him Zhou Wu Liannu? Zhuge Liannu, Zhou Wu Liannu, although I was a little uncomfortable with them at first, but they are just names anyway, it doesn't matter. The militia now has 300 people, and everyone is equipped with a repeating crossbow. Because the crossbow can be quickly loaded with arrows and the shooting speed is also very fast, so even if facing 3,000 people now, the militia is not afraid. To be honest, if the militia had the repeating crossbow when fighting against the Golden Light Cave and the Silver Light Cave before, there would be no need for Zhou Wu to take the risk of going to the Medicine King Valley for help. Chapter 56 The Prince is Trapped. The Dragon Empire, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, the 3 countries of Dada, Cambodia, and Black Monkey took advantage of the natural disaster that hit our southwestern border a month ago and invaded without declaring war, resulting in the fall of 6 cities in the southwest of our country. I beg your Majesty to send troops to eliminate these villains. Right Prime Minister Jigaojia had a serious look on his face. He had just received the battle report from a month ago last night. Everyone knew that after reporting this news today, His Majesty would be furious, but he had to report it because the loss of the 6 cities was no longer something he could hide. Sure enough, the saint clapped his hands hard, then waved his hand to sweep away everything on the dragon table. You are so loyal and patriotic. 1 month ago, the enemy came to your doorstep, and you only now realize that next time you should wait until the enemy reaches the gate of the palace before you come to report to the Emperor. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Not only the right Prime Minister, but all the civil and military officials in the court bowed and confessed their crimes. The current saint can be said to be the most broad-minded and courageous monarch in history. It is rare for him to be so angry today, but it is enough to prove that the saint is really angry this time. A few little barbarians dare to stroke the beard of my great dragon. Where is the prince? My son is here. I order you to lead 100,000 soldiers to recapture my Dalong territory within 1 month and let those barbarians know that I, Dalong, am not someone to be trifled with. I obey your orders. Crown Prince Li Junren had a righteous look on his face, but he was secretly happy in his heart. It was obvious that his father was giving him a chance to make military merit this time. The 3 kingdoms of Dada, Khmer and Black Monkey sounded scary, but in fact, in the eyes of Dalong's top leaders, they were just uncivilized savage countries, no matter in terms of land area, population or development. They could not compare with Dalong. This time they were just taking advantage of the natural disaster on Dalong's border to make trouble. It had happened before, but it was never as exaggerated as this time. Because the saint was angry, others who had something to report had to hold back. After all, this was not a good time to report work. The morning court was hastily dispersed. Inside the prince's residence, several court officials were discussing the expedition with the prince in his room. Your Highness, I think His Majesty intended to let the Crown Prince lead the troops this time in order to suppress the 4th Prince's recent arrogance. Yes. This old minister also thought that Your Majesty deliberately let the Crown Prince take the credit for this military achievement. That's right. The 4th Prince only repaired a few crappy books. How can their functions compare to the Crown Prince's contribution to recovering the country? A group of ministers who were on the side of the Crown Prince were analyzing the pros and cons of this expedition. It was obvious that everyone thought that this time His Majesty was deliberately giving military merit to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Because the 4th Prince Li Jing, a strong competitor for the Crown Prince, had made great contributions in the renovation of the Yongqing ceremony some time ago, his reputation had increased significantly both among the nobility and the people. This move made the Crown Prince's camp feel a sense of crisis. The Yongqing Code is a book about the people's livelihood of the previous dynasty. How can it be a broken book? You must never say such things again. Although the prince has always been dissatisfied with his 4th brother for always opposing him, he is still his brother after all, and the improvement of the Yongqing ceremony is indeed of great help to the people's livelihood in Dalong. After all, it records some advanced agricultural tools and farming methods. The important thing is for you all to discuss the strategy of sending troops. The sooner the better. Father has only given us 1 month. Promise. After the prince reminded them, everyone remembered that His Highness seemed to have only given 1 month. It seems that Our Majesty did not simply give the prince military merits. In addition to the time, it is obvious that he intended to test the prince's ability. As the first-in-line heir to the Great Dragon Empire, the Crown Prince's think tank is the highest-level configuration besides the Saint. The Saint gives the order in the morning, and the think tank formulates a military plan in the afternoon. Your Highness, the military's opinion is to concentrate our forces to recapture the lost cities this time, and then divide them into 2 groups next year, one heading straight to Dada country, and the other heading to Black Monkey country. In fact, there is also an army secretly attacking Cambodia. Because the 3-nation alliance this time is led by Cambodia, so as long as Cambodia is defeated, the 3-nation alliance will collapse. Okay, since my father has given me this opportunity, I will personally lead an army to launch a surprise attack on Cambodia. In August of the 12th year of Tianqing, Crown Prince Li Junren led an army of 100,000 and successively recovered 5 cities, namely Lizhou, Huizhou, Hidangzhou, Songzhou, and Huanzhou. The morale of the Dalong army and civilians was unprecedentedly high. In September of the same year, the prince's army was divided into 2 routes, one heading straight to the Dada kingdom, and the other heading to the Black Monkey kingdom. In fact, there was another route led by the Prince Li Junren, who quietly attacked the Khmer kingdom. All the people of Dalong thought that the prince would easily face the 3-country crisis this time. Often when nothing unexpected happens, the unexpected happens. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has urgent information. It's still the right Prime Minister Ji Gaojia, and the same recipe. Read. Sage Li Tianqing said calmly while sitting on the dragon throne. His eyes were majestic without anger. As a monarch who personally conquered such a vast empire on horseback, Li Tianqing's military ability was far superior to his internal affairs. But he had one greatest advantage, which was that he knew how to use people and had a broad mind. In September of the 12th year of Tianqing, the Crown Prince led an army of 30,000 to launch a surprise attack on the Khmer Empire, but was besieged by the Khmer Empire at the Mizwi River. The herald officer risked his life to break through and sent a rescue message. Where are the other 2 soldiers now? When Li Tianqing heard that the prince was surrounded, he was naturally anxious, but he did not show it. The important thing at the moment was to find soldiers to rescue the prince from danger. Your Majesty, the other 2 armies are currently engaged in battle with the Dada Kingdom and the Black Monkey Kingdom and cannot withdraw. The right Prime Minister really wanted to slap himself at this moment. Why did all the bad things happen under his jurisdiction recently? He was just scolded 2 days ago, and today was even more exciting, as the life of the Crown Prince was at stake. Are there any more troops that can be transferred from the southwest? Li Tianqing must now find an available army to rescue the prince, otherwise the prince will surely die. Your Majesty, all the troops in the southwest have been transferred to the Crown Prince. We really have no more troops. The words of the right Prime Minister made Li Tianqing completely angry. In such a huge empire like the Great Dragon Empire, when the prince was in danger, they couldn't even spare a single troop to rescue him. When the Minister of War Zhang Wu saw that His Majesty was about to lose his temper again, and the one who was bearing the wrath was his patron, the right Prime Minister, his eyes rolled, and he hurried out to loyally protect his master. Your Majesty, a few months ago, Qingyang County just established a militia group with about 300 people. Militia? Sir Zhang, are you kidding? The enemy has surrounded His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's 30,000 troops. Are we going to kill 300 people? Have I, a great dragon, fallen to the point where I have to take the exam to become a member of the 300 militia? Chapter 57 The Fate of the Militia. The militia is just a local militia organization to prevent banditry. The prince has 30,000 regular troops, the elite troops of Dalong. Even with such a luxurious configuration, they are surrounded. You are a militia of 300 people. Do you want to rescue 30,000 elite troops? Hey, buddy, did you take medicine before going out this morning? And everyone knows the nature of the militia. They say there are 300 people, but they take bribes from all levels. It's good to have 30 people. Sure enough, Zhang Wu knew that this would be the result after he said it, but this was exactly what he wanted. The purpose was not to save the prince, but to divert His Majesty's firepower. The right Prime Minister understood Zhang Wu's thoughts immediately, and gave him a grateful look. However, His Majesty's next words surprised everyone. "Where is Qingyang County?" The hall, where people were whispering and discussing heatedly just now, suddenly became extremely quiet, and everyone looked at the saint sitting there in surprise. "Where is Qingyang County? What does that mean? Are they going to use 300 local militiamen to rescue His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" "Your Majesty, is Qingyang County under the jurisdiction of Jinshan Prefecture?" "Jinshan Prefecture, isn't that just near the Khmer Kingdom? Who is the leader of the Qingyang County militia?" "Your Majesty, the leader of the Qingyang County militia is Deputy Commandant Zhou Wu." Originally, as the Minister of War, Zhang Wu had no need to remember the name of a small militia leader. Everything was done the night before to prepare for the possibility of the saint launching an attack today. The sage simply filtered this person named Zhou Wu in his mind, and was relieved when he didn't match him with anyone he knew. "Send an order to the leader of Qingyang County militia, Zhou Wu, to rescue the prince immediately." "Promise." At this time, the entire court was no longer noisy, and no one stood up to oppose. Even though everyone knew that these 300 militiamen would die if they went there, so what? In the eyes of the nobles, let alone 300 people, thousands of people had sacrificed their lives for their own interests. "Where is Zhang Wu?" "I am here." "Immediately dispatch troops from other places to reinforce the prince." "Promise." Sure enough, just as everyone thought, this militia group was just for show. The saint's greatest expectation of them was to delay the enemy a little bit in order to buy some time for the follow-up troops. Of course, this was really just an unnecessary expectation. After all, it was only a militia organization of 300 people, and its combat effectiveness was not even as good as that of the dandy young men in the capital. Zhou Wu, who was far away in Miujia village, did not know at this time that the militia group he was proud of had been sold out by the imperial high-ranking officials far away in the capital. Aim and release. Zhou Wu built a brand new training ground specifically for the militia, which was several times larger than the original one. This was because the original ground was only suitable for infantry combat training. However, now everyone in the militia is equipped with a war horse, as well as bows and crossbows. The original ground is no longer able to meet the needs of daily training. 300 men, each shooting 10 shots in a row, created a rain of arrows that covered the sky, darkening the sunny sky just a moment ago. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows penetrated the trees, the ground, and the dummies with such force that the tails of the arrows swayed back and forth due to the great force. The Emperor ordered, "Where is Zhou Wu?" A high-pitched, sharp voice attracted everyone's attention. They saw a group of people dressed in court robes, followed by a group of golden-armored guards. The appearance of this group of people was simply out of place in the rural area of Miujia village. "I am Zhou Wu, what can I do for you?" Zhou Wu didn't know these people, and it was obvious that they were not from the county government office, because the people from the county government office were not dressed as well as those in Miujia village. "I am the Emperor's eunuch. I have received the Emperor's order, and Zhou Wu is here to receive it." "Your subject Zhou Wu accepts your order." Zhou Wu thought that the other party was at most someone from Jinshan Prefecture, but he didn't expect that he was actually from the imperial city of the capital. No wonder this person's voice was so high-pitched and sharp. It turned out that he was a eunuch. "The Emperor orders that Zhou Wu, the leader of the Qingyang County Militia Corps, lead his troops to the Mizhui River in Cambodia to rescue the trapped Dalong army. I decree this. I accept your order." Although Zhou Wu was confused, he had no choice but to obey the order. Otherwise, he would be disobeying the order and the golden-armored warriors would chop him to death on the spot. "Goodbye, sir. May I know your name?" "What's up, Chang Qing? I wonder what else Master Zhou wants." An 8th-rank official in front of the Emperor. To be honest, although Chang Qing was just an ordinary eunuch in the palace, it was never his turn to deliver the imperial eunuch. However, the place to be delivered this time was Qingyang County, a border area, a poor and remote place in the eyes of the world, and no one was willing to come, so it fell to Chang Qing. "Eunuch Chan has come from afar, please take a short rest. I'll have someone prepare some wine." "Sir, this is not..." "Come on, Tell someone to arrange a banquet so that all the brothers who have come from afar can feel the hospitality of our Nyojia village. Zhou Wu was really enthusiastic and didn't give eunuch Chang any chance to refute. However, in the countryside banquets were not so particular. The local seafood was directly steamed in a pot. There was also alcohol, but it was local rice wine. Zhou Wu was planning to make distilled wine recently. Add some white rice and it would be done. Everyone, please take your seats. Being in Nyojia village is like being back home. The team that delivered the imperial eunuchs and guards consisted of more than 30 people. 4 tables were set up in the yard. Zhou Wu, Niu Yi, Niu Er, and Ding Yuanliang were there to accompany them. Everyone has chopsticks, please feel free. The team that was seen delivering the imperial edict were all from the capital, but at this moment, they were drooling as they looked at the table full of fresh seafood. The price of an ordinary sea fish in the capital is enough for a poor person to eat for a month, let alone these strange things that have never been seen before. Uncle Neo likes to see how these city people have never seen the world, but why do these city people keep picking up fish to eat and not touch anything else? Zhou Wu naturally knew that these city people from the capital had never eaten seafood such as crabs and oysters, so he started to pick them up in an orderly manner. Eunuch Chang, try this big blue crab. It is the most plump in this season. Look at these rows. They are really plump. As Zhou Wu spoke, he opened the lid of a crab, removed the gills, and handed it to Eunuch Chang. When the others saw Zhou Wu's actions, they also imitated him. When the big blue crab entered their mouths, everyone regretted it very much. They did not eat such delicious big blue crab first. Soon the whole basin of big blue crabs was finished. Brother, eat this. Oysters are a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. I guarantee you will be full of energy at night after eating this. Zhou Wu opened an oyster that was bigger than his palm and handed it to a warrior in golden armor next to him. The warrior in golden armor became energetic upon hearing this and swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. Fresh and delicious. Sure enough, there was nothing unpalatable on the table. Chapter 58, Rescue Expedition. A large group of people came from the capital, some even from the palace. They ate and drank to their heart's content at the banquet, as if they had never seen the world. In fact, it was not their fault. Outsiders thought that the capital was good and the palace was good. In fact, people are divided into different classes everywhere. These eunuchs and golden-armored guards may seem superior to others in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact, they are the lowest class in the palace. Their meager monthly salary is deducted by the upper echelons. Not to mention the table full of seafood, they can only see meat every now and then. Master Zhou, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. Eunuch Chang, what are you talking about? We are all working for His Majesty, and we can only keep each other warm by sticking together. Zhou Wu's words of sticking together for warmth really touched Eunuch Chang's heart. He was the only one who knew how much he had suffered over the years, from being a menial eunuch to being a eunuch in the inner chamber. His former acquaintances also betrayed him for profit. It could be said that he had no friends in the palace. Zhou Wu's words of sticking together for warmth really spoke out his true feelings. He was not a cold-blooded person, but he had been hurt so many times that he was unwilling to show his true face to others. During this period, Zhou Wu did not test Chang Qing, nor did he try to get any information from him. This made Chang Qing have a good impression of Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu even quietly gave him a small gift when they parted. My lord has arranged many things in the palace, so I have prepared a small gift. It may not be a token of respect, but it is worth our acquaintance. There was 50 taels of silver in a purse. How can this be done? Sir, please take it back quickly. Eunuch Chang quickly postponed it, as there were so many people watching, it would be so embarrassing. Father-in-law, everyone else has been taken care of, don't worry. What did Zhou Wu mean by this? Chang Qing looked back at the entourage and saw that everyone was embarrassed, and looked around. It turned out that they had already received the benefits. Master Zhou is so kind, I would be disrespectful to refuse it. Chang Qing then quietly accepted it, but he felt embarrassed to accept benefits for no reason, coupled with Zhou Wu's warm hospitality, so he quietly asked Zhou Wu to pull him aside. Sir Zhou, to be honest, your army's expedition this time will be full of dangers, so you must be fully prepared. Sir, where does this come from? Among the friendly forces that your excellency rescued this time, There is a nobleman. You must ensure his safety. Otherwise, the emperor will be furious and no one can stop him. No more words can be said. Chang Qing said that this was against the rules and there was really nothing more to say. However, Zhou Wu did not force the other party. He had treated the other party to food and drinks and given him money, not because he wanted to build a relationship with him. He simply thought that the other party was someone from the palace and wanted to leave a good impression. He never expected that there would be unexpected information. Thank you, Eunuch Chang, for telling me. Zhou Wu will keep it in mind. By the way, the saint personally gave the militia a designation, the Qingyang Army. Although this number was a bit perfunctory, and Zhou Wu guessed that it was temporarily given because they were afraid that the militia, a ragtag army without a number, would be embarrassed if others knew about it, but for Zhou Wu, this was the biggest benefit of this expedition. Because in the Dalong Empire, having a number means being a regular army. Not only will the welfare benefits be greatly improved, but even the number of troops can be expanded, because the minimum number of active troops in the Dalong Empire is 1,000. Now Zhou Wu only has 300 people, and there is still a big gap. However, it is obvious that there is no time to wait for reinforcements for this rescue. Chang Qing led the team back to Beijing to report. Zhou Wu also held an emergency meeting, including Niu Er, Deng Yuanliang, and Niu Yi. Eunuch Chang said that this time we are mainly rescuing a nobleman, but he did not mention the nobleman's identity. He also said that if we cannot guarantee the nobleman's life this time, it will definitely attract the emperor's wrath. The emperor was furious, which frightened everyone. Everyone knew what this meant. My lord, I know a thing or two about this matter. Deng Yuanliang actually knew some inside information, which made everyone look at him with new eyes. Oh. When I was in Jishan Prefecture a few days ago, rumors were circulating on the streets that the three kingdoms of Dada, Black Monkey and Cambodia took advantage of the famine in the southwest of our Dalong to send troops to invade, and the saint ordered the prince to send troops to fight the enemy. It is probably related to this incident. Then it's probably some royal relative or the son or grandson of a duke who's trapped. Based on Deng Yuanliang's description, Zhou Wu analyzed that it should be an operation to rescue the son of an official, and everyone agreed. So far, no one has guessed that it is to rescue His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, because in their eyes, the Crown Prince would at most stay in the rear and there is no way he would risk going to the front line. You actually went straight to the held difficulty level. You really overestimate me, Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu murmured in a low voice. The militia regiment had just been prepared and was faced with such a difficult task. Niu Er, hurry up and prepare. Since the saint has personally given the order, we have to go through it even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Yes. Niu Er did not feel any worry or fear in his heart, but was full of anticipation. The next day, the court demanded that they set out immediately, but Zhou Wu did not set out until the next day. Strictly speaking, this delayed the trip, but Zhou Wu did need time to mobilize and prepare. Training ground. Everyone, this is great news. I believe many of you have already received the news. Yes, yesterday the saint personally sent someone to deliver the emperor's order, asking us to send troops to Cambodia to rescue the trapped friendly forces. Everyone, have you ever thought that the saint would come to you in person in this life? So without further ado, since you have joined the army, you are waiting for the opportunity to go to the battlefield. Now that the great opportunity is in front of you, your future depends on how you grasp it. Let's go. Zhou Wu personally led the local militia, which is now the Qingyang army, with 300 cavalrymen, and headed straight for the Mishui River in the Khmer Kingdom. Fortunately, although the horses under the cavalrymen were not Turkic horses, they were not comparable in strength. Mishui River. Your Highness, the enemy is surrounding us but not attacking us. It seems that they intend to trap us to death here. The prince's army has been besieged by the Khmer army at a ferry crossing on the Mi River for more than half a month. They are trembling with fear every day, and their men and horses are exhausted. There is very little food left in the army. Although the prince, Li Junren, has emphasized the reduction of daily rations, the food in the army can only last for 2 days at most. By then, the Dalong army will be defeated without a fight. Have you found a way to break out? What Crown Prince Li Junren said was obviously redundant. The reason why the Dalong army was trapped this time was entirely because of the terrain. The Dalong army was stationed at a ferry crossing on the Mishui River. The entrance of this ferry crossing was small. At that time, the Dalong army was worried about being attacked at night, but the Khmer army took advantage of this and directly stationed heavy troops at the only exit. The Dalong army could not deploy at the exit at all, so the 30,000 Dalong army was directly surrounded by 20,000 Khmer army. This also directly led to the current situation: those inside dare not go out, and those outside dare not come in. Chapter 59 Connection. The soldiers who broke out to seek help, did they succeed? Crown Prince Li Junren can now only place all his hopes on the soldiers who break out and seek help. Your Highness, quite a few soldiers have managed to break out, but we don't know whether they succeeded. The Lieutenant General's words shattered the only hope in Li Junren's heart. Now 30,000 troops were trapped in the Mizwi River. Li Junren had considered crossing the river to escape danger at the beginning, but the Mizwi River was several feet deep, and the soldiers might not be able to escape even if they were lightly equipped, not to mention the weapons, horses, and other baggage. Zhou Wu has led the Qingyang army for several days and is now 30 miles upstream of the trapped Dalong army. The spies he sent out have already seen the trapped friendly forces. Reporting to the Lord, we have already obtained intelligence from the front. According to our observation, our friendly forces number over 30,000 and are currently trapped by 20,000 Cambodian troops 30 miles downstream. What? Say it again? 30,000 people were made into dumplings by 20,000 people? Zhou Wu thought he had heard wrong. In terms of combat effectiveness, even if the Cambodians had 30,000 soldiers, they could not defeat 20,000 Dalong soldiers. What's more, there were more Dalong soldiers than Cambodians now. My lord, that is true. I judged the number of troops based on the number of the marching tents. Moreover, our army was trapped at a gorge, so we were unable to engage the enemy in full battle. I see. That makes sense. In other words, we just need to find a way to get in touch with the friendly forces inside, and then agree on a time. Then we can break the deadlock by working together inside and outside. Zhou Wu quickly made a plan. It was obviously a daydream to expect his 300 men to wipe out 20,000 Khmer soldiers. It would be in vain even if he had the Zhou Wu crossbow. However, it was just a sneak attack and it was not a big problem. Now he just had to think of a way to alert the friendly forces. Let's discuss how to get in touch with our friendly forces. It would be better if I brought a kite, so I could get in touch with the inside. Zhou Wu knew that the kite was a kite. It was novel to say that the Dalong Empire did rely on kites to transmit information. However, this method of communication was very limited. However, it was just right for Zhou Wu's current situation. He could judge the wind direction in advance, then release the kite into the sky and cut the kite's string short so that the kite could land on the friendly position. However, Zhou Wu was not a regular army before he came, and he did not expect such a situation to happen, so he did not bring a kite. Oh, right. We can cut some tree trunks, hollow them out, wrap the message in oil paper, and throw the trunks into the Mizwi River. The wood will surely float downstream, and our friendly forces might be able to receive it. Yes, to be on the safe side, we can put in a little more. Good, hold on tight. Nyo Er immediately arranged for his men to start cutting down trees, and then made dozens of logs. He then sent people to quietly approach the river section where the friendly forces were and throw the wood into the river. Crown Prince Li Junren was grieving by the river, thinking about how to break this deadlock. When they were first besieged, the Dalong army tried to break through with their bravery, but the gorge greatly limited the number of Dalong soldiers, resulting in many casualties, and also made Li Junren see the reality, and no longer force a breakthrough. If a friendly force were to launch a surprise attack from outside, we would be able to break this situation by cooperating with them from inside and outside. Imagination is beautiful. Li Junren also knows that the nearest friendly forces are now within the borders of Dadak Kingdom, and there are no troops available to be deployed in the southwest of the entire Dalong Empire. What is that, Your Highness? The lieutenant general beside him suddenly pointed at a piece of floating wood in the river. Li Junren also saw it, but since it hasn't rained recently, it's impossible for naturally broken driftwood to appear in the Mizwi River. Even if there was, it wouldn't be a large piece. Salvage it quickly. In times of crisis like this, any abnormal situation deserves attention. Your Highness, there is something fishy about this wood. Sure enough, the soldiers discovered the differences in the wood and saw obvious signs of chiseling. Open. Your Highness, be careful. The Lieutenant General protected Li Junren on the side, fearing that there might be some mechanism or trap inside. Your Highness, my lord, there is something in here. The soldier took the thing out of the tree trunk and presented it to the Lieutenant General. The Lieutenant General naturally opened it in front of Li Junren and carefully checked the identity of the thing. However, it seemed that there was no poison arrow or hidden weapon inside. It was just a piece of letter wrapped in oil paper. Tomorrow morning my troops will launch a surprise attack from the periphery, and we will respond from the inside. If you receive a letter, please light 3 bonfires tonight and sign it, Qingyang Army of the Great Dragon Empire. Your Highness, it's reinforcements, it's reinforcements. After the Lieutenant General finished reading the letter, everyone around him learned that reinforcements had arrived and cheered excitedly. Great! Finally, reinforcements have arrived. I don't know which general it is, but he is exactly what I imagined. The prince now breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally vent the anger he had endured for so many days. Wait, Qingyang Army, Your Highness, forgive my ignorance, but does our Dalong have such an army as the Qingyang Army? Qingyang Army? I've never heard of it either. At this time, the Lieutenant General reacted. The prince thought for a long time and couldn't remember when his Dalong had a Qingyang Army. He even filtered some state armies and found that there was indeed no Qingyang Army. There was only one possibility, that this was a ragtag army, an unknown and inferior army. The passion that had just been ignited by the crowd was extinguished in an instant. However, 3 bonfires were still lit in the camp that night as a response. On a distant hill, spies from the Qingyang army were anxiously waiting for the bonfires at the Dalong army camp. Only when they saw 3 bonfires had indeed been lit did they turn around and go back to report. It's ordered, go back and tell the adults. Zhou Wu received a report from the spy. Since the friendly forces have received the letter, now they should prepare for the attack tomorrow morning. Pass the order down and have everyone rest early tonight. Set out early tomorrow morning. Remember, during this operation, you can only use high mobility and crossbows to conduct long-range sneak attacks. You cannot engage in close combat with the enemy. Yes. At night, the Qingyang army rested in the dark in a forest. The horses had hoods on their mouths and their hooves were wrapped to avoid making any noise. Everyone went to bed early. Before dawn the next day, Zhou Wu ordered everyone to get up. Without lighting a fire, they ate the homemade fried rice and noodles from Yojiao village that they had brought with them. The soldiers grabbed 2 handfuls and stuffed them into their mouths, then drank a big gulp of water and their stomachs were full. This time when he went out, Zhou Wu specifically asked his troops to bring more arrows, because in Zhou Wu's eyes, long-range attack was better than close combat, so as to preserve their own manpower to the greatest extent. Moreover, no matter how powerful the Qingyang army was, they were just a group of farmers who had just put down their hoes for a few months. Even with the bonus of horses and equipment, it was impossible for all of them to become the reincarnation of Lu Bu. Chapter 60 Divine Soldiers from Heaven. It was foggy in the early morning over the Mizhui River. With the cover of the fog, the Qingyang army led by Zhou Wu was less than 500 meters away from the enemy. Zhou Wu was now waiting. The moment the fog dissipated, it would be the time for the Qingyang army to charge. The sun rose from the river, the fog along the river began to dissipate gradually, and the Khmer soldiers also began to stand up one after another, preparing for a new day of confrontation with the Dalong army. Li Junren also got up early. Everyone was looking nervously at the Cambodian army. Although they didn't know what kind of army the Qingyang army was, they could only place all their hopes on them. However, there was no movement from the other side, which made Li Junren's heart hang in the air. Suddenly, a horn sounded, breaking the silence of the sky. Everyone, whether they were from the Dragon Army or the Cambodian army, looked towards the forest where the horn sound came from. Boom boom! The cavalry, all those present were experienced soldiers, and they immediately analyzed that there was a cavalry in the woods. The happiest person was naturally Li Junren, because he never expected that this army that he had never heard of was actually a cavalry. You know, although the Dalong kingdom is vast and rich in resources, there are not many cavalry, and each cavalry is the elite among the elites. Qingyang army? Before Zhou Wu set out, he had someone rush to make a big flag overnight. Since there was a number, there must be a sole flag. The word Qingyang was written on the flag. Li Junren saw it from a distance. It turned out that this was the so-called Qingyang army, a cavalry of more than 300 people. However, when the cavalry in the woods rushed out completely, Li Junren's mood instantly fell to the bottom. The cavalry was correct, but there were only 300 of them, and they were not up to the task. Facing 20,000 people, it was tantamount to suicide. The Khmer army was also frightened by the charging cavalry at first, but when they saw the number of cavalrymen, they began to laugh wildly. Both sides on the battlefield, whether friend or foe, took Zhou Wu's Qingyang army seriously. Li Junren had originally planned to join forces inside and outside to launch a joint attack, but at this moment he had given up and did not give any orders to the entire army to prepare for battle. He thought he was not capable of doing anything and these 300 people could not cause any trouble. However, he was severely slapped in the face the next moment. Raise the crossbow. Oh! Prepare for the projectile, release! When the Qingyang army was still 150 meters away from the Khmer army, they began to fire their crossbows. The early morning sun was obscured by these 3,000 arrows, like a dark cloud covering the sun. At this moment, both the prince's army and the Khmer army were shocked. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows shot powerfully into the Khmer army camp. Because most of the Khmer soldiers were just watching the show, they gathered together, allowing these countless arrows to kill more Khmer soldiers. I saw that a corner of the camp was cleared out, and there was no one standing there. Your Highness, Your Highness! At this time, Li Junren's lieutenant general was the first to react and shouted at Li Junren frantically. Li Junren also realized that he had underestimated the Qingyang army and almost missed the opportunity to break out. Everyone charge! The besieged Delong army finally fought back at this moment. After the Qingyang army finished its first round of attacks, they turned around and gave no chance to the Khmer army at all. The Khmer army also had no long-range firepower and had no way to deal with the Qingyang army. Soon the Qingyang army finished reloading and headed towards the Khmer army again. This time the Khmer army was no longer in a state of watching the show. Everyone was looking for anything that could resist and tried to block their bodies as much as possible. The previous round of volleys left an indelible shadow on everyone. But there was nothing in the camp except tents, and how could the tents withstand the sharp arrows? 3,000 arrows were fired again, creating a space in the camp. The Delong army behind also began to break out. The pincer attack made the Khmer army unable to cope with it, and soon the Khmer army began to disintegrate and flee. The Qingyang army relied on the mobility of their cavalry to fire missiles back and forth, causing at least thousands of casualties with just 300 men. The first use of the repeating crossbow was truly terrifying. The prince's army had now completely emerged from the trapped gorge and was chasing the fleeing Khmer army everywhere. However, Zhou Wu secretly ordered the Qingyang army to go to the Khmer army camp to plunder the spoils, leaving only a dozen people with him to meet the leader of the friendly army. As the commander of 30,000 people, his rank must be many levels higher than Zhou Wu, so Zhou Wu still has to abide by the basic rules of officialdom. From a distance, Zhou Wu saw a group of people surrounding a young man not far away, like stars surrounding the moon. He is indeed the son of an official, Zhou Wu muttered quietly, with a little more contempt in his heart. At this moment, he had already regarded Li Junren as the son of an official, because he was so young and could lead 30,000 troops, which must not be a normal promotion. Qingyang Army Commander Zhou Wu, nice to meet you, sir. Although he looked down on the other party in his heart, due to the other party's rank, Zhou Wu had no choice but to bite the bullet and meet him. However, as he did not know the other party's name, Zhou Wu just called him, sir. Thank you, Captain Zhou, for risking your life to save me this time. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to know his identity, Li Junren deliberately didn't say it. Risking your life to save someone? Are you short-sighted? I was clearly using the kite-flying tactic, but this second-generation official can really talk. You are too polite, my lord. If you offend my great dragon, I will punish you no matter how far away you are. Well, ha ha ha, whoever offends me will be punished no matter how far away they are. I, the great dragon warrior, must have such courage. If we were not on the battlefield today, I would have drunk 3,000 cups with Captain Zhou. 3,000 cups, you would be full even if you just drink water. This guy is quite boastful. While the two were chatting and laughing, the Qingyang army had already taken the lead and looted most of the valuables from the Khmer army camp. Brother Wu, it's done, hurry up and run away. Niuer received the message from his men and quickly whispered it in Zhou Wu's ear. Sir, the Qingyang army has other military duties, so we have to go ahead. Zhou Wu was afraid that his secret looting of the spoils would be discovered, so he quickly found an excuse and was eager to leave. Military affairs are more important. I will definitely drink with Brother Zhou next time. Li Junren was very optimistic about Zhou Wu. At such a young age, he was able to train such a powerful army. He would surely have a bright future. So he changed his address to Brother Zhou from Lord Zhou, thinking that he would investigate thoroughly after the war here was over. Goodbye. He flicked the whip and left with the Qingyang army, but compared to when they came, there were many more carriages following the Qingyang army when they left. Because of this battle, the terror of the Qingyang army was seen by the prince's army, and after they returned, it quickly spread throughout Dalong, but that's all in the past. Chapter 61 Qingyang Army. Zhou Wu did not expect that things would go so smoothly this time. The effect of the repeating crossbow far exceeded expectations. The soldiers of the Qingyang army also experienced actual combat and gained countless trophies, including weapons, armor, horses, etc. Niuer, go back and summarize this battle. One person actually fell off his horse, and another even sprained his ankle. Spraining an ankle while riding a horse, I need a reasonable explanation. Although they won a great victory, Zhou Wu still hoped that Niuer and the Qingyang army would not be proud. Praise was necessary, but appropriate criticism was also necessary. The Great Dragon Empire, the Imperial Palace. The high officials of the empire are currently holding their daily court meetings, but these past few days they have been almost entirely focused on the battles on the front lines, especially regarding the operation to rescue the Crown Prince. Although the Qingyang army has been ruled out, no one expects them to succeed, so Saintly Tianqing has drawn another 20,000 men from the capital to rescue the Crown Prince. However, the journey is long and will take some time, so it depends on whether the Crown Prince can hold on. Suddenly, a guard came to see him outside the palace. Saint, there is news about the prince. Normally, no one is allowed to interrupt the court meeting, but in the past few days, the sage has specifically instructed that if there is any news about the prince, it must be reported in time, so the scene happened. Xian. At this time, it was obvious that the rescue from the capital had not yet reached the Mizhui River, but there was news about the prince. Li Tianqing was a little afraid of hearing the most unwanted result, but he couldn't stop. Reporting to the saint, there is news about the Crown Prince from the front. The golden-armored guard bowed and clasped his fists. Read. There was no joy in Saint Li Tianqing's voice, and all the ministers in the palace knew that what the guards brought might not be good news. Yes, in September of the 12th year of Tianqing, the prince's army was besieged by the Khmer army at the Mizhui River for more than half a month. The Qingyang army was ordered to rescue them. The Qingyang army, led by the regiment leader Zhou Wu, had more than 300 people in the regiment and worked together with the prince's army. They beheaded more than 8,600 enemy soldiers and captured the rest. The prince's army successfully broke through and headed towards the capital of the Khmer kingdom. Suck! Beyond everyone's expectations, not only did nothing happen to the prince, but he was successfully rescued by the Qingyang army. The Qingyang army and Zhou Wu were also completely remembered by the officials in the capital. Ha ha, okay. Li Tianqing's three powerful words, good, swept away the gloom of the past few days. Of course, there were ministers who were happy that the prince was rescued, but there were also those who were disappointed. After all, factional struggles among princes have existed since ancient times. Qingyang army, what a great Qingyang army, what a great Zhou Wu, come on, I will reward my Dalong warriors well. Li Tianqing was speaking excitedly when an inappropriate voice interrupted him abruptly. Your Majesty, it is inappropriate to give out large rewards when the war is not over yet. This person was an official sent by the fourth prince. He saw that the crown prince was about to die in Cambodia, but was disrupted by Zhou Wu, who appeared out of nowhere, so naturally he had to come out to stop it. Then keep it in mind for now, and reward me after the war is over. Saint Li Tianqing also realized that he had gone too far, so he asked someone to take note of it and talk about it later. After returning to Niujia village, Zhou Wu took out 10% of the spoils and distributed them to the Qingyang army as rewards, and then ordered Niuer to quickly arrange for the remaining personnel to be replenished. We are not in a hurry this time. We must carefully screen the applicants. Now that the Qingyang army has been regularized, the remaining 700 vacancies must naturally be filled. Yes. Recruiting people is now the most important thing in Niu Er's mind, so Niu Er plans to start as soon as possible. Li Junren, who had been rescued, had suffered humiliation for so many days and was in urgent need of venting his anger, so he led 30,000 Dalong soldiers and directly attacked the capital of the Khmer Empire. The Dadak Kingdom and the Black Monkey Kingdom were also having a hard time under the attack of the other two forces. Afterwards, the three kingdoms immediately sent envoys to beg for forgiveness from Emperor Dalong. As a result, the court was divided into two factions, one advocating war and the other advocating surrender. They quarreled fiercely. However, these things had nothing to do with Zhou Wu. After all, he was just a small deputy captain of the 9th rank. In the end, saintly Tiancheng accepted the advice of the peace faction and agreed to withdraw his troops. He also did not take this opportunity to demand high compensation. Dada, Black Monkey, and Cambodia finally only made some symbolic compensation to the Great Dragon Kingdom, and the whole thing was dropped. When he learned the final result of the incident, Zhou Wu said nothing, but Niu Er's face was full of dissatisfaction. It's so pathetic. What do these officials do for a living? How can they negotiate peace? Come on, keep your voice down, or someone might overhear you. Zhou Wu was actually very unhappy. The situation was clearly all favorable for the big dragon, but the bosses above actually made the stupidest choice. We are too insignificant to speak out about the affairs of the imperial court. It is better for us to think of ways to improve Niujia village and make the villagers rich. That is the real thing to do. Hey, Brother Wu is right. Niu Er also knew that as a common citizen, he could do nothing at all. The only thing he could do now was to build his village well. November of the 12th year of Tiancheng. The Great Dragon army returned to the capital, and the soldiers led by the Crown Prince rode tall horses and were welcomed by the people in the streets of the capital. However, the Crown Prince was not happy at all. The Great Dragon army had surrounded the capital of the Khmer Empire, and the other two armies were said to have reached the opponent's capital. The country would be destroyed in an instant, but his father ordered the army to return to the capital, which he had never expected. However, the current Dalong kingdom is not under the control of him as the Crown Prince, so he can only obey his father's orders. How about the news you asked me to check? Since it was something that could not be decided, Li Junren decided not to think too much about it. He turned around and asked the lieutenant general beside him. Your Highness, I have already ordered people to investigate this Zhou Wu. He is from Niujia village, Qingyang County, Jinshan Prefecture. It is said that his ancestors were also officials appointed by the court, but his family fell into poverty. Zhou Wu was originally a scholar, but after his family fell into poverty, he gave up studying to make a living. Later, I don't know how he got a large amount of food to support Qingyang County's disaster relief. Qingyang County Magistrate Chen Pingan recommended him as the leader of the Qingyang County Militia Corps. That's it. So that's how it is. The background is so clean. No background in the court. That's good. As the Crown Prince, Li Junren wanted to gather some talented people who had abilities but no background in order to build his own team. Zhou Wu was brave and resourceful, had been educated, and had no background in the court. He perfectly met all the conditions for Li Junren to gather talents. Chapter 62 Internal Affairs Construction of Niujia Village. Scholar, the disaster situation has stabilized now. There are almost no refugees. The situation on all sides is becoming stable. To be honest, Zhou Wu basically has the final say in Niujia Village now, but as the village chief of Niujia Village, Niu Yi still cares about all the big and small things in the village every day and is willing to assist Zhou Wu. Uncle Niu, how many people are there in our village now? Zhou Wu hasn't asked about the situation in the village for some time. Scholar, excluding the Qingyang army, our village now has 2,328 people. Originally, the population of Niujia village was about to exceed 3,000, but the establishment of the Qingyang army attracted a lot of young and strong people, so now Niujia village has returned to a population of more than 2,000 people. Has there been any difficulty in the village recently? There are no problems at the moment. You have arranged for people to renovate the village, especially to build houses. Although there are still many new villagers who don't have their own houses, new houses have been built in an orderly manner. They will be allocated according to the order in which they join Nyojiao village. No one has any objections. Everyone will be able to get a house before the spring festival at the latest. That's right. The main thing is that we have more rooms to live in, so our hearts will be in Nyojiao village. Zhou Wu still recognizes Nyoyi's abilities. Unlike other older people who only rely on their seniority, although Nyoyi does not have so many ideas, he does have a heart that is wholeheartedly devoted to the villagers. Scholar, now I have a question. Master Nyo, you say. There are more and more people in our village now, and there is not enough arable land to share. Many people are still relying on the village for support. After struggling for a moment, Nyoyi finally spoke out. He knew that Zhou Wu had a lot of things to do and didn't want him to worry about it, but this matter was indeed beyond his ability, and it would be very troublesome if he didn't handle it well. Yuanyang, don't you have 6 ships now? Sir, all the sailors for the 6 ships were recruited from this village, but it still cannot satisfy everyone. Deng Yuanliang's answer left Zhou Wu speechless. He originally thought that the fleet could solve some employment problems, but he didn't expect that they had already done it. Master Nyo, how many gaps are there? If we assume that each household has at least 1 worker, there is still a shortage of about 300 people. Zhou Wu understood that this was already the lowest standard. He rubbed his forehead. This question seemed to stump him. As the saying goes, if you live by the mountain, you can eat from the mountain. If you live by the sea, you can eat from the sea. Our Nyojiao village is next to the endless sea, so we can only think of something from the sea. Scholar, everyone understands the truth, but Yuanliang's ocean trade is already full. We can't have 300 good people all take fishing nets to the seaside to fish, right? Uncle Nyo thought that Zhou Wu was still planning to take advantage of Deng Yuanliang, so he intentionally or unintentionally said a few words to help Deng Yuanliang. Yes, fishing. How could I forget about this? I am really looking for a donkey while riding a donkey. Scholar, are you really going to let everyone go fishing at the beach? There aren't that many fish to catch. Uncle Nyo, the seaside definitely can't accommodate so many people fishing, but we can go out to sea to fish. Going fishing at sea? I've only heard of fishing in rivers, lakes and ponds, but I've never heard of going fishing at sea. Is it possible? Don't worry, Master Nyo. I'll go to the shipyard to order a boat in a moment. My lord, you are well, but you haven't been to the shipyard for a long time. After the shipyard was bought by Deng Yuanliang last time, it now belongs to Nyojiao village, but Deng Yuanliang still lets the original owner of the shipyard be in charge of the work of the shipyard, but he has changed from boss to manager. Manager Gong, how are you? Master Zhou, you are too polite. If you have anything to say, just let me know. Manager Gong has been the owner of a shipyard for so many years. Although he has not been able to run the shipyard successfully, he is indeed an expert in getting along with everyone. I came to you because of shipbuilding. What ship does your excellency want this time? Is it the Bull Demon King again? Mr. Deng has already purchased 5 more ships, and the workers are working overtime to rush the construction. Deng Yuanliang had reported to Zhou Wu about purchasing 5 additional Bull Demon King ships, and Zhou Wu agreed, so there was nothing surprising. This time I'm looking for you to order some fishing boats. Fishing boat? I still have some fishing boats in stock. Sir, can you take a look first? Forget about your small sampans. They're fine on inland lakes, but they'll probably capsize the same day if you go out to sea. Zhou Wu had seen those so-called fishing boats before, which were just small sampans on freshwater lakes. They could not satisfy Zhou Wu at all. What Zhou Wu wanted was a large fishing boat of the Bull Demon King level, which could at least stay at sea for 10 days or half a month. Aren't all sirs fishing boats like this? Then what kind of fishing boat do you need? At least it should be of Bull Demon King level, otherwise how can we go out to sea? Bull Demon King? Going out to sea? My lord, do you want to go fishing? Gongxing felt a little dizzy. It was not that he did not understand, but the world was changing too fast. When he built the first Bull Demon King class ship, no one wanted to buy it. If it were not for Zhou Wu, it would have probably rotted at the dock. Now, the Bull Demon King class, which no one was optimistic about, has become Zhou Wu's exclusive use. Whenever you want to order a ship, the Bull Demon King is the minimum order standard. You said you want this ship for trade, which is understandable, but is it necessary to be so big for fishing? How many fish can it hold? However, now he is just the shopkeeper of the shipyard, and he is the boss, and what the boss says is what he does. Sir, how many ships do you want? In response to Gong Xing's inquiry, Zhou Wu thought about it. Niu Yi said that there are still about 300 people who need a job to support their families. Then some people can be arranged to do logistics work at the dock, as well as transportation and transactions. There will be about 200 people left. A Bull Demon King class fishing boat will require about 20 people, which means that at least 10 ships are needed. 10 ships first. What do you mean 10? Any questions? No, of course not. You are the boss, I will do whatever you say. The trading fleet is only built in batches, and there are less than 10 ships so far. Yet there are 10 fishing boats at once. Your Excellency is truly extraordinary. After the work at the shipyard is arranged, during the period when the ship is built, there is just enough time to rebuild the dock. The previous dock could accommodate at most 2 Bull Demon King class ships at the same time. Now there are 6 ships in the trade fleet alone, and they have to take turns to enter the port each time, which greatly reduces efficiency. I have already arranged everything for Master Niu's fleet. I plan to recruit everyone to rebuild the dock. By then, we will have at least 20 ships at the same time. The current dock is not enough. All the labor will be recruited from this village, and they will provide food and wages every day. Okay. I'll go post the notice right away. Uncle Niu happily went to prepare the recruitment notice. Chapter 63 War Benefits, 3 Levels Up. The notice board at the entrance of the village was already crowded with villagers. The Niujia Village Wharf Reconstruction Project is now recruiting carpenters, stonemasons, laborers, and cooks. 3 meals a day will be provided, and monthly wages will be paid. Interested parties please sign up at the village office. Most of the villagers were illiterate, and it was only after a storyteller read out the information that everyone realized that the company was recruiting workers. Not only would they be provided with food, but more importantly, they would also receive a considerable salary. Uncle Niu was having lunch at his home. A bowl of thick white rice porridge and a salted fish were a perfect match for Uncle Niu. I say, old man, you are a worthless person. The scholars sent so much rice, but you would be satisfied with white rice every day, but you insist on eating porridge. His wife kept muttering to him, but Grandpa Niu felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but he didn't know if it was because of his age or some other reason. Although the white rice was fragrant, he could only eat a few bites. On the contrary, he could drink 2 bowls of rice porridge. Dong dong. Who is it? Dong dong. Why are you knocking? Are you here to announce your death? Niu Ye's wife put down the dishes in her hands and was about to open the door, but there was a series of knocks on the door. She immediately started cursing, but when she opened the door, the cursing stopped abruptly. Beads of sweat the size of beans emerged from the old woman's head and then flowed down her wrinkled cheeks. It was obvious that she was a little panicked, and even a little scared. Why aren't you talking? Niu Ye's wife didn't move for a long time. He turned his head and looked at her, also standing there in a daze. It turned out that the entrance was now surrounded by a crowd of people, all staring at Master Niu with red eyes. You guys, what are you doing? Master Niu, I can endure hardship. Master Niu, please accept me. Uncle Niu, I can cook. Muramasa-sama, I am a carpenter. Shit, it turns out you're looking for a job. I'm so scared. Everyone line up and register one by one. Old woman, go get some help. I can't do it alone. Hey. The construction team originally planned to have about 300 people, but ended up with 400 people. Zhou Wu and Niu Yi had discussed this in advance, and showed great consideration. This is the new dock design. Zhou Wu spent 2 days drawing the proposed dock. When everyone looked at the blueprint, they were stunned by the scale of the new dock. Isn't this pier a little too big? That's right, scholar. Didn't you say before that only 20 berths were needed? I counted them and there are at least 50. Uncle Niu felt that it was a waste to build 50 berths when there were only 20 ships. Although he had money now, he couldn't waste it like that. Everyone, I was originally thinking of building a new dock according to the number of ships we have now, but then I thought about it and realized that the future development of Niujia Village will definitely rely more on the sea, so the planning of this dock needs to be more long-term. Maybe within a year, our 50 births will not be enough. I think what you said makes sense. I am mainly responsible for marine trade. Let me share some of my superficial views. Although our village is now well funded, it is all windfall and not a long-term strategy. Marine trade can be said to be the pillar industry of our village, and the profits are very considerable. So I personally suggest that vigorously developing marine trade should be the priority. Deng Yuanliang supported Zhou Wu's work very much and expressed some of his own opinions. After listening to him, everyone felt that what he said made sense. Liujia village was not short of money now, but the money was all looted by the big bandits from the Cambodian army. These wealth could only be used less and less. I agree. The temporary committee of Liujia village, Zhou Wu, Deng Yuanliang, Niu Er, and Niu Yi, all voted in favor, and the construction of the new dock was finalized. The shipyard was also working overtime to speed up the construction. After all, this was related to the food problem of most of the villagers in Liujia village. Capital, Imperial Palace. In stark contrast to the darkness outside the palace after the curfew, the palace was now decorated with lights and a celebration banquet was being held for the victorious prince. Although there were some minor incidents during the prince's expedition this time, Saint Li Tiancheng was generally very satisfied with it, so he drank a few more glasses during the banquet. This time, the crown prince fought alone against the three kingdoms, and he was extremely brave. It is a great honor for us, the great dragon. I, Your Highness, would like to offer you a toast. The old white-haired man stood up tremblingly, raised the wine glass and toasted to the crown prince Li Junren. This man was none other than the powerful left prime minister Zhuang Ying in the court. Unlike the radical right prime minister, the left prime minister had been with Li Tiancheng since before he became emperor, so he was even more shrewd. Left prime minister, you will make the crown prince proud. Everyone could see that the saint had no intention of blaming anyone at this moment. It was obvious that everyone's compliments to the prince made him, as a father, even happier. Left prime minister, you are too polite. If you offend my great dragon, I will punish you even though you are far away. Good, the prince actually has such courage, he is truly a hero. The prince has always been considered by everyone to be a very conventional person. To put it bluntly, he is neither good at literature nor martial arts, but he is outstanding in terms of moral character. He is definitely the most gentle and honest among all the princes. But the prince's sudden utterance of these two words surprised everyone. Didn't they all secretly sigh that the prince had suddenly become both talented in literature and martial arts? I don't dare to take credit for it. This is not what I said. Oh, who said that? Not only were the others curious, but Li Tianben's eyelids, which were originally half-drooped, actually opened wide and stared at the prince. Qingyang Army Commander Zhou Wu. It's him. It was Zhou Wu again. This little-known figure seemed to appear more frequently in the imperial high-level circles recently. Even the Saint Li Tiancheng standing next to him squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. However, this was just a small episode after all, and everyone soon continued to drink and have fun. The next day, the court awarded different rewards to the meritorious officials in this expedition. Among them, the Crown Prince's contribution was definitely the greatest, but because the Crown Prince was already the highest level below the Saint, the rewards he received were all honorary titles and material rewards. The soldiers following the army were basically able to be promoted one or half a level. Zhou Wu and the Qingyang army were also on the list. Zhou Wu was promoted to the 8th rank and became the commander of the Qingyang army, and was given the rank of Xuanjie Xiaowei, directly from the 9th rank to the 8th rank. Not only did he win 3 levels in a row, but Niu Er also replaced Zhou Wu's original position and was given the rank of Peirong Deputy Lieutenant, which was a 9th rank. The military pay and benefits of the Qingyang army were originally borne by Zhou Wu personally. Now that he has been officially appointed by the capital, he no longer needs to pay out of his own pocket. Of course, whether Zhou Wu himself is willing to provide benefits to everyone is another matter. Chapter 64 Jinshan Mansion Visiting Group. A full 1,000 people gathered at the training ground, which was more shocking than the 300 people at that time. Zhou Wu was the commander-in-chief and Niu Er was the deputy commander. Niu Er, we have 700 new soldiers now, so we may be short of military supplies. Brother Wu, yesterday the Ministry of War sent someone to deliver weapons, clothing and other equipment for 1,000 men, but they won't provide us with crossbows and horses. How much gap is there now? We are short of 700 crossbows, and we looted some horses from the Cambodian army last time, so we are short of about 400 horses. Okay, I'll ask Lao Jiang and Yo Mu to build the crossbow as soon as possible. As for the horses, I'll think of a way. The problem with the repeating crossbow is not big, as the materials needed are wood and bowstrings, either of which are scarce. However, horses are quite troublesome. All the war horses in the country are registered with the government. Although there are also some among the people, they are not only scarce in number but also extremely expensive. But after the last war, Zhou Wu concluded that the advantage of the Qingyang army lies in the mobility of horses, combined with the long-range attack of the crossbow, which is the magic weapon for the Qingyang army to win. So Zhou Wu must find a way to get the horses. Qingyang County Government Office. Meet Magistrate Qin. Haha, Zhou Wu, we don't need to be polite. I should congratulate you. You have won 3 levels in a row in just a few months. It is really a cause for celebration. Please forgive me, Lord Chen. Without your support, how could I, Zhou Wu, be where I am today? Although I don't know how much truth or falsehood Zhou Wu's words are, it feels good to hear. I called you here today, first, to congratulate you on your promotion, and second, to remind you of something. I guess Pingjingwe is going to cause trouble for you again. Oh. According to reliable information, Pingjingwe has found his backer in Jishan Prefecture, and that person may come to Qingyang County to cause trouble for you. Come if you want. I am upright and I am not afraid of my shadow. That being said, we should still be on guard against others. It is better to be safe than sorry. Thank you for the reminder, sir. In the past, Zhou Wu and Pingjingwe were of the same rank and were on an equal footing. But now Zhou Wu's rank is higher than Pingjingwe's, and he has the military power in his hands. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to eliminate this security risk. Sure enough, a few days later, the prefect of Jinshan Prefecture personally led a team and led a group of officials from Jinshan Prefecture to Qingyang County. It was said that they came to visit and learn from Qingyang County's good performance in this disaster relief. Zhou Wu was also in the welcoming team. Logically, Zhou Wu belonged to the military camp and did not need to participate in such activities, but he could not resist Chen Pingin's invitation, and he wanted to see who Pingjingwe's backer was. Zhou Wu was confused by the arrival of such a large group of officials. Who was Pingjingwe's backer? Could it be the prefect? I am Chen Pingin, the magistrate of Qingyang County, and I am here with all the officials of Qingyang County to welcome the prefect. Chen Pingin led all the officials of Qingyang County and stood at the gate of the county town waiting early in the morning. No need to be polite. We came to Qingyang County with the attitude of learning. It is also an honor for Jinshan Prefecture that Qingyang County has been singled out for praise. A plump, white, middle-aged man helped County Magistrate Chen up and kept praising Qingyang County. According to County Magistrate Chen's previous description, this man should be Jing Binbin, the magistrate of Jinshan Prefecture. Master Jing, I have prepared some wine to welcome you. Please come in. Oh, County Magistrate Chen is too polite. Although he said polite words, Prefect Jing had no intention of refusing. Qingyang Tower, the best restaurant in Qingyang County, has 2 floors. It is the busiest time at noon. The restaurant, which should be packed with guests, is a little deserted at this moment. The entire first floor is a little deserted, without a single table of guests. County Magistrate Chen has already led Prefect Jing and his party to the 2nd floor. It's noon, and there's no one in the restaurant. It really is a county town. When he spoke, a man with a gloomy face and a pointed chin was speaking. The originally harmonious environment was made a little awkward by his words. Your Excellency has misunderstood. In order to entertain you all today, County Magistrate Chen has booked the restaurant. A clerk beside County Magistrate Chen stepped forward and explained with an apologetic smile. Oh, County Magistrate Chen is living well in Qingyang County. He can even rent a restaurant. Zhou Wu couldn't stand what he heard. He really admired Chen Pingin's patience. Hey, County Magistrate Chen has good intentions, how can you speak like that? Why don't you step down? Just when the atmosphere was becoming extremely awkward, Prefect Jing spoke up and scolded the person who had just spoken out, thus stopping the farce-like atmosphere. Who is that person? When everyone was sitting around, Zhou Wu took the opportunity to ask quietly. Yu Ho, the deputy governor of Jinshan Prefecture. Beijia, an official below the 7th rank, actually openly contradicted Chen Pingan, his superior who was above the 7th rank. It was not difficult to hear some anger in Chen Pingan's words, but what could he do? Sir, this is Qingyang County's specialty, seafood steamed pot. This dish was actually created by Zhou Wu, who steamed all kinds of seafood. Because it was close to the sea, people could pick up all kinds of seafood, and it was convenient to steam them in one pot. Gradually, it spread to Qingyang County and became a specialty dish. Oh, what a mess this is! County Magistrate Chen, just use this to entertain the prefect. Just after it had quieted down for a while, the voice that deserved to be punished came out again. Even if County Magistrate Chen had a good temper, he could not bear the repeated provocations. Just when Chen Pingan was about to attack, Zhou Wu spoke first. Hey, whose pants are not tied properly, and your thing is leaking out. As soon as Zhou Wu said this, some people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Pingan also looked at Zhou Wu with a worried look on his face as he stood up for him. Humph, I am Yu Ho, the deputy governor of Jinshan Prefecture. Who are you to be so rude? Yu Ho was afraid that Zhou Wu didn't know his identity, so he emphasized it. Jinshan Beijia? What a high position you have. I am Zhou Wu, the commander of the Qingyang army. The meaning of Zhou Wu's identity being revealed at this time was very clear. First of all, I am a military general, and then my rank is higher than yours. Not to mention that you are a mere Beijia, even your boss, the prefect of Jinshan Prefecture, can't control me. Bullshit, how come I have never heard of the Qingyang army? How dare you, a jerk with no knowledge of the army, lead the army? I think you are just pretending to be an official. Well, you dare to pretend to be an official appointed by the imperial court? Come on, arrest him. The whole audience heard this man's roar. If he was not an idiot, he would not say such a thing. In front of all the officials of Qingyang County and Jinshan Prefecture, pretending to be an official appointed by the court? Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool, including the officials of Jinshan Prefecture and even Prefect Jing. Zhou Wu understood at a glance that this person must be arrogant and foul-mouthed in his daily life, so people around him disliked him and some even showed an expression of gloating. Chapter 65 Murder Scene. Mr. Chen, is this how you treat guests? Seeing that no one moved, Yu Ho seemed to have figured it out, so he turned the gun and attacked Chen Pingan. Master Yu, are you out of your mind? I am a military commander, and County Magistrate Chen has no control over me. Besides, you are the one who talks the most among the people sitting here. Haven't you heard of the saying that guests should follow the host's wishes? Since entering the county, you have never closed your stinky mouth like a toilet. You. Yu Ho's chest is heaving constantly. He feels like a terminally ill patient who is about to die at any time. Usually he is the only one who finds fault with others. When will it be others' turn to find fault with him? Master Yu, what's wrong with you? Don't be so angry that you die. Do you want me to find a doctor for you? Zhou Wu's hypocrisy made the people around him feel like they were just watching a show, and no one was willing to help Yu Ho. However, Peng Xinghua was shocked by Zhou Wu's performance. A month ago, when Zhou Wu was still accompanying the deputy captain, he was not like this. Master Zhou, you are a guest. I believe, Master, you didn't do it on purpose. Yes, Lord Zhou, shall we eat first? Chen Pingan and Prefect Jing tried to persuade him, and Zhou Wu just took the opportunity to back down. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table became lively, and there was no sign that there had been a quarrel just now. Only Yu Ho and Peng Xinghua in the corner stared at Zhou Wu with gloomy faces. After that, it was the normal process of the tour. Originally, Chen Pingan and Zhou Wu discussed taking people to Niujia village, but Zhou Wu refused. After all, he did not want Niujia village to be completely exposed to the public. Low-key development was the way to go, so now Chen Pingan could only take everyone around the county town. However, the people from Jishan Mansion were just here for the formalities, so it was better if they didn't have to travel a long way. Master Chen, what's so interesting about this county? Shouldn't we go to various villages? There was that annoying voice again. Haha, Lord Jing, mainly considering that everyone has come from a far distance and is tired from the journey, so I didn't arrange for everyone to go to the countryside. County Magistrate Chen could only find excuses to explain, but before the prefect could open his mouth, Yu Ho's voice rang out again. Master Chen Yu. Shut up. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I know a little bit about fighting. Just as Yu Ho was about to continue his noise, Zhou Wu threatened him blatantly. In fact, at this moment, everyone around him was cheering for Zhou Wu. Yu Ho instinctively prepared to refute, but when he saw Zhou Wu's murderous eyes, he shut his mouth instantly. The visiting group planned to stay in Qingyang County for 3 days, but something happened on the second day. When did it happen and who discovered it first? Qin Ping'an was having breakfast in the county government office when his men rushed in and told him that Yu Ho had died in the residence arranged for him by the county government office. Although no one likes Yu Ho, it is a human life after all, and the one involved is the deputy driver of Jinshan Mansion. This is enough to make Qin Ping'an upset. When Qin Ping'an arrived at the scene, it was already full of people, and Prefect Jing no longer had the smile on his face from yesterday. Master Qin, someone died in your place. You have to give me an explanation, otherwise I will not be able to report to you. Qin Ping'an knew this would be the case. Sir, I will investigate this thoroughly and give you an explanation. What are you still investigating? It must be that Zhou Wu. He couldn't stand Lord Yu yesterday. Suddenly someone in Jinshan Mansion shouted loudly, but it was this sentence that brought everyone's thoughts to this path. Yes, Lord Yu has never been to Qingyang County, and he has no enemies here. Commander Zhou did have an argument with Lord Yu yesterday. Qin Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. County Magistrate Qin, why don't you call Lord Zhou over and ask him about it? Sir, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. We don't have any evidence that it was Zhou Wu. Mr. Qin, I didn't say it was Zhou Wu. I just called him to ask. Although the prefect's words were very calm, Qin Ping'an could hear that they could not be refused. Go and call Zhou Wu. Under pressure, Qin Ping'an had no choice but to ask someone to call Zhou Wu over. Because of the unpleasantness yesterday, Zhou Wu had not planned to come today. However, County Magistrate Qin personally sent someone to say that there was something important, so he came. He did not expect to see this scene. Damn it, what did I say? Why did you call me here in such a hurry? How did this guy die? Yu Ho was lying on the bed with a short blade stuck in his chest. He was dead beyond death. Zhou Wu looked around. No one answered him. Only Qin Ping'an was hesitant to speak. Others stared at him with suspicion. Zhou Wu realized that he had become a suspect. Don't misunderstand, Zhou Wu. The prefect asked you to come here just to ask a routine question. Zhou Wu looked at Qin Ping'an and knew that he was also forced to do so, but he had nothing to hide, so he was not afraid. I didn't kill him. After yesterday's end, I went home. I didn't do that until you sent someone to call me today. Then what evidence does Commander Zhou have? Evidence? Someone in the family can testify. Commander Zhou is probably confused. How can a relative testify? Jing Binbin looked like a smiling tiger, and Zhou Wu finally understood. No wonder he could become the prefect. He really underestimated him. Sir, there is only my good wife and a sister in the house, and no other outsiders. How can I prove myself? So there are no witnesses? Your Excellency the Prefect, Commander Zhou did go home last night. The county was under curfew and the city gates were closed. It was impossible for Commander Zhou to come back and leave the county after committing the crime. Qin Ping'an and Zhou Wu were on the same front, so when they saw Prefect Jing was being aggressive, they hurried to help explain. However, even though the facts were right in front of them, Prefect Jing still turned a deaf ear. Does Magistrate Jing mean that he has determined that I am the murderer? Hey, Commander Zhou, please don't frame me. I didn't say that. From the beginning to the end, Commander Zhou was the one who couldn't produce evidence to prove his innocence. In that case, everyone thought that Zhou Wu had no other options. Peng Xingguo was ecstatic when he saw this, but he didn't expect Zhou Wu to suddenly change the subject. I'm sorry to trouble you all, but where is the Qingyang army? Promise. A murder has occurred here. Since the deceased was an official appointed by the imperial court, everyone present is a suspect. From now on, this place is under the control of our Qingyang army. No one is allowed to leave until the murderer is found. In order to prevent the murderer from colluding with others, please return to your rooms. Everyone was stunned. Even though Prefect Jing had been an official for so many years, he had never seen such a situation. He was planning to make the other person a general, but in the end he was made a general himself. Not only were the entire Jishan Prefecture visiting group placed under house arrest, even the Qingyang County officials who were present at the scene today were not spared. After doing all this, Zhou Wu couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Niu Er insisted on arranging a team of Qingyang army guards for him some time ago, and also arranged a team at home, so that Zhou Wu had the confidence to put these people under house arrest just now. Otherwise, the situation today would probably be very different. Chapter 66. There is only one truth. If you dare to put me under house arrest, I will definitely report you. Prefect Jing was completely enraged. He had been an official all his life and had never been treated like this. My Lord Prefect, Lord Yu was with you last night, and now he has died here inexplicably. I will put you under house arrest. This is reasonable and legal, because you are also officials appointed by the court, so I will only put you under house arrest and not put you in jail. This is already giving you face. Then why doesn't Chen Pingan need to be under house arrest? Because I believe in Master Chen. Zhou Wu's words left Jing Jifu speechless. Jing Jifu also refreshed his understanding of Zhou Wu again. Is there still such a strong player in Dalong Kingdom? Zhou Wu, you are confused. How can you put them under house arrest? Chen Pingan was heartbroken. Zhou Wu had gotten into big trouble this time. Master Chen, given the situation you described, if I didn't resort to this last resort, what should I do? Then you can't do that. Indeed, if he were Zhou Wu, he would have no choice at the time. Although he understood, Chen Pingan was still very worried about what to do next. My lord, instead of worrying about all this now, you might as well get to the bottom of the case and clear my name. Hey! At this point, Chen Pingan could only let it go, and the important thing was to find the murderer as soon as possible. Was there anyone on duty here last night? The prefect and his party are staying here, so naturally there will be someone on duty. Then separate them and ask if anyone went in or out last night. Good. After all, Zhou Wu had watched quite a few detective TV dramas in his previous life, especially Tubbs, The Washer's Diary, so he thought he had some experience in solving cases. I have questioned the guards on duty last night one by one, and they all said that no one came in or out last night. So the murderer is among these people? But they are all officials of Jishan Prefecture. It is impossible for them to have such great hatred for each other. There is some truth in what County Magistrate Chen said. If the crime was really committed by an insider, there is no need to choose to do it here as the possibility of being exposed is too high. Now we can only try these masters. Although Chen Pingan had already accepted that Zhou Wu had placed the prefect and his entourage under house arrest, he was still a little scared when he was about to interrogate them. You don't have to talk later. I'll ask. Zhou Wu naturally saw Chen Pingan's concerns, so he took the initiative to offer to interrogate the person himself, and Chen Pingan would just stand by as a witness. Sir, may I ask if you heard any unusual noises last night? Zhou Wu, you actually dare to interrogate me? Prefect Jing was completely furious and felt that he had been greatly insulted. Master Jing, I am just doing my routine work. Please cooperate with me. I must report you when I get out. Resisting will do you no good. Tell the truth. I'm telling you what to do. Damn, I just asked if you heard any noise, and now you're telling me what to do? Are you ready to make a final decision? And I'm the one who blames you? Zhou Wu's words became more and more outrageous, and Prefect Jing was so scared that he didn't dare to talk back. No. That's good. You see, we need to cooperate with each other so that we can find the murderer as soon as possible and clear his name, right? Then I should thank you? Your Excellency, there is no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Prefect Jing swore to Tathagata that he had never seen such a shameless person in his life. Next, Zhou Wu and County Magistrate Chen interrogated the others one by one, and they all said that they did not hear any unusual sounds last night. I asked around, but there's no clue. Alas. Chen Pingan was a little anxious. If they hurried to find the murderer, Zhou Wu's imprisonment of the prefect could still be salvaged. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zhou Wu. Just when the two of them were at a loss, Zhou Wu suddenly thought of someone. Did Peng Xinghua live here last night, or did he come this morning? It stands to reason that he should go back home to live. Come here, bring over the bailiff who was on duty last night. Hearing Zhou Wu mention Peng Xinghua and calling the Yamen runner who was on duty last night again, Qin Pingan probably guessed something. Although he had always been at odds with Peng Xinghua, he did not think that Peng Xinghua had the courage to kill the official. Did County Magistrate Peng come here last night? Zhou Wu went straight to the point. I have been here. Then why didn't you say it just now? This County Magistrate Peng is here to patrol the night. Besides, can you tell us if there are any unusual situations or outsiders coming in and out? County Magistrate Peng is not an outsider, right? While, as expected, the words of the Yamen runner left Qin Pingan and Zhou Wu speechless, and they even felt that the other party had some point. How long ago did he come last night? About ugly hour. When did you leave? Lord Ping didn't stay long, probably less than half an hour. Has anything unusual happened during his visit? There's really nothing unusual about this. After several Yamen runners tried hard to recall, they shook their heads to indicate that there was nothing unusual, but at this time another voice rang out. Sir, I noticed that Lord Ping was very normal when he came, but seemed a little flustered when he left. Xiao Lu, now that you mention it, I also realized that Master Ping seemed a little flustered when he left. I called him, but he ignored me. Now it's settled. Although there are no direct clues, Qin Pingan and Zhou Wu have already identified Peng Xinghua as the main suspect. Okay, you guys go down first. Yes, sir. Until the case is fully investigated, these Yamen runners cannot leave. The best they can do now is return to their rooms to rest. I know what you want to say, but this doesn't prove that Peng Xinghua is the murderer. Qin Pingan looked at Zhou Wu's excited expression and knew what the other party was thinking. To be honest, he now also had some doubts about Peng Xinghua, but so far, there was no direct evidence, and everything was just speculation. I know. I have always been fair and honest. Qin Pingan rolled his eyes, looking as if he didn't believe it. Let's go check out Yuho's room. Yuho's body had been moved to another room, and it was probably in a state of disrepair after being torn apart by the coroner. What are you looking for? As soon as he entered the house, Zhou Wu lay on the ground and followed the hunting dog, not missing a single place. I'm looking for clues. It was also the first time that Qin Pingan saw someone lying on the ground looking for clues. He didn't understand what clues they could find. Hey, I found it. All that was heard was a lewd laugh from Zhou Wu. What did you find? Qin Pingan frowned. He thought Zhou Wu was joking. After all, what clues could there be on the ground? Look, there are shoe prints here. What can shoe prints prove? Someone come. Promise. Go and invite all the gentlemen here. Qin Pingan was getting more and more confused. What was going on? Were we going to reveal the answer? You should at least tell me first. Are we still good friends or teammates? Chapter 67. Pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. Why, Lord Zhou, has the murderer been caught? Soon, the sarcastic voice of Prefect Jing sounded in Zhou Wu's ears. It only took 1 day to find the real murderer? I think he just found someone to pretend to be the murderer in order to clear himself of suspicion. The second weirdo also came. Peng Xinghua thought that he was an official of Qingyang County, and would not be placed under house arrest. However, who knew that Zhou Wu did not recognize his relatives and directly put him under house arrest. Because the room was full, he was given special care and was placed under house arrest in the woodshed. When Peng Xinghua thought of the woodshed full of rats and insects, he became furious. Zhou Wu saw that almost everyone had arrived. Everyone, I have no choice but to put you all under house arrest. We are all colleagues of Lord Yuho. He died here today inexplicably. As his close friend, I am very sad and heartbroken. Zhou Wu, you are talking nonsense. You and Lord Yuho just met for the first time yesterday, and you have had more than one argument. You still have the nerve to say it was him. Shut up, Peng Xinghua, you are slandering the deep friendship between me and Lord Yuho. No friendship, I won't be polite. Although Lord Yuho and I met for the first time, we were both attracted to each other's unique temperament. As for the dispute you mentioned, it was just our unique way of communication. All right, Mr. Zhou, let's get down to business. Prefect Jing was really disgusted by Zhou Wu again and quickly changed the subject. Look, everyone. What is this? Zhou Wu pointed at the floor of Yu Ho's room. Everyone looked again and again to confirm, and there was indeed nothing there. They all wondered if they were seeing things. There's obviously nothing going on here. Are you kidding us, Master Zhou? Prefect Jing became angry at Zhou Wu's repeated teasing. Can't you see such a big shoe print? Upon hearing this, everyone looked carefully and found that there were indeed shallow shoe prints on the floor. Someone bring Ping Xinggua's shoes here. The Qingyang army guard stepped forward, pushed Ping Xinggua down, took off his shoes and handed them to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu took the shoe and pressed deeply next to the original shoe print. After taking the shoe away, 2 identical shoe prints were clearly visible. Master Peng, I have nothing to say now. Now everyone looked at Ping Xinggua with suspicion. Bullshit, Zhou Wu, you are framing me. I am innocent, I am innocent. The shoe prints can only prove that I have been to Lord Yu Ho's room, but it cannot prove that I have killed anyone. When everyone heard Ping Xinggua's explanation, it seemed to be true. The shoe prints alone could only prove that someone had been to the room, but how could they prove murder? I knew you would say that. According to the Yamen runner on duty last night, you came here at midnight. You told the Yamen runner that you were here for night patrol. I want to ask, who would come here for night patrol in the middle of the night for no reason? I am doing this for the safety of the prefect. What's wrong? Who said that we can't patrol during the first hour? Okay, you are really stubborn. At the latest, it rained a little at midnight, so your shoes got wet. Then you came here at midnight and entered Yu Ho's room, so there were your footprints in the room. If there hadn't been that rain last night, I'm afraid there would be no evidence. You're talking nonsense. Even if I entered Lord Yu Ho's room, so what? Come on, bring the coroner. Ping Xinggua was already a little overwhelmed at this time, but he was still holding on. Coroner, when did Lord Yu Ho die? My lord, according to the autopsy results, he died at about midnight last night, and the cause of death was the short blade in his chest. However, when I performed the autopsy, I found that Lord Yu Ho was in a coma and was killed. Oh, why did you faint? Zhou Wu didn't expect that there would be new discoveries. According to my inspection, Lord Yu Ho may have taken drugs. As soon as the coroner finished speaking, Zhou Wu ran to the table and checked the teapot. The tea in the pot was still there, but one of the teacups was missing. Others also noticed this problem. Look at this pot of tea, there's something wrong with it. Zhou Wu handed the teapot to the coroner, who opened the lid and took a good sniff. My lord, there is something wrong with this tea. It smells faintly of Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty? Sir, Sleeping Beauty is a common drug. I have been a coroner for decades and I know it by smell. The coroner was very sure that there was something wrong with the pot of tea. Okay, everyone, the case is now clear. Peng Xinggua and Yu Ho should know each other. He arrived at Yu Ho's house at midnight last night, then put a drug in Yu Ho's teapot, knocked him unconscious, took the opportunity to kill him, and then threw away his own teacup to avoid being found out that he was an acquaintance. But the law is long and wide, and nothing can escape it. God sent a rain last night, leaving evidence for the world to see. Wait, what about the motive? What was Ping Xinggua's motive for murder? The prefect jumped out again at this time. Zhou Wu didn't think much of it the previous few times, but this prefect Jing seemed to have been helping Ping Xinggua intentionally or unintentionally, and had been throwing dirty water on himself before. This was a bit intriguing. All the officials in Qingyang County know that Ping Xinggua and I have always been at odds, because he has always believed that County Magistrate Chen stole his position as County Magistrate, and he also believes that I am in cahoots with County Magistrate Chen, so he always makes things difficult for me. Everyone is well aware of the twists and turns in the officialdom, but Zhou Wu was the first one to speak out directly, because he didn't care. It was not his fault anyway. Zhou Wu, you're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Don't accuse me. Come on, take Ping Xinggua to jail and give him a thorough trial. Ping Xinggua knew better than anyone what the county jail was like. If you went in there, you would be skinned alive even if you didn't die. I won't go. It's not me. I am wronged. My lord, please save me. My lord, you must save me. Peng Xinggua put Prefect Jing in an awkward position. No one believed that the two had nothing to do with each other, so Prefect Jing quickly distanced himself from the matter. Bullshit, Peng Xinghua, I don't know you well. You broke the law, and no one can help you. At this time, Prefect Jing had no choice but to go ahead, but he didn't expect that Peng Xinghua would not agree after he said this. Okay, you took my money, and now you want to distance yourself from me? No way. I'm reporting it. I killed the man, but it was Prefect Jing who ordered it. The shocking news has been exposed again, and now it's time to see Chen Pingan's performance. Master Jing, I'm sorry, someone has accused you of being involved in a murder case, so I can only arrest you according to the law. The prefect became a suspect, and Chen Pingan, the county magistrate, was the highest-ranking administrative official at the scene, so at this time only he was the one to step forward and take charge of the matter. Chapter 68 Braised Lamb Chops. It has been a while since Yu Ho's death. Peng Xinghua was directly sentenced to death, and grass is now growing on his grave. As for the prefect of Jishan Prefecture, because his rank was higher than Chen Pingan and he was also the prefect, he was sent to the capital for trial according to the Daolong law. However, it was later heard that he found a backer, and then he was judged for insufficient evidence, and was demoted one level and transferred to another place. But generally speaking, there is no one in Qingyang County who can threaten Zhou Wu anymore. Zhou Wu no longer has to be distracted by these intrigues all day long, and can concentrate on his work. Nioer, starting from tomorrow, arrange for the Qingyang army to take turns to clear out all the bandits in Qingyang County. This can also be regarded as accumulating some practical experience. Promise. Clearing out the bandits can not only restore peace to Qingyang County, but also quickly accumulate some wealth. Although Zhou Wu is not short of money now, he has a plan that requires a lot of money. Yuanliang, the trade with Yuan and country is becoming more and more mature. Next time, ask Yuan and country if they have any extra war horses. Sir, I have already inquired about the war horses. Yuan and country itself does not produce many war horses. They mainly produce cattle and donkeys. Okay, then we can buy as many cows and donkeys as possible. Donkeys can't go to the battlefield, but they are good for pulling carts. As for cows, there is a big shortage of arable land, so the more the better. Yes, sir. Yes, bring more back. We still have a lot now, but most of the work is done on the fishing boats. Uncle Nio was eager to get more cows and donkeys. After all, most of the people farming the land now are women, and the men have all gone to work at the docks, so the efficiency of farming is very low. By the way, Yuanliang, there's one more thing. You are often out and about. If you find any crops that we don't have in Dalong, try to get some back. Yes, sir. Zhou Wu made this arrangement purely out of greed. He had been working hard to develop himself and had been battling openly and secretly among various forces. Now that he finally had a short period of leisure, he began to indulge in food. He missed hot pot, stir-fried dishes, and all kinds of delicious food. When the meeting ended, it was already late and snowing. Everyone should go home. I don't think the snow will stop tonight. Jinshanfu is a place where the weather is extremely hot in the summer and extremely cold in the winter. In the past, many people would freeze to death or starve to death every winter, but that will not be the case this year. Under the leadership of Zhou Wu, the entire Niujia village is full of vitality. Every household has someone working, and every home has a kong designed by Zhou Wu, so there is no problem in getting through the winter safely. Are you back? Li Baiwei fetched a basin of water and was washing her hands when Yang Chun came out of the kitchen. Well, you guys don't even light a brazier, aren't you cold? On the way back, Zhou Wu was already covered with a lot of snow, so he reached out and patted it off. Yang Chun also hurried forward with a duster to help. We just got back too. There was a mutton seller on the street. I bought some. You've been working hard lately, so I'll give you some nourishment. Oh, it's been a while since I last had mutton. Shall I make it today? Master, are you going to make some new dishes? Usually, Yang Chun cooks the meals at home, but every time Zhou Wu cooks personally, he makes some new and exotic food that everyone has never seen before. Everyone looks forward to it because Zhou Wu's cooking skills are so good. When Zhou Wu entered the kitchen, he saw half a lamb on the kitchen table. This sheep is really nice. Mutton is a high-end meat in the Great Dragon Empire, and is also the mainstream meat of the aristocracy, just like in the previous Tang Dynasty. Pork is not something that is not eaten, but because pork is grown in poor living conditions and has a fishy smell, it is more of a choice for ordinary people. Zhou Wu cut the lamb bones into finger-length pieces, then washed and blanched them. He then took out a casserole, put the lamb chops into the casserole, added some spices and water, and placed it on a clay stove, where he stewed it. Soon the whole yard was filled with the aroma of the casserole lamb chops. Yang Chun watched the whole process silently. This happened every time Zhou Wu entered the kitchen. Yang Chun was also very talented and basically learned how to do it after watching it once. It smells so good. Li Baiwei was a little tired and took a nap in the room, but was awakened by the fragrance. Clean up and eat. Zhou Wu directly carried the pot and stove to the pavilion in the yard. Snow was still falling from the sky and a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the ground, but because of the clay stove, no one felt cold. Zhou Wu also heated up a pot of rice wine. Although in Zhou Wu's opinion, it was just a drink, it was better than nothing. Baiwei, Yang Chun, let's meet each other. After drinking the warm rice wine, Zhou Wu started eating the lamb chops directly. Ben Baiwei and Yang Chun were still quite reserved and insisted on using chopsticks, but after a few rounds, they found that this dish was indeed more convenient to eat with hands than with chopsticks, so they started eating directly. After finishing the lamb chops, Zhou Wu served himself a big bowl of rice and 2 spoonfuls of the broth from the braised lamb chops. It was simply amazing. The snow suddenly got heavier at midnight last night. The next morning, the whole village was covered with a thick layer of snow. Children were running around in groups of 3 or 5 in the village. In previous years, winter was everyone's nightmare. It was like undergoing a tribulation, and no one knew whether they could survive to the next day. But after only 1 year, no one has to worry about not having enough to eat or that the house will be drafty and cold. Children can play without worry in the winter. All these changes happened before, and everyone knows that it is Zhou Wu's credit. Are you going out to sea again today? There is less to do in winter, so Zhou Wu came to the newly built dock to stroll around and saw that everyone was still busy, including Uncle Neo. Let's make another trip before the sea freezes over. Although we are not short of food now, we are used to being hungry and we can't sit still. Uncle Neo knows what the villagers are thinking best. To put it bluntly, they are afraid of being poor. There are a total of 10 fishing boats, all of which are of the Bull Demon King level. After some modifications and designs made by Zhou Wu, these boats all use trawling to catch fish. In addition, in this era, marine supplies have not been almost consumed like in the previous life, so any net cast will result in a violent catch. If we go out again today, the sea will probably freeze over, and we can all take a break. Looking at the pier on the road, Uncle Neo felt quite emotional. Neojia village had changed so much in just 1 year. Zhou Wu thought that he had nothing to do recently and became interested. Uncle Neo, please tell my family. I'm going there too. After Zhou Wu said this, he boarded the nearest fishing boat. Hello, hello? No matter how much Neo Yi shouted from below, there was no response. 10 Bull Demon King class fishing boats went out to sea at the same time. The scene was quite shocking. There were relatives seeing them off at the dock, and there were also staff members waving goodbye. Chapter 69, Animal World Ocean. It was winter and we were on the sea, and the wind felt like a knife cutting on our face. Where are we going this time? In fact, with the existing marine fishery resources, fishing boats do not need to go too far to meet the fishing needs, but today is the last time to go out to sea this year, so everyone wants to catch some big catches to put a perfect end to this year. This time the fishing boat was going to a completely unfamiliar sea area to fish because someone said that they had seen particularly large fish nearby before. As for how big the fish was, no one could draw it clearly and no one knew who had seen it, but it was spread like this. Let someone try to get a net. Since Zhou Wu was on the boat this time, he naturally had the final say. After traveling so far, Zhou Wu decided to cast a net first to see what he could catch. Okay, go online. The huge trawl net slowly slid into the sea along the pulley block. The boat continued to move forward and the net would be collected after a while. Start an internet cafe. Get up net. The fishing net began to slowly gather together as the pulley block worked. It was obvious that the net was broken and the pulley block was struggling. Let me see what big stuff is on the way. Zhou Wu was particularly curious about the first net he had cast, so he just waited quietly for the net to be dragged onto the deck. When the fishing nets were lifted off the sea, the seafood inside bulged the nets. The harvest did not bring joy, but instead the sailors' faces were filled with disgust and disappointment. "What's wrong with you guys? What bad luck! It turned out to be a sea chrysanthemum. I wasted so much time. What sea daisy?" When the fishing net fell on the deck and was opened, Zhou Wu saw clearly that most of the fish inside were squids with big heads. These were good stuff. "Sir, this is the sea chrysanthemum. It's ugly, inedible, and spits out black water." The sailor thought it was the first time Zhou Wu saw this thing, so he introduced it in detail. "Wait, you said this can't be eaten? Why?" "Sir, this thing looks so weird and spits out black water, it must be poisonous. Let's not take the risk." Zhou Wu was amused. It turned out that in this era, fishermen also looked at marine life through tinted glasses. No wonder when they came back from the sea before, the fish hold was full of fish and nothing else. Zhou Wu was still wondering. It turned out that these guys only recognized fish and didn't recognize anything else, so they threw them all away. "Load them all. This is a good thing. Let other ships also cast their nets in this area." Generally speaking, marine life lives in groups, so Zhou Wu concluded that there was a large group of squids under the boat. Zhou Wu also took advantage of the break between fishing to cram everyone up with marine knowledge. "This thing looks ugly, but it is delicious. It is called squid. It can be fried, boiled, stewed, or deep fried. It can also be dried and made into a snack and preserved for a long time. My lord, this ugly thing is as good as you say. I will cook some squid dishes for you later." Seeing that no one believed him, Zhou Wu decided to let them see it with their own eyes. 10 fishing boats were busy lowering and pulling up nets at sea, but Zhou Wu was selecting today's ingredients from the seafood that had been caught. "This knife fish is quite fat. Oh my goodness, this swimming crab is even fatter. Wait, is this tuna? Ha! Fried knife fish, steamed grouper, steamed swimming crab, tuna sashimi, blanched squid, squid sashimi." Because of the limited conditions and condiments on the boat, Zhou Wu could only try to make as many variations as possible. After a busy day, the sailors looked at the dishes on the table. They didn't recognize any of the dishes except the steamed grouper, but they knew they must be delicious just by looking at and smelling them. "You're welcome, sit down and eat." Hey. Although Zhou Wu held an official position, after a few days of getting along with everyone found that Zhou Wu had no airs at all, and even often took the initiative to work with everyone, so Zhou Wu also won unanimous praise from everyone. "Master Zhou, this squid is really edible and quite fresh. Oh my god, this is the first time in my life that I've seen squid eaten raw, and it's so sweet." "Huh, this is your first time seeing raw squid. You've never eaten a live squid before." While eating and drinking, everyone was bragging and chatting with each other. Although we were busy all day yesterday and caught a lot of squid, the fish hold capacity of the Bull Demon King class was much larger than those of the original ships that were used for sea transportation after the modification, so more than half of the fish hold was still empty. The fleet still has to find a new fishing ground for fishing today. "I hope there will be something different in the fish today." Zhou Wu followed the fleet this time out of the desire for novelty. Suddenly, the fishing boat in front stopped, and the fishing boats behind quickly retracted their sails and slowed down to avoid a collision. Only then did Zhou Wu realize that there was a large cargo in the sea ahead. "Fuck, is this a whale?" Water from the sea surface kept shooting up into the sky like a fountain. A group of whales of unknown species were swimming slowly in front of the fleet. No matter in the past life or this life, whales were undoubtedly the dominant force in the sea. In this era, they were even worshipped as gods or sea monsters. "Next time we should prepare a large spear gun so we can hunt whales." The sailors who were bowing formally on the ground started beating faster when they heard that Zhou Wu wanted to capture this giant sea monster. They thought that this lord of ours really dared to do anything. Zhou Wu's idea of catching whales was not at all based on food, because the difficulty and risk of catching whales are much higher than normal ocean fishing. The reason why Zhou Wu had evil thoughts about whales was entirely because the whole body of the whale is a treasure. First of all, in addition to providing a large amount of meat, the oil from whales can also be used to make candles. It is said that candles made from whale oil are not only bright, burn-resistant, and smokeless, but also have a faint fragrance. The second is whale skin, which has a soft texture, fluffy surface, and leather with patterns, making it suitable for making clothes or bags. Although whales have many benefits, Zhou Wu can only watch the whales swim away from him before the ship raises the sails and sets sail. They had not walked far when Zhou Wu ordered the nets to be lowered. He was really bored after being on the boat for the past few days. The novelty had worn off, so he wanted to quickly fill up the cabin and return home. Get up the net. This time, the things found on the internet made Zhou Wu very happy again. It's over, sea worm. I heard the sailors complaining again, and I guess it was something they had never eaten before. Why, we can't eat these sea worms? Zhou Wu stood aside, looking at everyone with a smile. My lord, can you eat this? How can I eat it? It's hard all over and not very big. This time it was Zhou Wu's turn to be shocked. What are you talking about? A palm-sized black tiger shrimp, you said it's not that big? Brother, do you think you can be full with just one shrimp? Okay, next time I'll catch some big lobsters. Chapter 70, County Magistrate promoted to Prefect? Of course, this is much more valuable than sea fish. Really? During the days out to sea, almost every day there was seafood that had never been eaten before, which became delicious in Zhou Wu's hands, so this time everyone had no doubts, and even some anticipation, and hurried to eat it. I'll do it right away. Zhou Wu filled a pot at random and went into the kitchen. There was nothing to choose from, as they were all wild black tiger shrimps the size of a palm. At noon, everyone was eating with their mouths full of oil. Compared with other seafood, shrimps can be said to be cooked in the most ways, such as braised shrimps, blanched shrimps, garlic shrimps, etc. Sir, are these shrimps really just boiled in water? Yes. To boil the shrimps, of course, you just need to simply boil them in water. This sea worm, no, it's a shrimp, is so fresh and sweet, it's incredible. Zhou Wu didn't expect that among the table full of shrimp dishes, the simplest boiled shrimp would be the most popular. As expected, the most precious ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Going to sea is hard work at any time, but after Zhou Wu arrived, everyone found that they had gained several pounds in just a few days. It was really strange. After catching all the shrimps, there were still some gaps in the fish hold, but he believed that he could fill it up by just casting a few nets on the way back, so after eating the shrimps, Zhou Wu decided to return. All 10 fishing boats returned fully loaded, and the dock was filled with family members. Although the separation was only a few days, the ocean is always synonymous with danger in this era. Husband! Zhou Wu was very surprised that Li Baiwei was actually waiting for him at the dock and rushed over to him as soon as he got off the boat. Miss me? Originally Zhou Wu was just joking, but Li Baiwei had no scruples this time and nodded slightly in Zhou Wu's arms in response. Next time, don't run away without even saying hello. Yes, it's my fault this time, please let me go. Neo Air has been out suppressing bandits for a while. Yesterday he sent someone to deliver a letter saying that there were only a few bandits left, and that was it. Zhou Wu has been back for several days, but he still hasn't seen Neo Air. Well, many bandits heard that the Qingyang army was going to wipe out all the bandits in Qingyang County, so they ran to the next county. Niu Yi also heard some gossip from other channels, but they were all good news. The two were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums at the entrance of the village. That was the Qingyang army led by Neo Air, who had returned and was being warmly welcomed by the villagers. In the past, when people left the village, they had to travel in groups and take the official road for fear of encountering bandits. But now, there was not a single bandit in the entire Qingyang County. Didn't Neo Air say it would take another 2 days? Hey, don't mention it, Brother Wu. There were a few nests left, but they all ran away. Not a single one is left. When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. It seemed that the reputation of the Qingyang army had spread. Come on, our brothers in the Qingyang army have worked hard in suppressing bandits these days. Let's have a banquet. At Zhou Wu's command, Niu Yi quickly called on the women in the village to help. Indeed, at this time, for the soldiers of Qingyang army, being able to have a bite of hot food was simply the best thing. There is strength in numbers, and the warehouses were well stocked with food, so the banquet was quickly prepared. Just as Zhou Wu was about to say a few words before starting the banquet, County Magistrate Chen arrived. Greetings, His Excellency the County Magistrate. Oh, I came at the right time. County Magistrate Chen looked at the open space, which was filled with banquets, and rarely cracked a joke. You tell your story first. Zhou Wu could tell that County Magistrate Chen's visit this time was probably not for some serious matter. Everyone eat and drink well. Most of the soldiers were rough men, so there was no need for Zhou Wu to appeal to their emotions or reason with them. Even if he didn't say anything, everyone knew who was good to them. Master Chen, is this a good news? Zhou Wu offered a glass of wine to County Magistrate Chen and whispered casually. I may have to leave Qingyang County soon. Promoted? This is all thanks to you. With your contributions in disaster relief and bandit suppression, plus your family's efforts, you may be able to make up for the shortfall in Jishan Mansion. Oh, that's really great. It was not until now that Zhou Wu understood how strong the background of the county magistrate Chen was. It would be impossible for a 7th-rank county magistrate in Qingyang County to be directly promoted to a 5th-rank prefect. However, Qin Pingyun did not do anything extraordinary during his tenure as county magistrate of Qingyang County. The only explanation that could make sense was that he had connections above him. The position is prefect, but the rank is at most 6th grade. Qin Pingyun seemed to see what Zhou Wu was thinking and quickly explained. After hearing this, Zhou Wu suddenly realized that this was a little more appropriate, otherwise it would be too obvious. Then if you leave, who will come to Qingyang County? You are the best choice, but you are clearly a military commander now, so the higher-ups won't let you take this position. I don't know who it is now, but don't worry, Qingyang County is under the jurisdiction of Jinshan Prefecture. Chen Pingyun's words gave Zhou Wu some peace of mind. In case the new county magistrate did not get along with him, to be honest, Zhou Wu was not afraid of him. But it was also annoying to be in someone else's jurisdiction and there would always be people against you, wasn't it? Chen Pingyun seemed really happy and drank a few more glasses. If Zhou Wu hadn't supported him, he probably wouldn't have been able to get into the carriage. Although Zhou Wu wanted to keep him until tomorrow, Chen Pingyun still insisted on going back. It was icy and snowy here, so Zhou Wu was a little worried and sent a team of soldiers to escort him. Since he had nothing to do in the winter, Zhou Wu decided to make some liquor. However, he definitely wouldn't have the time to do it from the beginning, so he decided to just buy some ready-made liquor and process it. I bought the old wine back. Yesterday, Zhou Wu sent someone to the county town to buy wine in a horse-drawn carriage. Because Zhou Wu wanted a large quantity, he was delayed until today. It took several carts. Thank you for your hard work. Just take the wine down to the backyard cellar. Zhou Wu gave one string of money as a reward for his hard work, and several villagers said goodbye with gratitude. It was winter now and all the village-run enterprises had stopped working, so everyone had no income. Although they had enough food and clothing, they could earn one string of money just by running errands. This was a good thing that they couldn't ask for. After all the wine was stored in the warehouse, Zhou Wu went to find the blacksmith Lao Jiang to get the things he had asked him to make a few days ago. Old Jiang, is the stuff ready? Sir, it's all right, but I've been a blacksmith all my life. What on earth do you do with this? Haha, a secret. What Zhou Wu asked Lao Jiang to make was a simple distiller. Lao Jiang arranged for his apprentice to help Zhou Wu deliver the things back home, and Zhou Wu started to work on it alone in an empty room in the backyard. This one seems to be connected here? Well, it should be. This one is over there. To be honest, Zhou Wu had only seen it once when he visited a wine museum. He then drew a blueprint and asked Lao Jiang to make it. However, when it came to putting it together, it took Zhou Wu a long time to get it done. Chapter 71 Brewing Master? Zhou Wu filled the big pot with rice wine, then removed the lid, lit a fire and boiled it. All that was left was to wait. My husband, what are you doing? Zhou Wu filled the yard with the smell of wine, and Li Baiwei came over following the noise. I'm steaming wine. Steamed wine? Li Baiwei obviously didn't understand what steaming wine meant. She tilted her head with a confused look on her face. Do you think our rice wine tastes good? It's sweet and delicious. Well, Zhou Wu felt that he asked the wrong person. The current rice wine may be just right for ladies, but don't you think it's always missing something for men? What's missing? Isn't it sweet enough? Hey. Well, This was originally something for men, so Zhou Wu decided not to explain it to the little girl. As he was talking, distilled liquor slowly dripped out from the outlet, and the whole room was instantly filled with a strong aroma of liquor. "What's that smell? It's so pungent." Li Baiwei covered her nose and ran out. Zhou Wu leaned in and sniffed it. At least it smelled somewhat similar, but he didn't know how it would go down the throat. Zhou Wu continued to add wine into the pot, and did not stop until the jar at the wine outlet was full. He counted and found that he had to pour out 5 jars of wine to steam out this one jar. The next day, the distilled wine was left for a day and Zhou Wu planned to taste it. "It seems to be more mellow than yesterday." Zhou Wu picked up the wine glass, smelled it, and then took a sip. "Yes, that's the taste. It's even more fragrant than many famous wine brands in my previous life." Zhou Wu analyzed that it might be because the wine nowadays is really pure grain wine, with nothing else added, so it is more mellow. "Brother Wu, I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time." Zhou Wu hosted a dinner today and invited Niu Yi, Deng Yuanliang, Niu Er, and Zai Hongfei from Yaowang Valley. Except for Zai Hongfei, this was not the first time for the others to come. "You are just a coward who only knows how to eat. Don't you know how busy your brother Wu is every day?" Even though Niu Er is now a lieutenant in the Imperial Army, he still cannot escape the clutches of Master Niu. "My lord, have you hidden the wine?" Zai Hongfei is a doctor with a particularly sensitive sense of smell. As soon as he entered Zhou Wu's yard, he smelled a faint aroma of wine in the air, which seemed different from the rice wine he usually drank. "Don't tell me it's true." Niu Er also sniffed hard. Ever since he became the deputy captain of Perong, he has developed a hobby of drinking. Zhou Wu also asked him about it, and Niu Er's answer was really laughable. Niu Er said that throughout the ages, there is no famous military general who does not love wine. "Haha, sit down. There is good wine. It depends on whether you dare to drink it." "Is it poisonous?" "I'm not afraid. There is no poison in this world that I can't cure." Zai Hongfei likes to drink on weekdays, and this time he is risking his life for good wine. "We specially prepared a gout meal today. Let's enjoy a good drink." The thing that is most abundant at the seaside is side dishes. You can make a sumptuous side dish by just mixing some seafood. "What is the gout set?" "It doesn't matter, just sit down." Zhou Wu directly took out the newly distilled wine. When he opened it, the strong aroma of wine filled the air. "That's the smell. It's so delicious. Let me have a taste." Niu Er directly handed his wine bowl to Zhou Wu. Because the alcohol content of rice wine was not high, up to now, people in this world have been drinking wine from bowls or large teacups. "You'd better take a small sip first." The completely transparent liquor formed a sharp contrast with the current turbid rice wine. Zhou Wu filled the wine bowls in front of everyone, and kindly gave a reminder. "Brother Wu is actually getting stingy now." Niu Er thought that Zhou Wu was reluctant to drink it, so he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. The expression on his face suddenly became wonderful. Niu Er's eyes bulged red, his hands tightly covered his neck, his mouth tightly closed, and he dared not swallow the wine in his mouth. "Is it really poisonous?" Zai Hongfei looked puzzled, but then he thought he was worrying too much. Who was Zhou Wu? Who were the people present? It was totally unnecessary. "Ah, very strong, good wine." After struggling for a long time, Niu Er slowly got used to the stimulation of the liquor in his mouth. After swallowing it, he let out a long breath. This made everyone wonder, because Niu Er's expression just now didn't seem like he liked the drink at all. "Everyone, I still say the same thing. This wine is different from the rice wine we've always had. Let's drink a little first to get used to it. It won't be too late to drink more later." After seeing Niu Er's miserable condition, the others learned their lesson and picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. "Ah! This smell!" After everyone drank it, their eyes lit up. They didn't know how to describe this unprecedented feeling. "Li, right?" Yes, it's really strong. Just a small sip makes my whole body start to warm up." It was freezing cold and everyone felt a little cold when they first entered. But after just one sip, they felt warm all over. It was truly magical. "Where did this wine come from?" "I figured it out myself." "What?" Everyone looked at Zhou Wu in shock. They thought that the wine was obtained by chance, but they didn't expect that he made it himself. "Sir, is this wine difficult to make? How much does it cost?" The first person to react was Deng Yuanliang. As the village's trade specialist, his business acumen enabled him to immediately notice the commercial potential of this new wine. "It's about 5 to 1 compared to existing rice wine, and the production process is also very simple." Deng Yuanliang's mind began to work rapidly. "The price of a jar of rice wine is between 150 to 200 yuan now, and 5 jars is 750-10001, which is a maximum of 1 guan. If this wine is sold on the market, I estimate that it will sell for at least 3 guan. Moreover, the process of making rice wine is not difficult. If we brew rice wine ourselves and then process it into new wine, the cost will be even lower." Deng Yuanliang's words made everyone's eyes widen. This business is really promising. The profit has increased several times. Yuanliang's analysis is good. Now we need to find a safe place to build the winery. Just one day later, Li Baiwei and Yang Chun found Zhou Wu and made a fuss. Zhou Wu found the wine delicious, but the lady couldn't stand it and felt groggy all day, so she begged Zhou Wu to move the winemaking site away as soon as possible. "How about the south of the village? It's far away from the settlement, so it won't have any impact." Uncle Neo knew the situation of the village best, so he immediately thought of where the winery should be built. However, Zhou Wu also felt that the location Uncle Neo mentioned was good. Another advantage of the location was that it was not far from the dock, which would make it convenient for loading ships in the future.